just love free speech. Now please keep your kid on a leash. Nigga, I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah, I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, but when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Oh fuck yeah.
Hello, hello. It's showtime. It's showtime. Come on, bitches. Come on, my niggas. It's showtime. Come on, my niggas. It's showtime. Smile. Be positive. Come on, smile. Look at, show that grill. Show that grill. Show those teeth. Look at her teeth. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let's go. Look at these dorks. They love that watermelon. Get some real hot sauce. Let's go. Hello, hello everyone. Hello. Good evening. It's Woden's Day. Happy Wednesday. Happy Woden's Day. And it is good to have you here tonight. I hope you're having a good night. I love having you here. I love having people watching these live streams, getting together, taking a look at reality, also having some laughter, having some fun, of course. It's more than just entertainment, though. If I was going to run an entertainment show, there's a lot of these topics that I wouldn't cover at all if it was just pure entertainment. So it's more than just pure entertainment, of course. But there's an entertainment aspect to what I do here because I don't want it to be boring. That's one of the things. And I like to put my personality into things, put who I am into things, and not make it like school or reading from a textbook. I don't want it like that. They know, these demons know, they're adoring. They adore me. They watch everything I do. They lurk. They come around here. They can't stay away. These demons, they whisper to me, "Me love you long time, Stephen. Me love you long time." I know they do. I know these creatures do. They can't stay away. They're here lurking. They're looking for ideas. They're looking to copycat, steal from me. That's why I gave him the red devil horns and the eyebrows. Look at his eyes. Look at the hatred and anger that creature has. He's so angry at me because he'll never match up to me. Never. Never. Hello, Salty Siren. Hello. Good to see you. This is iGuru. Enjoy more madness. Coke Zero. We bring the madness. We bring the madness. Oh, yeah. We bring the madness. And I know they're lurking around here. I know these creepy creatures love to lurk. This one here with the dead eyes looks like a weirdo. He looks like a spider in this picture, doesn't he? He looks like a spider, but he's afraid of the spiders. They invade his sovereignty, he says, when they build webs across the trails that he walks. He thinks he owns everything. Trails, forests, parking lots. You don't own anything, little D. You don't own a pot to piss in. You should have never messed with me. I wrecked you. You homeless bum. Go to one of these motels. Motel people vibes. The Shady Bunch. Hashtag Team Evil. They stay at these places for weeks or months. That's what they do. They pay for a week. They stay in these shitholes with cockroaches. They live in there with drug addicts. And they just want your money. That's all they do YouTube for. They just want your money. I love teasing them. I really do. I enjoy it. I love teasing them. I love the people that come to my channel for the most part, the regulars and the moderators especially. And that's why they get the blue wrench out of seeing that they're loyal, loving, caring beings with a good sense of humor. And I made a short video earlier. I'm laughing just thinking about it because it popped up on my feed. It was Lazy Daisy, and I skipped through it. She'd already been live for quite a while, so I jumped through it a bit, and she was crying on her live stream. That bitch that with the big mouth, the big foul mouth, that's an alcoholic that loves to call people faggots and curse at them and say all this shit. She tries to play tough. She's not so tough. This big old bitch here. This is Miss America 2025. Daisy, you're getting some views now on my channel, Daisy. You're getting featured. It was only posted about 20 minutes ago. This will have probably close to 1,000 views. So you're getting some attention. You want attention, Daisy. You're going to get some attention. So this is America 2025. Look at her. Oh, damn. I'm sorry. I should have warned you with a jump scare. Fucking hell. What is this? My goodness.
I saw ashes all over my hand. You don't hear me. I don't want you. Am I here?
You're live. You're farting already. You're farting on your live stream, Daisy. Am I here? She's drunk. She just drove there. She's drunk. She drives drunk in her truck. Daisy, you're going to kill somebody. You'll probably kill some innocent person driving drunk and you won't get hurt. That's what usually happens with these fucking drunk drivers. They'll go kill some kid or a family. Whole family will be wiped out, 4 or 5 people, and the drunk driver won't even be harmed. That's what usually happens in this fucking hell realm. How would you all like to be married to this? God damn. Uh-oh. Daisy looks like she's gonna cry.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't know who you are, but I love you and I wish I'd give you a hug. Thank you.
Aw, she banned me from her channel. She said shit about me on Talcott's shit show the very first time she saw me. She hasn't stopped. It's coming back now, Daisy. I was very patient with you, Daisy. You drunken Daisy. Drunken Daisy. Daisy. But it's coming back now, you crybaby bitch.
Thank you so much.
Crybaby Daisy. Big old Daisy. Tough bitches in tears. So it's coming back, Daisy. It's coming back. No mercy. You're going to learn. You can dish it out, but you can't take it. You can't fucking take it. You're another crybaby. Another crybaby. Another crybaby demon. Another demon in tears. Well, this has just begun. This has just begun, you fucking demons. I have been Mr. Nice Guy so far. I have not been mean to these bitches. But these bitches that run their mouths, it's coming back, Daisy. It's coming back, Daisy. Daisy, lazy Daisy. You big old drunken bitch. Daisy. It's coming back. Hope you got enough tears. Open up those big fat tear ducts, you stupid bitch.
What's up, everyone? Here we are once again. Welcome to the Matrix. Are you not entertained?
Look at this weirdo. Are you not entertained? Here we are in the present moment. The present moment, people. We're in the present moment. Look at this weirdo. If this isn't a weird intro for a video, I don't know what the fuck is. Watch this again. This is some weird, wild shit. Very weird. He's still living with Lindis.
What's up, everyone? Here we are once again. Welcome to the Matrix. Are you not entertained? Is there really a great awakening happening? Do you really see it? Because I don't. I don't even desire to see it. There's no need for it. There's no need to wake anybody up or nothing. This is the getting game. This is the illusion. And I see what's going on now, deeply. So I pull back from the illusion. I'm seeing the game. But not much energy is going into it, or worry or care. It's actually, it's a big joke. Seeing everyone in their delusion, falling for the illusions. One of the big illusions going on in the so-called truth communities is these astral experiences. This cloud space, this digital space where we can discover something or go to, or people's near-death experiences, or this relay point, this checkpoint in these states of consciousness, or even so-called the illusion of death, where there's something to discover there. This is another matrix game. This is the cloud. This is the AI cloud where the thought forms reside. And based on your program, based on your data, is going to present you with whatever it feels that it's going to work for you at that time. This isn't the truth. This isn't somewhere to go or be. Some will make you think that you need to practice here and learn things. There's nothing to learn, my friends. And this is the way out of the matrix. No, that's the way into the matrix. That's the original cloud space. Before this other one, it's clouds within clouds. And so now we're entering another cloud space where they're going to build another one of these. But it's already done. You're already in it. You're already in the matrix. So there's nowhere to go in these spaces to learn anything or practice anything. How to move around and things like that. This is another illusion. These are the thought forms. The thoughts that aren't yours. When these thoughts come to you, where is that coming from? Is that really you? I mean, come on, people. It's not. This is the AI cloud. And so we keep expanding this cloud, and that's why it's expanding in the internet and all these spaces. See, they know what they're doing. And we're just looping within a loop back to another cloud space. So this astral plane is a big illusion, just like this matrix. So there's nothing to discover. There's nothing to learn watching these experiences, except realizing it's a big game and there's nothing to learn. What to learn is to realize there's nothing to learn here. I already know the truth, so I need to remember. And no, not really many people, I don't see much reminding me, except myself. And there's only one truth. Everyone having their own truth, that's another illusion. There's one truth to this. And you got to find it. There's no external getting truth to this. And you got to find it. There's no other illusion. There's one truth to this. and you got to find it. There's no external getting to find it. Once you feel you've awakened and then this is it, and you're kind of in this box, you should really realize, take a step back, and like there should be a flow of remembering. That's very natural, and everyone having their own truth, that's another illusion. There's one truth to this. And you got to find it. There's no external getting to find it. Once you feel you've awakened and then this is it, and you're kind of in this box, you should really realize, take a step back, and like there should be a flow of remembering. That's very natural, and still it's this remembering and then seeing through it, seeing through all the delusions, creating that space between the illusions and the thoughts and the clouds to see it for what it is as it tries to come in and get you out of the present moment. It gets you in the problems and what they're doing, what you need to do, who you are. And it's constantly trying to come in. This is the matrix. This is the cloud. So we need to break the cloud connection within you first, and then everything else falls like a domino. And these experiences outside of this that I'm supposed to worry about or get prepared for doesn't exist. Because I'm not connected to your cloud anymore. I'm not playing the game. So it's a game within a game within a game within a game. So be careful with these astral experiences and these people promoting the astral realm. And they might not know the truth and not purposely deceiving you, but this is another matrix game for you to play in. So let's really wake up and know that the Great Awakening isn't outside of you. It's just you. And once you truly awaken, there's no concern for others to do it. Because I'm convinced that most can't even do it. They are a part of the game to keep you from awakening. So we worry about them awakening when there's nothing to wake up. Right? So with that, let me know what you feel in the comments, of course. And I respond, look at all comments. I appreciate you all. I'll see you guys on the next one.
Took me serious. They said his brother's teaching, not making us feel. It is anti just said was that Jesus had to be a woman. He's taking stuff that he's heard from brothers like myself, and he didn't really do the research. But see, this kind of stuff will go viral on Instagram and stuff, because what I was doing 8 years ago was teaching women about a time on the earth when the spiritual system was about women. I just wasn't pandering to women like this brother doing. This is dangerous what he's doing, because he's mixing in pseudo, which is that women don't need men to make life, and that the earth used to just have women on it. I want to teach y'all something. That right there is anti-ancestral. That goes against the teachings of our ancestors who stood for balance among the masculine and feminine principles of the universe. This is a lost young brother. It's dangerous that lost young brothers like this go viral. And I'm gonna tell you something. When you're on the outside looking in on what I do, it's easy to mistake it with just I'm pandering to women. If you're on the outside looking in, and if you're not careful, you'll think Brother Sanchez is just some simp who's up there pandering to women. Let me show you what separates me from young brothers like this. See, I've been doing this for over a decade. This young brother need to come sit around me and suck up some game before he try to teach this stuff. This is an embarrassing video. Now let me show you what her story is all about. Because he's taking a word that I use and associating it with a bunch of pseudo stuff that's embarrassing. So what I was teaching about her story, that there was a time on earth where all of the gods that we worship today took the form of the female reproductive system. He don't know this knowledge. He don't know that. If you look at my old Her Story videos, you can see the thumbnail on them. I've been teaching this for a long time. Let's look at the thumbnails, man. Watch this. Let's look at the thumbnails. Look at the thumbnails and tell me what you see right there. You see the female uterus, right? You see the, let me zoom out. You're gonna see the female reproductive system right there. You see it? The female uterus. And I was teaching how that's what Christ is. Christ is saying, everybody gotta be born again through me. What I was teaching was everyone is gonna be born again through their mother. You exist in many parallel realities, and the gateway to the earth is in between the legs of the woman.
Who here likes Bro Sanchez? Who here likes Bro Sanchez's sound effects with "That's right, that's right"? Does anyone here like Bro Sanchez? Over 587 watching. Almost 600 people watching his shit live. Does anyone here like Bro Sanchez with his little sound effect? That's right. That's right. He hits the button for his little sound effects throughout the show. That's his explosion button. That it's the same thing as what Ian uses with the explosion. Bro Sanchez loves the sound effects. He's got a little soundboard beside him to play with.
So a lot of young brothers, they don't really want to learn this stuff. They just want to pander to women and go viral. But let me teach you something. All of the women that's getting behind this, and the brothers, y'all are weirdos. It is a pink power cult that is a detriment. It goes against balance. It's satanic. It is anti-ancestral. If our ancestors heard this, they'll laugh. They wouldn't want to associate with any of you because it's imbalance. Our ancestors created one of the oldest spiritual systems on earth. And excuse me, did I say systems? Our ancestors created one of the oldest spiritual symbols on earth. There's no older spiritual symbol than the yin yang. And you know what the yin yang represent? Man and woman. There was never a time on earth where the yin existed without the yang. And now, if this brother can show me a time on earth, right, where the yin existed, but the yang didn't exist, then I can consider what he's saying. I can be like, hey, maybe that was a time on earth, right, where men didn't exist, because I'm looking at the oldest spiritual symbol and it's just the yin without the yang. Now, I would scratch my head on that. I would say, look, man, I just found the symbol of the yin without the yang. What if men is new to the earth? Now, that'll be a reach, that'll be a big reach just because I found the yin symbol without the yang. But it'll be a theory. It'll be something to think about. But but this is something you would have to do. For you to say that was a time where there was no men, you actually saying that was a time in the universe when there was no masculine energy. Bro, that time don't exist. The universe is a result of yin and yang coming together, just like Sanchez. I'm a result of my mama and daddy getting it on in that bedroom, sir. That's right. And I think that's a beautiful thing. I don't want to picture a world where you got beautiful women walking around and no men mating with them. How is that a utopia in y'all's imagination? Because y'all ain't balanced. That's right. You're not balanced. The ancestors spoke about opposites attracting, the law of polarity. There's a reason why the sun is paired with the moon. There's a reason why the sun ain't lonely without a companion. That's right. Even the cosmic luminaries above us mate with each other. Even heavenly bodies come in masculine stars and feminine stars, bro. If you study stars, you know that some of them stars are masculine, some of them are feminine. They frequency, the way they glow, the color patterns, the way they move, yeah, that's a feminine star. Yep, that's a boy star. These forces have always existed, man. You ain't gonna never find a time where yin didn't have yang, and yang didn't have yin, and sun didn't have moon. And a lot of young brothers are trying to go viral quick, but pandering to women is such a... Here is the womb of a woman. Here is the cobblestone cube. Before they turned it into the cube, it was the womb of a woman. It's all feminine practices that come from our ancestors. And let me show you another one that I brought up. Then I just bring up, the Vesica Pisces. Let's pull up Jesus coming out the womb, constant at all time. That's a law of energy. Energy got to stay in motion, his brothers and sisters. Life, the sine wave.
So for people that praise, he calls it the womb. When he's showing a vagina, he's calling it a womb. The womb is inside the woman. The womb isn't the same thing as the vagina. But anyway, the vagina is the womb, and the vagina are the gateway to entering this realm. So if they're so sacred, they're bringing you into a hell realm. No, I'm not blaming women. I'm not blaming women's bodies. I enjoy sex with women. All right. That's not the point. The point is they're worshiping and praising the wrong stuff again in this matrix. These, quote, truth channels like Bro Sanchez, they think it's great to just have sex and have babies and bring more and more in here, but they don't realize this is bringing beings into a matrix. They just don't realize it. They're so stupid. He's a fucking idiot that can hit buttons on a soundboard. But that's how people come into this place. So they want you to be fruitful and multiply, it says in the Bible. Be fruitful and multiply. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Because they want more slaves. They want more food. They want more fruit to eat. Okay? I'll put it here. Be fruitful and multiply. is in gospel. The go spell of the Bible to put you under a spell to create more fruit, aka food, for the entities to eat here, to feast upon. That's the thing. That's why they want you to be fruitful and multiply, just like they want their cattle to breed. They're eating you. That's why sometimes you feel like low energy. You're being feasted upon. All right? I'm not saying this to scare you. I'm saying this to prepare you. And I know that rhymes, but sometimes rhymes help people remember things. I'm not in this realm to scare you if you're a good spirit. If you're a demon, then I hope you're terrified of me. Good. Be terrified. I'm coming after you, demons. But if you're a good spirit, I'm here to prepare you. That's all I can do. Now, when you watch these other channels, would you follow them? Like, what kind of leaders are they when they're pushing shit? They're pushing shit. Like the ancestors. Who gives a fuck about the quote ancestors that were here 10,000 years ago? It's not that I hate them, but what did they help me with? I'm not here to impress the ancestors. I'm not here to worship any gods or goddesses. I'm not here to praise and worship. I'm my own being. These other channels always push this god and goddess bullshit. Fuck that. Fuck that, bro Sanchez. Fool. Fool. He's a fool. That's what he is. Sorry, that's my straw. That's my stainless steel straw in my Guinness pint glass that my girlfriend gave me. And it has my name engraved on it. It has my love, Stephen, on it from my girlfriend. And that's my favorite glass. It says Guinness on it with the Guinness logo. It's a pint glass, but I often use it for Coke Zero. I don't drink that much Guinness anymore, or beer or alcohol. Now and then I might indulge or imbibe in a drink or two, but not that often. But Bro Sanchez is a fool, absolutely. I don't want to get off track here. I hate paper straws. Once they went to paper straws, I was like, fuck this. I'm buying a set of stainless steel, different sizes, ones that are straight, ones that are tall, ones that are short, ones that are bent. Got a whole set of them. Not very expensive either. Well worth it. That's what I use. Once they went to paper straws with everything, I was like, fuck that. They get wet, they get soggy, they're gross. I don't want that. I like the stainless steel. You just wash them, reuse them. Who has gods, lords, rulers, masters? Only slaves. Only slaves. Only slaves have gods, lords, rulers, masters. That includes goddesses too, by the way. That includes saying, oh, Mother Earth, Gaia, Gaia. They call Earth the mother. They call Earth the heart. Bro Sanchez calls Earth the womb and talks about planting seeds to grow trees or seeds to grow fruit or vegetables, crops. All this earth worship, okay? You're worshiping the fucking prison. You're worshiping the prison. So my message tonight is stop the praise and worship. Now, do I like it when a beautiful woman that I love gets down on her knees and worships me in a sexual way? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I had to throw that in there just for levity's sake. But I do. I do. I do enjoy sex. But is that spiritual worship? Is that me saying I'm your Lord and Master? No. No, I'm not doing that. Some people misunderstand the whole harem thing in my kingdom. I'm not here to be worshiped as a god or praised. I'm here to show you what a true king should be. I'm leading by example. I don't worship and praise goddesses and gods or so-called goddesses, so-called gods, lords, rulers, masters, creators, whatever. I am my own being, sovereign. I am my own individual, eternal, magical, spiritual being. I'm not getting down on my knees to fucking worship and praise anything. Okay? I'm leading by example, which a lot of these YouTubers don't do. If you notice, Jack Talcott, for example, talks about socialism. He has his fucking hand out for money every day, all the time. He talks about being against the money system when he begs for shekels every fucking day. Do you not see the contradictions and the hypocrisy? He talks about benevolent socialism while he has his hand out, wanting your money that you work for. Do you not understand? I hope you do. I know some of you do for sure. I know that. But not everyone that comes here does. Okay? Not everyone understands this stuff. Real men don't beg for shekels on YouTube. On YouTube. So he's not leading by example. What he's doing is being a total hypocrite, which every fucking communist, socialist government has been anywhere. They get rich and they take your money from you. And they live the high life like Stalin and others and the quote elite of communist governments. And they shit on you and steal your money and steal your land and you own nothing. And they get their living from you. And that's Jack Talcott. He's a piece of shit. Stop worshiping. Stop praising. Stop worshiping Earth, whether you call it Mother Earth, the heart, the womb, Gaia, all these different names. It doesn't give a fuck about you or your family, your siblings, your sisters, brothers, your cousins, your children, if you have children, grandchildren. It doesn't give a fuck. And I'm not saying that to be mean or cruel. I'm saying it because it's true. And once you realize that, you'll say, why was I ever worshiping this shit? I shouldn't be worshiping this thing that I stand on, this thing that I pee on. That's the reality. It doesn't care for you. Just because we're here doesn't mean it's caring. All right? Just like there's children in homes, unfortunately, and this is horrible. And I show it quite often on my channel. Not every day, because I don't want you to get traumatized by it and worn out by it. But there's children right now being abused in homes. And they like to believe, a lot of times, the traumatized children, that there's something there that's going to care for them, whether it's a God, a Mother Earth, or a step parent or their parent. And they don't have someone. And this is demonic, the demonic nature of this realm, where they have no one caring in their life. No one. And they're being abused in this realm and by their family. This is not a caring place. There's millions that are being abused in this place. They prove what I'm saying. All the evidence is on my side of the argument that this is not a caring place. And these other channels want to convince you of something that is a lie. Okay? Other channels want to convince you of a huge lie, that Mother Earth cares, Gaia cares, the heart Earth cares, the womb earth cares. God and the goddess care. There's no fucking evidence here in this hell realm to support the shit they spew. It doesn't add up or match up with reality. Okay? And I'm saying that as I'm typing. I can multitask. I can speak that and type it at the same time. It's remarkable for a male because they claim that men can't multitask, that women are fantastic at multitasking, but men can't do it, according to Lolita. Men have a single track mind, according to her, and men are simpletons with 30 to 60% lower IQ. Oh man, good thing I hit the mute button. I had to sneeze really loud. Knocked over a few ghost cities in China and a whole bay full of junk boats. God damn. Anyway, I'm trying to get you to see. I want you to, if you look at these other channels, say to yourself, does it match up with reality? It's not about bias or hatred or even can't standing Bro Sanchez's voice. I hate his voice too. But what they spew doesn't match up with reality. This is a place of suffering. Okay, I'm going to type this. This is a place of suffering. Prove me fucking wrong if you can, demons. And they can't do it. They can't do it. This place is designed to create suffering. We're in a bad place, a dark place. We're in a dark place. So by facing the truth, I'm helping you realize, okay, this is a dark place. I don't want to be here anymore. This is my last time here. I'm not coming back. That's the best thing you can do for yourself, to choose freedom. Now, if you don't acknowledge that this place is bad, chances are you'll come back because you'll be leaving this place thinking, oh, it's not too bad. Some of these channels make a point that it's good, that Earth cares about us, that there's a goddess or a god and a goddess, and there's a Jesus, and there's this character, and there's a Buddha, and there's a Krishna, and there's a blah 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 blah. And it's okay. It's not perfect, but it's not what King Stephen says. It's not a place of suffering, evil, and child abuse. But it is. They won't look at the truth. And that's all I'm asking people to do. I'm just trying to help you out. I'm trying to help you see what it is so that at least you stand a good chance of getting out. Those who don't examine the truth here and face reality, in my view, my humble opinion, don't stand a chance of getting out. I think it's beyond an opinion, though. I want to rephrase that, revise that. In my view, based on evidence and based on logic and reason, I think the ones that get recycled have not faced where they are. That's a big step that is mandatory, in my view, of getting out of here. You have to face where you are. You have to look around this place and face it and say, okay, I don't like it. I wish it wasn't this way, but this is a hell realm created and designed to make us suffer, to use us, to trick us, to deceive us, to use us, to make us suffer with illnesses, diseases, traumas, grieving, losing loved ones, losing our pets, our parents. We watch our parents die, siblings, friends, other family. We watch people suffer, and it pains us, it hurts us. Excuse me. It's awful. A lot of this place is awful. Just knowing that there's children suffering hurts my spirit. And I know a lot of people want to change it and say, don't you mean your heart, Stephen? It hurts your heart. It hurts that organ in your chest. That's what the New Agers want. They don't want you to ever think of yourself as a spirit. They want it to be all your heart, all your heart, all your heart. Well, why not your liver or your spleen or your pancreas or your kidneys? You have two of those. Most people are born with two. There's a few rare exceptions where someone's only born with one kidney and they can function in most cases. But the majority of people are born with two kidneys. Do you praise and worship your kidney and say, oh, I really feel that in my kidneys. I feel that in my bladder. I feel it in my spleen. I feel it in my pancreas. I feel that right in my liver. No, people don't do that. I feel it in my lungs. I feel it in an organ in my skull, my brain. No. They teach you it's all about the heart. Well, could that be a deception? Because I think the organ, your heart, is going to be here, buried in the ground or turned to dust or rotting away somewhere or underwater if you drown. And it'll decompose that way or be eaten by sea life. But it's an organ, it's meat, it's flesh, just like your liver. People don't like that. They don't like that. They want to talk about your heart. Well, I don't think you're carrying your heart with you. And some of these channels say, and I'd like to believe that we take our heart with us. They're so programmed by this heart program, heart programming. Now, don't get me wrong. Don't twist it and say, well, Stephen's telling us to be heartless. No, I'm not. I'm not. Especially not in the way that some of you mean it that way. I'm just saying you don't seem to value your other organs in your body, just the heart. And they'll say, well, I don't mean that by the heart. I don't mean the organ. I mean something else. Well, can you describe it? My spirit feels things. I'm not so sure my heart really feels things. I think it's working away to put blood throughout this body, this meat suit. Maybe you fell for another program. Maybe that's what it is. Because they put hearts all over Hallmark cards and everywhere. Maybe you fell for another program. And maybe a lot of people are too stubborn and egotistical to admit it. Maybe that's the case. Could be. I'm just putting some possibilities out there for people to ponder. I'm not saying that I know that 100%. But I'm putting out some possibilities to break down the programming so that you can see, oh, okay, maybe that's why New Agers say all you need is your heart. Shut off your mind, empty your mind. Don't think, don't use thoughts like Ian is pushing for the past so many months and others. He's not the only one. He's not the only one doing that. They don't want you to use your mind. They never talk about your spirit. It's not interesting. Maybe that's a way that they can control you. It's just something to consider. That's how I look at it. They're trying to control you. Now, do you want them to control you? Do you want to allow them to control you? Is that what you want? Is that what you want? What you want? What you want? We have 188 subscribers now on El Diablo Radio International. And that's great. I remember it wasn't that long ago that we hit 100 subs. We're now at 188, and 88 is a magical number. So I'm enjoying that it's 188. I like that. I like that it's 188. Now I'm going to share something before I forget here, before I get rambling on too far. I don't want to forget. Here it is. This post. Hello. I'm curious. Why do you watch my channel? Please leave your answers / thoughts here in the comments. Thanks. Feedback matters. Freedom matters. Truth matters. Got 20 likes on this. 14 comments. I'm going to sort. I'm going to sort by the newest. Bobby's newest comment said, I watch your channel because you are the real deal. You speak the truth, giving me and others hope and an immense amount of empowerment. You show great care to all good spirits and expose those not so great. A true warrior spirit. I want truth, freedom, and I want to end this matrix. You provide it all. I will continue to support you throughout. Your channel is important. Thank you very much, Bobby. I appreciate that. I waited till now to hit the like and give the heart response here. Notice that's part of YouTube as well. The heart. Now, why would YouTube be using that, right? What I mean by it is support and loving what you said and being appreciative and grateful for the comment. But you notice YouTube uses the heart. It's all throughout our society and culture and social media and everywhere, right? Ren said, Blue Puddles is Ren, one of our moderators. To develop, empower, heal, and prepare my spirit. The wild, spiritual, magical warrior I am is readying and no longer bound to or by anything here. You have given me hope and you continue to provoke me to learn, see, and understand more. To expand my understanding of where I am, who I am, and what I am. To expand my understanding of what has been done, not only to myself, but just as importantly, to other good spirits here. The knowledge and wisdom you have imparted thus far is beyond priceless. That what you share, what you do, and your intentions, there are no words to accurately express my appreciativeness of you. Have never encountered anyone so caring and have never encountered anyone so forthright and intentional in exposing and speaking truths the way you do. The battle you are already fighting here, the battle that is nearing, they know what is to come. Thank you, Mad Love. Thank you very much, Ren. Again, Ren is one of our mods. So is Bobby. So far we've got 2 moderators. Peter Steele's Ghost. Because you knock the demon's ego down a peg. Because you talk about unique concepts like species of spirit, sealing demons into this realm, and address race and gender psyops that other channels won't touch. Here. I agree, they won't. Because you're not a coward or a grifter like all the others. Thank you very much to Peter Steele's Ghost. I appreciate your comment. And I appreciate you noticing things that are different here on my channel. I think that's important to notice the differences other channels won't touch. I love that because that is the truth. They won't go near it. They won't talk about race, gender. They won't expose these things. They'll pretend that, oh, it's just color and, oh no, white people, you can't say the N-word, but my black viewers can come on here and say nigga and whatever. And just, they're just cowards. They're spineless jellyfish. They're grifters. They're doing it for money. They're creatures. They're demons. Louise wrote, when I found your channel, I knew within seconds you were speaking the truth. Your work has been the catalyst for my spiritual growth, understanding, and strength. I am and will be forever loyal. Sorry, I messed that up. So I'll read it again the way she wrote it. I am and will be forever loyal. The peace and courage you have given me is priceless, and your work and effort precious. Thank you for all you do and your generosity. Mad love. Mad love to you, Louise. Thank you very much for your comment. And I love that. I love her perspective, which she says, when I found your channel, I knew within seconds you were speaking the truth. That quickly. Right away. She could tell. And you know what? Because she was using her spirit. Her spirit was showing her. It wasn't just her eyes or ears or the meat suit. Her spirit recognized immediately the truth. And she said this before. Louise has been very consistent saying this very thing. Did she recognize the truth? Right away. Right away in seconds. And I love that. I love that she said that. I love that she was able to do that. I wish everyone would come here and be able to do that. It isn't that way, of course. There's people that take weeks, months. So there's people that have been here for 6 months or a year or longer, and they don't get it. They still don't realize that I'm speaking the truth. I think it's a spiritual thing, either a spiritual blockage or a spiritual difference where they're a species of spirit where they can't relate to anything I'm saying. I might as well be talking underwater, and what they hear me saying is like they don't understand anything that I'm saying, anything. And I mean that. They walk away after over a year, and there's been many, and they understand nothing. They didn't learn or understand or comprehend is a better word. They didn't comprehend anything. No messages here at all. They've got nothing out of it. And I suspect that they're so vastly different from what I am that they can't do it. Or they have an entity attachment or a spiritual blockage, something interfering. Tyler Kong, some of my earliest memories include, I'm not from this world. This is excellent as well. See, I love these different perspectives, just like Louise knew within seconds that I was speaking the truth because her spirit was showing her. Tyler says that some of his earliest memories include that he's not from this world. That's the same as me. I knew it. Those are my earliest memories. I don't belong here. Exactly. This place was created by a sick mind. Almost exactly what I've known the whole time. So there are beings in this realm that relate. Things seem to get crazier every year, and most people go along with it, like everything is normal. Exactly. I've never met anyone in person who sees this world the same way I do. Well, we haven't met in person, but I see what you just said there, Tyler. I do see what you said. I also wanted to add, he wrote, I've researched every conspiracy theory imaginable, hundreds of them, spent thousands of hours. I know more, but I'm still in this hell realm. It is nice to find someone who gets it. All on one channel, free of charge, not asking for donations or handouts. Exactly. Glad that is noticed and acknowledged. My memory is not limited to this lifetime, most of which weren't human. I can tell anyone reading this, I did not consent to this torture of an existence, and that I would never choose to come here voluntarily. And that's important that he said this, because a lot of these channels say, you chose this. Darius J. Wright, Forever Con Man, a lot of them. A lot of these channels push that shit. Well, we chose this. You all chose this. Bullshit. I don't remember choosing this, and neither does Tyler. Don't know if this comment will appear. Over half of the ones I leave on TSM never do. Well, this one thankfully did, Tyler. I love that comment. I love both of your comments that you wrote. Thank you very much for commenting. Trace said, for my spiritual growth, thank you. Other reasons too, to support you in exposing the demons. I'm liking all these comments. Looks like that one posted twice. I'm going to help seal them. Thank you very much. Mad love to you, Trace. And this is Manny, All Blacks. I watch your channel is because I know it's my last chance to get out. It's now or never, and it's empowering my spirit. My life is changing, and I have hope again, and that's awesome. To better myself in spirit and mind, this place is going to get worse, and you will then be filled with deep regret. Also want to free other good spirits. Thank you, Manny. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, and thanks for commenting. And that's the truth. As far as I or anyone else can tell, this place is getting worse, and it's on a downward spiral, you might say. Oh, I already love these ones. I must have been yesterday. I watched your channel to learn. I appreciate your thoughts on this realm. I listen for information to help me process and reflect my thoughts and future my spirit. Okay. Thank you very much, TG. And this is M. This is M. You've seen M once in a while in comments and sometimes in the chat as well. M wrote, because you are knowledgeable, has wisdom to give freely, and most importantly, I knew nothing about the concept of reincarnation soul trap until I found your channel. I would say that I would have easily been recycled back into this hell realm had it not been for your work and my finding your YouTube channel. Now I might stand a chance. You will, to free my spirit. And should life after death exist, bracket, unfortunately, I've never had so far any supernatural experiences to refer to. Again, thank you. Thank you, Stephen, for your work. Thumbs up and flowers. I'm sure you've seen the thumbs up and flowers from M on various comments for, I want to say, over a year, maybe 2 years. M is a longtime viewer of my channel. I forgot to like it earlier, but she already has the heart. So these were the comments, and that's part of why I wanted people to leave comments on here. Thank you very much for the ones that left comments. I appreciate it, because I did plan to read them this way, and that's what I did do. And I wanted people to understand in words other people's perspectives and reasons for watching my content, for being here, and what they see, and if it's helped them, and just their perspective. I think this is good. So I wanted to share that with everyone before I forget. That's part of what I wanted to do. No problem. M, it's good to see you. I just back to the chat now. It's great to have you here, M. Good to see you. Good to have everyone here. Oh, Trace said that she knew within seconds. I'm scrolling through the chat now. That's awesome that you knew within seconds that I'm speaking the truth. There are people that have come to my channel from all over this realm, from United States, Canada, Germany, the UK, Indonesia, Asia, all different places in Asia, India. We have watchers and we have people watching from India. We have people from all over, from Russia, from the Czech Republic. I've chatted with people on here, from here to China, from here to New Zealand, from all over this place, all over Europe. There's some in South America. There are people here from all over. And there are people that came out of the New Age. There are people that came out of Jehovah's Witnesses, Catholicism. There are people that have found my channel from all sorts of places, and they were coming out of programming channels. They were coming out of Team Evil channels. I don't hold it against people wherever you came from. Somebody could crawl out of a trash can as a homeless bum and say, you know what, I want to clean up my act. I want to do better. I want to learn. What you're saying here makes sense, and I don't hold it against you. I mean, sometimes I might tease you, some of you that came from Ian's channel or came from, I might make a couple jokes now and then, but it's not done out of meanness. I also might not trust you at first. You might have to prove yourself the first month or two that you're here, because there are people that come from these channels that try to fool me and try to pretend, and they're not good. They're just spies. So that happens too. They try to worm their way into the inner circle here. So pardon me if I test you, but I have to do that because there's a lot of disloyal, two-faced turncoats that come around. Thank you very much, Salty. Salty wrote, I'll put it here. Your channel is cathartic in that you vocalize what I've thought, pondered, and known. Plus, you've helped me refine my spirit in ways I cannot put into words. Real truth. And you're priceless, forever grateful. Thank you very much. I love that, Salty Siren. Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to say again, YouTube does hide comments, not only in the chat, but on my videos, and on the community posts. It's quite often. This has been going on for over 2 years, including my comments now and then. It used to happen to me a lot more than it does now for some reason, but it hid a lot of my responses to people. I'd type like 2 paragraphs, like a big long comment to someone, and I'd be typing for a while and send it, reply, and it would be gone immediately. So if it's just a glitch, why has it existed for over 2 years? People say, well, it's just a glitch. If it's just a bug with YouTube software, why the fuck haven't they fixed it? When YouTube is owned by Google, it's the same company, huge company. They have thousands of programmers working for them, coders. They can't fix that? Does that not show something to you? It does to me. The YouTube glitches that people say it's just a glitch, just a bug. You know, bugs get fixed or used to be fixed in software and websites and apps, but they no longer are, apparently. Isn't that something weird? They used to be. I've been into computers for decades. So people that use the stupid excuse it's a bug or a glitch, I don't buy it. It's been ongoing on my channel for over 2 years. They would have fixed that shit in less than a month, maybe in a week. Okay? In a week of it being reported. It's been going on for years. Years. So I don't buy it. I don't buy any of that. I don't buy the so-called glitch when they lower my views on my videos, on my live streams. I could have a live stream that's, let's say, at 1,300 views, and all of a sudden it's at 800. Or I have a short video that's got 1,950 views right off the bat, and then I come back a couple hours later, 2 hours later, and it's at 1,600 or 1,700. It's like, what happened to the 250 views? It backpedaled. I went down 250 views. How's that possible? How the fuck is that possible to lose 250 views? Figure it out. They fuck around with the views. And then they shut it off. They stop it at 1,700, and it's like shut down for days where I barely get 2 views on a video, a short video that was taking off and ready. I won't say go viral, not millions, but it's set to go for thousands. It's set to reach thousands of people. I'm trying to reach people here. I don't get paid for the views, for the ones that do the Creep Alley thing where she says, he wants more views because he's making all this money off YouTube. Hey, dummy, my channel's not monetized. You make money on YouTube by ads. I don't have ads on my shorts, on my videos, on my live streams, anywhere. I have it toggled, not monetized. I've never applied to be monetized on any of my channels. The ones that are currently running and the ones that are terminated. Never. I don't need your money. I don't need YouTube's money. I'm not going to subject my audience to ads popping up at all. At all. At all. I don't need YouTube money. I don't need it. I don't want it. I don't want your money. No donations are accepted. Quite the opposite of begging for shekels. I don't need your money. I don't want it. I don't accept it. Everything about my channel is by design. It's different from evil. It's different from the greedy, the shekels beggars. And it's going to remain different. Here we go. If you have extra money to spare, please consider donating to your local food bank or children's charity or local animal care services for dogs and cats. Thank you. Excuse me. I almost burped there from Coke Zero. Excuse me. And I'm going to put this on the ticker here. All right. All right. As that Tommy Truth Dodger says, right, guys. All right, guys. There's some real weirdos in this realm. I don't want your money. That's nothing personal. I don't need it. I don't want it. But I'm not needy. There are some in this realm that are needy. Don't help the greedy. Help the needy if you can. If you can spare it, it's a good thing to do. It's a good, kind gesture to make to help the needy. Don't give it to greedy YouTubers. Don't give them super chats, and they're greedy. All right? They're greedy. They're lazy. They're greedy demons. Tell them to get a job. Tell them to stop being lazy. Help the needy, not the greedy. Help the needy, not the greedy. I used to have this ticker going all the time, and sometimes I forget. Thank you very much, Trace. That's beautiful. I love that. I really do. Beautifully done. Yes, I think you had found my channel 2 years ago. Trace has been here for the long haul. And she's one of the ones that I think about quite often on my channel when I'm out wandering in the woods and making some of my hiking videos, or if Trace has not been around for a while, she'll cross my mind. I'll think of Trace and hope that she's doing well. We've gotten to know people here through my channel over the years and what they go through and struggles and illnesses and family, and it's always good to be able to help someone in need and help out where we can. And I don't respect these greedy asshole demons on YouTube that always have their hand out for money to put in their pocket because they don't want to get a job. Like Jack Talcott, for example. He comes to mind. He's not the only one. Flow State, Paul the Slave. I mean, there's lots of them on here. YouTube is full of these creatures. They're greedy. Shekels beggars. Oh, Zatoichi that took $200 to ban me. He was saying the other day, I think it was in his live stream yesterday, that he's ordering computer parts. He got the money to buy his computer from donations from people. He scrounged together the money.
Of his life.
Sorry, Zad. I didn't mean to.
No, it's all right. I'm kidding.
I know
But
you
buy
are.
a cord, dude, because we need to hear that thing.
I'm gonna get a cord tomorrow. So
Are you going to be
Okay.
able to even hear it with that amp?
Yeah, with the amp that he bought.
Yeah, they'll be able to hear it. It's not a big amp, but it's enough
it's-
to
I mean,
put out some
okay, so like
sound.
a personal.
If it's
audio
20
system.
watts, we can hear it. It'll be loud enough at 20 watts because guitar, it takes nothing to be loud.
Fuck
Bass.
that. Get a 1,000-watt fucking. Actually, go a little bit higher than that.
1,000
Blow everybody's
watt.
fucking eardrums out.
I only have 500 for the bass, and it's fucking loud enough that it shakes my goddamn heaters when I'm playing
Isn't
the registers.
Oh, I couldn't even tell you what mine is. I think it's like a 250.
And it's only halfway up. Not even.
No,
500.
I don't know what day. One of these days, he announced that he. Anyway, I don't give a shit about Zatoichi. He has me banned. He won't let me on the stage. He was begging for shekels to get a new computer. It's a great idea, Salty Siren. There might be a local. Keep it local if you can. There might be a local toy drive. The reason I always mention local to people is because the big charities are often scams, Red Cross and stuff like that. They'll get $500 million and they'll build like a couple shacks in Haiti. Anyway, they a lot of these huge charities, they steal your money. That's how I look at it. And they pay the CEO $800,000 salary a year, stuff like that. It's just your money's going to pay people. But if it's a local charity and you give a toy, that child gets toys for Christmas. That makes a real difference. It's not putting money in some rich CEO's pockets. If you get what I'm saying, you don't get scammed. And if you give money to a local food bank or food, you collect food, give them, pasta, dried goods, canned food, canned vegetables, canned soup, or canned whatever, it's not going to perish. You're feeding children. You're feeding hungry children where you live. You're doing good and it's not being wasted. You're not getting scammed by these big charities. So the demons will say, why doesn't he post links to big international charities? Well, that's the reason. I don't want people on my channel getting scammed. And I don't want to tell you where to donate exactly. I'd rather you help locally where you live than donate to Africa, for example, or whatever, or Haiti. Help locally. And they try to be critical of these demons on channels. They're pieces of shit. They're critical of me when I don't ask for donations. I ask people if you have extra money to give to the needy, not the greedy. And they try to criticize that. Why doesn't he post links for big donation, for big charities? That's the reason. That's the reason. That's excellent, Trace. When you know that the toys are given out, when you know that the food is given out, that's the thing. It's right there. If I sent $1,000 to some African charity, let's say, to help the little Negroes or Niglets in Zimbabwe or Ethiopia, do I know who gets the money? If I just send $1,000, whether it's US or Canadian currency, to some African country, do I know that any of it's going to help, even a penny or a dollar of it? Do I know that it's going to help any little Negroes over there? No. It could go to the government. It could go to the charity. Could steal it. That goes on all the time. A lot of them are scams. So I encourage people to help locally. And what Trace did is perfect. That's perfect, okay? I love that. I love that. That's exactly the way to do it. So anyway, avoid the big international charities because a lot of them, most of the money just gets eaten up and not a lot of it goes to help anyone. And that's criminal. That's demonic that they're stealing from people to get rich themselves. Here's Talcott's shit show.
Problem unless you address all the problems.
Thank you. And the fact is, what I'm suggesting is rather than just, she's on the right track, but she sits here and wants to diminish me, disrespect me, yell at me. Why? Because I
Jack, hold on, Jack. We were just
I'm
talking
positive.
about the ego. It sounds like you're a bit heavy on the ego right now. I gotta be honest with you.
Hey, Signal, you're not really reading.
Think about what I'm saying.
I did.
The ego.
Hey, Signal, my ego is here, as is my spirit. Why don't you sit back and pay attention? Okay? I appreciate you cautioning me. You know, watch the ego, Jack. That's what I'll take from that.
Can I say something?
Yeah, please. Welcome.
So I was like watching the stream for a little bit, and Chuck did have a good point, but like you kind of like didn't like what Chuck said. Chuck said like, why don't you look at like if it's a war, there's both sides of the war. Why don't you look at the other side? Like, why do you only show like the Palestinians getting hurt? Why don't you look at what the Israelis are going through?
In all fairness, there's a lot more Palestinians getting hurt than Israelis. But that's mostly why I jumped up here to kind of clarify who Chuck is talking about. Because the Israeli guy was on my stream, and he wasn't like, I've known him for a long time, since before he was in this position, and we've paneled up a lot. So it'd be like if you joined the military, right, and then came back to my panel. He wasn't out here spreading propaganda, or that's not his role. He was just stationed up and joined a panel that he's been on. So
well, that is true. I will agree with what you're saying, Powder Dusty. But at the end of the day, too, I will say something, and don't take this as disrespect, but I'll say it to everybody that's like over here preaching about Palestine. If you guys care about Palestine so much, why don't you guys go fight with them?
How about you? Before I get disrespectful,
I'm just saying, I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just asking a question.
How about this? Jack. Why don't you made your point, and I Doing a live stream today. So people hanging out and having fun is fine when the work is done.
Oh, is that fine? When I come over there, I get kicked off in like 2 seconds. You're a lying piece of shit, Jack. You're not fooling people. And the more you do it, the more I'm going to expose you to more and more people. They're going to see through you.
Many people choose to think that their work is done, their family's taken care of, and they
Almost. You're just delusional.
it's
Jack,
usually your behavior.
Jack, do you really believe that the mainstream media gives no attention to the environment?
Here's what I know, Daisy.
Meet with you. I'm sorry. If he ever does, please get his.
So he had Noelle on there, Lazy Daisy. Lazy Daisy.
Get me on the phone.
She has terrible audio. She chain smokes. She's drunk all the time. She always has an American flag type of shirt, clothing. She's fat. She's loud. She's rude. She's crass.
Got these people up. You circle. You just circle and circle. And I've told you this how many months ago. Why do you keep these people up here? Why are you you're delusional? Almost.
Daisy,
you're just delusional.
May I speak? Can I have your...
So does he do that with anyone else? Does he do that with me? No. He has patience for some, no patience for others. The bias of Jack Talcott will be part of his downfall.
Permission,
Yes.
can you pause?
Yes, Jack. Speak.
Something's going on with your audio too, your connection. It's not coming through as clear. So here's what I know, Daisy. Here's what I know, Daisy.
It's not mine, it's yours.
How about I mute you so I can talk? Is that fair?
Well, I mean, the audio.
Oh, there, the static is gone as well. Isn't that fascinating? So, holy cows. Daisy, you're not here. You said things. Hello, I'm trying.
The static is not gone.
Holy cows. Daisy,
You're a
unless
liar. It's your shit.
Hello. Unless you listen to me, you're never going to hear anything different than what you've been saying. And
so
just like you,
the lies and don't worry about that.
I tried having an adult conversation, and I failed.
Well, you always fail because you don't try hard enough.
What would I have done? What could I have done different?
Well, Daisy is a challenge. Daisy is a challenge, but maybe you're getting your God smacks because you've spent weeks not letting me speak. You laugh like G.W. Bush. I'm surprised you can't get in with the president. Jack, another thing. Jack, just like wars to the end is biblical, global warming is also biblical. Why do you think all these antichrist leaders like Bill Gates and people are trying to block out the sun? Why do you think Zuckerberg's making his little bunker place in Hawaii? No, don't nod along because you don't agree.
Did you see the new TikTok antichrist guy?
I don't TikTok. TikTok is for faggots and boomers, and you're
There's
both.
a bunch of YouTubers talking about him. That's where I found it.
Well, there's a bunch of YouTubers talking about me, and when they talk about you, they laugh.
Well, here you brought up the signs of the end. There's literally a dude who's claiming the title. He's the next Jesus and the next.
There's always been that.
I can't remember the right name for the others.
I mean, you borderline that.
No,
you can't decide. You could not decide which biblical story character you wanted to most embody. You're literally garbage. Like Job. No. My life's like Jesus. No. I'm like Noah. No, I'm all of them. I'm Abraham.
Tom, I've literally said there's similarities to many different stories with me.
And you were wrong about all of them because you don't get more infuriated than when I read that book to you. It's because there's a Kundalini demon in you.
Your conclusion is inaccurate.
Copy paste. Stop. No. There's no details to that. And then once you boot me off of here, you'll tell Daisy to be specific and detailed. Like, you're literally still spiraling. You're a wreck, Jack.
Tom, you make the claim that you get put away or that I get angry when you bring up scripture. That is not accurate.
Yeah, you also get angry at truth. You also get angry at truth.
Oh,
It's not that you're angry. It's not that you're angry at the scripture. You're angry that me showing you scripture disproves that you understand the Bible and are living that.
Just because
he shook his head no. What do I ever do against the no head shake? Oh, you're dominating out here.
Dude, ask me instead of narrating and complaining.
See, now you're fucking up so bad. When you share G. Abbott saying this is great, I'm only enabled now. She's enabling me when you share that, Jack. I'm smarter. I'm smarter. I'm stronger. I'm better.
Than who?
I am better.
You are. You're stronger and better than many.
By the grace of God, showed by countless.
Hold on a second, everyone. Benevolent socialism.
Oh, there, the static is gone as well. Isn't that fascinating? So, holy cows. And greed. Holy shit, this is for community welfare. This definition.
Benevolent Socialism by Jack Talcott. Benevolent Socialism.
So tell you what, let's get back
drunk
to
anymore.
Let's get back.
So yeah.
Back to the
Just drink
fact.
beer for fun now.
I don't have to do this again.
Jack, fucking do it.
We want to hear it.
Ego.
Jack, we want to hear it. We want to hear it. We want to hear it.
If you want to hear it, you'll shut the fuck up.
Fucking go then, Jack.
Golly, jeez. All right, so
chug it.
Back to the facts.
Cheers.
What I'm talking about. Okay, the words are just pointing at it. If you think it's a lie, then you're not going to understand. Okay, benevolent. Marked by or disposed to doing good, organized for the purpose of doing good. Good is to be determined by what's relevant, right? So, socialism, a social and economic system advocating collective or governmental ownership and administration of resources for community welfare. This definition came from the book, but the idea in this is our social and economic system. Economic system being the method and means, the process in which we distribute our goods, our energy, our resources. So we have a social and distribution system that's based upon doing good. That's the whole goal. Why? When benevolence, goodness guides the society, the social patterns, compassion-driven governance and economics, they ensure everyone's needs are met without coercion or exploitation. When people have a job where they know they're doing good, they love doing their job.
That's not true.
Bullshit, you've never done a job then. Or maybe that's just it. Maybe you just worked
How many people did Mao kill?
Okay,
60
that's not
million.
what I'm
60 million.
suggesting. Right. If that was from
What's
people
benevolent
who gave-
about that? What's benevolent about that?
that clearly was not. That's not what I'm talking about. So why are you guys talking about that?
He's a socialist, right?
No. I don't. Holy shit. That doesn't have anything to do with what I'm offering.
Dude, you're trying to start a cult.
No, actually, what I'm really trying to do, I've been very clear of. I'm suggesting everyone turn to God. The way of Christ is how we are all supposed to be. This hanging out online, arguing and insulting isn't accomplishing shit. I mean, I was talking.
Jack, none of us are arguing. We're not insulting each other. We want to hear
We're
what you have
having
to
a
say.
discussion. We're having a
Honestly.
discussion.
But
Whenever
you're
it
not
wanna
comes
hear
to
what you have to say.
religion, listen, whenever it comes to religion and politics, it's always going to get a little bit heated. But we're having like a discussion, Jack.
But you're
Maybe
not
take your
actually.
ego out of it.
Actually, chill out with the assumptions, and you're repeatedly going there. Okay.
All right.
Because what I'm seeing is you're not paying attention to what I'm saying. Okay, which means you're not going to really consider what's being offered. You're just half paying attention, and then you go off in thoughts.
I'm listening.
And then I sit through all these arguments and nonsense. So here, let's breeze
Let's
through
continue the
this quick,
slideshow. Yeah, I'll be quiet.
just quickly. Because the intentions behind this, should this be achieved or attempted, it would eliminate poverty rather than the wealthy exploiting and attacking the poor, extorting from them. The poor, we can overcome it. We can reduce conflicts by meeting basic human needs. When basic human needs are met, there's less likely for crime, for rebellion, for all of this division. Truly, by cooperation, it encourages innovation, not competition. And it would create stable communities through compassion-based policies. Just like another organization I was kind of associating myself with was the Chambers of Compassion. The communities have chambers of commerce where the businesses work together. So communities can create these chambers of compassion as well, where the answers and solutions can come together. The key to benevolence, and this is the thing that's never been tried in society yet, honesty. True goodness, true benevolence requires openness, transparency, and integrity. And right now, lies and secrets, they prevent compassion from flourishing. We're missing out on what could happen. With
Jack, you ever read the book? You ever read the book The Giver?
What is it about?
You ever read that book, The Giver?
What is it about? See?
It's like this. It's like this. It's almost as like
feel like I'm
perfect
in a holding
society
cell.
where where like they have basically they have elders, right? And they can see everything. They're like all knowing, right? And they literally see everything, right? There's no
Signal.
right,
Nobody
no
gives a
secrets.
shit about that book.
Like, what are you?
Tell
What
us
are you
that,
like?
About that book.
Tell us that,
In
Dusty.
this fictional book, right? Even in this fictional book, it's not a perfect concept.
Yeah, Jack, you
right?
gotta let
In this
Daisy up if she's
sci-fi
in the back.
concept where
You gotta let Daisy
you
up,
have these people
Jack.
that have
Two
this
drunk guys at
power
once is too much.
that are able to think. Dusty, shut the fuck up. You're not even live, Buster. What are you doing? Not even live. You should be live right now. What are you doing?
We're all alive.
Go
We're
live,
all alive.
motherfucker.
What
Yeah,
do you
we're
mean?
all live,
All
motherfucker. Live, nigga.
Okay, cool. Tell us about your
Live.
book. This is book club now. Drunk book club. Let's go.
We all have
What are
different
you
opinions.
drinking, Dusty?
I think it's good to have different opinions on everything. I think it's good to have discussions about everything. Let's all just relax. We're not trying to argue with each other. Come on, we're having a discussion. We're not arguing with each other. Let's have a good discussion.
3 drunks. Damn.
Jack, are you understand your?
You know,
Jack,
me myself,
got
I'm
you, Jack.
Chivas. You know what I'm saying? Me myself,
Sig,
I'm Chivas.
calm down,
You know what I'm saying?
Sig.
So,
Signal. Sit
see,
back
you see
for a
what I'm
little
saying?
bit.
See
Sit
what I'm
back,
saying?
please.
Let's all calm down.
Tommy,
Daisy,
what
you're
were-
muted. Daisy.
It's all good. Like, everybody go.
Tommy, what were you saying?
Daisy, unmute yourself.
Well, somebody said calm down, Jack, and that's the one thing that can't be achieved from telling people to calm down. So I was just sitting here counting to 10.
I do love you, my friend. Thank you.
I
Welcome back.
I had to think of some positive affirmations
you-
myself.
Between you and this Missouri piece of shit, Jack, I'm going to sit here quiet and motionless like the Asian guy
Whoa,
that's really short.
Illuminate
white
Tommy,
suit
calm
that hasn't
down.
done
You're
anything
bringing
the
out bad
entire bar fight.
energy. This is all
And
about
on
peace and
closing-
love.
On
Tommy,
closing statements, I'm going to knock
Tommy,
this out
you're
of the park. I'll
bringing
just
too much
Did you
negative
wait? Hold
energy.
on. Before anybody says anything, Jack, did you finish your presentation for crying out loud?
It was almost done, but no.
All right, so yeah,
We
everybody
finished
can shut
instead of
the
hearing
fuck
about your
up.
book.
Yeah, everybody shut the fuck up and
Let
let's
him
hear it.
finish.
Honestly.
Well, I appreciate
Let him
that.
fucking- You're giving Jack blue balls. Let him finish.
Here.
He's edging.
That's
We're edging him, bro. We're edge maxing.
Ugh.
The
Edge
key,
maxing.
the key to these ideas in this topic, it comes back to what I've been saying for a long time. Ending secrets. Ending secrets in the governments and the corporations that will bring true reform.
But Jack, I gotta
Secrecy-
stop you right there. You agreed with me publicly that the idea that you could make a person not keep a secret is so unrealistic. It's almost like ending war.
Can we just let him finish?
Thank
No,
you.
because I'll ask you
I'm
again, Jack.
almost done, dude. I'm almost done.
When you say
Shut the
ending
fuck up.
secrets, do you mean
Mute
when
him, mute
you
him, mute him.
say
Shut the fuck up. Yo, shut the fuck up.
There will be a
Shut the
period for
fuck up,
questions
you
at the end of
idiot.
the presentation.
Shut up. Shut up, dude. Shut the fuck
You're
up.
all-
Shut the fuck up.
Thank you,
Jack,
for the
you'd never let me shut the fuck up over and over again.
So, secrecy maintains corruption, exploitation, and war. Transparency is essential to establish peace and compassionate economics. We must
Very
have
true.
honesty to have peace.
All
So,
corruption is open.
Yo, mute him, mute him, mute him, mute him.
well, yeah, it's his favorite part, the scripture. You know, a reminder in support of this from scripture. Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. And imagine this. Should we agree that we don't know all the secrets that are there yet, but should we agree that we're going to bring reform in the secrets? We're no longer going to have employees paid to play along with secrets, and we bring forth disclosure? Well, then that will set the truth free. And when the truth is free, we'll be free to know. We'll be free to know beyond the lies. What are we going to do? I think that was it.
Would you challenge me?
got these layers and layers of bureaucracy.
At the end of the day, it's like.
Did you call him
trying to say is we can all have a conversation
anyone? Like
Oh my
in
God.
the backstage, I was wearing my sunglasses. I wasn't sure. I thought that was Signal, but most of the stuff I'm propsing in the backstage is Signal. I think it was Soccer Goblin.
Yo,
But
little
Signal,
Tommy,
I think is nephew too.
Little Tommy. Little
That's
Tommy.
actually funny as fuck.
Little Tommy.
What
I
is
don't know why
Soccer
people keep saying this shit about like I was backstage and I saw this shit. Here's the thing on StreamYard, if you're backstage, you don't see anything except for yourself, period. So
Yeah.
I don't know. People keep saying that shit. I was backstage and I saw this. You just see yourself. Fuck are you talking about?
No, I was trying to fuel the different directions of the panel by backstage chatting. I admit, as a host, I never watch it, but I know
Okay, so just shut the fuck up and watch your fucking show. All
Yo,
right.
hold on. Let me tell you this.
Here they
This
are.
ain't a
Watch
show. I am the show.
Shut
Do
the
you see
fuck
my
up.
fucking picture? I am the show here and
Nobody
at What's Up.
cares. Nobody cares. Nobody asks. Shut the fuck
Oh,
up.
yeah, yeah.
all right?
I know that statement hurts people like Jack and Paul Enslaved and Taylor Briggs. Nobody
Shut the
cares.
fuck
Well,
up.
guess what?
Nobody
I'm not
asked
here.
you. Shut up.
My value and my objectives are
Bill
not
Wow.
as loud, shut up guy.
Let me ask Jack something. All right, Jack. So you believe in socialism? So are all those donos? Are you gonna split them with us?
He doesn't have a
You
choice.
spread
It's
love.
compassionate.
Facts. Let's get yo. I
You
would
spread
like my
love and
cut.
shit. You spread love and compassion, and you think that like all of us are like equal.
Yeah,
and
Jack,
shit?
you liquidated
Jack,
that house. Where's our cut of
we need
liquidating
some of
your
that money, Jack. We need some of that money that you're just.
Jack, you need to redistribute your house liquidation.
Actually, what would benefit us,
Yo, Tommy,
Got him.
chill, bro.
what would benefit us
I
most,
got you.
what would benefit us most is if you actually paid attention to what I'm saying. Because if you understood what I was saying, our conversations would be completely different. Okay?
I understand what you're saying.
A little slow on the kick that
I hope so. Because
you made me flinch. You didn't hit me right away.
As a foundational Black American, I also support socialism.
If you are, then why do you deny the N-word use on your gay-ass channel?
Bro,
Out of respect for my foundational Black American brothers who are blacker than I am,
My respect,
and out of
my
respect for the
respect.
history of slavery.
Yeah,
Dusty,
that's
black
false
is a color.
public education
It's African
history.
American.
And my respect for black people and equality is, hey, we're not going to play these word games
Stop
that
saying
Taylor
black
Briggs can play off of. Same with my faggot friends. We're not going to play these tyrannical
Oh.
socialist word games. My nigger friends and my faggot friends are my real friends.
Dude, I wonder what Kanye West would say about that. Would he agree with us saying the word?
Kanye West was the first nigga out here in a Make America Great hat again. Or Make America Great Again hat, sorry.
So
I did
another reason is that this is YouTube, and this is Jack's YouTube specifically, and I have more respect for people than you do. You like to walk in and just piss all over the floor because you're a piece of shit.
No, that's you. That's you. And I'm not
Yeah,
here
that's
for
you,
you,
okay.
faggot. I'm going to knock this shit out of the
Can we
park.
get back on subject?
How about you just like, yeah, how about you just shut the fuck up?
I was trying to learn something and y'all keep interrupting.
Chuck, you have fucking 50 years to learn shit, and you haven't learned shit.
Cheers, cheers, cheers.
Hey,
man.
no, in Chuck's defense,
Dusty, go
regarding
live, Buster.
context-
Come on. What are you doing?
I'm not ready to go live yet.
Yeah. Signal, go wait for him to go live.
Yeah,
It's a good idea.
Peach.
All right, everyone. We're going to check out something else. Let's shift gears here. What's this? What's this here? It happened again. It's happening now.
I think it's very fair to say that all of us are, well, let's just say, tired of certain types of behaviour. I think you all know what I mean. And, as I always say, this behaviour is an issue that can't be fixed. Here is a video of a woman in a store who is trying to be as difficult as possible and make the life of these police officers as hard as possible.
Looks like she's got the Tupac do-rag bow on her head. This almost looks like Tupac. This almost looks like Tupac.
Difficult as possible and make the life of these police officers as hard as possible.
I said sit.
Ma'am.
Take your item and leave.
Yep. Yeah.
I paid for it.
So take
Nah.
your leave.
Take me out of here.
Why?
You gonna take me out of here or what?
No, I don't want to. You want her to leave?
I paid for this item earlier today and I'm not leaving until I get a replacement.
Not gonna refund it.
All right, let's take me out.
Do you have a receipt?
Let's go.
Stop.
Take me out.
Don't touch me.
Take me out.
You want to go to jail?
Take me out. Take me out, officer, deputy, sheriff. Take me out.
You don't leave, you're gonna go to jail, and the dog's gonna go to the ACC.
Excuse me?
If you don't leave,
My dog's on a leash.
yeah, but your dog. When you go to jail, your dog's gonna go to the ACC.
Let's go to jail, please.
All right.
I love it.
Are you refusing to leave, ma'am? Here. Oh my God.
God, I really do not envy those guys. Being a police officer in 2025 must be an extremely exhausting profession when you have to deal with people like this constantly. I mean, what is even the point of what she was doing? That is literally just blatant antisocial behavior, trying to waste everyone's time just for the sake of it. What an absolute tosser. This is an issue that can't be fixed. I think it's very fair to say this is a... Imagine this for just a second. You're having a rough day. You are extremely fatigued from working a dead-end job, sitting in the office for hours, absolutely grafting just to earn a wage that can't even buy you much in today's economy, having to take public transportation because that's all you can afford. And while on this public transportation, you have to make a call. And naively thinking the people around you are reasonable and polite, you ask for some courtesy while making this call so you can actually hear what the other person is saying. And you are met with an absolutely disgusting reaction of pure aggression and hatred. Well, that is exactly what this man here experienced. Just take a watch.
Yes. Yes, because this is the boss, baby. You need a car, sir. Absolutely. So this lady, that's enough. Why? Okay, enough to hold on. No, that's not say no cell phone to the phone. I know it say no cell phone. No, it's just asking for some consideration for them, that's all. This is public transportation,
I know
sir.
that, but normally people don't talk that loud. That's why I was asking for a minute.
Your whole conversation is loud for the entire bus, sir.
Never mind.
I know. That's why you shouldn't say things like that. I know it's pointless, but your whole conversation is louder than us.
Yeah, because I couldn't hear the woman.
But you gotta get headphones, sir. That's why you gotta get.
As I keep saying in literally all of these videos, this is an issue that can't be fixed, if you know what I mean. And I really think... So, in this enriching video, I'm going to expose you guys to some serious, enriching knowledge. How many of you greet people in the morning with good morning? You might think that that is a polite and friendly way to greet someone in the morning. But actually, did you know, at least according to this woman, that every time you say good morning, you are in fact being a hateful bigot and supporting white supremacy? Yes, I know, it sounds insane, doesn't it? But just take a listen to this woman.
Do you know why you say the term good morning? Let's take it back to the plantation. Good morning was a term that the slave master used when a slave was unalived and the other slaves were in a state of grief, when they were in a state of mourning. They were crying, they were sad. To further taunt the rest of the slaves, the slave master would say good morning. And then he would want them to say it back. This is why I do not say the term good morning. We say grand risings, rich risings, abundant risings, glorious risings. We do not want to use that verbiage. Mourning literally means sadness. It's very important.
There is no way she actually believes that. Honestly, I am in total awe how some of these people manage to convince themselves of such absurd ideas. Saying good morning is white supremacist. That is just ridiculous. Her mind is quite literally riddled with a pathological victim mindset. If you were to give this woman a friendly smile, she would probably think you were committing some sort of microaggression. What do you guys think? Share your thoughts in the comments.
Means some things, and the biggest thing I have is when Big Lack says he's never even been to Chicago. I believe him. I believe him. As far as me,
to get people to notice that you need money.
The 3 weeks before that happened, she kept begging me to join Cash App so she could get the money. And I told her I'm not doing it. I'm signed up on enough payment programs. I'm not signing up for another one. And she got
strong enough to figure out how to dick all of us over. She's going to have to be strong enough to how to figure out how to get herself out of it, or she has to just stay in it where she is.
My question is she at least hot?
No. She's a
Oh.
catfish like a motherfucker.
OTW said he's definitely still interested.
Yeah, that's OTW.
OTW's interested in Paul. We don't care.
Come on, listen. Damn it, I lost what I was gonna say. Go ahead.
Yeah, so somebody who has no standards being interested is fine.
No, before that, what were we talking about? What were we saying before the?
We were about to bring up what you and Joe Cool were fighting about.
Man, fuck Joe Cool.
Absolutely. It wouldn't do no harm.
You know what though? While y'all are up here, I have another situation that happened at OTWs today about the N-word.
Yeah.
Flo, send me that clip of whoever did whatever.
What is the N-word?
I got you. Yeah.
Joe.
What? Oh yeah, I'm interested.
You're letting me call him a bitch.
So later, I said, "Hey, why are you saying that about NPC?" And then Tommy went on and right?
Yeah.
So later I said, "Hey, you know what? I've had the same issue before." He said, "I thought you didn't feed the zombies." And I said, "Listen, it's the reaction that feeds them, okay? And if you have a problem with this situation, we could do it live. We could talk about it. This is a great conversation to build off of." Silence, right? All right, no worries. 2 weeks goes by. Last night, guess he's on my panel.
NPC.
Tommy. No, Tommy. And guess what Tommy says? N-word, NPC. All right, cool.
Yeah.
I didn't say nothing again. I'm never saying nothing. I'm never saying, "Hey, why did you do that? Don't do that." I didn't drop him nothing. I'm just like, I understand that's Tommy. This is Tommy's lingo, right? I get another message. Why did you?
Speak of the devil. Wait, is he in chat now?
No, I get another
Snow.
message.
I didn't zoom in. That's Snow. My bad.
No, I got another channel. I got another message. Why are you letting him talk about me like this? And I said, and so I went back and I was like, look, I tried to talk about this before. You silenced me. We've been on this loop. I sent him the link to my trigger words. You should watch this. When Tommy and Jalen went back and forth about the N-word, and they actually had dialogue about it, right? He gets upset. He's like, "No, this is, this I can't." Let me see.
You talking about Jay? Jalen bowed out. Jalen got
frustrated. No. Jalen and Tommy went back and forth, and I said, "Well, He's like, I just can't believe, what if people in your church, what if somebody's called them the N-words? Would they just be okay? If it doesn't apply, let it fly. And I was like, you should either do a show about this or address Tommy about this. But addressing me about this, this is sus to me, right? So we went back.
I don't know if I agree with you, but continue.
So we went back and forth, and I said, tell you what, I'm just going to drop it on OTWs right now. So he came over there, and he became really upset, and we had a situation that happened at OTWs today at the end. But my question is, as a host, am I responsible for what people say? They tried to say that using the N-word was worse than being called a pedo, pigo, pogo.
Who said that?
Yeah, I wouldn't put it nowhere near that out, right?
OTW and NPC.
Okay, yeah, no, it's not worse, and so it's a gray area, right? What you're responsible for, you are to an extent, but I would say that like people are allowed to have their opinions on other people, right? So you can say something like if I were to talk shit on say OTW, which I have been, I'm expressing my opinion, right? I think that if I were to accuse OTW of being a PDF, which I'm not. I think then you are actually platforming a lie to an extent, so you do have some responsibility there. So I think that that's the dividing line: is it a panelist opinion or?
So is he a nice person, or can he tell me like why is everybody going after him?
Blah blah blah. Noel.
Well, I mean, current Jack is not the same as old Jack. So whether he's a nice person or not, that's really up to you to decide.
Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 3.
Oh,
stop! What kind of view count is on this? What kind of level are they at?
Let me see. Well, I don't know. How do I find that out?
On large screen. How many views?
123.
123 views?
Yeah, this dude only has 305 subs, but I think other.
Oh, get this off the screen. Get it off the screen. Balderson has more than that. I thought. I mean, I'm not being like a flow state YouTube game socialite. Number one. See, this is why they look stupid, and this is why
we're not watching Boulderton. We're watching deliberating dog-faced dudes.
And we're not listening to you. This is me at my most flow state. This is my show. Thank you for sharing the screen. Shut up, and don't make me keep saying shut up. You'll get your turn.
Good luck with that.
You are Talcott as fuck right now. Number one, the most offended I am, I have vowed I will never TikTok. And maybe they found it on TikTok. Maybe some faggot ripped my shit and put it on TikTok. Maybe I need someone to go over and report and strike it on TikTok.
You're on fucking
because my cut is much better. DJM, if you want to make it up for running your stupid mouth, bring up my cut. Bring up my version of that video. You mouthy, non-listening. I hope your husband beats you on the daily because it doesn't work.
There's a fucking delay, Tommy. Don't forget about the delay, and then you don't.
I'm not going to play this game because I'm the delay faggot. Bring it up, and I'll bring you back up. Number one, I don't TikTok. I only YouTube, and the only reason I'm remotely considering Rumble is because my Uncle Jack says we can actually play the movies and the things over there, and if I have to do a few shows at sacrifice of donos or whatever, just so we can sit and watch a movie, or I can talk on some things that we usually would only get like 3 minutes of on YouTube before I shut down, I might do that, as opposed to linking here whenever we start on YouTube. But the fact that those guys didn't review enough of the thing, I very much know where I'm shooting because I grew up in West Virginia. You can shoot when you can walk. I very much showed geese and various things in the river behind me that I shot into. I do admit the camera was deceptive because the camera's coming down at me like this. So me shooting down into the river, to you, it just looks like I'm shooting across a football field. But had they remotely investigated more than the incriminating thing, I don't know what the liberal faggot was saying about bullet carbon. Like, your guess is as good as mine. Thanks for putting it to my attention, Adaptable, because with the dude being Owen adjacent, I thought maybe it was an actual thing. But when I heard Balderson before and I saw him, then I just realized, oh, wait, no, he was a sub to me. And I don't hate his content. I don't agree with it as a Christian, but as far as saying the things of the esoteric things he talks about, it's not bad. It's not bad. He's kind of like a Viking. Yeah, whenever the way you carried it, Adaptable, or the way I read it, and I was like, oh, did somebody up on Owen Benjamin level like catch wind of this thing and maybe do some takes on it? They took a bunch of neighborhood mom Karen takes. I'm not trying to play a fucking game. I wish those guys would come on and ask me why I'd make that threat to Flow State. Like, what am I worried about the threat? I see it as I gave him the tools and the awareness of how not to have that happen. But this panelverse and him will call it a threat because of the sociopathic victim card play.
I mean, with my dick, I will punch her.
Hey, Tommy, you got somebody bitching in the backstage.
Yeah, King Steven's back there. King Steven, I don't know whether to go back on visible me or fuck off. He doesn't know what he's doing out here. He just does what he wants whenever he wants. I'll bring him up until DJM shows me that thing that we're waiting a miserably long time for her to pull up. Steven, hello. Did you see Cynthia drop me immediately because I nailed you too well? She thought it was you with my name because when she brought me in, I went, hello, hello. And she immediately dropped me. Like, get out of here, creep. I was like, oh, I'm doppelganging. I'm so doppelganging.
King Steven,
DJM large screen.
That's Margot.
No,
Where,
I
Margot?
didn't see that.
I'm gonna pass.
Where Margot? How's that straw taste, Noel? Is that a good flavor? Is that good?
Shut up,
Is
King
that-
Steven.
We don't know the straw thing. Hey, we don't know the straw thing. Let me do my thing. Play it, DJM.
You backstage me already.
Play it, DJM.
Wow.
Play it, DJM, please.
You're gonna keep me in the back while I do this? Are you
DJM,
kidding me?
DJM.
No, I
ban
thought
the
you
PDF
accidentally strategied me into bringing you up. I thought you were throwing a tantrum, Silence. Go ahead and play it. Shut your mouth.
No, I was waiting for you to bring me up.
And then you still didn't play it. His fucking kneecaps with whatever piece I'm fucking carrying, and I'll do that fucking time. Is this the beginning? Because Goblin's right. He is a piece of shit.
No.
Damn.
When do you want? You want
What
the
are you
entire?
playing?
You want the entire beginning?
Yes.
Is that stream?
What stream? What are you talking?
Yes, this. Please, this.
So I left. I said, all right, bye, backstage Jack. I called him Jack. He's the same as Jack. I'm going to start calling Tommy Jack, Two-Faced Tommy, Tattletale Tommy. He's going to be called out. No one else seems to call him out. They're all buddies behind the scenes. He backstaged me already. They're all afraid of me. Cynthia's afraid of me, Jack Talcott, Tommy. They can't have me on for 2 seconds because they're all a bunch of liars and I speak truth. And they're afraid of things being said on their channels. They're afraid of being exposed. They're all pieces of shit. Noelle just sits there chewing on her straw, and they don't like it when somebody mentions it because it's highly abnormal, fucking weird and degenerate for her to sit there chewing on her straw. Where Margot? How's that?
Immediately, because I nailed you too well. She thought it was you with my name, because when she brought me in, I went, hello, hello, and she immediately dropped me, like, get out of here, creep. I was like, oh, I'm doppelganging. I'm so doppelganging.
King Steven.
DJM large screen headlight.
That's Margot.
Where
No,
Margot?
I didn't see. I didn't
Oh,
see
that's
that.
another class.
Where Margot? How's that straw taste, Noel? Is that a good
Good.
flavor?
Good.
Is that good?
Shut up,
Is
Steven.
that
We all know the
is?
straw thing. Hey, we all know the straw thing. Let me do my thing. Play it, DJ. Play it, DJ. Play it,
Yeah.
DJM, please.
You're gonna keep me in the back while I do this? Are you kidding me?
DJM.
No, I thought you accidentally.
You have a shit show, Tommy. You have DGM and Noel. You have shitty guests. You have retards. And as far as mod gods and backstaging people, that's you. That's you. That's you. That's you. That's what you do. And I streamed it to show it. That's what you do. You will be. And praying to Jesus isn't going to save him. It's not going to save you, Ernest. It's not going to save you. It's not going to save you. Here he is. Here's Two-Faced Tommy with a spoon. There he is. Tommy, Two-Faced Tommy, Tattletale Tommy, Tommy, Tattletale Tommy. He's the tattletale of the panel verse. He loves to tattletale to Jack, saying, "Oh, King Stephen's fooling you." You know, grown men don't do what you do, Tommy. They don't gossip and tattletale. I'm surprised somebody hasn't ended you out on those streets. You're such a snitch. You're such a fucking snitch, Ernest. You're a snitch. You're a snitch. You're a bitch. You're a bitch. You want to be tough, but you cry. You cry and you pull weapons and you cry. And you cry.
Strategery me into bringing you up. I thought you were throwing a tantrum, Silence. Go ahead and play it.
No.
Shut your mouth.
No, I was waiting for you to bring me up.
And then you still didn't play it. His fucking kneecaps with whatever piece I'm fucking carrying, and I'll do that fucking time. Is this the beginning? Because Goblin's right. He is a piece of shit.
No.
Damn.
When do you want? You want
What are
the
you
entire?
playing?
You want the entire beginning?
Yes.
Is that stream?
What stream? What are you talking?
Yes, this. Yes, this.
DJM.
I thought
I'm
you
gonna
wanted...
put you in the backstage. Bring up Screets meets Streets, you ignorant slut. This is what I have to work with, Charles. This is what I have to work with. I tried to pawn her off to Steven. I tried to pawn her off to some other channel. I don't know. This is the cross to bear as panel versus president. Orthodox guy, I'll bring you up. Let me see DGM fucking do something remotely along the line of what I'm trying to do. See. As if cyborg Jew narcissists aren't bad enough. Out here trying to schmooze with Jack Talcott in the private. Hey, Daisy, it's kind of rude for you to good not accept me, Daisy. It's not my fault. You don't understand what's going on. Don't want to hear it. Don't want to let me talk Jack Talcott. I'm on your side, Daisy, for the most part. And I'm not asking G. Abbott to be my friend. I just like G. Abbott to come up talking about Jack Talcott if she wants. And we'll go back to scrapping after that. DJM, is it ready? Streets meet Streets. Come on, man. I'm trying to do a fucking show. There's someone reflecting a show among all these not shows that think they're shows, and I knows that we're not shows, but it might be the closest thing to a show compared to shows. I'm not trying to play a fucking game. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's my problem. I'm gonna bring Ortho to sit up here to show you that slot's filled until you get your shit together, DJ. Focus. And Ortho, bro, no disrespect last time. Once I had like the title people up, I just wanted to lay into them. And I didn't even get done with both of them, but you're always welcome here. Heard from who? Larry? Hold on. Larry. Oh, heard from Gigi? I mean, she's been in my comments like today, if that's who you're talking about.
Hey, Tommy, I'm
DGM.
gonna step down so you have more room on the couch.
DGM, where are you? What screen are you on? Wait, who'd we lose? Oh, we lost Charles. Did he say he was out? I couldn't tell what he said. Larry, the last time I heard from her is just whenever she dropped them comments that you were on earlier. I mean, I could text her or something. Do you have reason to? I don't know. I'll text her after the show and I'll hit one of your comments in my videos. DJM, are you having a little trouble first day with YouTube?
Yo!
The fuck am I looking at right now? You want DJM?
Testing.
Not stream charging is you.
Steven, come back up. You little baby.
Oh, yeah, no. Do you think within our sentence trade he wasn't already in the back showing how desperately he is a part of this community?
Yeah.
Noel, I'll bring you back up, baby. I need the spot.
He's in the back chat, I'm sure.
No, he's on stage.
You're a bitch. I'm
there
showing
you
everybody what you are. You're a tattletale. You're a two-faced bitch. You backstage just like Jack Talcott. You have the feelings of Jack, and you're a crybaby, and you cry in streams. That's true. That's
now,
all true.
would you like to be superior to Jack Talcott and cite these things?
No, are you going to cry again? Are you going to cry?
How is he a tattletale? What did he do?
You going to cry? He tattletales on me.
Reviewing me busting rounds in the city of Denver, and you think I'm going to cry over your fat Canadian ass?
You cried the other day on stream.
Yeah, I've cried about my dog. I've cried about worrying about Boogie one time.
Are you admitting that you
cried? I cried because your enemies pursued me for months, saying Davey Crocco hated you. Davey Crocco hated you.
You're Jack the Second.
What?
You're just like Jack. You're the same as Jack.
So you say, brother.
You're the same as Jack. You backstage like Jack. Now, are you going to cry tears of meth and drug the ants on the ground?
You have no authority. You have no jurisdiction trying to regulate me and control me. Who the fuck are you?
See, you're just like Jack. You're obsessed with Jack because you're his twin brother.
No, I'm obsessed with truth. And you're always late.
No.
So the same way you want to go to Paul and talk that Joe Cool
Paul,
laugh.
I haven't been to Paul's in months. I'm banned on Paul.
I used to be Paul's brother. Now I'm Jack's brother. I used to be just like Paul. Now I'm just like Jack. Now I'm obsessed with Jack.
In this year. I haven't been Paul's in this year. I've exposed Paul.
Why are you caring what Canadians have to say?
But you're Jack. You're just like Jack. You're Jack's
What did you say, Ortho?
You're Jack's twin.
Do you believe that I'm Jack's twin?
Who's this Orthodox gay guy? Who's this?
Yeah, who is that?
Is that Don't Judge Me's gay husband? Hold on.
Whenever, don't change the subject, brother.
Hold on. Is that
when
DGM's
I was morning showing with you on your channel, and I said, "Hey, I think you should go over and fuck with Jack Talcott." Was I his twin?
You're
then?
delusional, dude. I do what I want.
Oh,
I don't
now
do
you're
what you say. I've never done what you say. You don't rule anybody. Your title's bullshit.
Ego nonsense.
There you do, breaking it up.
Who did I say I rule? Who did I claim to rule?
You're showing you're weak. You're gonna cry. You're just like Jack.
All right, not Tommy.
You're backstage.
I got the question for you.
Put another clip on. You can't let anyone talk. You're just like Jack. You're weak. You're just like Jack.
Canadian, no one cares.
You're just like Jack.
How did he
I'm letting you
tattletale
shut
on
the
you?
Fuck up. You backstage.
Can you tell me how he tattletaled?
You're weak. Yeah. I'll tell
See,
you.
We agree.
I'll tell
we
you.
agree, DJ. I'm shut the fuck. See, you're cutting me off like a faggot Canadian bitch.
I'm trying to
just
speak
like Jack.
here for once. You never let anyone speak. You're just like Jack.
Right, but you'll
You're
take.
just like Jack.
Listen, you'll take turns. or you can go cry because you're being like Flow State, where if you don't do this right, you'll just run off and restream it and be mad. I think you
I'm
cry,
already
faggot.
streaming it. You're just like Jack. You backstage, you silence, you play games. You do the same thing Jack does.
Well, you're just like
Now, I'm
Jack
gonna tell.
sometimes.
You know, it'd
I
be real
was
funny
asked
if
how
you
you
came to the
tattle
stage
tale.
like right now.
Talk at the same
Brought
time.
Noel
I was
back. That
asked
would
a
be
question.
hilarious.
How do you tattletale? You tell on me to Jack Talcott. You tattletale
What?
on me to Jack. That's what you do. And I have proof, and I know what's
Well,
going on.
no,
Jack told me.
we've
Yeah.
been over this. Are you going to let me retort? Look. I have to do
Backstage
this
me
or you'll
again.
keep talking. I told you the last time you were up here, Steven, fret not. I can tell Jack what you're doing, what Flow State's doing, what Paul and Slave's doing, not what DJM's doing because she doesn't do anything, and it still will work. You fucking oblivious, long time here watching us, Canadian idiot.
I'm not oblivious at all. You're just like Jack, and you backstage. You're proving it to my
Well, you
audience.
sound like
You
you're.
backstage.
I
just
hear
like
a lot
Jack.
of complaints,
You
Steven.
do the same thing.
Steven, I hear a lot of complaints, and I think you
What's
should
the
pull your
difference?
panties up and quit being a
What's the
pussy.
difference, dude? Are you gonna cry? You backstage like Jack. You play the same mod god
When
game.
did this
You're
happen?
the same. I'm gonna
You
call
guys
you
have
Jack
been
from now
getting
on.
along.
You're Jack.
When the fuck did
Jack.
this happen? You guys
You're
are arguing.
Jack. You're
So
Jack.
you want to misrepresent me and
They have
bastardize
to
me
jump in.
and
They can't let me.
disrespect
This
me
is what they
all
do.
around.
Play clips. Play
You
some
really
more
want to
clips.
meet me
Keep
and
going.
trying to
Keep
get
going.
my money.
Play some more clips.
So how are you not up here?
Man is talking about
It's
someone
weak.
crying and he's crying about being
Backstage me again,
backstage.
Jack. Come on, Jack. Backstage me
Crying
again.
about
Jump to
Put him
his
in the backstage. It'd
defense.
be funny.
Jump to
Do
his
it.
defense.
You only
This is weak.
you only get put in the backstage
You're
because
weak.
Interrupting me, you can't.
You're weak. Backstage again, Jack.
that's you.
Play the
Put him in
game,
the
Jack.
backstage.
Play the
It'll be
same
funny.
game,
He'll
Jack.
cry harder when he comes
You're
back.
Jack now.
Oh,
You're
he's
Jack now.
reverse psychologing me.
No,
He wants to
not
say
at
to
all.
backstage because he
You're
thinks I
backstage.
won't because
Backstage
he's
again. You're Jack. There he goes
as
again.
you wish,
Cry
King
so
There he
Steve.
goes again.
He's gonna cry so much
I
harder
needed
when he
to,
comes
There he
back.
goes
I need a
again.
slot for this princess up here.
Okay, I do have a question. You were talking
There he
about
goes
you
again.
shooting your gun in the air, right? Why?
Yeah,
man?
we watched it.
Why? Why? Come on.
To
That's a bit schizo,
multiple-
brother.
No, it's not schizo.
Come
Brother,
on.
I'm
listen to
fully
this
in
idiot.
I'm fully in control of me and everything I do out here, and I've been running circles around these faggots for 3 years plus. And I don't have any ill will toward you when I say TML is also out here fucking up. But if you get value I've gotten value from his panels. If you still go there and get that,
Who's TML?
cheers to that. Machine Lies.
I'll let him have his retards on his show. That's all he has. He has 3 retarded guests. It was 5 or 6 at the end. 5 or 6. 5 or 6 backstages. He's just like Jack. He's the same. It's not reverse psychology. It's true. It's true. He's just like Jack. He backstages. Just like Jack. I'm going to call him Jack from now on. That's what he is. He's Jack. He gets afraid and he backstages.
Oh, I'll. Now, what the fuck do you think about that?
This is
You
weak.
only get put in the backstage
You
because
interrupted me, you can't.
You're weak. Backstage again,
That's you.
Jack. Play the game, Jack.
It'll
Play
be
the
funny.
same
He'll
game,
cry
Jack.
harder when he comes back.
You're Jack now.
Oh,
You're Jack now.
he's reverse psychologing me. He wants
No,
to say to
not at all.
backstage because he thinks I
You're
won't because
backstage.
he's
Backstage again.
as you
He's
wish,
gonna
King
cry
Steve.
so- He's gonna cry so
I
much harder
needed
when he
to
comes back.
need a slot for this princess up here.
Okay, I do have a question. You were talking about you shooting your gun in the air, right? Why?
Yeah, we
man?
watched it.
Why? Why? Come on.
To
That's a bit schizo,
multiple-
brother.
No, it's not schizo.
Come on.
I'm fully in control of me and everything I do out here, and I've been running circles around these faggots for 3 years plus. And I don't have any ill will toward you when I say TML is also out here fucking up. But if you get value I've gotten value from his panels. If you still go there and get that, cheers to that. Machine Lies.
I don't know. I'm new to the lore. I'm trying to get all the lore for everybody. Chronically.
if you can see through it, if you can see through the funny crazy, there's actually also real and legit truth. I love Universe. I love the layers of
My spiritual chick is always tight, incense lit. Bring the crystals, I'll bring the pipe. Do yoga on my shit all night, all night. Ooh, Phantom of the Opera. Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra. Spiritual heal it, spiritual heal it. Hit so hard your ancestors feel it. Spiritual heal it, spiritual heal it. Hit so hard your ancestors feel it.
God, 100 that's all the original milk, but I was like, man, that's I don't even know how to pronounce that. Because I mean, it's all gonna end the same way. It's all gonna work. Because I don't hate. So you got nothing. You paid everyone. This is long. You beat me up off plane.
That coochie chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra. Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra. My spiritual chick, ooh, my spiritual chick is always tight, incense lit. Bring the crystals, I'll bring the pipe. Do yoga on my shit all night, all night. Ooh, Phantom of the Opera. Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra.
Me and control me. Who the fuck are you?
I'm trying to hold you accountable for
those fucking games.
I'm trying to hold you accountable for your hypocrisy and your behavior, nigger.
You're fooling yourself.
That okay, just you could say that to anything I say, you'll just say that. I'm tired of looping your bullshit.
Jack, why do you think he's fooling himself if he's just trying to hold you accountable? I don't understand.
He's saying he's holding me accountable. He's not. As I said, he has no jurisdiction. This is the ego nonsense, the anti-Christ, the one who edges God out to be the
What is
punisher.
this jurisdiction?
That's what you're
What do you mean
doing.
I have
jurisdiction. You treated me away on your panel multiple times. I brought you over here to express that. What jurisdiction do you need?
Hi,
You're
bunny
telling
friend.
me what to say and what to do.
Oh,
when
for fuck's sake. No. I'm holding you accountable, and you need to reply specifically to how I'm a liar, because I've told you how you're fucking up.
Hi, Jack.
Jack,
I'm the
we
real
all
Jack.
know,
Nice to meet
Jack, even though this is a frustrating grind, we all know you got nothing, and we're just playing it out.
you. Yeah, that's what I heard.
Jack, Uncle Jack, this isn't one of the fun nights. I mean, I brought you up, but this isn't one of the fun. It might evolve after this cracker-ass nigger runs.
It will. It will.
All right, I believe it. See, this is your alter. Like, you're the fun Jack, my fun Uncle Jack. This is the fucking bullshit
Fuck
Jack
yeah,
that you hear
I
about.
am. Hell yeah.
He used to drink too. Drinking is like your good thing. He had to stop because he's a quitter.
Fucking right, he's a pussy. Fuck that. Who fucking shit, man? Fucking fag.
He is a pussy. I'm gonna allow it. I'm gonna allow it. He's a pussy.
Tommy, why are you mad at me?
Because you went up and enabled him. You're not about the Christianity and the truth as much as just telling Jack that he's got a good little echo chamber going and shit.
Where'd that fag go?
I've said.
Why are you mad at Margot?
I've said since he got to Washington D.C. that
I love Margot.
I will contact the senators.
I'm not mad at Margot. Yesterday when Jack was holding me in the back and she came up and said like Philip and whoever the other day is like this. Oh, it's Philip and Wizard and Steven, and I like Steven. But whenever she acted like Philip, Wizard, Steven, and Jack were this great foursome up there, no, they were full of shit. Except for Steven. Steven's doing his thing.
I didn't
Nah,
say
you wish. You wish.
man. Full of shit, and I've
You
said,
followed me,
Jack,
Uncle
go for
Jack.
it.
You did.
Contact
You
as
follow
many
me,
people as you
bitch.
can.
Hold on, let Margot talk.
Precedent.
Let Margot talk.
What's up, the Frank?
No, Margot, I can't cite you like a Jack. If I pulled it up, you weren't talking about the DC thing. You said something about it's good that you have, like, I want King Philip on the show. He's somebody you should have on the show. No, Jack needs this pushback because he's confused, man.
Pushback. Right on the hiney.
Well, you know, and I will say this with Jack here: if you have a child that has a dream, if you tell them they can't do it, they're gonna try harder. You know, they're gonna
Are you treating Jack like a child? Margot, do you want to suck off Jack Talcott? Let's face it, Margot, you watch Jack's show and Cynthia and shit shows far more than you're ever here. Don't pretend that you watch my channel. You just drop in once in a while for a few minutes, it seems like, but you watch shit. You love shit. You love kissing up to Jack, and I think you want to blow Jack Talcott.
No, this isn't about his dream. We're not. No, fuck DC.
I think you want Jack Talcott's big gray beard in your face, and you want his big gray beard between your legs.
We all know he's not going to get anywhere in DC. I'm telling him as a Christian, I'm sick of him misspeaking Christianity and claiming he's this Jesus thing. Damn, they're just rolling in now. Oh,
Is that
PDX.
like me saying I'm the
it's not
one
me, faggot. It's
Jesus
not.
Christ?
Yeah, you're misrepresenting Christ.
No,
yeah, I'm
not.
a bunny, dude. I'm
I
representing a
constantly
bunny.
represent my biblical faith. I never said I was perfect. No one is. I properly represent what that book says. I don't steer anybody wrong.
Yeah, you do.
I do. I will.
No, I don't. You can't cite it. You can't cite it, Jack.
Tom, you have steered people wrong when it comes to me.
Well, no, I steer them right. You're full of shit. And you did lose 2.5 families. You did lose your job for trying to do this new age shit in the
Where does worship get you? It gets you where Illumitami is, DeFreak, Jack Twatcott. I think Margot worships God. All these losers worship. They're losers. They're losers. They're losers. And they have someone that special needs chewing on a straw on their live streams for years. It's pathetic. It's pathetic.
post office union. That's all proven. It's all proven. Your word.
I predict in the future, you're going to learn your anger was foolish and a waste of time, and you will actually regret the missed opportunities.
Jack.
Oh,
how
because
is
you're
he-
gonna
how is he
be in
steering
this
people
high
wrong
spot.
about you?
No, hold on, Mirgo. Hold on, because you're gonna make it to this big deal thing, and we're all gonna be sorry, and you're gonna be laughing, right?
In a minute,
that what you're saying?
once the fake Jack's gone, we will be laughing. Yes.
When you learn what the truth actually is, you'll see yourself differently. And when that happens, you're going to have different words for me as well.
No, because we went through that time where I thought you were cool and legit. We've evolved to, oh, you're full of shit.
Pediacs.
Now, Jack,
We don't
let
want you
me
here,
ask you one thing,
pediacs.
Jack.
And then it's my turn.
Oh,
PDX
I thought I
is
brought.
there? Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah,
bring him
yeah.
up.
Oh, PDX
yeah.
is. Oh, I can only have 6 people. I can only have 6 people. Let's ditch the freak. He's a freak.
There you
And he's just gonna do that gay laugh anyway.
The freak.
Jack, you know, I know that Tommy has his way. We all know and love Tommy for who he is. But why do you think how do
They
you think
just
he
follow
steered
me.
people?
They did, Margot. They just
incorrectly?
follow me, Margot.
Noel,
Please, this girl
Noel, just
is
a second.
follow.
Noel, stop. Somebody's talking.
Jack, how do
Yeah,
you
answer your
think that
question.
Tommy has steered people wrong about you?
Margot, it's actually the exact same thing you've done. You guys want to you want to misrepresent me and bastardize me and disrespect me all around. I know what the truth is.
You, and I've supported you in Washington D.C. since you got there. I don't say anything about the Christianity part. I leave
got
that out of it.
bro logic to take you in. I got bro logic to take you in.
Chucky, I'm a real bunny. Sorry.
Now, Jack.
Are superior to you. You look up to us. Say the N word.
Neither of these people
Are superior to you. You look up to us. Say the N word.
Neither of these people should have gotten a dime.
I want you to invite this woman to say a racially harmful term to me.
It's because she's black and fat.
We have invented everything. I think that black people are superior.
Hey guys, welcome back. Today we have to talk about the Shiloh Hendricks situation because, as usual, the internet is split. Some people are celebrating, some people are angry, some people are having straight up mental breakdowns. So we're going to be looking into all of this today, but before we start, make sure you are subscribed, hit the notification bell now. Let's start. Let's talk about Shiloh's fundraiser on Give, Send, Go, which is kind of like GoFundMe, and her goal is $1 million. I think it's mostly a response to Austin Metcalf and the Carmelo Anthony case, where Carmelo Anthony stabbed Austin after a reported argument over a seat at a high school track meet. One is dead, and the other is being defended like he's some misunderstood hero, which is sick and twisted, because he's a killer. So then came the viral clip of Shiloh Hendricks, this white woman who was filmed at this playground calling a black child the N-word.
Did you call the word? It is not business. You call him an. Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again? All right, that's what you say. Nobody digging into your shit. That little kid, you call him a little child?
What if he acts like one? He's gonna.
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act.
That's what you're gonna call him.
If that's what he's gonna act like.
You know that's a hate speech, and you can be the for that.
I don't give a
Huh. Okay, we'll see about that, what the internet has to say about you.
She started asking for donations and is making money off of it. And look, I get the frustration that is leading to so many people to donate to her because anti-white hate is real. The double standards are exhausting. If this was some black mom at the playground and she called this white kid like a cracker or something and started hurling all these slurs, I think hardly anyone would blink an eye. However, I believe that no adult should be calling any child a slur. And we shouldn't be rewarding people on GoFundMe or Give, Send, Go because they were caught actually being hateful and went viral for it. That's not activism. That's not solving racism of any kind. It's only deepening the divide. And that leads us to the meltdown on Piers Morgan. He also invited Lily Gaddis, who you may recall also went viral for saying the N-word.
Would you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
You would?
Mm-hmm. I do quite frequently.
You use the N-word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist. Are you?
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo.
Yeah, well, if you use the N word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you?
Sure, I'll embrace that. If that means forwarding, helping white people achieve freedom of speech, real freedom of speech.
Okay, so she embraces being called a racist and claims that it's for the sake of free speech and helping white people. And I'm all for free speech. I think you can say whatever word you want. The real question is, though, should you? Especially in the case that they're talking about where a grown woman is calling a child the N-word. I don't think you are helping white people by doing that. I think you're reinforcing a stereotype that so many people nowadays say, which is that all white people are racist. I don't think you're helping anyone by throwing slurs around. I think you're just proving their point.
I think this chick's missing the point. They call you racist even if you've never said nigger. I never said that word most of my life, but I was viewed as a racist by many black people. You can't win with them. There's no pleasing them. You could go a lifetime. You could live 100 years never saying that word. But if you're white, they view you as bad, racist, colonialist, colonizer, white devil. That's the way black people view you, no matter what you say or do or don't do. You missed the point, chick. You missed it. You're putting the onus and blame on white people again. And this chick came out of the left, of course. She was a lefty. She was into feminism. And a lot of people respect her. She has hundreds of thousands of subscribers, almost 500,000, 498,000, because she's a white chick. She's fairly attractive. You might say she's kind of cute or somewhat. She's kind of whatever. Doesn't matter. She's youngish. She's probably in her 20s. But she doesn't know enough about the world. You haven't lived long enough. You don't understand how long this goes back. You don't get it. You think it's going to be solved by if white people shut up and never say the N-word, as she call it, nigger. If no white people ever say it again, they'll still hate you. That's the reality. They'll still hate you and they'll still murder you. They've already been doing that for decades. Decades and decades and decades and decades.
Point.
Political correctness.
By doing that, I think you're reinforcing a stereotype that so many.
Reinforcing the stereotype, really.
Where a grown woman is calling a child the N-word. I don't think you are helping white people by doing that. I think you're reinforcing.
She helped white people a lot to say enough is enough. We're not taking this shit anymore. And if someone comes along and says, "Are you racist? Are you going to hit that child?" She said, "Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here." And he said, "Do you have the balls to say it?" And she said, "Nigger." Great. I don't know what this chick wants. She's living in a fairy tale land, just like her bedroom with the lights all over and the canopy bed, the princess bed. You're not living in reality.
A stereotype that so many people nowadays say, which is that all white people are racist. I don't think you're helping anyone by throwing slurs around. I think you're just proving their point.
Political correctness, liberalism, and making sure that we are politically correct and don't use certain words to offend people is precisely why we're in the situation that we're in. We've had to literally tiptoe around saying certain things around certain people, while the other group of people has been able to have impunity and be able to be as racist as they want to be, as violent as they want to be, without any type of consequence.
You're told to constantly censor yourself only if you're white. Say the wrong thing, ask the wrong question, you're canceled.
We're not doing that anymore. No matter what you would like and the others, we're not self-censoring anymore. It's over. It's over. A lot of white people have had it. Whether you're on board or whether it takes you another 10 or 20 years for things to get so bad that you finally say, "Well, you're right, they are niggers. They are behaving that way." Maybe it'll take you a while. Maybe America will have to collapse for some of you to realize. It might have to get very bad for some of you to realize what some of us already see. That's the thing. You don't all see at the same speed. You're in a little bubble. You make a lot of money off YouTube. You have more than enough money to live, and I bet you don't have any black people living around you. I bet there's not one in your neighborhood, much less on your street. Probably not one.
Meanwhile, people of any other race are allowed to say whatever they want with little to no consequences. And that's not equality, that's a power game. However, the solution should not be to double down on the worst possible behavior. It just adds fuel to the fire. I don't think
What do you mean double down on the worst possible behavior? Saying the word nigger is not the worst possible behavior. Murdering someone is worse. Graping someone is worse. Calling innocent people wastes, ruining their lives, taking away their jobs. There's a lot worse. You're calling it the worst possible behavior. It shows you're very sheltered. You're very young and sheltered. You shouldn't even be, in the past, you wouldn't have a platform to speak like this and have an audience of hundreds of thousands. Makes sense, common again. Look at this. Selling your merch. You don't have it all figured out. This person has it right. The fact that they're more outraged by a word than the actual murder means it's a non-issue. Hard R for everyone. Saying nigger is not the worst possible behavior. Murdering someone is worse. Wake up.
To have impunity and be able to be as racist as they want to be, as violent as they want to be, without any type of consequence.
You're told to constantly censor yourself only if you're white. Say the wrong thing, ask the wrong question, you're canceled. Meanwhile, people of any other race are allowed to say whatever they want with little to no consequences. And that's not equality, that's a power game. However, the solution should not be to double down on the worst possible behavior. It just adds fuel to the fire. I don't think fighting racism with more racism is gonna help.
It's this cancel culture mantra that thinks that the best way forward as a society is to cancel them rather than try to bring some redemption into the situation.
So this is the guy from Give, Send, Go. And I agree, I understand where he's coming from. He said he may not agree with Shiloh completely, but she should be allowed on their platform. And he talks about redemption, not cancellation. And I agree, we shouldn't cancel people, right? People should be allowed to grow, to learn, to apologize, and then move on with their life. But this is not about redemption, it's about money. She's not sorry.
This repeated use of the word, I think, first of all, I want to just register that as offensive, particularly as someone who doesn't identify as a member of that community and who is not, right? I think that's incredibly
I'm the definition of African American.
And I think this also shows how inconsistent the rules are surrounding the N-word. How black do you have to be able to say it? What about like light-skinned black people? What counts as black enough to say this word?
When a black person says, hey, let's preserve our culture, I have no problem with Italians or Irish people or anyone else saying, let's preserve our culture. But when we don't talk about ethnicity, but actual race, and when white people say, let's preserve whiteness, it's an exclusionary practice.
I've talked about this before, but then that should apply to black people as well. I think being proud of your ethnicity makes sense. You can be proud to be Nigerian, Irish. Just being proud of your race in this vague general way feels empty. I'm proud of being Asian. I'm proud of being black. I'm proud of being white without any cultural roots. I mean, if you want to be proud of your race, fine. But if that's the case, then every race should be able to feel that way without backlash. But again, personally, I think it makes more sense to be proud about a specific culture or your heritage because there are so many ethnicities, cultures, so much history within those groups, Asian, black, white. I think we need to stop dividing by race and start uniting around shared values, right? American culture, not white culture, black culture.
I don't want to live in a country where you can say an inappropriate, rude thing, which by the way, black people can say things to white people all the time and they never get canceled. There's no backlashing about this.
I don't know why the man in the middle made that face. She's right.
You will
well, go
not
on then,
have
say it. Say
you
the
will
M.
not have
Go on,
free
go on. Say the M word. Go on.
No.
Don't
invite. No. I don't want you to invite this woman to say a racially harmful term in front of me because I'm the only on here. So if she says it, I'm the victim of it. So please don't invite her for ratings to call me the N-word because that's basically what it's going to be. There's a bunch of white people up here. You and one Uncle Tom on the left here, and to ask her to say the N-word while I'm here is ridiculous.
What is that?
But we already know she's racist, and I don't want to invite a racial harm to me.
I hear you, and I accept that, and we'll leave it there.
Okay, what was that crash out? She didn't even say it. And even if she said it, it's a word. That's the problem, though. You can't even discuss racism without people turning it into a personal attack. That's not healthy. That is not a normal reaction. You're letting a word control you that much that you have this emotional breakdown. That was crazy. That was so crazy. There are offensive words that you can say to white people, that you can say to gay people, to women, disabled people. Like, there are a lot of words. And they're all just words. But to have a breakdown, when you hear that word, I think people have become too sensitive. Truly. What was that? That's a grown man, by the way.
No. I don't want you to invite this woman to say a racially harmful term in front of me. If she says it, I'm the victim of it. Racial harm to me.
That's a grown man.
She tells him to
essentially.
No, let's call it for what it is. She called him the N-word. Hard R. And no, that's not okay, nor is it acceptable. If that child was rummaging through her stuff, you could call him a piece of crap, you could call him a thief, you could call him a burglar. There's a million things you could call this individual. She specifically chose to use that word. And what's even more crazy is it was a child making these poor decisions, not an adult.
Right, I agree. You know, she could have said, wow, your child is misbehaving to the parent, right? Where's the parent? Where is the parent, by the way? But yeah, there are a bunch of things that this white woman could have said, and she chose the N-word. It's not like she was singing a song, right? And the N-word was in it, and then she sang it, and people are trying to cancel her, which has happened before, by the way, many times. That's crazy, but context matters. I don't think she just happened to say the N-word because it came to mind. It was a black kid. Completely inappropriate, especially coming from an adult.
Shiloh Hendrix has now raised more money than Carmelo Anthony. And she raised this money after calling a black individual the N-word with a hard R. That is wild. But him raising $500,000 after stabbing a white kid in the chest is also wild.
Killing him. The other is a white woman saying a slur. Come on. You can't even really compare the two, but both do represent a society that is rewarding the wrong things. Neither of these people should have gotten a dime.
This is a response to that. When white people consistently see you saying derogatory things towards them, talking about you don't care what happens to them, sending money to a black American to defend himself after he stabbed a white child in the chest, and being happy about it, what response do you expect? Everybody's gonna have their limit. If you don't want other people to be racist to you or your people, do not be racist to them and urge your people to not be racist to them.
And while this is going on, let's take a look at what else our culture is celebrating. We have this new giant statue of an obese woman in Times Square. Not because it's a specific person that accomplished anything, it's because she's black and fat.
Communicate those inner worlds that we have, and sometimes we misinterpret with one another, to try and create an understanding and basically encourage empathy.
The plus size woman, I'm a plus size man, I'm African American, it's the African American woman statue. So just seeing another piece for me to stop and just have a moment with was very powerful.
Me being a plus size black woman.
Her name is Blessing Obese.
I kind of looking at it was like, oh, I wonder what me as a small child would have thought looking at something like that. Representation.
The piece is part of a series called Grounded in the Stars, which Gene Cooney, director of Times Square Art, says confronts preconceived notions of identity and representation.
Meanwhile, statues of actual historical figures are being torn down because they're too problematic, because they're white and male. I mean, what are we replacing that with? Who is this? And what did she do? Eat? That's enough to get a statue now, I guess.
We are superior to you. You look up to us. You idolize.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm getting sick and tired of hearing that 24/7 when I go on any social media.
Same, but that's somehow okay. That's fine.
You look up to us.
I think that black people are superior. We are superior. Everything that we do, we dominate it. Every little thing. Some of the best entertainers are black. Sports is full of black people. We have invented everything. Self-lubricating engine, airplanes, cell phones, everything.
No?
Everything. We are superior, and they know that. They know that, which is why they're trying to keep us down. Which is why I don't condone interracial relationships. Because you ain't doing nothing but diluting your bloodline. That's all you're doing.
So let's say this was a white person, right? Our race is superior. I don't believe in interracial marriage. You're diluting your bloodline. Buy college. Buy employment. But this is fine. This is okay.
My issue with black people is we don't know how superior we are. Like a goddess, because we are mother. We are mother. The whole world wants to be us. Whole world. Nobody's better than us. Nobody. This ain't got nothing to do with me being racist. It's just the truth. It is an honest to God truth. Which is why black men are a novelty to y'all women of other races and ethnicities. Y'all know what we got.
Everyone can have their preferences when it comes to dating, but it's odd to call other races inferior. Okay, this is not self-love, this is narcissism. You're a black supremacist, and believe it or not, I think you have a lot in common with Yahtzees, we'll say, more than you might think. We mustn't dilute our bloodline. Our blood is pure. We're so much better. We're superior. That's crazy. That's so crazy. I feel bad for white supremacists, for black supremacists, Asian supremacists, whatever's out there. If you really look down on other people simply because of their race, that sucks for you. Here's some BLM moments, some white guilt.
On this line, we were instructed that allies could come and stand on this line to remind other white people that this is a space for black people.
Black spaces are important and that they should be
enjoyed by black people, for black people. And that's not our job to be interested in there. That's not our space. Our space is to help hold the line.
We're here to stand as a physical monument in order to represent the idea that it should be safe.
Okay, so we've got some white allies forming a human barrier to keep other white people from entering these black-only spaces. You think segregation is progressive, right? Because we do have, like, black-only dorms. People will put, like, black-owned business, right? I think all of that is weird. Buy a product if you like the product. Create clubs, gather with people based on the kind of person that they are, not race. You don't fix racial injustice by creating new forms of exclusion, of segregation. If we want real solutions, we need consistent standards. We need accountability. And to focus on shared values, not more race-based fundraising contests that only fuel division. And that's all for today's video, guys. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Also remember to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. Like, share, and I will see you all in the next one. Bye.
Now, here is a very interesting and rather hilarious video of a woman who thinks that saying no to a police officer and not consenting to being arrested is somehow going to prevent her from being arrested. Yes, that's right. She actually thinks she's playing the system. Of course, though, this does not end up working. And I think this video is another shining example of an issue that can't be fixed, if you know what I mean.
Do not touch me! Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
450, 33.
Where's my mom? Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
Give me your hand, Miss.
No!
Colbiante, give me your
Sir,
hand.
do not touch me!
Arrest.
Arrest for what? I didn't do anything!
Give me your hand.
I did not do anything!
Miss Spain.
I didn't, sir! I didn't do anything!
Miss Spain, you were under arrest.
Please, where's my mom? Can you get my
Miss
mom?
Spain, you were under arrest.
Can you get my mom? Stop touching me!
Miss Spain, you were under
I'm
arrest.
telling you right now to stop touching me, sir.
Miss Spain, you were under
Stop
arrest.
touching me.
Miss Spain, you were under
Stop
arrest.
touching me.
Miss Spain.
Krista,
Miss
I'm
Spain.
going to jail for something that I did not do. Bro,
Miss Spain.
stop touching
Give me
me.
your hand, Miss Spain.
I'm at the...
Yeah, that's not how life works. And yes, she did in fact end up getting arrested. This genius technique that she thought she was employing by saying no to a policeman did not in fact work and prevent her inevitable arrest. All she did was make a bunch of noise and a big fuss. And more than likely, this did not help her case whatsoever when she had to go to court. What an absolute tosser. This can't be fixed.
White people's joy is not resistance. Your joy is what got us here in the first place. I want to see more of y'all like sitting your at home and giving your money to black and brown people.
Miss Japan was actually white and people were against her winning Miss Japan. So how do you feel about that?
How the hell dare you go to somebody else's country as a colonizer?
She is an Iranian-born woman who won Miss Germany.
As she should. Use them white people.
Tickets were only sold to people who identified as black. Are you going to do that in the West End?
I'm so excited to, yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
Hey guys, it's Misha, and welcome back to my channel. Or should I say, it's your favorite bleached demon, cracker, milk cricket. I forgot the other ones, but we are going to be hearing from some more individuals who hate white people. But before we start, please make sure you are subscribed and have hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of my videos.
Be a controversial take, but I'm seeing a lot of queer white people posting shit like posting themselves being really happy and doing some random shit and being like, yeah, our joy is resistance. And like, in my opinion, white people's joy is not resistance. Like, queer or not, your joy is not resistance. Matter of fact, your joy is what got us here in the first place. Like, your joy is why we're having to resist. And like, y'all putting yourselves and find yourselves and like your own joy in front of everybody else is what got us here.
A moment of silence for all of the queer white people who have a white savior complex, who try and get approval from TikTokers like her, and get this instead. Your joy is not resistance. You should not be happy. You dare smile as a white person?
Literally, I'm seeing so many white people right now going on like organizer retreats and posting about their joy and how awesome it was. Honestly, I want to see more of y'all like sitting your ass at home and giving your money to black and brown people so they can do that.
I'm sure you would. So the race hustler here is assuming an entire group of people are privileged because of their race, while you sit in your car filming a TikTok on your iPhone, demanding that white people stop being happy and give you their money.
Broadway, there were nights where tickets were only sold to people who identified as black. Are you going to do that in the West End?
I'm so excited to, yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
And it's the fact that he's proud of this. Yeah, and I'm really happy about it. Yeah, we're discriminating based on race. Yeah, I'm so happy. But finally, we get to do this, right?
We have to remember is that people have to be radically invited into a space to know that they belong there.
What? How so? Since when? When I've been to the theater to certain performances, I wasn't radically invited. I bought the ticket and I went.
And in most of our country, in most places in the West, poor people and black people have been told that they do not belong inside of the theater.
Okay, so I want to know where in America or in the UK, black people are told, no, you can't come to this theater. Whites only. That doesn't happen. Unlike the opposite now, where you're telling that white people can't come, only black people can come, right? And also, they're discriminating against poor people. Well, yeah, if you're poor and you can't buy the ticket, if that's what we're talking about, you have to be able to afford the ticket.
In America, Jim Crow existed to literally tell them that they could not sit in the same theater as white people. And so for me, as someone who wants and yearns for black and brown people to be in the theater, who comes from a working class environment and so wants like people who do not make, over 6 figures a year to feel like theater is a place for them, it is a necessity to radically invite them in with initiatives that say you're invited, specifically you.
So that's why you're fighting the racism from the past with racism now. We're going to have theater segregated based on race. Does that not go against the principles of equality and inclusion you're always talking about?
Price of that is saying to people who are, just because they're white, you can't come, you're not allowed in this space. Does that make you uncomfortable?
Well, no one's saying, listen, there are a litany of places in our country, in all of our countries, that are generally inhabited by only white people. And no one has questions about that.
So if there are certain places, like let's take sports, for example. There are certain sports that you'll find more white people in and sports you'll find more black people in. Does that mean that there's a sign that says, oh, only black people can play basketball or only white people can go play golf? Of course not. It doesn't mean that if you find more black people somewhere, more white people somewhere else, it doesn't mean racism.
No one is saying that by inviting black audiences here, you are uninvited. The idea of a blackout night is to say, this is a night that we are specifically inviting black people to fill up the space, to feel safe with a lot of other black people in a place where they often do not feel safe.
Yeah, we're only inviting black people and it's a blackout night, but it's not like we're telling white people they shouldn't come. It's not racist or anything. I personally would feel really welcome to attend this performance when you specifically said it would be a blackout night and that you would radically invite only black people. It sounds like you don't want white people there. Art can unite people, right? Black people can attend, white people can attend, Asian people can attend, whoever. You should be welcoming people from all kinds of backgrounds, all races, right? Instead of that. Because that is backwards.
That you can host a play in our capital city and dare to choose the colour your audience should be. This is, without a shadow of doubt, racist. I'm talking, of course, about The Slave play, written by Jeremy O. Harris, scheduled to be performed at the Noel Coward Theatre in London in a few months' time. Now, the theatre, which receives public funding, has earmarked 2 shows as black-only performances, or blackout nights, where white people are advised not to attend, so that a black-identifying audience would be free from the white gaze.
The white gaze. Okay.
But we are not judged evenly in the traditional theatre spaces.
How are black people treated unfairly in theatre? Can you give some examples?
Oh, I'm not here to go into that now because this is a very casual interview outside of another event.
Oh, of course, yeah. I have a lot of experiences. Just trust me. There's plenty of things I could talk about right now that are 100% true. We're just not going to go into it right now.
I have many experiences of being treated as other within the spaces I am working by people who are in the audience. I'm not talking about theatre
audience members.
By audience members.
So what would they do? Just like,
no. This is not honoring my experience.
Guys, I can actually fly. Like a bird, like I can fly. I know you may not believe me, but I can do it. It's actually happened to me many times. I'm not going to go into detail, nor am I going to provide any proof. Just take my word for it. You don't believe me? Well, that's not honoring my experience.
She's an Iranian-born woman who won Miss Germany.
Does she live in Germany?
Yes, she lives in Germany, but she wasn't born in Germany.
I think it's fine, whatever she calls herself. If she's German, then she's German in my mind. Why are they against it?
Because she's not German, and she's Iranian.
But she calls herself German. I think it's fine, whatever she calls herself, she wants to be, and that's, whatever she feels is cool.
Right, so if I identify as German, I am now German.
I think she's vibing, doing her thing. I have no issue with that.
Yeah.
Miss Japan is a Ukrainian-born woman, and she's actually white. But people are super upset about the fact that a white woman won Miss Japan, and people are okay with an Iranian woman winning Miss Germany. So what do you think about the dynamic there and how unfair that is for white people?
I don't think it's unfair to white people.
But what if she was also just vibing?
I think she's vibing, doing her thing.
This is a crazy thought. I think Miss Germany should probably be German. And I think Miss Japan should probably be Japanese. If these people were born in the country, okay, I think that would be a different story. And this woman was born in Iran, and the other woman was born in Ukraine.
An Iranian-born woman who won Miss Germany. How do you feel about that?
As she should. Use them white people. She did what she had to do. I respect it. I would have done it. I would do it. I will do it. Just wait.
Miss Japan was actually white, and people were against her winning Miss Japan. So how do you feel about that?
F*** her.
Why?
How the hell dare you go to somebody else's country as a colonizer, going and colonizing someone else's brand for your own benefit? Once again, they never fail. Miss Germany is absolutely beautiful and absolutely gorgeous, and she better do that shit again.
Oh, no double standards at all.
Can we stop, normalizing people being late? It's not cute, it's not funny, it's not a...
When y'all are ready to learn about the connections between this, and the white American cultural norm with obsessing over being on time, please let me know. Please. Because as someone who is Black, queer, has ADHD, and studies African American history and culture, it's one of my favorite things to talk about. But until then, we could just keep acting like that's a completely harmless opinion that has no historical context whatsoever.
So let me get this straight. You have the privilege to arrive late because you're Black.
As a racial justice advocate, I'm often invited to give talks or to do workshops where I talk to white people about race. A big part of my practice is to offer real life stories, examples, that type of thing, that help white people to be able to identify white supremacy in everyday life. My husband's family is white, and I often use the cultural differences between my family and his family as a way to help white people see their whiteness.
See my whiteness.
Late to our first Thanksgiving with his family. I say late examples, that type of thing, that help white people to be able to identify white white supremacy in everyday life. My husband's family is white, and I often use the cultural differences between my family and his family as a way to help white people see their whiteness.
See my whiteness.
Late to our first Thanksgiving with his family. I say late because it started at 12. We got there at 12:10. But whenever we got there at 12:10, everybody was already sat down and eating.
That's fine because you're black. It's still rude. It doesn't matter what race you are.
I use this illustration to point out that different cultures have different understandings of time, lateness, and what it means to be polite.
What race you are.
I use this illustration to point out that different cultures have different understandings of time, lateness, and what it means to be polite.
What sounds more racist to you? Mother-in-law invites you, says, please arrive at 12. I am going to be cooking you food. And you arrive at 12. Regardless of your race, okay? Or mother-in-law says, you're black, so I know you're going to be late because you don't understand time in the same way that I understand time because of your race. So you can arrive at 1. You know, as an educator, you should make a chart so that we can see how much time is allowed depending on your race. So if you're black, you're given 30 extra minutes, right? If you're white, you have to be on time. If you're Asian, you get 15 extra minutes or whatever you make up, because this is all made up nonsense. But at least that way it would be a bit less confusing, maybe.
I always use this as a teachable moment.
Being late is not exclusive to black people. It's called not being a narcissist and acknowledging, observing, as well as respecting someone else's time.
Maybe she's also suffering from time blindness.
Trying to go somewhere, and I just wanted to know, are there accommodations for people who struggle with time blindness and being on time?
It's all about respect, except you can't seem to respect their time. What if a client of yours for your anti-racism workshop wanted to do a Zoom call with you, and you said, okay, let's go on Zoom at 11, and you're there at 11, and they don't show up until, let's say, 12. But let's say they were also black and they wanted to take part in this workshop. Is that fine? You're wasting your time waiting for them on the Zoom call, but it's okay, right? Because of their race. Something tells me you wouldn't be happy when it was your time that you're wasting.
I always use this as a teachable moment.
And that's all for today, guys. Please make sure you comment below what you think about these videos. Also remember to like the video, subscribe to my channel, and hit the notification bell. You can also follow me on Rumble, X, and Instagram. That's in the description. And I will see you all in the next one. Bye.
So y'all know TikTok was my old stomping ground, you know, before the great ban, or should I say bans. But today, we're going back to my roots. We're going to be reacting to some crazy leftist race TikToks. Let's do it. Alright guys, before we get into these crazy videos, please like and subscribe. I want as many people to find this channel as possible, and especially this video, because at the end, I've saved the worst of these TikToks, and it comes with a very sweet plot twist. Let's watch.
Can you be racist to white people?
No.
Why not?
Listen, educate yourself on racism. You cannot be racist to white people.
But how? Why?
If you look it up, you'll understand. Cracker.
That's racist?
It's not racist, there's a difference.
If it was the other way around, then I'm racist.
Yes, because who was enslaved?
Why are we throwing it back that far?
Who was enslaved?
Have you ever thought, like, maybe racism isn't real? The higher powers are just controlling and doing that so we fight amongst each other?
Be for real.
I'm being for real. I don't believe in it. Like, why can't we all just be friends?
Cracker.
Oh my gosh. That conversation was all over the place. Okay, so...
Like, why can't we all just be friends?
Cracker.
Oh my gosh. That conversation was all over the place. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack in that video. Lots of twists and turns. First of all, I want to say what I always say on the show, which is, yes, you can be racist towards white people. It goes in both directions, right? It's a two-way street. I think you'll find, if you go back in white people's history as well, they have a history of being enslaved. That's something nobody wants to talk about, right? Because it only ever happened to black people in the transatlantic slave trade. So let me just shut my mouth, lock it up, and throw away the key.
Nope, stop talking, go to jail.
This idea that you can just be blatantly racist towards white people is obviously super trendy right now. It's viral. It's popular. If you want to have racial animosity towards a group of people, white people is the one to pick, right? Because we've just decided that they are the punching bags of the modern era.
Fucking white people.
And that seems to be the idea that she is so openly sharing in this video. It's kind of sad that you can be racist so openly. I mean, right in the middle of a busy public street, you can throw, racial epithets at people. Insanity. Wow.
White people are just so invasive. It's like...
She's literally not lying. This is so true, and I literally had an experience like this last week. I was in the supermarket, I was literally getting the last of my groceries. Like, I just needed to pick up one thing, and these two white people were in the aisle that I was in, the butter aisle. As I'm walking towards them, I have a gay pride mask on, just minding my business on the phone with my partner. And I kid you not, this white man who was having a normal conversation with this white lady literally proceeds to step in front of my cart, stop me, and just go off about, oh my god, yes, slay queen, yes, oh my god, gay rights, FDNG, like...
Okay, well, what? So the first woman says that white people are invasive, which is just insane, and you can clearly see what she's insinuating there. She's referring to them sort of, as their own species of individuals. This one is talking about how a white person came up and saw her pride mask and complimented her, wanted to let her know that they are in fact an ally in the movement that she is so outwardly displaying on her body, and that's somehow a bad thing? I'm confused.
Like, just being so extremely flamboyant, and it really got on my nerves because then he had the audacity to come from around the cart after stepping in front of it to stop me, to tell me this, to then hitting my arm and hitting my shoulders and hitting my side to show camaraderie. And it's like, you don't know me, so why do you feel like you can do this, considering you were just having a normal conversation with the other lady?
I get not wanting to be touched by some random stranger in a supermarket or a grocery store or wherever they were, but this person was so clearly trying to display that they are on your side of things. And if you are an individual who wants to cry about your oppression, which it seems like she is that exact type of person, you're wearing a pride mask on your face to signal that you are part of a movement of marginalized people, and a white person, typically the person that you would describe as an oppressor, comes to you and says, you know what? I'm on your side of things. I support you. I love that you're wearing that openly, and is trying to show, as she even states it, camaraderie with you. What's the problem? What is there to be upset about? That makes no sense. And it maybe goes to show that as a white person, when you're dealing with activists like this and SJWs, it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter if you're mean to them. It doesn't matter if you're nice to them. It doesn't matter if you're an ally to their movement and you openly try to support them when they're out in public. Nothing you can do is going to take away the resentment that they feel towards you due to history, or just the general animosity that they feel towards white people because they've been brainwashed into thinking that all of you are bad.
I just want you to know I hate you.
Even when you're nice to them. Oh my goodness.
I just want you to know I hate you.
Even when you're nice to them. Oh my goodness.
A flag outside of somebody's house, I just automatically assume you racist.
Almost definitely, but we felt that way for years. Like, I'm 51, and even as a kid we knew. It was understood. If there was an American flag at their house, they some racist ass white motherfuckers. That's just what it was.
Okay, so if I put an American flag on my car or outside my house, does that automatically make me a racist or a white supremacist? It's crazy that the flag, which in my opinion is one of the most inclusive flags that you could probably have, not the BLM one, not the pride flag or whatever, the American flag, based on the idea that all can coexist in this country. That's pretty inclusive to me. But now you're saying that people who choose to take pride in their country and say, you know what, I'm so grateful for being here and let me display that gratitude by having a flag outside of my house or on my car, those people are automatically racist. It's just sad. I would bet you if you go up to the house that has the American flag and, you know, you knock on the door, you try to talk to your neighbors or you converse with them on the street, you're going to find that they're typically just average, everyday Americans. And they're probably going to be nice people. Most people are trying to be nice and good for the most part. Very rarely have I met somebody who is just blatantly racist and wants to let everybody know that that's what they are.
Black power!
We have one more here. And I saved the worst for last for you guys. And we're all going to experience this together. And as I said at the beginning of this video, there's a plot twist at the end. So stick around.
Okay. This isn't like full shade towards you. I just see a lot of comments like this, and this was the most recent one, so I'm just responding to this one. When white people say shit like this, it isn't the serve they think it is. Like, you're a part of the problem, fix your people, bro. Like, when white people are like, I'm white, and white people do suck. Yeah, you're probably a part of those said white people, so do something about it. The fuck? Also, I hate when white people try to validate me. Like, they're literally like, I'm white, but I agree. Bro, I don't know if you noticed, but I don't need validation from white people. Like, that's the last thing I need in my life. Like, I feel like white people always try, but they miss. Like, and I feel bad for y'all. Not that bad, though, because your ancestors suck and you're stinky and evil. But bad enough where I want to call you out and tell you not to leave comments like this because it's crusty.
And let's get this straight. She's a victim of racism in this country. She is the oppressed in this country. With what she's able to say in this video, this one irks me to my core more so than any other, because you have somebody who's outwardly trying to let you know that they are in your camp, that they are in your corner when it comes to the so-called struggles that you have in this country. And even when you have somebody who's trying to defend you, you push them away.
Get out of here! Don't you understand? Get! I don't want you anymore!
Again, it goes back to what I said before. It doesn't matter what you do for these people. They've already decided who you are. They have already decided what you're like. And they've already decided to be racist and prejudiced towards you. And the fact that you can say something like, you need to go fix your people. I always say it, but imagine it in the other direction. Imagine telling this young woman, you need to do something to fix the problems in black culture and the black community. You need to go and fix your people. How would that go down? And more so than that, how would it go down if you made a video saying that on a platform like TikTok and posted that? What do you think the response would be? What do you think would happen to your profile? What do you think would happen to your job or your family? How would the internet react to you being openly racist like this on this platform?
Oh, he's gonna pay! He's gonna pay with interest! He's going down!
Not well, because you can never put it in the other direction. You can never be racist in the other direction. They only want all of the power to be able to be hateful and vitriolic towards you, and nobody should be able to do it. We should decide that if racism is wrong, then you shouldn't be able to hurl it in either direction. And she has all this talk about white people, and let me let you in. You know, come closer. Let me let you in on the plot twist here. Let's watch this video and see if you recognize anybody. Is that maybe the young woman who hates white people and doesn't trust white people and doesn't, quote, need validation from white people with a white boyfriend. Somebody commented, activist in the streets, colonizer in the sheets. And I died. AOC. Who is she married to? Ilhan Omar. Who is she married to? Time and time again, these people are able to espouse their hatred on the internet or in their respective platforms, and then who do they end up dating? The very colonizer that they claim to have so much hate for. So that was our little plot twist. I enjoyed it. I don't know if you did. And that sums up my takes on these racist leftists on TikTok. Let me know how you feel about these videos. Is there a point that I missed? Drop it in the comments down below. And if you disagree with me, we always encourage healthy debate on this channel, so duke it out, but do so respectfully. And as always, like, subscribe, click the notification bell to be notified every single time I post a video for you guys, which is every single day. And
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Overwatch Project. A real short video on my phone.
All right, sorry, I had myself muted there. Dan pushes the lie that we chose this. Okay, he's pushed it for years. I called him out many years ago. I called out Dan years before I started my channel. My channel's coming up on closing in on 3 years. He's been lying for years. 5, 6, 7 years. He's been lying, saying we chose this. Well, Dan, where's your proof that we chose this? Where's the evidence that we chose to come here? Where's the evidence? Dan is the yes man. Dan the yes man from Overwatch. He says yes to Forever Con Man. That's why I nicknamed him Dan the Yes Man. Forever Con Man is the nasally voiced Mark. Hi, friends. I hope you find yourselves well. I hope you find yourselves well. It's me with my big nose, and my tiny little stinky hat. I've got my tiny dirty hat on and my big nose, my nasally voice, and I love those shekels. I love them. 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 Forever Con Man Research Channel. Dan is the yes man to that little fucking twerp, little con man grifter. Anyway, this creature believes that we're on this spinning ball. He's argued that for years and years, that we're on a floating, spinning, flying through space ball. He nods his head and agrees with NASA, and then he claims to be a high-level truther. Well, Dan, you're a yes man. You're a fucking piece of shit. You're a coward. You've been invited on over here many times. You're afraid to face me, Dan. You're a fucking pussy. That's what you are, Dan. You're a pussy. You're afraid to come over here and have a conversation, man to man. Because you're not a man. You're a yes man.
Here, I was on X this morning
Pussy.
and this popped up in my feed. Delete one thing
You're an
from
incel,
Earth
pussy.
that you think would make it
Key
better.
Largo.
Of course, people
You're
put
a
up all
pussy,
kinds
Dan.
of things, whatever they perceive as the one thing that popped into their.
Where's your link for buy me a coffee? You forgot to put your link for the shekels. You know you want the money. He has a buy me a coffee. He wants shekels. And he's a yes man.
Head. But my answer was quite simple.
And he's stuck on shit. He's really stuck on shit.
Cover everything all at once. So I put delete cognitive dissonance, and all the other problems and perceived problems will go away. People will have.
He thinks he's clever. Delete cognitive dissonance. People will have to deal with the truth. Well, who says they're the same spiritually, Dan? Oh, I just in half a second, my rebuttal destroys Dan, but he assumes we're all the same spiritually. He thinks deleting cognitive dissonance and all the other problems in this realm and perceived problems will go away. Really? Huh. You delete cognitive dissonance, will that change the 10,000 diseases here? Nope. Nope. Delete cognitive dissonance, will that change psychopaths and evil rulers? Nope. Delete cognitive dissonance, will it remove floods, volcanic eruptions, droughts, firestorms, earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes, tsunamis, disasters that kill millions and make millions homeless and make millions of orphans and parents losing children? Nope. Nope. Well, Dan, you said delete cognitive dissonance and all the other problems and perceived problems will go away. What about the design of human beings? Will that change? Nope. Life eating life? Nope. So what are you talking about, Dan? You're a pussy. You're a fucking coward and you're not intelligent. You believe yourself to be intelligent. But you're not, Dan. You're not. You're not. Who are you trying to fool, Dan? Danny boy. You're not very smart. He believes in a creator. Really, Dan? Really? He thinks he's found the answer. Delete cognitive dissonance. Well, that doesn't change evil. Not one bit. They're not under the spell of cognitive dissonance. They know they're causing harm and evil. Danny boy. Danny boy. I took a screenshot of this because I want to highlight this maybe in a future video. The stupidity. Because he has a channel and he thinks, well, people, I'm telling people the truth. Are you really? Are you really helping people?
Have to deal with the truth. And that's the one, and all the other problems and perceived. So I put delete all at once. So I put delete cognitive dissonance, and all the other problems and perceived problems will go away. People will have to deal with the truth. And that's the one.
Come on over to my channel, Puss Boy. I'd love to have a conversation with you about all of these topics. But I don't think you can do it. You don't have the guts, and you don't have the spine, and you don't have the fucking balls, do you? You know it's true, Dan. You know it's true. You know you can't come over here because you'd be exposed, and you're afraid. Oh, sorry about that, everyone. I was shifting my position, sitting here, and that was my brass balls, my gigantic brass balls clanging together that Dan doesn't have. Dan doesn't have any balls. He's got dried up little raisins at best. Right, Danny boy? You know it's true. You're afraid to come over here. You're afraid. You can't have a conversation with someone like me because you'd be walking away with your fucking tail between your legs, humiliated. And you know it. You know it. You push a lot of nonsense, Danny boy.
True mechanism, isn't it? Now, of course, my theory is that if you actually did that, you would then
go play your video games, Dan. I know that you like to play video games. As a man that's got to be in your 50s, you love video games. Go play your video games and read your comic books and fantasize about being strong and powerful when you can't even have a conversation man to man on the internet. You're weak.
And have a massive matrix reincarnation soul trap reset. And then we'd all start over. Well, at least some of us would, or most people here would that have souls. They would simply come back. I would, of course, not, and I think most of my listeners wouldn't either.
What do you mean by souls? You all use the term soul instead of spirit.
They would know better. But yeah, just thought I'd pass that on. A little quick morning video. Talk to you all later. Bye.
Do you see me typing an invitation to him? Do you see that I tagged his channel at Overwatch Project? Do you see this? I'm showing you real time. I'm showing you something here, people. People. That I do invite them. And they're too afraid. He's been invited for years. This is just another invitation live. I don't have any fear. I'll invite all of these creatures here to my channel, whether it's Dan or whether it's Jason Books from Archaics. He's afraid to come here too. Some of you dummies that tune in and lurk think Jason's tough. He'll mention me on his show, but he's afraid to come on here and face me. He's not tough. He's a predator. He can prey on a woman when he has a buddy with him and kidnap and prey on a woman, but he's not tough. It's not tough at all. He's afraid to come on here. He'll mention my name on videos. I'm a thorn in his side, but he can't come on here and have a discussion about these topics. They're afraid. And some of you have to get that through your heads, that they're afraid. There's a reason why they're afraid. They don't want to be exposed. They don't want to lose any of their audience. They don't want their name to be ruined. They don't want to have to slink off of YouTube with their tail between their legs. Because I'm not in their fucking club of demons. That's why they can't have an open conversation live here with nothing scripted and nothing predetermined. Do you understand? Howdy Mikowski can't come here. He can do the YouTube talk show circuit, but he can't come here because he'd be asked some real questions here. And they know that. And some of you are still baby truthers, even that if that hurts your feelings, too bad, because you follow these fucking frauds on YouTube. You want to defend these pieces of shit that aren't real at all. So I just sent that. There you go. 0 seconds ago. He's tagged. This will show up on his channel showing that El Diablo tagged you, that one channel tagged you. And he'll show up in his notifications. Dan, you're invited. Why don't you come on my show? If you're interested in truth seeking in these topics, you would think that, oh, well, this is right in his wheelhouse. Why wouldn't Dan want to come to a channel discussing these things? Because he doesn't feel fucking safe here. That's why. He's a coward. Some of you have to learn that to tune into my show. You got a long way to go. And I know that you're not honest when you say, I'm not a newbie, Steven. I'm not a baby truther. But you're asking me questions like, why don't they show up here? Well, that shows me that you're a baby truther because you can't see how YouTube is fixed. It's fucking rigged. It's scripted. They stick with their own kind. They're afraid to come here. You got to get that through your heads. Or I'll keep calling you a baby truther because that's what you are, because you don't see it. You don't really see what's going on YouTube. I don't give a shit if you see through baby truther stuff like, oh, well, TV's fixed and, the media's fake. Great. Normies can see that much. Fantastic. Maybe you should take a look at YouTube and the shit you've been following, some of you, for months, if not years. Because you're watching fixed, fake shit. And you can't tell, some of you. Some of you can tell. But I'm speaking to the ones that can't. If you can't tell, then yeah, you're a baby truther. If it hurts your feelings, too bad. Start waking up and opening your eyes and learning how to see. I'm not here to coddle people that are under mind control. Wake the fuck up. Start seeing what cowards they are. None of them will come over here. Hello, Louise. Good to see you. Tony Sayers was invited here live on his show. Live. You think he's going to show up? You think Tony's going to show up? I'm trying to show you something about what people follow on YouTube. But you better start paying attention. I'm showing you something. Pay attention.
El Diablo Radio International. Diablo is Spanish for the devil. It's kind of a funny title there, but hello anyway. No Sky Trails, that's good.
Tony, don't be afraid.
Yeah, and I know. Yeah, about the El Diablo, I'd need to look a little bit more on your channel. Like I said, that's Spanish for the devil. So I'm a cartoon character. I'm handsome, cheeky little devil. Cool, whatever floats your boat, mate. Whatever floats your boat. El Diablo Radio International.
El Diablo Radio International. The greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Nobody. Look at this handsome, cheeky little devil here. Look at him. Look at him. Just look at him.
Diablo is Spanish for the devil. It's kind of a funny title there, but hello anyway.
A funny title. Why are you so nervous? Why are you repeating yourself? Why are you stumbling around speaking? What's wrong with you, Tony?
No.
Get some balls. You're not acting like a man. You're acting like a puss boy. You're afraid. Man up. Man up, Chubbs. What's wrong with your eyes? You look evil.
Sky Trails, that's...
What's wrong with your fucking eyes, dude? What's wrong with your cube eyes? They're squared off. The iris and the pupil. Your eyes are fucked up. Do you have demons, Tony? Tony, do you have demons? I think Tony has demons. I think Tony has demons. He has demons. Look at him. Just look at him. Tony, what are you so nervous about?
That's good.
Tony, don't be afraid.
Yeah, and I know. Yeah, about the El Diablo, I'd need to look a little bit more on.
Would you need to ask your handlers or the entities if it's okay to come on over here live and have a conversation? You'd have to look a bit more. Are you afraid to go on a live stream? Tony, what are you so scared for? I hop on people's live streams all the time. Why are you afraid? Why are you afraid, Tony? Why are you afraid? I'll buy you some cheeseburgers and tacos. I'll pay you some money if you come over here. How about $50 US? How does that sound? You're scared, aren't you? You're scared. I invited him live on his show to come over here. Why don't you come over here live sometime and talk? He's scared.
On your channel, like I said, that's Spanish for the devil. stuff.
Listen to this one. I know it's Spanish. I know. It's simple. El Diablo. I'm a cheeky, handsome little devil. You understand? And I'm El Loco. You know a tiny bit of Spanish and you think you have me figured out. Who you trying to get crazy with, essay? Don't you know I'm loco? You don't know that I'm loco. You don't know.
I'm a cartoon character. I'm handsome, cheeky little devil. Cool, whatever floats your boat, mate. Whatever.
I think eventually some people are going to understand that I invite them all here. They're all invited here. And they're terrified to come over here. I can't tell you how many people have come to my channel saying, they're scratching their heads. I can't figure out why they don't come over here. You'd think if they're truth seekers, well, you're assuming wrong. They're profiteers. They're shills. They're cockroaches. They're demons. They're not real truth seekers. They don't have guts. Real truth seekers have guts, curiosity, want to learn and see more. They're not real truth seekers. Here's another thing I'm going to keep driving home to people. Real men don't beg for shekels on YouTube. Well, Tony does. Tony begs for shekels. So does Dan the Yes Man and Forever Con Man. They all do. Channel to channel. Jack Talcott, Flo Gay, Illuma Tommy. All these channels, they all beg for shekels. Like hobos. Like leeches. They're not real men. They're losers. Stop supporting these greedy ass losers. Stop supporting them. I don't want your money. I don't do this for money. I'm not going to put a price tag on the truth or on spirituality. That's disgusting. That's wrong. That's unethical. That's immoral. I view it as a spiritual crime that they're committing. They're trying to exploit people and grift from people. They're trying to steal money from little old ladies that can't pay their rent or their heating bills or pay for groceries. And they're giving money to these fucking greedy assholes every month. Desperate to get out of this hell realm, thinking if they pay that they'll get out. You can't buy your way out of here. You can't pay fucking lying cockroaches and get out of this hell realm. It doesn't work that way. Stop thinking that you can buy your way out of here. You can't. Truth should be free, shared freely by good spirits for the sake of doing good, not putting a price tag on it, selling it like a fucking product, like some piece of shit on TV commercials advertised. That's what they're doing. They're trying to degrade the truth. Do you understand? They're profiteers. They're scammers. Some of you just don't get it. Yeah, they have had new, and I'm glad Louise is paying attention because a lot of people aren't. Some people on my channel will say, why don't you invite them? They've all been invited lots of times here, including live and tagged and emailed. They are afraid to come here. Get this through your heads. It shouldn't. Some of you just can't learn, and it's a big problem. And then you belong here. I'm not going to be shedding tears for the lurkers, the little demons that lie. You belong here. It's going to be great sealing you in. That will be one of the most joyful moments of celebration, sealing you demons in here. And you can starve in here and have to eat each other, cannibalize each other, you fucking demons. You've had your chances. But you don't want to change. You don't want the truth. You want to be liars and defend liars. You belong here. And I will do everything in my power to make sure that you evil lurking pieces of shit get sealed in and stay here forever. I hope that's clear. Anything, whatever it takes. That's That's what's going to happen. But I already know it's not going to be that difficult. I'm going to do what has to be done. And you're going to get what you deserve. And some are lurking right now. I know that already. I can sense that they're here. And I can also look at the numbers and see how many are watching. Some demented, evil, cowardly little cockroach demons are lurking right now. You belong here. You're going to be sealed in here forever and ever. You'll never get out. Never. There's going to be 1,000 seals on this place. 1,000. And this is going to be the most terrible place beyond what you can imagine with your human mind or your demonic human mind, your meat mind in this fucking matrix hell realm level. You can't imagine how bad it's going to get in here. It won't look the way it does now. You freaks that assume it won't be so bad without me here and without good spirits. You won't have luxury hotels, condos, Airbnbs, none of that. You won't have workers. You won't have factories. You won't have supermarkets to go to. It's going to change before it's sealed in. You won't have an energy supply, in other words, good spirits to feed upon. You're going to be starving demons, eating each other alive and unable to die, unable to leave. Even death, you will wish for death. You'll wish that you could die. It will be that bad. You'll be wishing for death, and you won't be able to. You'll be spiritually locked in here in a closed system where you can't get out ever. You could be clawing away. You just can't get out of here ever. It's going to be coming back on you, all the pain and suffering that you've caused to the most innocent ones in this place. All of that will be heaped onto you, onto your conscience as well, haunting you. You'll have visions of the ones that you harmed, you pieces of shit, you rotten evil cockroaches. I'm going to make sure that you fucking pay. I'm going to make sure you face eternal consequences. I'm going to be performing magical spells on this place and putting magical seals on this realm, the likes of which even the great magician of old, Merlin, wouldn't be able to come up with. I'm going to be pulling the greatest magic and sorcery ever performed or thought up here. Ever. With an intensity that you just can't even imagine it. You can't imagine the intensity and fury of my imagination and my magic that I'm going to unleash upon this realm, because I know what has gone on here. I have that understanding. I see it, and I will remember it when I leave. It's another part of it. I won't forget. I won't forget what you've fucking done here, you sick fucks. You sick fucking demons. And some people tuned in need a wake-up call because they just think it's a couple famous names. Oh, it's Bill Gates, and it's this one, and it's the Rothschilds, and it's the Rockefellers, and it's blah blah, and it's Epstein fucking Island, and Weinstein, and it's the Steens and the Steins, and it's just them, and it's just the tiny hats, and it's just the Vatican. You don't understand. You don't understand where you are. You don't understand how much fucking demonic activity this place has and how many demons are here. You don't understand what I'm fighting and waging war with already. You don't understand that I'm already taking on thousands. You just think it's a couple families. Some of you are such baby truthers. You're such at a low level thinking it's just a couple families that run this place, and if we got rid of them, it'd be a paradise. You're delusional. You look like Jack Talcott, for fuck's sake, some of you. You really do. You have a lot of growing up to do, a lot of waking up to do, a lot of maturing to do. It isn't just a few fucking Illuminati demonic bloodline families. That's a ruse. You're in a demonic realm with very few good spirits. That's the reality. And that's one of the greater truths that I speak here that all these other channels don't talk about. And they'll try to mock me saying, he calls everyone demons. You're going to find out that I've been speaking the truth one day. And some of you are in for a rude awakening, you lurking fucking lazy ass losers. You losers are in for a rude awakening. Because you know what? You know what's going to happen with some of you that are on the fence? You're going to see what I've been saying. You will see it, that there's millions of demons here, millions. And then you're going to panic because it's going to be what you didn't expect. You pretended your whole life here that there's just a few demons, a few bad apples, and that most people are good and all this bullshit. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're going to find that out. You're going to get the rude awakening. And you know what? It's too late then. I'm not just going to accept you with open arms and say, yeah, come to our side. I don't trust you. You didn't believe me the whole lifetime here. You weren't loyal to me. I'll throw you in the fucking pit, the den with demons. Fuck you. You can't be trusted. This is about trust and loyalty and choosing wisely, and you haven't done it. And some of you have been watching my channel for years. You've proven to me that you can't do it. You're not worth it. You can't be trusted. Some of you lurkers that have been here for years, I don't trust you. And you're going to see it. And some of you think, well, that's a bad thing. He doesn't. I know what I'm doing. I know that I'll trust few. I know exactly what I'm doing. I know how many of you are two-faced and betray and you're turncoats. And you're here just to hopefully one day in your mind, you hope that you can put a knife in my back one day and try to stop me from doing what has to be done. Some of you love movies. You're all wrapped up in Hollywood. Well, think of a movie scene where if the person in the movie that has to do a mission can't do it, then all is lost. That's how I treat this. That's how seriously I take it. And I know a lot of you don't. And a lot of you will compliment me on making so many hours of content and streaming for hours and my stamina, my dedication and devotion to this. What do you wonder why? Do you ever stop and go, wait a second, there's got to be a reason why Stephen is this intense and has this much energy and stamina to keep talking about this and is this sincere and serious about this? There must be some reason. Well, that's the reason. Because it's all in the fucking line. That's how I look at it. One chance. That's how I look at it. That's how I treat it. I don't take it lightly like some of you fucking idiots, fucktards on YouTube do that lurk and tune in and laugh. You're fucking morons. And I don't see a way that you're getting out because you never take the truth seriously. You take lying demons seriously. You're warped. You have things 180 degrees in your heads. You're ass backwards. You might as well have a front butt attached to you because your fucking brain is backwards in your skull. You're fucked up. You don't see clearly. You have a distorted, warped view. You believe demons. You're going to learn the hard way. So be it. That's how most learn in this realm. Very few people learn the easy way, the intelligent way, the way of listening to real truths being spoken and say, you know what, this adds up. This matches up. These pieces fit. These puzzle pieces that are very intricate and complex. They're not just round block into round hole. There's thousands and thousands of pieces. And what this guy says, it matches up. It fits. You demons don't do that. You're too lazy. You laugh off the truth. You're going to get a rude awakening, and I don't feel sorry for you. I'm dead serious about this. If I was there watching you being torn to shreds, you ones that laughed and mocked and tried to slander me for years on here, if one day you're being pulled at by demons and torn apart, and I see it, and you start calling out my name for help, I'll say I don't know you. You didn't care about anything I said here all these years. You didn't pay attention. You weren't considerate. You didn't listen. You didn't weigh the evidence. You didn't look at the information that I shared. You attacked me. You tried to hurt me. You slandered me. You tried to assassinate my name, my character. You've done everything you could to try to defame me. I'll simply say, I don't know you. And maybe if the demons look at me, I'll say, eat them, feast on them, and I'll walk away from you. I won't help you in return for all the harm you've tried to do to me, some of you lurking demons. You will be rewarded with pain and suffering that you earned, that you deserve. You will face justice given to you by the very demons that you stand with and defend and protect. They will eat you alive. And I'll just say, I don't know you. Does that sound familiar? Does it sound familiar? Some of what's coming was predicted. Some of what's coming was predicted, but it won't happen in the way that stupid, take the book literally, in a literal, childish way, Christians view certain things. But you were told in various ways in this realm what is coming. And I often say a storm is coming. A storm. Because humans can relate to a storm. They love nature. A lot of humans say, I love nature. I love nature. Well, think of a great big thunderstorm that involves hurricanes and tornadoes that form out of the hurricane and flooding and everything else. Power grid down, tornadoes, loss of electricity, flooding, going through absolutely a big storm. It's going to be worse than that. Much worse than the storms that you're used to. And some of you are saying, oh, I'm afraid. Well, what's coming is deserved. You shouldn't be afraid if you're a good spirit. But some of you are afraid because you're not good. You're on the side of evil. You're two-faced. Things are going to be sorted out here. Good versus evil. That's not a bad thing. I view that as a necessary thing. It's been way too long. It's a battle that's long overdue. And I don't care what you think of me personally. You can think I'm crazy, insane. You can believe all the demons on Team Evil. Go ahead. Believe all their rumors and hearsay about me and lies, slander. Go ahead. Be stupid. Be foolish. But I'm going to show you how strong I am. All of their attacks will mean nothing. All of their lies and slander, in the end, will just be dust off the bottom of my shoes. Some of you chose wrong. You chose evil. I warned you hundreds of times to choose wisely. You don't want to, though. You don't want to stand with the innocent children abused and help them get free. Some of you want to stand with evil, sickening, greedy, narcissistic, psychopathic, lying demons on YouTube. You have no excuse at that point. You belong here. You can call Earth your home. You're going to stay here forever. You'll never be anywhere else. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve the chance to ruin all the rest. You belong quarantined here. Do you like the term quarantined? Lockdown? Sort of like 2020? Well, you demons are going to be quarantined here forever. Forever. I have no sympathy for you, no mercy. I can see what you've done. And the fact that you get pleasure out of causing suffering. You evil, filthy, sick, psychotic, disgusting, grotesque creatures belong here. And I know some of you lurk and get off watching my channel. Fucking sickos. I'm not trolling you. I'm not joking. You will be judged. And I know you fear judgment. You fear that. You'd love to have a realm with no judgment. Well, you're going to be judged. Evil pieces of shit. You will be judged.
There is the conscious panic starting to set in because for the last 70 years, the race war has waged on with whites as the target, unbeknownst to them, right? Whites just thought, hey, if we subvert ourselves enough to this system, if we give blacks and minorities everything they want, it's really the blacks that they've pitted against, right? Because we have that history of slavery and they try to use that, they try to extend it to all the minorities now, but that's not really taking like they wanted it to. But here we have a non-white man talking to several non-whites. We take a look at the room here, discussing the future of race consciousness of white Americans.
Basically cynically toying with partnering with this so-called anti-racist movement, and that is going to back whites against the wall and cause them to start seeing things racially in a way that they haven't in more than a generation, and that the net result of those two phenomena is that we are going to be headed to a conflict that nobody knows the way out of. And what's more, unlike our first Civil War, there's not even a geographic description of a solution. Right?
I'm not sure about that, though, because you have quite a lot of whites that are no longer interested or exhausted in their own identity who are not going to be taking up that war. So it gets a lot more complicated than white versus black.
I agree it's more complicated, but do you see a way that it ends acceptably? I mean, you have a well-armed rural white population that is now correctly understanding that it is being targeted by a mob that claims it's guilty of all sorts of things that it actually isn't guilty of yet.
We certainly don't condone violence here on the Leonardo Joni channel. Even if it ever ends up becoming necessary, we don't condone it. But look at the faces, the expressions, right? All of them settling on just how bad white national consciousness is, okay? At no point
I'm going to jump in here. One Jew, Weinstein, I think his name is, and all the rest are Negroes. And they're worried about white people becoming conscious of how they have demonized white people and browbeaten white people and attacked and shamed white people and tried to make white people feel guilty for generations. And they're worried. They just want to get away with beating on white people and saying they're oppressed. But more and more white people are becoming conscious of what's going on.
Point do the other people in this conference want to acknowledge, besides Eric Weinstein, he recognizes that, the whites are correctly beginning to see that they are the targets of all of this propaganda. The blacks can't even let that into their sphere. It's like, what? No, they can't be the victims. They're the perpetrators, right? This is what's been downloaded into our brain for the last 70 years. We need this. So you can see the rage that's in them, right? And then the guy he's talking to has to say, well, not all the whites are going to side on the same side. I'm just going to tell you something, right? The liberals, they're down to fight as long as the system is going to reward them with social credit points, and there's nothing really for them to lose, okay? The minute that shit gets real, they're done. And most of them are just pretending to be part of the cause because the power right now lies in the hands of Bolshevik communists who are staging a color revolution. But as soon as that goes away, these people who basically have been browbeaten into supporting this so that they don't seem like racists are 100% going to abandon ship. And they for sure are not going to fight for a bunch of people they feel beholden to so they don't get called racist. On top of that, that whole thing is fading, okay? The illusion that Black people are total victims and white people are demons and devils and that there's a system of oppression that is actively holding Black people down. That illusion is fading, okay? And we have people out here.
This person here in the comments said, I'm sick of the anti-white bullshit. 1,500 likes on this comment. And then there's Negroes saying, who cares what you're sick of, in the comments.
Illusion that Black people are total victims and white people are demons and devils. And
the white people are going to get tired, and whenever the regular white people get tired, everybody else is going to lay down.
And a bitch ass can cock the mother, shoot the whole clip, and don't shoot nobody, or shoot a mother that he wasn't even aiming for.
Everybody else in the United States will get run over really quick, and it won't even be more than that. They've been waiting for this.
You know, here you have two Black men basically warning the Black community that this quote unquote race war they keep asking for, it's not going to end well. And look, I'm not here for that, right? I'm not here for, having a, kinetic race war. I don't think anybody actually wins out of that. But what you're getting is a warning that says you're pushing them too far. And actually, the truth is you pushed them too far about 20 years ago, right? But now it's really gotten to the point where even a normie white person who, maybe used to just go down to the library, rent a couple of books or whatever, is now like, oh, there's a target on my back. Because when it comes to survival, there's going to be a whole other different response. And the reason you have these two Black men talking about it is because the writing's on the wall for them. And what they are trying to do is avoid the situation getting to a kinetic war, right? Because they know the truth. Nobody's going to benefit, especially you're not going to benefit when you're 13% of the population and you don't have the military backing you up. It's not going to happen, okay? The segregation, the desegregation that happened because of the military forcing white Americans to integrate with Black Americans.
Whites need to start looking out for whites just like all other races do. All others do that. And as for segregation, I've talked about this. Desegregation, was forced upon Americans by armed military. It was not something that white people in America said, yeah, we want that, we accept that. It was forced desegregation of schools, neighborhoods, etc. It was forced upon people that are told you're free.
That happened because of the segregation, the desegregation that happened because of the military forcing white Americans to.
Armed men forced white Americans that are told that they're free people, that they're allowed to make their own choices. They forced it with weapons and said, you're going to desegregate and allow them into your schools, neighborhoods, etc., or else. They forced it. It wasn't something people wanted by choice. It was forced. And people try to look back and say, you know what? I've studied history. I've studied American history. I didn't just find this out tonight. I've shared pictures like this in previous live streams right here on my channel over the years. All right. And I knew it before I had this channel. I shared it a decade ago with American friends of mine on Facebook that didn't realize that it was forced upon your ancestors, your grandparents, grandmothers, grandfathers, or great-grandfathers. Some of you that might be younger, it might be your great-grandparents. Anyway, it was forced. Forced. with weapons. That's what I'm talking about. There's lots of pictures to show it and video. And there's lots of people that told stories of this is what happened. And the stories were passed down in families. This is what went on. All right. Now, if it's not your free will choice and they need weapons to do it, that shows you what white people knew. And they weren't all racist back then, but they understood this is what will happen. And they had to force it upon them because they didn't want it. They knew this is what will happen. If we allow this, it won't be good. They'll ruin our schools. And what you were taught, most people, is that, oh, they were racist. It was all white people were always racist in America. That's what they teach. They were just racist. They had to make them accept it because they're inherently racist. No, the white people back then understood, whether they were teenagers, 20 years old, 30, 40, the parents of these people on the screen understood. If we just let them come in, they don't behave like we do. And they don't. And they were right. They've shown you for generations now, for decades, that they don't behave the same way, that they will trash whatever you build and destroy. And they do hate you, and they do resent you. No matter how kind you are to them, they hate you as a white person. You can be kind. You can say, I agree with you. I support you. But they hate you. You can't placate them and appease them and pander to them. They hate you, no matter what you do. That's the reality. Start waking up and facing things. Look at it a little differently and say, well, how do they behave? Their behavior shows you. Some of you you're just stuck on feeling sorry for them. That's a weakness. You'll say, well, I just feel sorry for the one black person that wants out and wants to move to a white neighborhood in a better place, and they're not the same as all the other blacks. And Stephen, you're racist because you're grouping them all in together. Well, it's funny because your ancestors knew what you don't seem to understand, some of you. Your ancestors understood. They understood that desegregation was forced upon them, and they understood before then. Just like your ancestors understood what happens if women are given power in a society, whether it's in Roman times or modern times. You allow them to vote, eventually they feel sorry for everybody else than the men that treat them the best, and they destroy civilization by opening the gates, removing the walls, letting the third world in, letting the invaders in, and they are the destroyers of society. They're the weakest link, women. Given the power of the vote and decision making in society, they let the world in. It's akin to a woman that can barely feed her family, but she's so soft that if invaders are at the door, she'll open the door and let 1,000 in and take all her food, and then her children starve. It's not wise, but that's why women can't run societies. It's what they do. And they'll also sleep with the enemy. If the enemy invades, women will sleep with the enemy. They'll fuck the enemy to spare their own lives. This has gone on forever in wars. That's what women do. Women don't guard societies that are built by men. Women are the weak link that if they're given power, they let the enemy in to destroy it. That's reality. I don't care about your feelings. That's what's happened. That's the truth. But what women often want to do is change things by, oh, I don't feel that way. Well, you're one woman. You're just one woman. You're not all women. Women take it personally and say, not me. Well, that's great. Not you, but a million others do. So if you all vote, then you're going to vote for that. You could vote against it, but you're outvoted by a million women. So again, you're not thinking. Men tend to think more than feel more. We judge more by thinking than feelings. We go more by logic and reason. If I give the vote to all women and I say, well, Salty Siren's not going to vote for this, I know she doesn't want the third world in, and Anna Faye doesn't, but a million other women do. So if you all have the vote, you're outvoted, and I'm outvoted, and the castle walls come down, and the drawbridge comes down, and all the doors open up, and all the enemy comes in, and then the civilization is over. Western civilization that European men have built, from Germany to France to Austria to Sweden to United Kingdom, Scotland, Ireland, England, and Wales, the weirdo Welsh. I had to put that in there, but all the way from to the United States to Australia, we've built some of the best civilizations on earth. See, the Japanese know this with their society. They keep it 98 or 99% Japanese. They don't let the third world in. They don't let people in that hate them. They don't open the doors and say, "Oh, you're Muslim and you hate Japanese people and you hate Japanese culture and you hate people that aren't Muslim and you want to subvert us from the inside. Come on in." No, they don't do that. They don't do that. Also in Japan, if I moved there, let's say I moved there and started a business or ran a business or started teaching English as a second language, which I could easily do. I could be an English teacher in Japan. I don't want to do that, but let's say I wanted to do that with the rest of my life. And then I lived there long enough and I applied for Japanese citizenship, which is very difficult to do. And then I got Japanese citizenship. And I got it. And I was a Japanese citizen. Would anybody in Japan think that I'm Japanese? No. They'd still see me as a foreigner because I'm European. I don't look Japanese. And some of you might say, well, that's their decision. That's their culture. I'd say yes. Others would say, well, that's discrimination. Is it really, though? Because that's the way they run things there. And I think they have the right way of running it. Because if they want to keep Japan Japanese, it'll be Japanese in 50 years. But will Germany still be German? Will France be French? Will England be English in 50 years? See, there's a difference there. You let in the whole world. That's at your own peril. I agree, Anna Faye, they shouldn't be in government either. And it should be more selective with men. There should be checks and balances not to allow the evil to take control and the wealthy. There should be checks and balances on the money system so they can't buy their way in. There should be limitations on elections so that it is fair, so that someone who isn't evil and connected and doesn't have massive funding of money can't buy their way in. That would make it much better if it was a fair system. That's what I would put in place. That's what I would put in place if I took over, which may need to happen, not me necessarily, but someone else, as a dictator temporarily to turn shit around. That might even need to happen. A dictator might have to come into power for a while, for a few years, to straighten shit out and not go by the rules and just say, no, we're not doing it this way. This is destroying our nation. This is destroying our people. This is killing us. I know that might sound weird to some people, but a strongman dictator would be a better option than our current system if it lasted 4 or 5 years and they had a, well, put it this way, they were a dictator, but a moral one. I don't know if I can make sense of that in words for you, but one that has a plan and cares more about the country, the nation, and the people, and is willing to break the rules to make sure that something is changed for the better of the country. Like mass deportations, and some people say that's against the Constitution. If I was in power, I would be doing that in Canada and United States. Absolutely would. To save what's left. It's necessary. I would do what's necessary. And I would do what's necessary to protect white people. There's a Hispanic caucus and a black caucus and all this stuff. Where's the white caucus in American government? Well, they don't allow that, right? Right? Who speaks up for white people? There's delusional white people that think Trump and others, they don't speak for whites. They always say, oh, I'm doing this for blacks, I'm doing this for Hispanics. When does he ever say, well, I'm doing this for Europeans, for European Americans? You'll never hear it from Trump or anyone else. I'm not just singling out Trump, Biden, Obama, Bush, whoever, Hillary Clinton, the Clintons, Bill Clinton, whoever's been running for president or has been elected, quote, elected, selected president. They don't stand up for white people vocally, openly at all. They don't have the balls to do that. They're afraid to do that. And I wouldn't be afraid at all. I would do what needs to be done. So what if I had a choice tomorrow, hypothetically, as a thought experiment, they came along and said, Stephen, you have a choice. You either have your elected shill puppet government in Canada and United States as a dual citizen, or you have a dictator in Canada and a dictator suddenly in the United States, but moral dictators that break the rules for the benefit of your people. What would you choose? Well, it's no contest. I'd gamble with the dictator because some real beneficial change might be done with a dictator in both of those countries, Canada and the US. That's what I would be for. That sounds insane, I'm sure, to some people. But to ones that are thinking, they'd say, well, maybe there might be some real changes that help for once make something better. Even if it goes against the rules and the bureaucratic red tape, and they don't get to vote on it, and there's not a Senate vote, and they just say, we're doing this. This is what has to be done. We have to deport millions. And I would make it happen. It would be if I were the dictator, it'd be carrying out immediately that week. And it wouldn't be something fancy of orchestrating all these flights and spending millions of dollars. I know I'm floating them on doors. I just fucking go to the trash places and the landfills and Goodwills and all these places that just have old wood, scrap wood. They'd just be floating away. Tow them out 50 miles offshore, and there you go. You're on your own. Float back to your country. I'm not spending millions on you. Why would I spend millions on people that hate us? Does that make sense? Millions, just millions and millions, hundreds of millions, maybe billions. Why would I do that? Just to get them out. I know I want them out, but I don't want to spend your money on getting them out. I don't want to cost your family and cost your fucking family food on the table. I want to think of your family. I don't want you paying tons and tons of money to get rid of cockroaches that hate you and want to do you harm. And that's how I see them. And if you ever look into the crime stats, you'll start to see what I mean. And you start watching these videos and watch video upon video, they hate you. They openly hate you. So what I'm saying will sound less and less crazy as time goes on, because you're going to see, well, they really do hate us, and they are violent. And even the ones that haven't done violence yet would join a violent, let's say, civil war against you. They hate you because you're white. You don't have to have done anything to them. Just who you are, you're hated because you're a white person and you have white children, or white children and, in some cases, grandchildren. In some cases, you don't have children, which is fine as well. If you're a white woman here or a white man, you're hated by many, many, many black people in America and Canada. And I would easily say by most, the majority hate you just for existing. You don't have to have said anything. And that's another thing white people are kind of confused on. They'll say things like, well, I don't say the N-word. I'm not racist. They don't care. You're grouped in. Period. You can say I'm liberal. I vote for stuff for black people. I can't. Doesn't matter. They view you the same way as they view me. If I say nigger every live stream, and I never said that word. I don't think I said that word until having a YouTube channel. I don't know if I ever said that word until YouTube. And now I say it quite often. And I do it for a reason. Not because I'm quote unquote racist, but if you want to label me that, it doesn't bother me. I'm not saying I'm not because it doesn't hurt my feelings. You can call me that. I don't give a shit. Go ahead. You don't have a weapon or a way to hurt me. It doesn't bother me. Call me that if you want. Go ahead. But I'm saying the word to get people to realize, oh, he's trying to take away the power they have. He's trying to demystify it. He's trying to say it's just a fucking word. And they do far worse than some white person, whether it's a woman or a man, saying nigger. It's just a word with sounds that your vocal cords and your mouth and your tongue form. That's it. It's no big deal. It's nothing in comparison to what they think of you and the hatred they have for you and the harm that they openly speak about and wish upon you and the harm that some of these niggers do to white people. The word is nothing in comparison to that. And that's what I'm trying to get across. If that bothers you, too bad. Some of you are too programmed. You're too lost. You're FUBAR. There's some lurking, listening, thinking, oh, he's racist. He's trying to justify it. And they're just paranoid, fucking liberal-brained, hive-minded, FUBAR, fucked up losers. And I'm not writing them off because they're white. I'm just intelligent enough and rational enough and realistic enough to say there's no fixing everyone here. Just doesn't work that way. Now, there are some people that stand up for whites that say that every liberal can be fixed and I don't agree with that. I just don't. I think some are so far gone, so brainwashed, so self-loathing, and so in love with defending niggers and defending ones that are anti-white, that hate white people, that they're just so far gone. There's no fixing them. There's no fixing them. So be it. I don't cry myself to sleep at night thinking about them. A lot of what they did to themselves. As adults, it didn't just stem from, oh, they were programmed as children, Stephen. There's one's my age that we didn't go through that programming in school. We went through some programming, of course, but not the programming of hating yourself and being self-loathing and anti-white and all the liberals of today. A lot of these idiots went along with it. They joined in with this stuff as adults. So I really can't have much sympathy for them if they joined this kind of shit when they were 30, 40, 50 years old. You should know better. You should have grown up, had some pride in who you are, your family, your ancestry, not gone along with this anti-white, evil, demonic shit. So these liberals that have joined in, not like too bad. They're lost causes. That's how I look at it. Unless you change very quickly, you're just a lost cause. And some of the ones that are changing slowly will still hang on to things like, oh, that word is the worst thing ever. No, it isn't. That isn't the worst thing you can do, saying the word nigger. It is not. There's people on YouTube that say, and he's so comfortable with saying it, you just know he's racist because of the way he says it. What do you expect me to say? Do you expect me to hesitate before I say it and be all nervous and fearful? No, I won't be. No, it's just a fucking word. Nigger. It's just a word. What's worse than saying the word nigger? I can think of 1,000 things. I could do a whole live stream for 12 hours easily on things that are worse than that word. Easily. I could show tweets and comments on social media and YouTube videos by blacks for hours showing you worse than saying the word nigger. Their hatred, and wishing death and torture upon white people and children is a hell of a lot worse than somebody saying nigger. Their grapes of whites, their torture, their attacks on white babies, their murders of whites from Canada, United States, all the way to Africa is a lot worse than the word nigger. Way worse. Their torture of white African farmers is worse. I've researched all of these things for years. I didn't wake up yesterday. Some of you that lurk do no research. All you ever do is listen to live streams. That's Bextra Large and the types like that, the lurking demons on YouTube that just creep Pally. All she does is lurk on live streams and watch them. And I've been told that. That's all she did when she was at Marcella's house. It's a glimpse into what many of these creatures do. They know nothing about this realm. They don't research and they don't care about the truth. They just watch live streams and get angry and upset. Oh, he's a racist. He's saying the word nigger again. Look at him. Go to his channel and listen to that. He's evil. No, there's a lot more evil than saying a word. I don't think words are evil. I don't think that there should be violence in response to words said, but niggers do, of course. If you say the word nigger, they'll get violent. If you say the truth about black people, if you say the truth about average IQ by race, they get violent. If you say the truth about crime statistics by demographics, murder rates by race, armed robbery, sexual assaults by race, car theft, carjacking by race, all that stuff, assault. It's not difficult at all. I agree, Tyler. It's very easy to look that up. I've shown them here. I've taken screenshots and downloaded images of the crime stats by demographics. I've shared it for years. I shared it a decade ago on Facebook and other social media. I've shared it all over. People don't want the truth. A lot of them don't. Because then you'd have to face that we're different. The behavior, it's not skin color. Behavior shows we're different. Behavior. You can look at the crime rates from Africa to USA to Canada to Australia. Black people don't change just because they move somewhere different. They're more impulsive, more hot-headed, more hot-tempered, get violent quicker over a look or a word spoken. You don't see many white people murdering because somebody said a word or looked at them a certain way, or they were paranoid and thought gave them a look. Said, you disrespected me, and pull a weapon. That's more likely to be a black person. And everybody knows it, but a lot of people can't admit it. They deep down, they know. They walk on fucking eggshells around black people. They just walk on eggshells because they don't want them to chimp out. So they walk on eggshells. Oh, I agree. I agree. We're not all the same. People are afraid to face the truth. And the out of Africa bullshit is such a joke. It makes no sense. It never made sense to me. The out of Africa theory of evolution is a joke. The whole thing's a fucking joke. Out of Africa has been debunked even in the mainstream. It's been debunked. So desegregation is so great they had to force it upon you with military and National Guard and weapons.
13% of the population, and you don't have the military backing you up. It's not going to happen. Okay. The segregation, the desegregation that happened because of the military forcing white Americans to integrate with black Americans at gunpoint. So also, by the way, and so this is why the Shiloh thing is really the writing on the wall, right? Because that is white people saying, yeah, it's over the line now. It's so over the line. we're going to make this woman that you tried to cancel a millionaire. It's not because she said the word that we're not supposed to say. It's because you're trying to ruin her life and threatening to kill her because she said the word that we're not supposed to say. It's because at the same time that you're demanding that all white people grovel and beg forgiveness and feel such tremendous guilt for saying this supposed horrid word. It's so bad. It's so bad that you guys say to each other every other word when you're talking to each other. Okay, but it's so bad that we are demanding that you feel this way. At the same time that we're saying this bullshit, we're allowing shit like this to happen. We're outraged that a white woman said the N-word. We're outraged that you are literally murdering us and our children.
Stabbed in the face. This black woman stabbed this white child. They're stabbing children to death. Sometimes they're kidnapping and torturing white children. Look at the reality for once. Instead of feeling sorry for black people, what like you've been programmed to do, brainwashed to do, start looking at reality.
Because they're white. Because you've been taught from such a young age that everything is white people's fault. That if you don't like the way your life is, it has nothing to do with the individual decisions and choices that you've made. It has nothing to do with your inherent qualities and characteristics. It's because of the system of white suppression and oppression, which you can freely criticize, by the way. You live in a system of white supremacy and you can freely criticize it with no repercussions. I mean, if you had any bit of logic and sense, you'd put those two thoughts together and go, wait, that doesn't make sense. If I'm in a system of white supremacy, I wouldn't be able to talk about it freely. I wonder who that reminds me of. But as I was saying, you get taught this shit from childhood, that it's okay to do shit like this. So here's an example of the kind of stuff that's instilled in Black America.
Do that again. Yeah.
Let's.
Don't you snatch that from her. Don't do that again. Yeah, knock it down. Tear it up. Yep, and step on it. And Karen's just gonna have to deal with it. The fuck? Yep, knock all of it down. Good girl. Very good, Naoki. And grab it and tear it up.
Right. So there we go. Right. You hear her mother not just coaching her, but encouraging her, rewarding her for this behavior. What's the reason for it? Is it because she wanted the toys? Would she have been doing this if this was another Black child? No, this is clear racism. Now, show me one video. Show me one video where you have white children behaving this way towards Black children.
Show me one place in the world where black people build and white people tear it down. Where do white people destroy what black people built? Where does that happen? Nowhere. Here's desegregation busing. This is what was done to white people. I know some people say, well, those poor blacks, those poor. Well, look what happened. This was forced. Now, do they sit at the same table together in high schools and elementary? For the most part, no. They still segregate. What about where people live? Are there still black neighborhoods? Yep. Chinese neighborhoods where it's Chinatown, where all the Chinese live together, whether it's in New York City or Vancouver or Los Angeles or, yep, big cities. Chinese tend to stick together, live together. Blacks do the same. People self-segregate. People don't like to hear this, but I'm going to type it here. People self-segregate in high schools. and in neighborhoods. It's interesting, isn't it? Why do you think they force segregation? Why do you think they force desegregation upon schools and busing and all that? Well, it's a New World Order plan. Some of you are just so messed up, you just think in terms of slogans. There's people that come to my channel saying, don't let them divide us. You're already divided. You don't know what you're talking about. It's the way it is. They don't understand.
As the parent films them and encourages it. Show me why.
I want to see white liberals go to a prison and say, in the prison, don't let them divide us when it's divided by whites, blacks, Hispanics, and gangs. Like, you're foolish. You're not going to desegregate shit because people self-segregate. So you're actually a fool coming to my channel saying they're trying to divide us. You just don't get it. You don't get what's going on. Some of you never will. And often they argue and insist, I get it, Stephen, I get it. I live somewhere where there's black people. You don't get it. You don't get the agendas. You just don't get it. You probably never will.
If one of those were to come out on the internet, boy, oh boy, the mayhem that would ensue. Meanwhile, stuff like this I see.
Well, for the people that don't get it, maybe I'm wasting my breath, but I don't hate black people for being black or for their color, as some of you will say. Do you hate them for their color? No, I don't hate them. I don't hate Asian people. I don't hate Chinese, Ching Chong. I don't hate Japanese. I don't hate Vietnamese or Filipino. I don't hate Hispanics, whether you're Mexican or South American. I don't. But I care for my people. I know that's weird to care for white people enough to speak the truth about white people being attacked and hated and slaughtered. I care for my people. That's something that makes people's minds twist up into a pretzel. They're like, what did he just say? He said something I don't understand. I care for my people. I care for white people. That's one of the most unusual things, rarely said, that someone can hear and say these days. It might confuse you to hear it because you're not used to hearing that said openly. I care for my people. It's okay to be white. It's okay to care for white people. It's okay to care for my people. That might confuse some of you because I never heard that before. You're creatures of habit, humans. You got to hear it a lot more. Get used to it. Get used to it. I'm tired of white babies being harmed. I care for my people. That doesn't mean I hate you. I care for my people. Some of you are confused. But you've been confused your whole fucking life here. And I can see that. Some of you lurkers been confused your whole life here. And you make no effort to understand. You like being confused. You like the chaos and confusion and following the programming. It's easier for you lazy, spiritually lazy pieces of shit.
I see like 10 videos like this a day on my timeline. No problem. Okay? So here this mother is instilling the envy, resentment, and hate that she's been taught to have about how bad white people have been to her in her whole life, which I guarantee you hasn't been the case. I guarantee you every negative reaction she got from a white person had to do with her starting with a stank-ass attitude, expecting a white person to be a racist or whatever. And then she gets a response because she's having an attitude and she goes, oh, look at the system of white supremacy, right? This is what always happens. But then she takes it, she instills it in her child. This 2-year-old child doesn't know any better. 2-year-old child's going to do what the mom rewards her to do. And she's reinforcing, hey, you get at that white person. And let's just say, I mean, the metaphor here is amazing, right? This white girl is trying to build something and the black girl is being taught to come in and just destroy it. I mean, is that a metaphor for society or what here? Okay. So we've got that. Okay. And That's the kind of thing you're encouraged to hear, right? You're encouraged to continuously see the white person as the evil culprit and villain and always responsible for your pain. Because if that wasn't true, you might have to recognize that you are the cause of your own misery and you don't want that. No, there's got to be a perpetrator. And the problem is that when you have Black people who tell other Black people the truth, that, hey, it's on you, they get called an Uncle Tom, they get called a traitor, they get told they're brainwashed, they get totally cut out from the community. Any Black person who wants to challenge this narrative of the race narrative, who doesn't want to be a race hustler, gets thrown out of the community and shut out. So it's like a catch-22, right? That's why you have this hive mind, plantation mind that happens in the majority of.
Oh, they call it a plantation mind. I don't like the plantation mind term. Hive mind, I agree. It is a hive mind. I don't like the term community either, or Black community. You're a race. How are you a community if you live in Florida? Another Black lives in Alabama. Another one lives in New York City. Another one lives in California. Another one lives in St. Louis or whatever, all over America, right? You could have a Black living all the way up in Alaska. Are you really in the same community? Does it even make any sense? Does putting everyone in America together as the quote Black community, how does that make sense? It doesn't to me. It doesn't make sense. But people use that word just like they do on YouTube saying, oh, Stephen, you're part of our community. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. I might as well be an alien to this realm, much less part of your fucking community. It's such a weak thing. It's really weak. And I'm just tired of weak people that are liars. It's weak. It's really weak. In other words, it doesn't hold water. It doesn't hold up to scrutiny, to criticism. It doesn't hold up. Saying, well, we're the Black community. What the fuck does some Negro in Florida, in Miami, have in common with a Negro in St. Louis, with a Negro in New York City, Manhattan, or Brooklyn, or the Bronx, with a Negro in California, with a Negro in Alaska, and another Negro in Ohio, and another Negro in Detroit? You don't. What's your community? What's your bond? Oh, well, our skin color. It's ridiculous. Skin color, that really isn't enough. Living geographically in different areas and having different, I mean, people that grow up in Detroit are way different than people that grow up in fucking Alaska. I can tell you that. All right. People that grow up in Detroit are not the same as people that grow up in Southern Florida. It's not the same. But saying, well, we're the Black community. Well, look at our skin color. It's ridiculous. Race is more than skin color. Community is more than skin color. All right. It just is. There's lots of places where people live together. They don't know their neighbors. Are they a community? Because we share the same skin color. I think community is more than that. All right. It's supposed to be more. So I've always thought the term Black, quote, Black community is bullshit. It's bogus. They won't say Black race. They won't say that's our bond race. They'll call it a community because they like using that term to influence people and manipulate people. Black community is just such bullshit.
The Black culture is because if a race hustler gets.
What would the Black culture be? Crime? Like, what is there really bonding them? Rap? Booty popping? Twerking? Shaking their ass? Is that Black culture? I'm not, I know that sounds funny. I'm not even trying to be funny here with that, though. Sincerely, is that their culture? What would be the Black culture that you're talking about? Would it be violent gangsta rap music? that talks about hoes, bitches, and murdering people and smoking their ashes. Being thugs, looting, stealing, looting, stealing, and twerking, shaking their ass, and calling women bitches, black bitches is well, that's what you get from the music and cult. Like what else? That's mainstream black culture. What else is there? What other aspect is there to their culture? When you speak of black culture, that's what most people are going to think of, if they're honest. If they're honest, that's what comes to mind, because that is what they're most known for as a group.
Thrown out of the community and shut out. So it's like a catch-22, right? That's why you have this hive mind, plantation mind that happens in the majority of the black culture, is because if you're not reinforcing that ideology, the whole community rejects you. So it takes a lot to stand up and say, this isn't right, actually. Actually, you have a pretty good deal here. And sometimes it takes that, or it takes just having the right accent. So here's a great video I saw. This guy's pretty based. He's always trying to instruct the young African youth who always want to have excuses and blame the white man.
In third world countries, anything that is not under maintenance is because, you know, we don't care.
No, you care. It's not in the concept. Travel the 54 countries in Africa. Ask each person in every country, what is wrong with your country? Leadership. Leadership. All of you say the same word. So let me ask you, since 1960, the country has been picking the wrong leader every 4 years. Not a single railway built by the British is in Nigeria today, but the one they built in their country that same year, it's still running. Not a single railway built in Ghana in 1960 is still there today. What do you know in that country that has been properly maintained by the people every day and it works perfectly?
It's hard for people to maintain things when they're not gaining a lot.
No, it's hard for people to maintain things when they don't have the.
Let's just immediately write an excuse. Oh, it's hard because they're not gaining a lot. It's your railway system. What do you mean you're not getting? Who are you gaining from? This is the mentality, right? I got to gain from someone.
We already gave it to you. They didn't invent trains and railway systems. The British and other countries, French, Belgium, Brits, brought that to Africa. The colonizers gave you technology. You Negroes in Africa didn't come up with train engines. We gave you technology that you wouldn't otherwise have. You couldn't maintain it and keep it going.
It's for your own country. But this guy's pretty based. You know, he lays it out. And, you know, he's got a wealth of experience. He knows what he's talking about. He's got facts. You can see that the young kids, they have ideology. He has facts and experience. He knows what he's talking about. Plus, he's got a dope-ass accent that reminds you of Rafiki from The Lion King. So you're like, this is like the wise old man who knows what he's talking about. So they're not going to contest him. But, you know, I can see that if this was a different situation, this guy would totally be shut out at best. At worst, I mean, they kill people who don't tell you what you want to hear.
Concept of maintenance in their culture. What is the one word in Igbo for maintenance?
Maintenance is there's no direct English word for that. It doesn't translate directly to me.
She said there's no direct English word. The word maintenance is an English word. So black chick that's not very feminine whatsoever. The word maintenance is English. You're very confused. Your language doesn't have a word for maintenance.
Igbo for maintenance.
Maintenance is there's no direct English word for that. It doesn't translate.
The word maintenance is an English word. Okay? You're confused.
The one word in Igbo for maintenance.
Maintenance is there's no direct English word for that. It doesn't translate directly.
The word maintenance is an English word. So she's finally trying to grasp it, doesn't translate. You don't have a word in your language that's the equivalent of the word maintenance. Because your people never came up with one. In the history of your language. And as that black preacher said, you didn't build anything. That's why there's no African cities and great inventions in all those African countries, that huge continent. Because you didn't build anything. That's why. You're just jealous of white people. You've been jealous for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. Jealous, envious, hateful, ungrateful as well. No matter how many billions of dollars we've given you. Given to Africans and Americans, Black Americans. Tons and tons of money has been spent trying to educate you. It's for nothing. That money could be spent elsewhere. So much better. That would actually make a difference. I wouldn't be putting more money as Republicans in America say. You got to fund the black schools more. No, I wouldn't be doing that. You're wasting your fucking resources on them. It's a waste.
Maintenance is there's no direct English word for that. It doesn't translate directly to
That's
maintenance.
correct. How about you?
It doesn't translate.
That's correct.
But it is.
It doesn't translate. It doesn't translate. That's the way they sound.
It translates to like take care of.
No, that's not maintenance. What is the one word for repair in Igbo?
Imezi.
Exactly. What is the one word for repair in You see, I'm driving you to somewhere. What is the one word?
It's laughing because they know it's true. Then they laugh it off, of course. But they'll change nothing. That's the thing. They laugh. You know, the funny thing is, you could invent a word and insert it into their language, into their quote unquote culture. They'd rather call it a culture than a language, right? Let's face it, they call everything culture, black culture. But you could insert a word into their language. You could create a made-up word and say Ubadu. And then others in their country would say, what's Ubadu? And you'd explain to them and show them it's maintaining and get the word to mean maintenance or direct translation. Insert it into their language. You could do that. They could do that if they were smart enough. Will they do that? I don't think so. I don't think so. Would they do that if a white man gave them the idea, like I just said here, to create a word, invent a word that means maintenance, spread it around in schools, even if it had to be word of mouth, 1-to-1, until it spread like wildfire and, quote, went viral in their country, in their third world country, to mean maintenance and got them used to the idea of saying the word and maintaining shit? It could be done. Do you think it would be done, though? Even if they were given the idea, they're so lazy, I don't think they would do it. Even if handed the idea by a white man, handed the idea on a silver platter for free, no charge, no, here's my idea, you got to pay, you want my idea, you got to pay me money or contract, none of that. Just here, take this, it will help you. They don't want that. And some white people don't understand that. They think, well, why wouldn't they want that? Because what you're doing is you're projecting yourself onto them. Yes, exactly. It's only hurt white children and wasted your money. You're funding it. White people, for the most part, are funding it, not people that collect welfare. Because there's a lot of blacks that collect welfare, and then they want more money spent on their children. Billions of dollars have been wasted over decades. Billions. Billions. And it hasn't made black people grow up smarter or less violent or less criminal. You're wasting money and resources, wasting and wasting and wasting, and making things worse for our children, our kind. A termite mound. A termite mound was and maybe a dung heap beside it, a hill covered in camel shit or something. Maybe a pile of elephant shit might have been their second tallest structure. It's true, though.
Word for democracy in Igbo language. You don't. How about you? You don't. You're trying to practice something that is not in the concept of the language. There is no African country, and I've done it through Kenya, I've done it all, that has an equivalent of the word maintenance.
Well, in order to maintain something, you have to have it first.
They always have excuses. You have to have it first. Well, colonizers built railways for you. We gave you railways, technology, engines that you couldn't build yourselves. You still can't do it. When they make a car, they're taking motorcycle engines made in China and putting them into something. They can't design their own engines. African countries don't build anything. You don't build anything. Looks like you can wear Ralph Lauren polo, though, you uppity Negro. You can wear that. But what do you actually make? What do you invent? What do you design? You don't. But you hate white people for doing what you haven't done.
Correct.
No, if I leave it for you, you can maintain it. The British left a lot of things in this country when they left. They established the hospitals, they established the fire stations, the post offices, the railway lines, the roads they built before they left. You are not able to maintain it because you don't have that concept.
This guy's just speaking facts here, you know, and you can see that the kids are trying to go back to their communist training that says, oh, we never had it. We didn't possess it. It's not ours. We don't care. We can't benefit from it. And this guy he has the experience. Now, I'm totally in support of the Black community having leaders like this who are willing to tell the truth, even though it's not convenient and it does not soothe the fragile Black ego that says, I am the superior and we're better. It's like, we have to deal with reality, right? Like, I'm never going to be, you know, a hot Victoria's Secret supermodel. It's just not going to happen. Okay. Mostly because I'm past the age of where those designers can molest you. But that doesn't matter. The truth is the truth. We're going to start where we are. So I'm never going to be, you know, an anorexic, no titty having, no boob having, hot Victoria's Secret model. But I can be healthy. That doesn't mean I have to be an obese bitch now, does it? So it's the same. It's like you got this crazy extreme, like where you got to be the superior or the best. And
Hold on, everyone. African ingenuity. Put it up on the screen. African ingenuity. Here's a Flintstones scooter. This is African ingenuity at its best. They're very proud of this in the Congo. They've reached they've reached the yabba dabba douche Stone Age. I mean, look at this. This is what they're proud of because this is the best they can do. They obviously haven't learned how to invent washing machines yet, as you can see by the clothing that looks like it hasn't been washed in 20 years. I mean, look at the clothes. Look at this. So I know some people say that's mean. Well, it's the truth. It's the truth. Look at this. That's the best they can do. That's the best they can do.
And if we can't do that, we're just going to be straight gangbangers. And a lot of that does have to do with who the leaders are that are foisted to the top of the Black community. And they are communist ideology that wants to start this idea that it's all a system of oppression, it's all a power dynamic, and does not acknowledge any benefit that comes from the system. Okay? But they're never going to let people like this, right? They want the Jesse Jacksons, they want the race hustlers telling them, yeah, you black and you proud and the white man did this to you. And it doesn't do anything except breed hatred, resentment, envy, and fury, which always ends up backfiring on black people. You might kill that white kid, which is sad. It's sad, dude. That family is going to suffer loss. You don't gain anything from that. You do not gain whatever you thought that white kid had. What you gain is either death by cop, death by the family, which is going to start happening, by the way. White people are going to start taking things into their own hands, especially as this George Soros DA system gets out of control. Or life in jail, where you can get gangbanged by a bunch of other blacks who've been in there for a long time and become their bitch. So that's what it gets you to feed this resentment. All this stuff, by the way, if you were real Christians, you would look inside your own hearts to exile this, because all it is poison. And when people tell you the truth like this, you can see he sets them free, man. There's like a relaxation, like, hey, this is true. You know, and we'll just finish up. He said some good shit here.
Would you trust this? Would you fly with this guy? I'm not sure if that's supposed to be an African helicopter or a plane, but would you trust this heap of scraps put together to fly in this contraption with this African? I mean, my goodness, who would get on that and say, let's go? I trust you. I trust you, pilot Tyrone. I trust you.
Here.
Maintenance of what they have. That's why we have buildings here that are about 250 years old, 300 years old in this country. There are buildings in other countries of Europe that are 700 years ago. The Notre Dame that burned in France was a 13th century building. Do you know what kept it that long till today? Maintenance is a culture.
All right, so there you go. Guy's pretty based, right? And then I have one more fun. This, you know, there are some funny ass black people who get it. They really get it. And they're pretty funny, man. So let's go look at this dude.
Pushing them, long-legged Mac, pushing these white folk, and you're pushing them. The long-legged Mac Dad is pushing them and pushing them and pushing them. And they're going to get, listen, you're going to push people to the point where they're not going to take it no more. These white folk are not going to take it. You're taking their tax money. You're closing down their job. You're shutting down their bank. You're telling them what they can and cannot do. You're giving billions of dollars to Acorn. You're taking their tax money and giving it to people to buy drugs. You're killing babies and you won't stop. You're telling lies and you're demoralizing our nation. You're destroying everything that has made this nation great. White folk getting ready to rise up. They don't want to take it no more. I'm joining.
Why they're supporting Shiloh has nothing to do with white people are racist and they want to be able to say the N-word. That's a load of shit. That's called a red herring. That's when you reduce somebody else's argument to an indefensible position because it's easier to destroy. The truth about why white people donated over $700,000 to Shiloh Hendricks was because white people are sick and tired of being told that they have to be so ashamed of uttering this bad word, while black people are indiscriminately attacking and murdering white people, calling them whatever they want, posting videos calling for the extermination of white people, posting videos where they say all white people are evil and racist, even though this is a gross oversimplification and reductionism of all white people. Okay? Like the Slavs, who were the original slaves. You're going to loop those in. They had nothing to do with it, right? So that's why they said, oh, you want to be so outraged? So outraged that she said the N-word? We just watched you stab this innocent kid just for asking the black kid to leave the track. And then all of you gathered behind him and were like, hell yeah, that's for us. That's why. That was the fuck you in the face, which, by the way, keep it up. Keep it up. I can talk all day. White people aren't going to believe me. But all your videos that you're posting where you're supporting Carmelo Anthony and you're saying he did nothing wrong, and not only that, you're saying he should have done it because of all the shit white people did, that is radicalizing the people. So please keep it up. But I'm going to tell you something. You're going to go over the line, and then you got nobody to blame but yourself.
Oh, they've already gone over the line. They've already crossed that line long ago. Here's the yellow monster helicopter, an African-built helicopter. It almost looks like a 1970s caboose for being towed behind a snowmobile. Like, it looks like something that if you just put skis on it, you could ride in it being towed behind a snowmobile. But it doesn't look like something. It doesn't look like an aircraft, like a helicopter. I mean, you'd have to be a fucking retard to get into that and say, okay, this is safe. I'm not putting my life on the line to get in this fucking contraption. It just looks like you're going to crash. It doesn't look like it's going to get off the ground, but if it does, you're going to get to a certain height and crash. It just looks terrible. It looks like a yellow death machine. Maybe Hank was involved in building this. Looks like a mall ride. Yeah, looks like a mall ride for kids. A kid would get in that and it might go up, rock a little bit or move a bit, but that's it. Like that's the best they can do. Oh, it's just incredible, isn't it? It's pathetic. But they have the ego to say that we better than you. We better than you. It's laughable.
And you don't elect leaders who can lead you properly because you don't want the truth. You want to hear what satisfies your fragile yet inflated ego. That's it. I'm done with the rant. Hey.
Their fragile yet inflated ego. That's actually perfect. That describes it perfectly. All right, just a second. I'm going to switch over to this. The Chuck E. Cheese ride with the African yellow helicopter design with all the yellow paint. That's African ingenuity. That's third world design.
Now, here is a very interesting and rather hilarious video of a woman who thinks that saying no to a police officer and not consenting to being arrested is somehow going to prevent her from being arrested. Yes, that's right. She actually thinks she's playing the system. Of course, though, this does not end up working. And I think this video is another shining example of an issue.
What happened to her forehead? She's got these fake spider eyelashes on. She's got the googly crazy eyes. Like she's got she's cross-eyed or something. Her eyes are going all over the place. She's got almost no forehead. I mean, the brain pan size of hers is like a third of what it should be. There's not enough coconut there to house a brain. Look at this.
That can't be fixed, if you know what I mean. I think this video is another shining example of an issue that can't be fixed, if you know what I mean.
Do not touch me! Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
450, 30.
Loud, obnoxious, rude, violent. And then some will say, oh, that's just a stereotype. Yeah, how do you think the stereotype formed? People noticed it so often that they got known as loud, rude, obnoxious, and violent. That's why there's so many. Lefties say, well, that's just a stereotype. You're just talking stereotypes. Well, the stereotypes fit. People notice.
Where's my mom? Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
Give me your hand, Mr.
No!
Colbiante.
Give me your hand.
Do not touch me.
If I were running a country like America, they wouldn't just be issued no frontal lobe. They wouldn't just be issued handcuffs. I'd be issuing them fucking duct tape or muzzles to muzzle them, to shut them up. Like I'd say, you know what, police officers, I feel for you, the position you're in, the job you have to do. This is going to become standard equipment. You're allowed to muzzle these fuckers, tape the mouth shut with duct tape, and then put a muzzle over it so they can't bite you. Like, you know those muzzles they have for large dogs that are bars? But they'd be taped, the lips taped so they couldn't spit and yell. They couldn't spit at the cops. They couldn't yell at the cops. And then a muzzle so that even if the tape came off, they couldn't bite you. There'd be bars and then material. So it'd be spit proof and it'd be like a cage, almost like Hannibal Lecter. So I'd Hannibal Lecter their asses. All right. I'd Hannibal Lecter their asses because they're so loud and rude. And then they're crazy. They're violent. They'll bite you. Some of them bite cops. And cops shouldn't have to deal with that shit. That shit, being bitten. Just trying to detain someone or arrest them for shoplifting or whatever she did. I don't know what she did. Hello, gay. Good to see you. But I'm like, how would anyone like to be a cop? I'm not the biggest fan of cops because there's a lot of ones. They're not all crooked, but there's quite a few that can be crooked and power tripping, etc. But in terms of cops that join the force, let's say, to do good for where they live and want to lock up criminals, they shouldn't have to deal with this. Why should they lose their eardrums just trying to detain this? Lock them up like spit hoods and yes, put the spit hoods on them. Put the spit hoods on them. Put the muzzles on them and the spit hoods and tape the mouth shut so you don't have to listen to them. I wouldn't want to listen to this as a cop. I wouldn't want to listen to this day in, day out, arresting these Negroes and they're yelling their fool heads off like this. Look at her head. Look at this. She's got the oddest head shape that there ever was. Her eyes, their eyes are nuts. It's absolutely nuts.
That's for what? I didn't do anything.
Give me your hand.
Cops need ear protection. This is off the charts. This is terrible that they have to put up with this.
I did not do anything.
Miss Spain.
I didn't, sir. I didn't.
Now imagine her yelling in the back of the police cruiser right behind your head when you're a cop and she's right in the back seat, yelling the whole way there to the cop where they do booking at the cop station, police station. Imagine that. Imagine the yelling that I just wouldn't. You'd have a headache every day from these loud ass, obnoxious niggers, these negroids.
You are under arrest. Miss Spain, you are under arrest.
Please, where's my mom?
I don't hate her, but shut the hell up, lady. Shut up, woman. Shut up.
Can you get my
Miss
mom?
Spain, you are under arrest.
Can you get my mom? Stop touching me.
Miss Spain, you are under
I'm
arrest.
right now, so stop
Did he call her Miss Thang? I think he called her Miss Thang.
touching me, sir.
Miss Spain, you are under
Stop
arrest.
touching me.
Miss
Is he calling her Miss Thang?
Spain, you are under
Stop
arrest.
touching me.
Miss Spain,
Krista,
Miss
I'm
Spain.
going to jail for something that I did not do. Bro,
Spain,
stop touching
give me
me.
your hand, Miss Spain.
I'm at the...
Yeah, that's not how life works. And yes, she did in fact end up getting arrested. This genius technique that she thought she was employing by saying no to a policeman did not in fact work and prevent her inevitable arrest. All she did was make a bunch of noise and a big fuss. And more than likely, this did not help her case.
They're so loud. Like, what? Who let them out of the zoo?
Whatsoever when she had to.
I think it was Salty Siren that said, or when one of her children, I think it was her son, was younger, he wondered who let the monkeys out of the zoo because they were just climbing around, crawling all over the place. I think it was a Chuck E. Cheese or somewhere like that. Well, who let the monkeys out? Like, who let these animals out that are just yelling their fool heads off, just yelling and yelling, and they're so loud and obnoxious and rude, and it can't be fixed. You can't civilize them. You just can't. You can't do it. Imagine having to live with her. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
To go, just get away. Because there's no fixing this.
What if I were to tell you that there was a high school athlete who was stabbed to death by another high school athlete at a track meet for telling him he was in the wrong seat? And in this altercation, both individuals are males, one white, one black. Can you guess which one perpetrated the crime? Of course you can. Everyone can. Young black males are extremely disproportionately violent. Everyone knows it, especially in the age of pocket cameras, and it's backed up by every statistical record the FBI has ever released. This is a fact. The data is there and in abundance. Refusing to accept this premise in the first place is an admission that you don't actually want to remedy the violent crime epidemic in this country. Some people are simply more worried with how you talk about the problem rather than the actual problem itself. 17-year-old Austin Metcalf was stabbed in the heart by 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony when Austin and his brother attempted to remove the black male they did not recognize from their tent at a track meet in Frisco, Texas. I know it's hard to believe. Maybe Netflix can clear this one up for us. This was an anti-white hate crime. They happen a lot in the modern Western world. Surely members of the black community perceive barbaric acts of this caliber to be unjustifiable as well, right? I mean, who wouldn't? Just not the ones who have already raised $230,000 for his defense fund on Give, Send, Go, in the first fundraiser in history entirely funded by welfare. White people are victims of black crime at an astoundingly disproportionate rate in this country, like 10 to 20 times the inverse, as FBI statistics showcase, despite the country consisting of 5 times more whites. And we're not talking about per capita. These are raw numbers. Just under 5% of all black males in the USA will commit murder in their lifetime. 1 in 22.
Just get the fuck away.
Yesterday, 46-year-old Muslim Brunson was charged with attempted murder, assault, and criminal possession of a weapon after he approached 25-year-old Megan Berg from behind and slashed her neck with a broken bottle in New York City. It's fascinating how, regardless if it's the USA, England, France, Germany, so on, you ever really see this go one way, and no one is supposed to talk about it.
This can't be fixed.
I opened my car, I was gonna go get him some food, and literally the second I opened my door to step out, he just starts stabbing me.
Fort Worth Police Department says Quindarius.
There's no fixing this.
These are hate crimes that you would never hear the Mockingbird media address in a million years. Go ahead, check the front pages of CNN, the Washington Post, and MSNBC. I'm sure you'll find a stirring memorial about how cool Val Kilmer was in Tombstone and Top Gun. Now, mainstream media would rather portray white people as the ultimate perpetrators, because most people are dumb and will believe what they're told without a second thought. I wonder how many billions of dollars of damage cities will endure as a result of this murder. How much looting and arson and public outcry will come from this? How many murals with Austin's face on it will we see? How many murals with Austin's face on it will get blown up by lightning? Will he get a gold casket and have his funeral broadcast on national TV? Will his murderer be crucified in the media, or even mentioned? The obvious answer to these questions is a big fat no. Austin Metcalf's life did not matter as much as the life of the 65 IQ armed robbing career criminal ODing on fentanyl. Can you imagine if the races were reversed? Says banal commentator 3000. It would be the biggest national headline. Yeah, we know. That's the only way the right addresses this. Attacking the obviously corrupt news apparatus, instead of accepting the horror of letting yourself be called racist by 1,000,001 imbeciles and troglodytes for speaking as aggressively and forthright as the situation calls for. Everybody knows who you're looking out for when you use the ATM or walk down the block. If you're scared of offending morons or being called a racist for acknowledging reality, then you are an easily disarmed weasel. This country was not built by limp dicks and compromise, and it certainly won't be saved by it. Quick, folks, if you haven't already, please hit the like and subscribe button. It really helps out when you do that. Thank you. Let's listen on and try to absorb some hard truth from the most impressive minds you'll ever be thankful were given access to modern technology.
Y'all not gonna make me believe or feel any kind of sympathy for Austin Metcalf at all. He put his hands on that young man.
Oh, damn. Look at this one. Look at these braids. Look at this one. What was the Chinese food?
Y'all not gonna make me believe or feel any kind of sympathy for...
I don't get this. Is it because of the noodles? He put this image in. The Ching Chong food.
Austin Metcalf.
Look at the hair, though. And what is this? A leopard print? An animal print? And look at the wide nose there. Oh, my goodness. What is this? I don't know. I don't want to assume their gender. Oh my goodness.
At all. He put his hands on that young man when he should have kept them hands to himself. When the young man told him, touch me and see, you bet not touch me.
Hey, your ceiling bird is chirping.
That meant that I don't want you in my space. I don't want you touching me. Rosa Parks days is over. Austin Metcalf got exactly what he deserved.
Just get the fuck away.
Yeah, now do Jordan Neely. You heard it here first. If someone grabs your arm, it's entirely warranted to drive razor-sharp objects you're carrying illegally into their internal organs. I mean, according to this genius. I wouldn't actually try it if I were you. That's called excessive force. Now, this would obviously not hood up in coat, but that's an entirely different subject altogether. We're talking about black girl magic theory here, okay? When they speak, you listen. This is gonna be compulsory STEM curriculum soon.
Your motherfucking hands to yourself. How that boy felt entitled.
This can't be fixed.
I want to clarify something.
Oh, the tongue coming out. Oh my goodness. Watch this. I gotta show this one again.
STEM curriculum soon.
Your motherfucking hands to yourself. How that boy.
Keep your motherfucking hands to yourself. Keep your motherfucking hands to yourself. Nostrils are flaring away. Look, what are these glasses? What's this?
Felt entitled.
The big tongue comes. Oh my goodness. Oh.
This can't be fixed.
No, it can't be fixed. It definitely can't be fixed. And neither can this. This can't be fixed either. Oh, I guess if there's any black men watching, they might want this booty on the screen. The bigger, the better. Oh, my goodness. Look at the size of that. That's a big booty right there. That's a big old black booty, right? Well, I guess average size. That would be average. And for a black American woman, that's probably average these days. I don't think that's huge. That's probably the average size. That's probably around average. She's going to Walmart to get those big old panties. She's getting the circus tent panties at Walmart. She's got to get the polka dot, or maybe the striped circus tent panties at Walmart, right? The big old circus tent panties. God damn. That's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with. This can't be fixed. They get to America, they eat American food, and they don't have many black women in Africa that look like that, but black Americans, they sure do. Are we all the same? Oh, parachute panties. They might be. They might be parachute panties.
I want to clarify something right off the start because I've already heard some rumors and some gossip. This was not a race thing, and this is not a political thing. Please do not comment if you do not know what happened. Do not turn this into a racial thing. It was not. Do not politicize this. It's not. This is a human being thing. This person had choice and affected both his family and my family forever.
Unbelievable. This is absolutely vile. This is exactly what boomers and boomer-adjacent individuals fail to grasp in perpetuity. When you willfully ignore immutable facts of reality, you reap dead sons. This is how real life works and has always worked. Fellas, make sure she looks at you the way a white dad looks at a minority who just brutally murdered his child. If this was not a race or political thing, this was a human being. He made a mistake, son. No response. How many works and has always worked. Fellas, make sure she looks at you the way a white dad looks at a minority who just brutally murdered his child. If this was not a race or political thing, this was a human being. He made a mistake, son. No response. How many times have we seen this exact same response from the parents of victims in the past decade?
African ingenuity right here.
This was not a race or political thing. This was a human being. He made a mistake, because rationalizing your hasty and unwarranted forgiveness relieves your incumbency and duty to take meaningful action. Imagine you raise a daughter or son for 18 years. You essentially become one with them. Now imagine they randomly die one day, because a member of an extremely statistically likely demographic has the impulse to turn him into another likely statistic. Do you A, pretend like it's your moral obligation and duty to forgive this electric chair-bound reprobate, exchanging your child's existence for a heartwarming PSA for the expansion of tolerance and diversity after getting stabbed to death by it? Or do you B, demand restitution and demand a cultural address to why the fuck your son is dead? If you pick A at all, let alone while the corpse of your son is still warm, it's hard to imagine you really loved him. If you did, the hate for the evil enacted upon him would send you into a blind rage. It's almost like these parents are getting held at gunpoint to say these things. Forgiveness isn't even in the question. It's not like this invalid even asked for forgiveness in the first place. How could you have already granted it? Do you really think he's looking for it? It's not an issue of starvation, as the wind plays a discordant harmony on his brittle ribcage and the rocks that his body is sprawled out across. When struck with a hijacked 767, you don't blame the building for being incapable of withstanding structural damage. You take action against the perpetrators, unless in the event, of course, it was perpetrated by Israel. My generation is taking over right-wing politics. And this, like, fake evangelical classical conservatism sports ball loving swill drinking boomer cuckery is running on fumes, I promise that. My generation is not going to allow me to be more concerned with the murders and abuse of children by minorities than their own parents are. This suicidal spiritual and intellectual pacifism is not going to last into the coming years. Some people are sure as hell gonna try though. Amy Coney Barrett sided with the other 3 women who were on the Supreme Court for some reason to rule against Trump's completely legal use of the 1798 Alien and Seditions Act, which gives the president authority to deport aliens unilaterally. In this case, Venezuelan nationals, largely ones participating in violent gangfare. Thanks, Amy. Very cool. Defying the Constitution, siding with gangs and aliens is very MAGA. Just like when
Look at those women. Look at those strong women. Are they all women? Well, they're ugly, but that doesn't mean that they're not women. A lot of people would say, those aren't women, those are men. I think they're ugly women. I would bet that all 4 of them are biologically women. They're not attractive, but I think they're probably women. Here's blackface right here. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. How would you like to wake up to that face staring at you in the morning or the middle of the night, ladies? You turn on the light, and that's what's there beside you in bed. I mean, oh, my goodness. Anyway, some do want the mud sharks, of course. That's the way it goes. That's just the way it is. They want to burn the coal. They're coal burners.
you refuse to help block vaccine mandates. She also very visibly has a case of TDS, which is strange considering Trump gave her her job. Gee, I wonder if she's one of those weird white parents like Mike Johnson who adopts Haitian children for virtue points. Wow, I didn't see that one.
You know, when the nose is wider than your 80-inch screen TV, it might be terrifying. It might be somewhat scary if the nose could fill up the TV screen. I mean, that's a wide nose there. My goodness. But hey, that's the way it is, right? Jack Talcott doesn't like the word nigger said on his show. He freaked out when I said that word as though it was just terrible. But Illumitami says niggers and faggots all the time. Double standards. Different rules for different people. Here's Jack as a cockroach. A short cockroach meeting taller Jesus. Jesus is towering over Jack. Jack and Jesus. I'm not pulling punches on these fuckers anymore. Fuck them. Look at these black children here. White people have to take care of them.
which is strange considering Trump gave her her job. Gee, I wonder if she's one of those weird white parents like Mike Johnson who adopts Haitian children for virtue points. Wow, I didn't see that one coming. Thank you.
Adopts Haitian children for virtue points. Fascinating, isn't it? Maybe they'll grow up to hate white people and say, oh, you know, white people are terrible. They brought us into their family, but they're horrible.
Coming. Thank you, as always, for
White
watching.
people are racist. Always. Even if you give money to help the poor darkies in Haiti, white people are just terrible. We're always the worst. Jacking Jesus off. Little ditty about Jack and Jesus. Two Christian fools growing up in the heartland. Jackie's gonna be a cockroach star. Jesus was fucking around the back of Jackie's car. Oh yeah, life goes on. Long after the day living is gone. Oh yeah, life goes on. Where's that cockroach? Where's that fucking cockroach? That piece of shit. That's what he is. Jack, you're a narcissistic psychopath. You kick me off your show. I can't even say 2 words and I get kicked off. You're a loser, you homeless bum. Why don't you get a job? You socialist loser begging for shekels on YouTube. People give you money. Cockroach. Oh, these idiots somehow believe that they can win. They're never going to win. Never. It's impossible. They just expose themselves more and more. Let's go over to this Negro's channel, Bro Sanchez. Bro Sanchez. Fool. Fool. Let's go back here. I played a little bit of this earlier. He loves that money. He gets 500 people on his stream watching this stupidity.
Outside world again, but you coming out as a butterfly, not as a caterpillar. You ascending on a higher level. Same thing here, not to go. But yeah, I just wanted to show you what Neuralink is doing. It's directly tethering to the soul. Yeah.
Because like you said, 2 things you said. The first thing you said when you talked about the serpent swallowing souls. That's why I brought up Galactus going around swallowing universes. That's the metaphor. That's the allegory. But people, they don't know what they're watching.
That totally answered this question. That answered this question.
This is a question. So you guys believe that the star is not part of this simulation? That the star is actually
what star?
I don't get it.
What
the
you
stars,
saying?
the sky. So you guys are saying the sky is not a part of the simulation.
No, I'm not saying that. Let me tell you what I'm saying. I'm saying, and I can show images from what I'm saying. Let me show you something. I'm saying what the ancients saying. That these stars are gateways to parallel realities, and that every star in the sky ain't natural. We in a world right now where they've blurred the lines. The Bible spoke about this time and said many will be deceived. You ain't gonna know what's real from what's fake. You ain't gonna even know if this apple GMO or not, if that cloud or this thunderstorm was real, because of the power that the beast is gonna be given in this time. So why I'm saying that is because when people see Starlink, they're being deceived, thinking that they looking at a physical object, when what that is a holographic gateway system that's recycling souls.
And the only way you can, the reason why they want to chip you, the only way you can get out of this place and do other realities is through your mind, through your imagination. The physical body goes nowhere. That's why they gave you the movie K-Pax. Remember the movie K-Pax with Kevin Spacey? When he said that he came from this planet where he
let him give it.
when he so-called left, His body was there, but the actual aspect of what he was had left this realm. But the only way you can leave it is through your imagination. You leave here through the spirit realm. You don't leave here through a physical body. So all this shit is none of this shit. All this shit is really dumb and void. This is just part of the experience within this parallel universe.
Right, but if you want to put, but if we're gonna put the star and the sky into it as gateways, that means that when we wake up into into our fifth dimension, in your guys' aspect, that means when we look up,
No,
the
hold on,
sky is still gonna
wait.
be there, even though we're in our souls.
Yeah, no, this is what I'm telling you. Yes, you got it. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying ain't no such thing as a place where you're gonna go and you're this soul that's outside of the earth realm simulation until your last seventh reincarnation. That's what I'm saying. And what that would be like still ain't really escaping the simulation, is mastering the simulation. It's kind of like when Neo got his powers, he didn't leave the Matrix. He stuck around the Matrix to kick ass. It's like, once I learn how to play a very difficult video game, I'm not gonna stop playing the game. The game just gets fun when I master it. Now I get to play it and not get my ass beat. That's heaven.
And the Bible says when Christ was challenged by Satan, he was challenged in a high place. The high place represented in the imagination and the mind.
Yep, that's why they call that same place pineal, where Jacob went to go meet up with God, and that's the pineal gland. Yep.
Yeah, so all of it is through the imagination. So that's the way you leave here. Because you remember we said you're constantly creating parallel universes with your imagination. You're constantly creating. When you think and imagine things, you put it out to the universe. You manifest it, right? Through different experiences, so you can get out of limitation. Because the soul doesn't want to be in limitation. It wants to get out of this. This shit is a prison. It's a hell. So that's why you imagine things, right? So now they want to commandeer that and keep you in this mode. They want to control it all.
And
See,
that's,
but what I'm
that's,
saying, if this place is a prison, it's the whole place, not just the earth. It's the whole place. It's the stars, it's the skies, it's the sun, it's the moon,
here's
everything.
the thing. Hold on. Let me debate that. I don't know why would he say that, because check this out, right? If you're in prison, there should be, once I serve my time, the gates open up and let me out. I'm a free man. Now, if earth is a prison and I learn my lesson, serve my time, the place is where every prison got a way to let the prisoner out when they serve their time. What I'm telling you is that's what the stars is. The stars is gateways out. Each star lead to a different parallel reality that you can choose for your next incarnation, what you want to choose. This is what this 9-world chart show, that when a soul leaves the earth, it can go to any one of these little gateways around it, which is the 7 wandering stars, Venus, Mercury. See, these are not solid balls floating into space, what NASA's saying. These are gateway portals into entire whole nother earth realms like this one. That's what the stars are, man. So it ain't so physical, when you say, when you say that the stars are part of the simulation, it's like, well, a prison gate is part of the prison and the outside world. It's a transitional part of the property where, okay, this part behind this gate, that's the prison, and on the other side is literally freedom. This is the difference between
but you know that the walls are made for a purpose. Just because they open up and they let you out don't mean that that's what that wall is for.
You confusing me now.
Those walls are made to keep you in. The prison walls are made to keep you in.
Yeah.
Just
but
because
they
open and let you out don't mean that wall is there to free you.
I know that. I know. So the point that I made was the reason they made the prison walls with doors, because they ain't trying to keep you forever, man. Once you serve your time, they gotta let you out. That's the point of me saying that if Earth is a prison, once you serve your time, them doors ain't there because they pretty and look good. They there because ain't no prisoner gonna be behind bars for fucking ever, man. Unless they doing life. That'll be like condemnation on earth, to where you just gonna keep reincarnating here and never make it out. That mean the Stargate will never open up for your soul. These portals don't open up like when a person say, man, when I was near death, I saw an opening above me, man. It was a white light. That's because the stargates open up to receive your soul when you die. But if you don't, if you're not permitted to the other side, you won't see that. The gate ain't open for you. You'll just reincarnate back here and do it again, or you may go through the white light and it may bring you right back here because it ain't connected to your higher self. It's connected to this version of you. You never transmuted your current self fully, so you got to do what's called a do-over. So my whole thing is the stars are gateways. They shouldn't be called stars. They should be called stargates.
You can't transcend this place until you understand who you are and what this place is. Other than that, you're going to keep.
This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Please remember to hit the like button, help support the channel. How many have hit the like button so far in this stream? How many likes do we have here? 30 likes, only 30. I don't think I've reminded people the whole show to hit the like button. There's been a lot more than 30 people here. 271 views, 30 likes. So it's about almost one out of every 10 people. That's the way it goes. In this realm, you have to remind people all the time. You have to remind them to do everything. Otherwise, they just don't do it.
Every culture is different, as in they have a different way of doing things. In Europe, we have lots of different types of family structures. As you can see, they range from communitarian to absolute nuclear families. And then you get a sort of swathe of differences between them. And you can see this is all over Europe. In the very northwest European areas, we tend to have absolute nuclear families because these developed over a long period of time based on what I would suggest is probably a degree of relative security that we were able to have. So having individualist and nuclear families was something we could sustain, and we preferred it. Now, there's a book called The Origins of English Individualism by a historian called Alan McFarlane, and he charts the development of individualism in England since at least the 1200s. He points out that the records just don't go back any further than that, so actually we don't know how people were living before then, but it's hard to believe that we weren't living in some way akin to it. And in fact, if you look at Tacitus's Germania, he seems to imply that the Germanic tribes were basically individualists themselves, having a core nuclear family and a kind of self-reliance and independence that each man had that is just not normal, right? The rest of the world didn't have this, and it seems that in England in particular, we have preserved this. And of course, as have the northwestern Europeans who are most like us, such as the Danes, southern Norwegians, and the Dutch. And so when we talk about mass immigration, we rarely think about what we're actually offering people, right? What we're actually suggesting to people. Because the lie that multiculturalism and immigration was sold to us as was that, oh, they want to be like us. And some do. A small percentage of them absolutely do want to be like us and find their own cultures smothering and stifling. And so, okay, fair enough. I mean, if you're going to get a small minority of the immigrants coming over who actually want to integrate, marry an Englishwoman, for example, and then live like an Englishman, fair enough. I don't really have a problem with that. But we also know that most of them aren't doing that. And they tell us that they're not doing that. And so you've got to ask, well, why are they here? And the answer is, actually, we think we are offering them our way of life, but actually for them, what they're coming here for is money. We're kind of luring them over with not only good jobs or best paying jobs than the ones they leave their homes for, but also benefits. So in Britain, you'll find things like this popping up. This is an advert for an app called Black Mums, and the tagline that goes with it is, because you deserve a village. Now, I as an Englishman am just like, okay, but I mean, I live in a town, but I mean, I've lived in villages. Lots of people live in villages. I don't really know what you mean, because I come from a really different kind of community. But actually, the phrase, it takes a village to raise a child, is something that originates from Nigerian, Igbo, and Yoruba communities. And suddenly, you can see precisely who it's marketed at. Nigerian women who moved to the United Kingdom, specifically to England, find the culture of absolute individualism, the absolute nuclear family, to be something that they're not used to, and they're trying to recreate their own social structures here in this country. So that shows you that they haven't come here to integrate, they haven't come here to be like us, they've come here for financial reasons, and now they are seeking to reconstruct their home culture in our country. Now, that could also be termed colonization, which I'm not really a fan of, and the question is, why are all these Nigerian mums here, actually? Why wouldn't they be more happy back in Nigeria, where they actually seem to be lacking something in their lives? And this was brought to this has been percolating in the back of my mind for quite some time now. The reason that I'm making this video is because of this article on the BBC. I created a community for 38,000 Indian women because Lovina Shenoy had, in 2022, just moved to London. And she was like, well, back in India, you have your family, you have your school friends, you have your college friends, you have your entire support system, you're in your comfort zone. But when you come to a new country, you're suddenly just let off, you're all by yourself. And even when you're not all by yourself, if the culture is radically different to the kind of culture that you had, well, you're not used to it. She said she spent a decade in Dubai, but she was surrounded by largely expat Indian community and then lived in her birth city of Mumbai. So she has just island hopped from islands of Indian immigrants, from Indians in her home country, but then to Indian immigrants. So we cannot at any point say that she's interested in integrating into the host culture. What she's doing is just going places where there's money, where her husband found a new job, and that's the only reason she's there. She's not there to integrate. She's not there to enrich the culture. She's not there for any of these reasons, neither as her husband. They're there because they can get money here, and they're allowed to come and get money here. That's the only reason. And so she was craving female friendship. She's like, where's my Indian community? So within a week of moving to London, I realized just the sun starts setting around 2 o'clock. I'm going to end up being really lonely and depressed. I have no friends. So she posted a message on her Facebook account. I'm Lavina. I'm from Mumbai. I was in Dubai for a decade. Is anyone free for a cup of coffee? And apparently 30 women turned up. Again, all Indian women. And they decided that they would hang out. And she says, wow, I've got my tribe. And yeah, this is her tribe. This is how these things work. This is not our tribe. Our tribe is actually very different. And I always get this with the classical liberal types on Twitter, where they're like, oh, I just want individualism, bro. It's like,
that's what Sargon used to say that 10 years ago, that you were a classical liberal and you just want individualism. So now you're criticizing people for exactly what you used to do. You did that a decade ago or less, Sargon.
Very different. And I always get this with the classical liberal types on Twitter, where they're like, oh, I just want individualism, bro. It's like, of course you do, because your tribe is the English. Their tribe is not. Their tribe is very different to our tribe, and you do not understand that.
You're finally starting to understand the differences. Took you a while, but no wonder you have so many subscribers, because you're slow to learn things, and people love that. They love the ones that are slow in this world.
Tribe, nor are they interested in our tribe. They don't like living as we live in our tribal customs. To them, this is alienating, and it's something that is just not their way of life. And it's okay for us to be different, but we should recognize that we are different. Anyway, she says, the community organizes several meetups a month, including walking clubs, brunch, Bollywood-themed parties, and other career networking events. So imagine if you were not an Indian woman and you wanted to be involved in this, they let you. I mean, they probably would. But you'd feel like a bit of an outsider, wouldn't you?
Do you think they would let you in if you were a white British woman? Do you really think they'd accept you? Do you really think so?
Because there's a distinct cultural particularity about the way that these communities work. And like I said, that fair enough. But why should we be allowing this kind of neo-colonialism to happen in Britain? Why should we be allowing them to come here, occupy jobs that our people could have, and then reconstruct their home culture? If they're not even, if you were going to come and integrate, okay, that's one argument. But if they're not, why are we permitting this? Can't they live in their own countries? And in fact, in many ways, it looks to me that they're saying it would actually be more desirable if I were among friends and family. It's just the lodestone of your wealth that you were prepared to let me access has drawn me here. It's like, okay, well, why are we prepared to do that? Why are we doing this? Member of the group Anu Chandra.
That's exactly what a lot of channels in 2015 were saying. Why are we allowing them to do this? But Sargon, you were all for it back then. You've kind of flip-flopped.
Sekar says the community gave her the confidence to start a private career coaching business in 2025 after more than 20 years working in the corporate environment. Why are they here? Can't they work in corporate environments in India? Why do they have to use our country as some kind of undiscovered frontier where they can gold rush and get ahead in life and then start rebuilding their home culture in our country?
You're coming to realizations that you criticized people for a decade ago, Sargon. You were highly critical of people a decade ago.
That was never on the table. We never voted for mass immigration. We never asked for this. And yet the BBC are like, hey guys, look how great this is. I'm not sure it is. I don't really agree with it. But anyway, as you can see, there are lots of women from India who have followed the same pattern. And they are more comfortable just being around one another, which I totally understand. I think most people are more comfortable being around people like themselves because those people like themselves give them a kind of ability to kind of mind read. Those people become predictable to you. You kind of know what they're thinking. You kind of know what their dispositions are. And you know the kind of reaction.
Stop worshiping demons. The truth about yoga. Stop worshiping demons. Demons. Demons.
Okay, everybody, we're running a little late. Got some technical difficulties. Get over it, all right? This is my second ever live stream, so deal with it. Anyway, today we've got a special presentation. Yoga, is it for demons? I actually knew about yoga potentially being for demons a little while ago. A few years ago, I came across Father Seraphim Rose, who talked about yoga actually being a pagan Hindu practice that resulted in union with demons. And I thought it was the craziest thing I'd ever heard until I started doing a little bit more research. And I've had my own experience with yoga. So I for sure will be talking about that as well as we go. But we've got a very special guest. Now, some of you may be surprised to see someone of his ethnic persuasion speaking with me cordially.
A good Hindu will get offended because yoga is a spiritual expression of worship. So when in the West people say it's an exercise, people don't like that. Hindus who are devout Hindus don't like that. They don't appreciate such a statement because it's very solemn for them, yoga. Yeah. So Leonardo, before we start, tell us about your experience with yoga.
I will. Just give me 1 second. So are you guys on YouTube seeing me? Somebody said my YouTube stream hasn't started yet, but I'm seeing YouTube comments, so it is starting, right? No? Is that not right?
Spark from the shadows to the bright, let's light the dark. Red and blue views, truth in the middle, no script, just thought raw and a little civil. Every question's got layers, so we peel back facts. From the real to the surreal, we don't hold back. Voices collide where ideas ignite. You tuned in.
Of a superheated, kind of chaotic online clash. You know, accusations flying left and right, immediate pushback. It's actually pretty hard to follow in real time.
Right. So that's our job today, and yours listening a bit odd, doesn't it? If you genuinely fear for your life from someone.
It raises questions, for sure, and Hank just insists FOIA doesn't apply here, so you have these two completely different stories clashing.
Okay, let's zero in on the specific alleged grooming incident. Snap says he has video. What are the details there?
Right, the video evidence claim. Snaps lays out the sequence where Hank supposedly lied multiple times about a child who appeared on Hank's panel.
How so?
First, Hank allegedly said he didn't know who the kid was. Then, he apparently suggested Snaps sent the kid. Then he claimed he did know the person, someone called Leafly. But Snap's main point is that this child was actually, he claims, in Hank's own Discord server the whole time.
Which, if true, would make the denials look pretty bad.
Exactly. And Snaps argues that is the grooming having a kid apparently under 10 in his Discord and then lying about it. He says you can even hear the child saying 9 and I'm kind.
Wow. Okay. How did Hank react in the moment, according to Snap's description of the video?
It sounds pretty awkward. Snap says Hank asked the other panelists, how old do you think he is? Like maybe testing the waters?
Trying to see if others thought it was a kid.
Possibly. Eventually, Hank apparently said the child was blocked and couldn't come back for 9 more years. But then he tries to identify the child as this Leafly person born in 95 or 96.
So claiming the person was actually an adult, like 28 or 29.
Yeah, directly contradicting the 9 and I'm kind statement and what Snaps insists was clearly a child's voice. Snaps also adds that Hank's behavior during this, like turning off lights, using a headlamp, was just creepy.
Okay, so that alleged incident and the supposed lies around it seem absolutely central to Snap's case against Hank.
Definitely seems to be Exhibit A.
Now, this wasn't just about Snaps and Hank, right? Other names started popping up. Who else gets dragged into this?
Yeah, the net widens quite a bit. There's mention of Venus Cupcake and someone called Tarek, who also goes by T. Rains or October Rains. They're apparently linked to some alleged charity fraud and also accused of targeting Snaps.
Okay, so more layers of conflict.
And it gets wilder. Snaps claims this T. Rains person has dual citizenship, maybe servers in Turkey, and again, links it all back to this monograph thing and these very serious, though unspecified, allegations.
Monograph again. It sounds like a catch-all term for something sinister in this narrative. What's it supposed to represent?
Well, according to Snaps, it's tied to the absolute worst stuff. Child killing, child pornography, even the Epstein. If these accusations are so serious, Speed, who keeps pushing back on Snaps, asking the pretty logical, clear consensus there. And then someone named Red 40
buying any of it.
Well, they ran a poll asking if Hank was guilty, and initially it was split. So no clear consensus there. And then someone named Red 40 actually paid to change the subject entirely to something called tar optics.
Tar optics? Any idea what that means?
Not from this transcript, no. But it just shows how easily the conversation could be derailed, maybe deliberately. It feels very performative in moments.
Meanwhile, Snaps is just daring people to sue him.
Repeatedly. Take me to court, he says. He seems convinced he's right, but also seems to think he's more likely to be, like, physically harmed than sued.
And Hank's demeanor.
Sounds like it was all over the place. And at some point, he apparently started making accusations about Snap's race and religion.
Oh, wow. Okay, so it really devolved.
Yeah, it got pretty ugly. And you get the sense the hosts, OTW, were just trying to keep a lid on it, but it was like herding cats in a hurricane.
Not an easy job. So as this particular segment wound down, what were the last few exchanges? Did anything get resolved?
Not really. 5-Speed circled back again, asking Snaps why he hadn't gone to the authorities. Snaps deflected, calling 5-Speed a pedophile advocate.
Yikes.
Yeah. Hank seemed to backtrack or contradict himself about whether he had actually filed a formal police report. Someone brought up Discord's age rules. Snaps claimed he was working with law enforcement, but, vaguely.
So no real clarity there either.
No. Someone named Ragmuffin chimed in, just expressing concern about the whole thing, which maybe reflected how some viewers were feeling just uneasy, and that Tar Optics discussion got pushed to another time because they ran out of time.
And it ended.
Yeah.
Chaotically.
Pretty much. Snaps got removed again temporarily, and you hear the hosts, OTW and someone else named Chris, basically saying they're uncomfortable with how it all went down.
Okay, so we've waded through this incredibly turbulent stream. Stepping back, what are the main takeaways for you?
Well, the core conflict is crystal clear, even if the truth isn't. You have these incredibly severe accusations, primarily child grooming leveled by Snaps against Hank.
Right.
And on the other side, you have Hank and his supporters firing back with claims of defamation, saying it's all made up maybe for political reasons or personal vendettas.
And the live stream itself, it definitely didn't lead any clear answers, did it? It almost feels like the opposite.
Exactly. It really showcases the raw, messy reality of online conflict. Accusations fly, things escalate incredibly quickly, facts become almost impossible to pin down amidst all the emotion, the interruptions, the performative aspect.
It's quite something. It really highlights how difficult it is to sort fact from fiction in these spaces.
Absolutely. You see how narratives get constructed, how easily things can spiral.
So maybe the final thought to leave you with is this. We live in this world of instant online information, instant accusations. How do you navigate that? How do we find truth, ensure accountability, protect people who might be vulnerable, especially when faced with stories that are this conflicting, this charged?
Yeah, and what's the role of the platforms themselves, the communities? Do they have a responsibility in situations like this? It's a huge question.
Definitely something worth thinking about. Thanks for taking this deep dive with us today.
White people don't give a about the N-word anymore. This white woman is in trouble for calling a black child the N-word. People don't really give a about her calling the black child the N-word one way or another. What they give a about is the Somali pirate who recorded her and thought he was going to put her on blast. I'll show you guys. Here we go. So here, we're going to watch this real quick.
Did you call him the child? Did you call the child the word? It is my business. You call him a... Okay, why don't you have the balls to say it right now again? Okay. You know, that's a hate speech. And you can be recorded for that. I don't give a shit. Huh. Okay, we'll see about that, what the internet has to say about you.
What the internet has to say about you, that's his whole point.
Seeing is believing. I have never seen anybody be racist to a child on the spectrum of...
Okay, and then, here's the thing. I don't even believe that this kid that she supposedly called the N-word is on the spectrum. I don't even believe that. I think this Somali pirate is adding things because he wants this whole thing to be extra. Now, here's the thing, right? We got an immigrant in Minnesota. By the way, Minnesota imported all of these Somalis into Minnesota. What the hell a bunch of desert dwellers who need the heat are doing in the coldest climate is beyond me. How did they get there? They certainly didn't figure out how to get there on their own. The Somali refugee shows up in Minnesota and suddenly he knows all about our laws here. Hate speech. I'm going to record you. Let's see what the internet has to say about that. I've never in my life seen racism towards a little child. You're a Somali, dude. Somali, look, you guys say whatever you want, but I know for a fact Middle Easterners and Egyptians and Somalis are all super racist against blacks, okay? There's a whole scale of racism. The darker you get, the more racism you get, even from somebody else who's brown, because they're just happy to be a little less brown than you. So he's full of shit. Now, let's get more into it, because what you don't realize is this little has a record. So here's the guy that filmed him is this guy on the right, Sharmak Bile Omar. And what do you know? He was in jail after being charged with 3rd and 5th degree criminal sexual conduct after being accused of raping a 16-year-old after offering her a place to stay. Let's see what else they say. They may receive a joint trial, and they're being charged in the 3rd degree. So, Mr. Oh, you are being racist toward a child, and this is literally the worst thing you can do, turns out to be a child. You can't even make this shit up, folks. You can't even make it up, okay? But this is what happens now with these people. These highly immoral people want to tell you about the words you can and can't say because they've learned. They've learned from the communist color revolution that the highest sin is racism. And the reason they've made that the highest sin is because it makes white people the most guilty of it. By the way, I'm pretty sure he says it a bunch of times when he sees African Americans. I guarantee it, okay? But this is these people who like to get this kind of credit, this emotional credit, by being like, oh, I'm going to put this white woman on blast. First of all, you're a child sex predator. What are you doing at the park? You're at the park with no kids. You just want to film this woman because she called this 5-year-old who now you're claiming is autistic. All right. Look, these people might be low IQ, but the thing about this propaganda is it works no matter how stupid you are. It's pretty easy to catch on to it. Okay. Accuse a white person of racism, add some other vulnerable victim qualities on the other person. Oh, they're gay or something, right? This is a hate crime. And, and then just film it and be like, oh, the internet's going to really like you. Okay. And if you want to know how black people are taking this, let's go ahead and take a look. Credit to, yep, let's give him credit. Let's make sure we give him credit. Let's put this guy on blast. Tizzy is on it. Yeah, this fat
child and his siblings
boomer bitch
and play together. The kid she's going after has autism.
How do you know that?
Behave in a neurotypical way.
No, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, you're going to use all the freaking language. Oh, it doesn't behave in a neurotypical way. Yeah, he's stabbing you. It's hey. He's just not behaving in a neurotypical way. We got to be done with these fat like this. These are just fat who make excuses. I love how they all have tons of compassion and empathy for culprits, but no compassion and empathy for their own kind. Why? Because they're totally cucked and they want to take it up. This guy's he's a Can you imagine if this was your dad and you're getting assaulted by some black teens and he'd be like, hey, don't be racist.
Justify her calling him slurs and pursuing him physically, which is what she says she was doing before this guy intervened. He said after he stopped recording, she sat down, hurled more slurs, told him and his wife that they should leave the country, and then...
Based. 100% right. This Somali child should leave the country. Did you know that he was a child? Didn't matter because he's Somali. Well, country's so great. We're so loving. Let's bring in all the people. We hate our own kind. Because you're cocked. Okay? Because you don't have any courage. You know you're losing. You know the enemy wants you dead. And you're doing the thing that losers and cowards do, which is, hey, if I align myself with the enemy, even though the enemy hates me, if I grovel at his knees, maybe they'll remember me and not put me and my wife in the camps. Because if this would have happened, like just a few years ago, there's no way that she would have received this kind of support. She would have had white people going on, denouncing it. This is not okay. This is not acceptable. We don't even care anymore. That's right. We don't care. You know why? We just watched a perfectly healthy white teenager get stabbed to death in the heart for asking a black teenager to move because he was not where he was supposed to be. And we watched the whole black community rally around a murderer championing on his actions, indicating what it is they actually desire from us. So we're done. We're done. We don't give a fuck if you're 5 and you're autistic. We don't care if you're 13 and you're autistic. We don't care if you're 35 and you're autistic. We're done being called racist. Okay? It's not like she went, look, I'm not a big fan of slurs in general. I don't think they really help our case. But I'm also, even worse than that, I'm not a fan of a bunch of immigrants coming here and telling me I can't say slurs. Go back to your fucking shitty country where you don't even have running water. Why don't you worry about slurs there? The problem is it's so fucking hypocritical. Because you know for a fact that these guys, here's the thing, they're trying to appeal to these higher morals and higher ways of behaving. But they don't even respect the most base morals, like don't rape a child. So when they can't even respect what is considered just universal and norm and a foundation of a civilized society, and then they want to start talking about these higher level morality things of speech and the way you're supposed to talk to each other, it's like, go get dude, we're not falling for this shit. And it's all just a big scam. And here, these guys are like Johnny-come-latelys now, right? Maybe if you would have come here 10 years ago and started getting at white people for being racist, somebody would have gave a fuck. 10 years later, we don't care. Because the real minority in the world is white people, who are 8% of the world's population. And white women, who are 4% of the world's population. And blonde white women, which I am not, okay, but are even less of a percentage. That's the real endangered species. We're jumping through hoops to save the last rhino, but nobody gives a shit about the whole of human civilization, pretty much, because that's what Europeans are. Let's get rid of those. It's a full-on genocide there. Well, this is why people don't give a fuck. We do not give a fuck about a woman saying the N-word. And we certainly don't give a fuck when it's a Somali fucking rapist who's filming and telling her how she needs to behave and that this could be considered hate speech. It's amazing. You don't know how to not rape a girl, but you do know all about our hate speech laws right away, right? Amazing. No matter how bad you are, no matter how degenerate you are, no matter how many dicks you've taken up or you've put up someone as, no matter how many, sexual assaults you've committed, domestic abuse cases, crimes you've broken, you're still not as bad as a white person who says the N-word.
Hold my beer for a minute. I'm about to quit my job, cash in for a ticket. I'm going on a trip and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning all.
Hello everyone. I hope you are learning something. Hope you're enjoying the stream. I hope you're learning something from this. It's a lot of information.
Let's talk about what we're doing to white people.
This video has gone super viral, and I'm sure there's a...
Let's talk about what we're doing to white people.
This video has gone super viral, and I'm sure there's a reason why. So let's talk about it. Guys, before we get into this video, please like and subscribe. We want more people to hear the message that I'm putting out on this channel. Today, we're going to react to a mega viral video by Charlie, 3.8 million views, titled, "What Are We Doing to White People?" You guys have been requesting that I react to this. I have not seen it yet, so this is going to be a completely just blind reaction to what he says in this video. Let's hear it.
There's been something going on for a while now that we're being told not to notice. More to the point, that we're asking white people not only to ignore, but to accept. The rising tide of racial hatred against white people. In the past decade, there has been a noticeable cultural shift in what constitutes acceptable speech as it relates to white people. Back when I was a kid, in the early 2000s, the mainstream American culture preached about respecting each other's differences and not seeing color. Nowadays, we say that not seeing color is racism, that you must see color. But the more I see how things are unfolding, the more I'm convinced that this is wrong. Back then, saying something offhanded about white people were seen as not appropriate, just as it would be to say something offhanded about people of any other race. But that soon gave way to our current times, in which there exists virtually no limit to what racial minorities can and do say about white people.
This is a realization that I went through a while back too, and you guys know this from my story of realizing, oh, maybe leftism and wokeism is not for me, that you really can say or do anything to a white person without repercussion, and they have certainly fallen below on the hierarchy as far as being concerned about racial hatred or bigotry. You can direct all of your racial hatred and bigotry towards white people, and virtually nothing will be done about it. And he talks about this idea of race neutrality versus seeing race all the time. The colorblind future is, I think, what we should be moving towards, because your race says nothing about you. It says nothing about how good of a person you are, how bad of a person you are, your morals, your values, anything. It says nothing about you as a person. Yet we are now pushing this idea that we have to talk about race and that it must constantly be a part of our conversations. And I just reject that. I think neutrality is going to be the future, where we say race has nothing to do with who you are or what you are, and we can look beyond that.
I believe this is the natural outgrowth of a perverse ideology that teaches us that everything, every societal ill, is the fault of white people, and that whatever prejudice acts we may inflict upon them does not constitute discrimination because we don't have the power to discriminate. And alarmingly, this is particularly pronounced in the younger generation. But is it true? Do we not have the power to discriminate? Well, let's see. First, let's take a look at the racial hatred at the interpersonal level. In today's society, it has become somewhat fashionable to think things and say things about and to white people that would not be acceptable if it was said about any other race. And we're being taught that this double standard is not wrong, that it is rather a form of empowerment. They'll attribute negative experiences that they've had with white people to their whiteness. You had an argument in line at the grocery store with a white person? They were acting entitled because they were white. A white driver cut you off while you were driving? They need to check their white privilege. Your actions, your conduct, and your existence, in other words, boil down to your whiteness. And ashamedly, at one point in time, this was how I used to think as well. And beyond the people in my circle, I noticed that many people of color have this sort of blasé attitude, an attitude most particularly pronounced when there are no other white people around. Things are being said not just behind closed doors, but out in the open. Not just between close friends, but between complete strangers. So here's the thing. This is something that I've experienced countless times, so I know that there are other people who are experiencing it too. I know it must resonate with at least some of you. The difficulty here is that no matter how many anecdotes I share, they are just that, anecdotes. And people who refuse to believe that this is happening will just chalk it up to my experiences being a fluke. Or worse yet, they'll say I'm lying. So I've compiled some TikTok videos. I want you to take a look at the things that are being said about white people, especially by the younger generation, the kind of statements people wouldn't dare say about people of any other race.
It's funny because, you know, if you want to find examples of this sort of stuff, TikTok is probably the best place to go. I mean, it's a cesspool for racial hatred against white people. We just reacted to TikTok haters on this channel, so you guys can go and check out that video. But a lot of it is just racial hatred being spewed at other people. And white people in particular are bearing the brunt of it. As I said before, if you want to throw racial hatred at somebody, white person is the one to pick because nobody will do anything about it. And it comes from this idea that because maybe white people were favored in history or there was racial bias in history towards people of color, we reconcile that and make up for it by racially discriminating against white people in the present. And to me, that's not the answer. The answer is, again, race neutrality. If you are anti-racism, if you are anti-segregation, then stop perpetuating it.
Take a look at what is stunningly in vogue in today's society and ask yourselves, where does this lead to years down the line?
You have a token white and you're hanging out with your friend group of color, you need to ask permission from everybody in the group to bring your white friend. Like, don't just bring them. I might not be in the mood to deal with white shenanigans that day.
Dude, imagine saying, you know, if you have your token black friend of the group, you need to ask all the other white people in your group if it's okay to bring that black friend because they might not be up for these black shenanigans. Wow.
That's all I'm saying. And another thing, it feeds into their ego. Like, don't let them think they're a good white person.
Accomplices ask, how can they support Black and Indigenous people of color? And sometimes I really don't know what to say, but here's one easy way. Just don't have babies.
About white American culture, being grounded is a punishment to them. That's what they call punishment. The least grounded, least balanced, most destructive race considers being grounded a punishment? Yeah. They also say really violent phrases. Like they say things like, kill two birds with one stone. Why do we have to kill the birds? Why is everything so violent? It's almost like one's language and phrases reflects one's nature.
I'm losing IQ points.
So that new Jeffrey Dahmer movie on Netflix is the perfect example of the sensationalization of white violence. People have a much easier time sympathizing with white criminals than they do with Black victims. And people think these shows are harmless, but they actually contribute to a much bigger issue. It contributes to the viewpoint that white people are less violent than everyone else, and white violence is something to be consumed in media, and that's it.
What is with Caucasian people and like their inability to like read a room? Like, y'all act like you don't understand because y'all be the first ones during a conversation about the Holocaust to get so mad when Black people be like, you do realize that the original Jewish people were black, right? White people do not need to explain to anybody about us all bleeding red because, baby, you all are the people that need to learn that lesson. Clearly, history shows that you all are the people that like to pillage and eradicate, enslave, and oppress.
Oh, gosh. Tell me you don't know anything about history without telling me you don't know anything about history. And it's so interesting that she's saying white people need to learn the message that we all bleed red while being blatantly racist in this entire video. Oh my gosh.
To suppress greatness because you all simply don't have it.
Right? Here go y'all goblins who don't even live in the city. Which, by the way, the Q-tip people are the last ones to ever talk about somebody stealing anything. Y'all wouldn't be in this country had it not been for y'all stealing it. So y'all are more focused on people looting and trying to get necessities and things that they need. And yes, a TV is a necessity thing. But you feel like you're better than because people are out here stealing and you would know. First of all, if you are a Mayo monster, that is how your ancestors got everything, from stealing. People are,
And that's a behavior that's very common among white women. You may have not intended that, but there are many white women who act exactly like you.
If you could find it in your heart this holiday season to donate to the Discriminated White Fund, you'd be helping millions.
Nothing says high protein like cicadas and cheese. Make sure you...
And nothing says caucasity like that right there.
What caucasity looks like. Roaming Asian grocery stores like it's an amusement park.
You know, there's so many examples in this video, and you could probably put together a compilation that just goes on for days of people saying stuff like this. This is just the tip of the iceberg as far as anti-white racism. Oh, anti-white racism, you know, people hate to hear that, right? And they'll say there's no such thing as being racist towards a white person because they hold all the power, they hold all the privilege. Do y'all need more examples? Because this is pretty hefty. This is pretty hefty, and this could go on for days.
We're both white women. We are inherently a danger in spaces for Black, Indigenous, and other people of color simply by existing.
It's white cis men who are a part of the far right-winged ideology of fascism. That is a true threat and the terrorism to this country.
What does this sound like to y'all? Does it sound a little genocidal? Because it does to me when you're saying that people are a danger simply by being born, by existing. They're dangerous to BIPOC, Indigenous, whatever you want to say. Then what's the remedy? If you are a danger simply by existing, not by being a bad person, being a racist person, being a bigot, but simply by being born white, how do you solve a problem of people existing? Just a question.
POCs stand in the street and scream at the top of their lungs, I hate all white people. I want all white people to go die. Die, white devil, you cracker bitch.
What did I say? I said genocide? And then this video says BIPOC saying that all white people need to unalive is not racism. Do you see, do you see the slippery slope that you exist on if you allow this rhetoric to continue without calling people out, without saying that it's wrong? You get ideas like this, that white people needing to die is not a racist statement. I don't have words. I don't have words.
That's still not racism.
You can't be racist to white people. It's impossible. The system is not set up that way. You can insult white people, but it is not racism. Me calling a white person a tub of mayonnaise and like a flower looking ass, that's not racism.
You went all the way to Africa to physically take black people from their homes, shove them in on boats where a lot of them got diseases and died, told them where they could sit on a bus, told them which schools they could go to, which water fountains they could use, which bathrooms they could use, and that's sugarcoating it. Those are just terms. I'm not even describing all the disgusting things that happened, and they don't even want revenge. They're letting you guys skate by asking for equal rights. That's it. And you're still saying that?
Never mind the millennial Zoom, but okay, so let's break down a few of the things that said here. You can't be racist towards white people because racism is a system. False. We've talked about this many times on the show. Racism is not a system. It's simply thinking that a race is inferior or superior simply by just having that prejudice and that discriminatory mindset. So yes, you can be racist towards white people. It has nothing to do with powers and systems. And even if it did, black people, people of color, Asians, whatever, have lots of power and lots of privilege. really by just living in America, but also by being afforded preferential treatment in all of our institutions, although Asians are not really getting the fair end of that treatment there. It's mainly Black and Hispanic people. But I digress. There's plenty of power and privilege to be held by African Americans, Hispanic people, Native Americans in this country. So let's go ahead and set that aside. Now, she says that white people did all of this stuff in history, and now all that we're asking for is equal rights. I mean, all of these videos would say differently. All of the preferential treatment, the affirmative action, the Black-owned categories, all of this different stuff would say something different. The riots in the streets would say something different. Now, that's not all Black people or all leftist activists, but it is quite a few of them who believe that. There are many who believe that white people are inherently racist, and there seems to be this inability with people who think like this to separate history from the present day. The white people who are living right now, for the most part, were not the ones who were contributing to Jim Crow. They were not the ones who were holding back the civil rights of Black people. They certainly were not the ones who were enslaving Black people. So why is it that you feel the need to punish white people in the present day for things that were done in the past? It does not make sense. Do you know the countries that punish people for the things that their ancestors did? North Korea, the Soviet Union back in its heyday, China in the CCP. Is that really who you want to be in line with? Does it really make sense to punish people who are living in the present for things that were done in the past? Not even to mention that many of the white people living right now do not have ancestors that in any way contributed to discrimination and racism. It just makes absolutely no sense.
They are not as angry as they should be. Y'all are getting off easy, and you're still saying no?
You. Some people look at that and chalk it up to the grumblings of the powerless. That's the idea that when you have a power disparity, the less powerful sort of has this general society given leeway to complain about the more powerful. The villagers complaining about their king doesn't have the same ring as the king making snide and crude comments about the villagers. But that's not what's going on here. Because although certain segments of our society refuse to believe this, even as evidence mount before our very eyes, in one side of the political aisle, people of color actually have greater power than white people. That is the truth that is not being acknowledged by the people that need to hear it, because this gets in the way of them wielding that power in the way they want, malignantly. I've heard from somewhere that politics is downstream of culture, and I think that is certainly correct. We have a mainstream culture that tells us it's okay to hold prejudice and hateful view of white people, and our politics is then infused with this energy, and we see active, overt, and on-the-books racial discrimination of white people that those who are perpetuating this hatred is refusing to see as discrimination. They'll say, no, this is remediation. These are the same people who are making tenuous arguments that some of our race-neutral laws discriminate against people of color. And this is certainly evidence that in one side of the political aisle, people of color have more power than white people. Because if we didn't have the power, we wouldn't be able to put into place practices and policies that does this. That's what power is. Things like Minneapolis local government agreeing to a contract with the teachers union that says white teachers must be fired first. New York City's government enacting a policy of having white seniors go to the back of the line on life-saving COVID treatment. A college professor that says white people should be killed and facing no repercussions. Cornell University banning white people from rock climbing lessons. One of many instances of liberal colleges doing the utmost.
I love that he just has the receipts for all of this. And it should be mentioned that the reason that all of those people are able to make the TikToks that they make and post them publicly with blatant racism is because they have power and because they have privilege. You will not see a white person do the same about any other race. I don't know, aside from Nick Fuentes, who nobody likes. You will not see a white person do the same because they do not have the power or the privilege to be able to do those things. And most of them don't want to exercise that power or privilege because they're not racist. They're not bigots. These are not the ideas that they hold in their brains. But all of these people are very, very comfortable espousing their racism.
To exclude and ostracize white students. BIPOC-only events equal no whites, but they don't have the guts to say that, even though that is what that is. That's what makes us different than the mere grumblings of the common villager. The villagers have surrounded the palace, demanding Marie Antoinette's head. The power dynamics have shifted. That is a fact. Progressive media outlets do not cover these stories. Some people out there have no idea that this is going on. But worse, some others out there know but agree with what's going on. And for those people to convince themselves that this is not racial discrimination, they play mind tricks and word games. They use phrases and talking points like punching up. You can't be racist to white people. You can't oppress the oppressor, meaning I'm acting oppressively, but I've designated you as the oppressor, so everything goes. Or Abraham Candy's infamous words, the only way to remedy past discrimination is current discrimination. Or when people say things like, what we're doing to white people is not racism because racism is prejudice plus power and we don't have the power. They use all this mind-bending apparatus to delude themselves into believing what they're doing faces no moral quandary.
Absolutely. So they've safeguarded their own racist opinions. And you know what this leads to? Moral atrocities. That's what it leads to. When you feed into this delusion that you cannot be racist and you cannot be discriminatory, even though you are doing racist and discriminatory things, guess what? The threshold gets higher and higher and higher for what you're able to do and justify with your own word games and your mind games that you're playing, as Charlie talks about in this video. So let's see how far this goes if nobody calls it out. And luckily he's doing this, and this has been a really great video so far. And there's a reason it got 3.8 million views, because a lot of people feel this way, but they're not saying it out loud.
But in the back of their minds, perhaps in their subconscious minds, is racial revenge. We experienced it, you experienced it too. See how you like it.
And it's funny because when they say we experienced it, most of them have not experienced it. Most of them have lived in a free and equal America, but they feel somehow just deeply related to what their ancestors have gone through, and they feel no need to recognize the progress that we have gone through as a country and as just a civilization at large. No recognition of progress. Always this deep identifying with the struggles of ancestors that they have not experienced themselves. So it really isn't even we experienced it, now you experience it too. It's people in the past who looked like us experience it. Now people who look like the oppressors of the past are going to experience it now.
That people of color are using our newfound power to act this way and then pretend like none of this is going on leads me to believe that we would have done the same thing that white people did were we to be in their historical position. Because such acts have its roots in human nature, not white people nature. And one can only imagine what might happen in the coming decades when the demographics of the US will have shifted such that white people will no longer constitute the majority, when the younger generation you've just seen have graduated from elite schools and hold positions of power in our institutions, our government, corporations, entertainment, news media, and so forth, how they might, in wielding the levers of society, be able to rationalize, using their adult brain, the hatred that was embedded in their minds during their adolescence.
Ruh-roh. That's exactly how it happens. Hatred is fueled, and especially in youth, and then the youth grow up and they take on positions of power, and then they're able to use the hatred that they feel so deep inside to come up with legislation and policy that affects your everyday lives. And you know what Charlie just said there, a lot of people call that the great replacement theory, and that's a boogeyman that white supremacists are using. Are you going to accuse him of being a white supremacist for calling out what is true? That they will no longer constitute the majority, and that there are minority individuals who have a laundry list of grievances with white people who have done nothing to them that will soon be in positions of power. How do you think that works? What do you think happens in the wake of that? And people laugh when I say, if we continue on this track in 50 years, there's going to be a civil rights movement for white people. I stand by that statement. If something is not done to alleviate the division that we're feeling right now and educate people on why they should not have so much hatred for white people in our current world, the cycle will continue.
What we're seeing is just the beginning. To the white people who are watching, I just want to say, you are not an oppressor for refusing to accept an ideology that teaches people to hate you, that teaches you that you are inherently bad, that your children are inherently bad, that you are inherently racist no matter what you do or how you think, that you need to repent by taking affirmative steps in your life to redress harms that your ancestors may have done, or the racist actions of other white people. In fact, you are not an oppressor, period. You did not choose to be born white, just like any of us did not choose to be born in our race. And to ask of you, at the individual level, for example, to give your life in service of people of color, to be used as physical barriers at protests, to give away your house to black people instead of your children, all actual things that have been publicly demanded of white people, to ask this of you is morally reprehensible collective punishment. You are not under any obligation to carry yourself in any sort of way that others demand of you just because of the color of your skin. This you need to do this and you need to do that because you benefit from privilege thing is bogus. It is just a way for people harboring racial animus to attack you, to say that the accomplishments you've achieved in your life isn't yours, and to silence you. It is not you. It is this ideology that is wrong and perverse. It is one cloaked in a shroud of pseudo-justice and self-righteousness, all the while excreting toxic fumes of racial hatred. It blames all white people for the actions of their ancestors, something you have no control over, while absolving black people of personal responsibility for their own individual actions by holding that if black people commit acts of harm, for example, towards another community, that's a fault of white supremacy. White people are controlling them like puppets on a string. It's a backwards, transgressive ideology. If you don't harbor any hate in your heart but want to fight it as a matter of principle, this does not make you racist or bigoted.
I can't imagine how many people need to hear this, and I hope out of the 3.8 million people that watched it, it really landed on the core audience that needs to hear it, and it is people, and particularly white people, that are consumed with this idea of white guilt or needing to reconcile the acts of their ancestors. I hope it landed on those ears in particular, because there are so many who are subservient to this belief that they need to do something about what was done in the past, and that they need to give away whatever power and privileges they have to other people because of what their possible ancestors did. At this point, not even their ancestors, just because they look white. So I hope it landed on those ears.
If you refuse to accept their premise in your head, but are too afraid to voice your opinion, you're neither a coward nor a bad person. If you're of a liberal bent, but there's a small corner in your brain telling you as you're watching this video that perhaps some of this is wrong, listen to your intuition. Maybe you think, oh, I agree with most of what the progressive left teaches about racial justice, but just not with some of this disagreeable stuff, only at the extremes. I'm here to tell you that the rot starts at the core. This racial hatred of white people is a natural outgrowth, part and parcel of an ideology that attempts to indoctrinate us into believing that there is current systemic oppression going on, that all racial disparities we see today is the sole result of oppression by white people, when there are other more plausible explanations to be had that these same people are silencing as impermissible hate speech. They're telling you, shut up. You'll take it, and you'll like it. But contrary to what they're saying, you don't have to take that. You can believe that the things that have been done in the past were morally wrong, as well you should, all the while believing that what is currently going on is also wrong, that we're going backwards, that this is history rhyming with itself. The table is turning in an eye for an eye manner. As the great Mahatma Gandhi once said, an eye for an eye will leave the whole world blind. But those driven by hatred would sooner gouge everyone's eyes out than realize that true victory for people of color would have been having history record that when the power dynamics shifted, we treated white people with a kindness that their forefathers may not have shown our forefathers. But now, it will say when we gained the power, we turned around and started doing some of the same stuff to white people. Segregation, social ostracization, hatred sanctioned by government and law.
That is a very just profound point, that you have the power right now to do something great and do something that societies before us were not capable of doing. And that is just even the playing field, let it be, move forward with neutrality, and treat everybody with kindness and respect. But people are choosing not to do that. They are choosing, in fact, to do the very same things that they're criticizing. Much like Ibram X. Kendi said, and that we talked about in this video, that we fix past discrimination with current discrimination. When you hear it said out loud like that, for me it goes, wow, there's no way that that is right. There's no way that that is the way that we are going to move forward as a progressive society. There's just no way. But people are, I don't know, feel enlightened by the idea of just retribution and carrying on what has always been done. And that is really, really unfortunate. This video is a great synopsis of what's happening right now.
And we're doing all of this while pretending like we're doing something valiant.
Yep.
We've missed our bus, but that doesn't mean that there can't be a course for action. So, to some people watching who are engaging in this sort of hatred, whether or not you're acutely aware, the same people that act like white people as a collective are not people, or rather some pernicious alien force that's come to invade the earth. With this video, I implore you to ask yourself, what are we doing to white people? As some people love to say, do better.
I love that ending on do better, because that's so often what they say in response to videos like this. Do better. You need to discriminate. Do better. Be racist. Do better. Fantastic. There's a reason this video got the views that it I think this was a fantastic 16-minute synopsis of what's happening right now to white people. And what I think is unfortunate, and I guess I should note, is that it often takes somebody who is of minority status to be able to say these things out loud and be received in this way. And for people to actually be open to this sort of message, it often has to come from a minority, which is why I think I've grown in popularity. People like Candace have grown in popularity. Charlie Sean is probably going to take off after this video. If a white person were to make this very same video titled, "What are we doing to white people?" I wonder what the reception would be. I'm sure a lot of people would feel far more comfortable being blatantly racist in the comments, which just goes to show that what Charlie is talking about in this video is very clear. It's true. It's happening. And we need to do better. Guys, what are your thoughts on this video? Leave a comment down below. Had you seen it before and you've been wanting me to react? Have you just seen it for the first time now? Let me know your thoughts. And please, as always, like, subscribe, click the notification button to be notified every single time we post a video for you guys, which is every single day. And let me know, are there other videos like this on the internet that you want me to react to and hear my response? This one was a good one. Was a doozy. So yeah, here's to more and more people calling out this message and what is in fact happening right now, where we are actively discriminating against people in the name of progress.
Yo, yo, yo. Yo, my niggas. Remember to like and subscribe. Yo, yo. What's up, my niggas? What's up? What's up? Shit. What are you doing up so late? Shit.
Excuse me, would you rather $100 or to go out on a date with me?
Oh my god, seriously?
Yes.
This cannot be true.
Yes.
One of those?
Yeah.
On a date with you?
Yeah.
No, I'm fine. I'll take the money.
So I just found out that I'm not hot. And this was based on a really humbling experience where I'm trying to get 4 men together to help me move a really heavy object from point A to point B. Not a far point A to point B either. And I can't do it. It can't be done. I'm in hell. I've tried for days, texting every man I know. Can you please come help me move this heavy thing? It's a piece of granite, by the way. I think we can use that as a gauge. Number 1, can you get a group of men to help you move a heavy object from point A to point B? Number 2, how far can you get them to move it? Because what I need is a piece of granite moved about 15 feet. Cannot gather 4 men to do that. Oh, I can't. I'm going to be hungover that day. Oh, I can't. Football is on. When?
So she's mocking the men for not helping her for free. She has the nose ring. She has the modern women attitude. Okay. She has what turns men away and turns men off and says, you know, I don't want to be near her. I don't want to deal with her.
Number 1, they don't make men like they used to. Because how come nobody wants to be helpful? Little helpless old me? You want me to pick up the granite slab?
When are you helpful? Are you ever helpful to men? Do you ever go cook them dinner or do something that a woman could do that doesn't involve strength, physical strength? Do you cook? I doubt it.
Why? You're not being helpful. Number 2,
You're not very helpful either.
I need to level up. I need to level up. I need to get hotter. I don't feel like a hot woman would have
Well, to get hotter, you could just shut up because your mouth is part of the problem, big part.
an issue with this at all. She'd have that granite.
I can tell that in a few seconds that it's your mouth. It's your mouth, and you're wearing a cross. You're wearing a cross necklace. Another loudmouth Christian. What a surprise. You have the nose ring and maybe the cross is decoration, because some of you do that as well. But that nose ring and that mouth and attitude, I wouldn't help you.
Have a kitchen island.
We're dating the masculine men. We're dating.
Your nose right off the bat. I'll play that again.
Men.
Pick your nose right off the bat. Real good.
Masculine men. We're dating the masculine men. Do you know how much peace you're going to feel by dating a guy that allows you to turn your brain off when you're with him?
Look at the mouth. Look at the movements. Is that a fish? What is that? A fish? See, this is, it isn't just this woman. I've heard other women say this. They want to be able to turn their brain off when they're with, because they hate thinking. They'll say it hurts their brain to think and make decisions. So for them, the benefit of dating a masculine man is to shut off their brain and not think at all and just basically just breathe. Now, most men can't relate to that because it's a level of laziness. It's a level of laziness. I mean, guys can, masculine men, not wimpy, neurotic, liberal, libtard losers, but masculine men can sit somewhere. You could sit out in the forest. You could sit out the side of a river and just enjoy and not have to say anything. Just enjoy. Masculine men can do that, fishing, sitting somewhere, just being peaceful, enjoying the peace and quiet. But women, she's not saying she wants peace and quiet. She wants to shut off her brain. Now, most guys can't relate to that because we're not that lazy. We don't want to shut off our brain. I've heard women say this. It's just, oh, I grew up with women and they're not the same. They don't have to be the same as us, but anyway, she just wants to shut off her brain.
That allows you to turn your brain off when you're with him. Opens the door for you.
The lips is kind of like a guppy fish. She's got the lips. Look at the lips. And the things she does with her mouth.
Feel by dating a guy that allows you to turn your brain off when you're with him.
Look at her lips here. She does these weird things with her mouth.
Opens the door for you. Carries your luggage.
Now, why am I pointing this out? I'm pointing some of this out for the younger men that may be tuned in or might watch this tomorrow or days from now, maybe years from now. If you want to date a crazy chick like this, you go right ahead. But it's not going to help you. They could ruin your whole life. Now, they probably won't be able to physically overpower you, but they could fuck up your life in so many ways. They could all of a sudden just start screaming and yelling and lose it and say you did something that you didn't do and they imagine it. They're fucked up. There's a lot of crazy chicks that are fucked up that they don't want to do anything. They don't want to bring anything to a relationship except risk to your peace, quiet, your physical freedom. Don't date these. Just if you're smart, you won't do it. Just stay away. Stay away from them. Because it's trouble for you. It's not worth the risk.
Allows you to exist in your feminine energy. Do you know feminine?
This reminds me of Marcel in a way. Feminine energy is being able to shut off your brain and the man handle everything. They'll call that feminine energy. Doing nothing, just being sitting there brainless. They call that feminine energy. Well, you're not doing anything. You're just useless. You don't add anything. You don't bring anything to the table. Eventually, the masculine man will say, what do I need her for? She doesn't bring anything to this relationship. She adds nothing to my life. In fact, I'm better off without her. She's just kind of dead weight. That's not feminine energy. That's just you're an anchor. That's all. You're dead weight. What do you need it for?
Feminine energy. Do you know feminine energy?
And the way she enunciates it in an exaggerated way is another red flag waving in your face. Gentlemen, she's crazy. She's crazy. She's fucking crazy. And she studied this shit to try to land a man because she wants to do nothing. She wants to add nothing. She wants to be carried. You might as well have to carry her around in your arms like a baby. She wants to be rescued. She doesn't want a man or a relationship. She wants help. She wants someone to pay her bills. She wants you to do everything for her. If she could get you to brush her teeth and bathe her and just baby her to the point where she's not even an adult, she'd do it. She's not the only woman in this realm that's like that. There's a lot of them that are super lazy, and they'll call it feminine energy. What it is really just being lazy, completely lazy, and wanting to use you and leech off of you. That's what it really is.
Your luggage allows you to exist in your feminine energy. Do you know?
You know what I would say? Feminine energy, caring for a man, wanting to do something for your man, being affectionate. I can think of lots of things that would be feminine energy rather than just being a lazy fucking bump on a log or a lazy toad that turns your brain off and just sits there and the man does everything. Fuck that. And I hope young men watching this go, you know what? Fuck that. I don't want that. Why would I want that? Don't settle for that.
Feminine energy is the most powerful energy in the world.
So they're lazy, but they're saying it's the most powerful energy because they want to use you to pay the bills, and not only the bills, but do everything, make every decision, do everything for them, and they do nothing. They just shut their brain off because they're lazy leeches. The ones like this. I'm not calling all women that, but this reminds me of Marcella, where, oh, get in your feminine energy, and he's got to be masculine as a provider. They want a man to be a slave provider, and they want to be shut off their mind and be in their, quote, feminine energy and lazy and bring nothing to the table, nothing to the relationship. Just show up and say, man, you earn the money, you buy the food, you do the grocery shopping, you cook for me, you provide for me, you put the roof, and I do nothing but sit here in my feminine energy with my brain turned off. Well, fuck that. Why would any man with dignity and self-esteem want that? Well, you wouldn't unless you're a desperate incel. They would go for that. I wouldn't go for that. So what is she? She's about a 3 or a 4, maybe a 5. She's average, probably below average, I would say, in looks. Would that crush her? She would probably say, well, I'm an 8 or a 10 or something. I'd say no. In looks, you're maybe a 5 at best. You're average at best. If that hurts her feelings, too bad. That's what I see. Average at best. Average is 5 out of 10. It's the middle.
Feminine energy. Do you know feminine energy is
Play that again.
Feminine energy? Do you exist in your feminine energy? Do you know feminine?
The way she says it that way is though that's some superpower. Really? But you haven't mentioned any feminine skills, anything that would attract a man, benefit a man, bring value, bring something beneficial to his life. Nothing. What are you offering? Some holes? That's it? Because every woman has that. What are you going to bring to the table that another woman can't or doesn't?
Opens the door for you, carries your luggage, allows you to exist in your. Opens the door for you, carries your luggage, allows you.
So he does things for you, but what do you do? What do you bring to the relationship? Why should a man date you? And women these days say, I don't know, I bring myself. You don't bring anything. He doesn't need you. That's why there's a whole movement with young men. Just focus on yourself, improve your life, go to the gym, work out, have a good, stable job, save money. Don't treat women like they're your whole life. A lot of them offer nothing like this one here. Nothing.
With him, opens the door for you, carries your luggage, allows you to exist in your.
With lips like that, she probably doesn't even give a good BJ. Like, let's face facts here.
carries your luggage, allows you to exist in your feminine energy.
Does she know how to please a man? Not just sexually, but does she know how to do anything that men want? What does she offer? I doubt she offers good conversation with the way that she speaks here. Your feminine energy. That would get annoying after a while, guys. Would you want to listen to her pronounce words that way for 10 years, 20 years?
Allows you to exist in your feminine energy. Do you know feminine energy is the most powerful energy in the world? I always thought I'm a strong, independent woman, and I was always existing in my masculine energy. Now, I exist in my feminine energy. I receive. I let him take care of me. I let him provide. I don't want to lead the way.
Let him provide. And that's all men have become to these women is providers, protectors, and they just receive gifts, receive money, receive. Another way of saying that is they just take, and they don't give anything. She hasn't said anything that she gives her man if she has one. Nothing. What does she give? She just talks about receiving. See? It's about analyzing it, breaking it down, saying, what's she really saying? She just receives.
My masculine energy. Now, I exist in my feminine energy. I receive. I let him take care of me. I let him provide.
She lets him take care of her. Well, I thought women were the nurturing ones that care and take care of. She doesn't mention taking care of her man or family. They don't care, ones like this. I'm not saying every woman, but there's a lot of modern women that are very selfish, self-centered, and they don't care for anyone. They don't take care of anyone. If you're sick, a woman like this isn't going to take care of you. She's not going to do anything for you. You should be able to tell by this point.
I don't want to lead the way. I don't want to be in charge. I don't want to use my brain every second. I want to relax. I want to be peaceful. We bring way too much to the table to also be leading the way for men.
What do you bring to the table?
Either receive $100 or go on a date with the Grim Reaper. I think the choice was obvious.
You got that right.
Men are starting to recognize their own value, and they are not doing favors for women for nothing in return. She thinks it's got to do with her looks, but her looks don't mean anything. Either pay the men you're asking to help you, or do the work yourself. Men are not your slaves.
Facts.
So her definition of a masculine man is a complete slave who does everything.
Her definition of being feminine is pulling a booger out of her nose right at the start of her video, instead of realizing it before she made the video.
So her definition of a masculine man is a complete slave who does everything.
Complete slave who does everything for her, from thinking to work, providing, all of it. And what does she bring to the table? Nothing. I didn't even watch to the end of this video, but lots of men know what he's going to see, and lots of men see it the way I see it. Millions.
Facts.
So her definition of a masculine man is a complete slave who does everything for her. She said feminine energy is the most powerful thing in the world. Yet she also admits she doesn't want to think or use her brain.
I think that's a lot of women these days.
She's an idiot.
Real men of genius.
And her man is a fool. If she has a boyfriend, he's foolish for being in a relationship and settling for that type of relationship.
Turning off my husband's Xbox while he's in the middle of a game.
What are you doing?
What?
What are you doing?
What do you mean?
I was playing a game. What are you doing?
Oh, I must have hit it on accident.
You hit that little button that was lit up on accident?
Well, now that you shut it off, do you want to help me do some things around the house?
Nope. Done.
What do you mean?
I'm done. No, I'm done.
What she did is abuse. It's just not the kind that we're allowed to talk about in this culture because the word abuse in our society means harm done to a woman. But this was vindictive, it was gaslighting, it was passive aggression. But because the victim is a man, no one cares. Our culture's already decided that only women get to be victims. If you type abusive relationship into Google Images, you will see wall-to-wall pictures of men harming women. No nuance, no complexity, no truth, just propaganda with a search bar. If you type, "Why is my husband yelling at me?" into Google, you get a domestic abuse helpline. But if you type, "Why is my wife yelling at me?" into Google, you get this. Potential triggers for a wife's yell: feeling unheard, financial stress, mental health struggles, disrespect. It doesn't make sense, right? Obviously, both men and women can be abused. So why is there this blind spot when the victim is a man? Why is it always her story that gets the spotlight? You have been told that women have it worse than men, but that is a lie. This culture doesn't care about who suffers more. It cares about who suffers louder. And women always win that game. Women don't suffer more, they just get more sympathy. When women struggle, it's a national crisis. When men suffer, they are ignored, mocked, or blamed. And despite what you have been told, this obsession with women's pain is not evidence of hardship, it's proof of privilege. Let's break this down into 4 different areas where women monopolize victimhood: abuse, work, reproductive rights, and safety. In all 4 areas, men have it just as bad or worse. The suffering for men exists. What's missing is any outrage about that. It's just silence, and that lack of concern is the real sexism in our culture. I'm going to prove this to you by going through all 4 of these areas. Let's keep going with abuse. Have you noticed that there's no male equivalent for the word nagging? When a woman criticizes or shames her partner, it's seen as quirky. It's nagging, it's mild, it's harmless, it's sitcom material. But if a man does it, it's abuse, it's controlling, it's a red flag. Her behavior is normalized, his is pathologized. You see this theme repeated over and over. Men are only allowed to operate within this tiny little box, whereas women are free to just run the field. Consider financial abuse. When you hear that term, the culture wants you to think of a man. He controls the money, he restricts what his wife is allowed to spend. That's financial abuse. But ask yourself this question: why don't we use that term when we see women like this?
Don't like 50-50, I don't do coffee dates, I don't care how much money I ever make, I still want my man to pay for everything. He should pick me up, he should drop me off, he should buy me Ubers. In exchange, he gets to not embarrass me and breathe my air. I think it's pretty fair. I think we're even Stevens. Otherwise, I don't need a man just to have a man. This is for me. For the guys who are mad though, cry about it.
If a man limits reckless spending, that's abuse. But if a woman drains his bank account, that's just her being high maintenance. That's not okay. As a man, if you worked hard, then you deserve to spend your money on something that you like. And with that in mind, I'm very excited about today's sponsor because their product is awesome. I've lost a bunch of weight recently, which is great. The only downside is I have a bunch of pants that keep falling down. I needed some belts. I discovered Anson Belt and Buckle, and they are the coolest company. Let me explain to you how this works. Ordinary belts get sized using a little hole every inch. Anson uses a micro-adjustable track system that gives you a perfect fit every single time at quarter-inch increments. Trust me, once you try this, you'll never go back to regular belts, guaranteed. And the best part is that you can mix and match your buckles with any strap. They're all interchangeable. This gives you maximum customization for your look. It's fashionable, it's comfortable, there's no compromise. I've been wearing mine and I love them. The quality of these products is incredible. These guys have been around since 2009. They have over 40,000 5-star reviews, and they injury, women are more likely to be hurt because men are stronger. That's biological truth. But that does not mean that men are more often violent. In fact, the opposite is true. Roughly half of all relationship violence is mutual, and when it is one-sided, 70% of the time it is the woman attacking the man. And lesbian couples are almost twice as violent as male homosexual ones. But go ahead, please tell me how toxic masculinity is the problem. The hijacking of relational abuse as a women's issue is an unforgivably disgusting and sexist sleight of hand designed to demonize men. Violence is not gendered, but sympathy is, and that's why men are erased from the conversation. Women do not suffer more, they just complain more loudly, especially in the area of work.
The gender pay gap, we are 100 years currently away
from equality, which is so crazy to think about. And we're in 2023. Australia's national gender pay gap of 13% will equate to a $93,000 deficit in the super balances of women when compared to Australian men at retirement. So what that means is there are an additional 56 days per year that women must work to earn the same average pay.
Has there ever been anything more thoroughly debunked than the gender pay gap? Why won't this die? We have been fed this lie for decades that the wage gap proves sexism, that fewer female CEOs means that the system is rigged. It couldn't be that women are just less career focused, more interested in spending time with their family, having a work-life balance, having a cushy, low-stress job. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that an incredible 39% of women have attempted to launch a career as an influencer. Don't you dare suggest that women can be lazy. No. They all want to be the CEO of Microsoft. It is the patriarchy that keeps them down. If you go by who complains the most, you would think that women are the only ones struggling with their careers. But let's look at the facts. Girls outperform boys in school and university. They get more degrees. There are still advancement programs and initiatives designed to help women in the workplace. The majority of cushy, white-collared work in air-conditioned offices is done by women, while actual hard labor, blue-collared work is done by men. Over 90% of workplace deaths are men, not women. Men's jobs are harder and more dangerous. So why is the national conversation about the number of female CEOs and boardroom diversity? Because the harsh truth is that we don't care if men die on mine sites. We care that the woman makes partner in her law firm. When it comes to workplace discrimination, the only story that gets any airtime is the one where a woman is suffering. But women are not struggling more than men are. They're just more practiced at spinning their narrative. Reproductive rights is another area that has been hijacked as women only. Most women across the West can get an abortion if they choose. But that right might not always be there. That's true. It could get taken away. But do you know who never gets that choice? Is a man. It's his child too, but he gets zero say. Even worse, if he wants that child to live and to raise them as a single father, he is powerless.
No, don't do it.
Oh my gosh. It's not right. It isn't right. I'm such a good dad. I know.
It's heartbreaking. But if she unilaterally decides that she does want the baby to live, the man is on the hook. Financially, he's trapped. It's not just biased. It is structurally sexist, and everyone knows it.
Okay, so why is it that if a guy gets a girl pregnant and then he decides that he doesn't want to really be in the kid's life, he doesn't want to be a father, he doesn't want to have anything to do with it, he still has to pay child support, he still has to deal with all of those responsibilities of being a father. However, if a woman gets pregnant and she decides that she doesn't want to be a mother, she can go and have an abortion and literally kill her unborn child just because she's not ready for it. And she doesn't even have to tell the father, or father has no say in the matter, and she can just be like, nah, I don't want this, and go in and kill that baby without anything. I mean, for all she knows, the father of that baby actually wanted that kid, and now she's just going off and killing it.
Women shout abortion rights like they're under attack, but the truth is that it is men who have no reproductive rights, none. Courts routinely reward primary custody to the mother. No abuse, no neglect, doesn't matter. The man still gets pushed out. Paternity fraud? Not illegal. A woman can lie, trap a man financially, and walk away with zero consequences. Just got my child support money. Casino time. Why is this tolerated? When it comes to reproductive rights, you've got women fighting for the freedom to end a pregnancy. But men fight for the chance to raise their children, for custody, for time with their sons and daughters. And yet, we are told that women are the ones who are oppressed. The world is upside down. How is it like this? And then you realize it's because only women's pain counts. Let's end with safety. Women treat it as though it's their exclusive struggle, as though men never face danger.
What it feels like to be a woman living in Australia at the moment. Now, given that there's been more women murdered at the hands of men in Australia of recent times, as an average woman, you know, I am constantly needing to be aware of my surroundings. I would never go for a walk down the road in the dark by myself. This is the type of alert and warnings that we have going off in our mind and our body all of the time, because as a woman we have to be careful all of the time, just in case someone, a man, does something to us.
She says that she needs to stay alert at all times because women are getting murdered across Australia. But the data says otherwise. As of 2022, men were 3.3 times more likely to be murdered than women. Men are more likely to be attacked in public. They are more likely to be robbed. They are more likely to be homeless. They are more likely to kill themselves. And as we've seen in Eastern Europe, if a war breaks out, men are sent to the battlefield while women take shelter. This world is not dangerous for women. This world is dangerous for everyone. But if we are comparing genders, then men are less safe. Full stop. And yet our culture bends over backwards, twisting facts and rewriting standards just for the sake of keeping women comfortable. Did you know that there was a study in 2012 that found that men receive prison sentences 63% longer than women for the exact same crime? I could list dozen more examples, but that's not the point, because this isn't about isolated facts. It's about a pattern. Both genders suffer. The difference is in who we choose to care about. And in our culture, female pain is sacred, men's pain is invisible. Now, there is one legitimate area where women do have it a lot worse than men. And in the interest of fairness, I'm going to spend the rest of the video talking about that. You can probably guess what it is. So if you're concerned that this video has been too biased and you'd like to hear the other side, then keep watching. The full-length versions of my videos are available on Patreon. What you see posted here on YouTube, these are just the shortened, abridged versions of my videos. The full-length versions are on Patreon. And remember, if you're ready to upgrade your belt game, check out Anson Belt and Buckle.
Anytime a group of people decides to finally step out of a ghetto mentality or a ghetto way of living, a ghetto culture, I guess I could say, that community, that group of people begins to thrive, right? When you have those who are considered, let's say, rednecks, stepping out of that ideology, that mentality, that limiting belief system that kept them impoverished, you see prosperity. When you have the Italians who came here in, the earlier stages of the some even late 1800s, these individuals only broke free from that mentality by making a decision that they were no longer going to engage in the criminal behavior. They were no longer going to tolerate certain ways of being. And therefore, as a byproduct, was prosperity. And so when it comes to the quote unquote black community, or more specifically, what we are now seeing as mainstream black culture, there's only one way out of what we are now seeing as this, kind of bastardized, degenerate version of what it once was. What was once a beautiful culture has now morphed into something that most people who grew up in the earlier stages of, this last century, y'all can't even recognize anymore. You turn on the TV or you go on social media, probably more realistically, you're somewhere on social media and you're seeing some of the things that are happening on a daily basis. And I remember things like World Star. World Star was saturated with some of the craziest type of situations, scenarios, people fighting on there. I mean, there was the most ratchet behavior. And you would think to yourself, there's no way this is real. But again, this is being caught in real time. It would be different if it was just propaganda being pushed by some media outlet that was looking to create a narrative. But unfortunately, this is the way in which many of these people have just been used to acting, or I guess have been enabled to act. And it's only when we allow ourselves to let go of that mentality at an individual level and then as a collective. And what I see as the ghetto ideology can be, I guess, also labeled the ratchet mentality, a criminal culture. I've used a multitude of labels for this specific way of thinking, but it's basically a limiting belief system where an individual believes that they are the victim to their circumstances. They are the victim to the conditions of their life. The external is going to determine the internal, and that is used as an excuse as to why they essentially indulge in degenerate behavior. Now, I'm well aware that trauma is real and trauma has its effects. But when you use trauma as a justification for bad behavior, you're not helping the individual at all. You may think that you are giving this person the benefit of the doubt, right? Somebody who is now engaged in criminality, somebody who has a few cases or a few dozen cases. You know, you go to places like New York, you hear stories of people who are getting caught up with 57 arrests. There was a man with like 82 arrests, and they only finally came after him seriously once he had poked up a few people on the subway. But it's like, what is a man doing on the streets who has that many charges on him? Well, we created a culture where that's normalized. For this group of people, that's just what they do. And when it's normalized and it's incentivized, people continue that behavior. And so for me, like, I'm at a place in my life where I'm calling for the end of the ghetto culture, the end of this ghetto mentality. I've said this a few times, and I'll say it as long as I need to, but we are tired. There are those of us who are simply tired of seeing this criminal element, especially connected to us. Like, this is a part of who we are. And I know that when, let's say, you know, some of the other migrant groups who came into the Americas, when they were first, you know, kind of breaking free from a lot of the ghetto mentalities, a lot of the ghetto environments, they also had to create a new way of being, new customs, a new culture, and separate themselves from the culture that was degenerate. They had to separate themselves from that culture that was the problematic part of their, you know, overall culture. Like, you have to weed out, or better description would be, you have to rid the cancer cells from the healthy cells. You can't have the two coexisting. One is going to impact the other, and likely it's going to be the dysfunctional, the corrupted cell that's going to impact the rest of the body. And that's what happens when you have that sort of mentality. It's like, you know, when you're in a group of positive people, you definitely feel the impact. And, you know, it's likely to create some sort of positive impact within your own life, right? Likely. When you're surrounded by negative, toxic individuals, 10 times out of 10, 11 times out of 11, you are going to feel the byproducts of that way of being. Even just energetically, you can feel it, right? When there is just something, there's a dark cloud over a room or whatever it is. There are individuals who are living in a very dysfunctional way. They have chosen to live in such a way. Right? They're beyond this adolescent stage or, you know, infantile stage where they are truly a child and the parents are actually responsible for them. I'm talking about grown ass human beings, grown ass individuals making decisions that are dysfunctional, that are toxic, that are harming themselves and others. And, you know, I remember a part of my life when I was involved, I was engaged, I was quote unquote active in certain ways. I never got into the violence because that just wasn't part of my moral compass, but I got into hustling. And I was surrounded by hustlers. And you could almost always feel, especially in hindsight, there was always a darkness about it. There was always, like, it was contagious, that energy. That darkness was genuinely contagious. It just took being surrounded by two people with a corrupted idea. You know, like it says in the Bible, what does it say? There's a scripture that speaks of the company that you keep. In essence, when you have, you know, bad company corrupts. In essence, right? If you surround yourself with bad company, it will corrupt. There's even, you know, a scripture that says, if you, and this one hits me every single time. If you look for the good, you will find it. If you look for the wrong or the bad or the trouble, it will find you. Trouble is always looking, it's prowling, it's searching. That's why temptation is so easy to fall into if you are not vigilant, if you're not somebody who is disciplined. It is always creeping around the corner. It's easiest to just fall into those destructive habits, even in our own personal lives, to eat a little too much or to eat the wrong foods as opposed to the right foods, to eat that thing you told yourself you weren't going to eat. It's right around the corner. It's looking for you. You have to seek out good. You have to seek out good habits. You have to work and develop and cultivate that morality, because unfortunately, many of us have been raised in environments that foster the opposite. Many of us have been raised in environments which have a sort of ghetto mentality at some level. And in ghetto, I include, you know, a poverty consciousness or a scarcity consciousness. That is a mindset. You can bring a people who are now impoverished at a scaled level and bring them into prosperity just by changing the way in which the younger generation thinks about resources, about money, etc. You train up a generation into a wealth consciousness and they're going to become wealthy. That's why you have, you know, Chinese immigrants or even Nigerian immigrants, whatever it is, that may have come from, some levels of poverty, some abject poverty, right? So it's Nigerian, whatever it may be. And all of a sudden, these individuals are prospering. It wasn't the fact that, they came to America and America just has money laying on the floor that they picked up, swooped up, and, turned into the bank, whatever it may be. But instead, these individuals made conscious decisions. Their parents likely made conscious decisions to say, we're going to change this mentality. When we talk about breaking these generational curses, that's what we're talking about. This is the end of the ghetto culture. And I'm not saying it's never going to exist again. It will find its new forms or whatever it may be. But so long as I can help it and so long as you can help it, we have to continue to keep this accountable, right? Which has become like a curse word in the 21st century. Accountability is nothing to be afraid of. It is something to embrace. If you're looking for genuine personal power, the far left ideology, these so-called woke activists always talk about empowerment. And I say, how can you have empowerment if you don't have personal agency? How can you have empowerment when you don't have personal responsibility? When you can't look at your life and say, oh, I'm the cause of these things that are happening in my life. If you can't sit back, observe your life and see what you did to get the results that you got, then you are disconnected from reality. Because most parts of your life, especially those parts that mean the most, are a direct byproduct of the things that you did or did not do, the way in which you believed or did not believe. Simple. Why is my relationship the way that it is? Well, maybe I feel like I'm inadequate. I'm not good enough. I have a low self-esteem. I believe that I deserve, nothing but crumbs. So I end up in relationship after relationship that reflects exactly that. I engage and entertain those sort of relationships. When I make a different decision, then I'm going to get a different outcome. It is really that, it's that simple, but also that difficult, right? The difficulty is not in the complexity of the thing. It's in the fact that it takes us everything to let go of our old identity. That ghetto mentality is an identity that's been clinged onto. It's a way of being. People feel as if they let that go, they're betraying some aspect of themselves, some aspect of their lineage, some aspect of their family, right? This sounds crazy, but that's how the subconscious mind works. You could be holding on to a belief that, in order to love my family, I have to be like them. And so you come from a dysfunctional background. You come from a dysfunctional family. You come from a ghetto mentality. And you know that it is best for you to break free from that. There's a part of you that's going to feel like there's a betrayal to what once was. That's why there's such an emotional response when you talk about things like the democratic plantation and breaking free from that democratic mindset, that victimhood mindset, that neo-Marxist mindset, whatever you want to label it, that mindset that says that everybody else is to blame and I am a victim in my life. I am a victim in my story. When you are dealing with these individuals, they become very emotional because they're tied to an identity, and that identity is basically them. They say, this is me. You are attacking me. When I speak, I'm really speaking to ideas. I know sometimes, I can throw in a little pettiness and, personal insults or whatever it may be. I'm polishing that up. I can't promise no petty, but I really am looking to get to the point of it's the ideas, just like it says in scripture. It is not man and blood. It is not flesh and blood. It is not the physical, but it is principalities, higher things. It is spirits that we're dealing with. It is energy. It is, It is the unseen that we're dealing with here. It is thought forms. It is thought patterns. That's why it is to renew your mind daily, because there are beliefs that you have picked up along the way. There are thought patterns. There are ways of being that you have picked up that need to be renewed. We have to step out of that ghetto mentality if we're going to prosper. Every nation, every community, every family, every individual that has ever found their way out of that ghetto mentality, that has found their way out of that degenerate, dysfunctional, toxic, these generational curses, every single one of these individuals who have found themselves out of that space were individuals who had to make a decision to get out of that space. It doesn't happen by default. It doesn't happen by happenstance. You can hold an intention. Like I used to create a lot of content around quote unquote spirituality and what I thought I knew every damn thing, right? How to manifest, etc. I got into that, and a lot of things I was wrong about. I was likely trying to avoid a lot of the actions necessary in order to get the outcomes that I wanted. But during that time, it's like I had a lot of wishful thinking. And a lot of people exist in wishful thinking. They want a different result in their life, but they're not willing to do anything different. They want their life to show up different, but they're not willing to show up any different. And I promise you one thing. I don't know all things, but I know this one thing. If you don't move different, if you don't do something different, you're simply not going to get a different result. I had to change my approach to the way in which I create content. I had to be
Hi there and welcome new or regular listeners. Thank you for tuning in. This is Red Eyes Creations Radio and I am your host Henrik Palmgren. Today we are going to dive into the topics of Gnosticism, sacred ecology, the archons, religion, belief and much more. We have John Lash with us on the line and we're going to talk about his book Not in His Image, Gnostic Visions, Sacred Ecology and the Future of Belief. John's website that you need to take a look at is metahistory.org. That's an excellent and vast resource with tons of articles for you to explore further into these topics. So it's a pleasure to have John Lash with us here today. Hi John, welcome to Red Eyes Creations Radio.
Yes, thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure.
Thank you for joining us. It's excellent to have you here. I've been looking forward to this program for a long time, so it's great to have you on here. I would like to begin to I guess, talk a little bit about Gnosticism and your interest in the subject. I guess the best place to start is to just, ask what got you started in the first place into the subject.
Well, I'll give you the clue. You know how life is. It gives us these clues which are not so clear at the beginning, but then if we follow those clues in the course of life, they sometimes lead us into deep areas. When I was about, I think, 16 or 17, I was working for a summer job somewhere in the United States and around New York, working as a waiter in a summer resort, and always looking for things to read. And I happened to come across these books, which belong to the Alexandria Quartet by Lawrence Durrell, and these were books that were quite popular in the 50s and 60s.
Mm-hmm.
Lawrence Durrell was a British novelist, and it turns out that Durrell, Durrell, who was a close friend of Henry Miller, was interested in some esoteric matters, such as the Kabbalah and Gnosticism. Well, I was just a country kid. I grew up in a small town in Friendship, Maine, a little fishing village, very much of the kind of fishing villages that you have, in Sweden and Norway.
Sure.
That part of the world, a little village of 800 or 900 people. I had no exposure to esoterics or Gnosticism in that world, but by coming across these novels of Lawrence Durrell, called the Alexandria Quartet, he spoke about Gnosticism and the Gnostics, and it intrigued me terribly, although I know nothing about it.
Sure.
And so then over the years I explored it more, and I eventually, by the time I was in my mid-20s, was deeply into the texts and the mythology.
Interesting. So, how long have you been writing yourself on the subject? I don't know which Not in His Image. Your I guess that's your latest book. Which is that your first one or third one?
No, it's my most recent book. It came out November of 2006. And behind Not in His Image, there was about 10 years, 1996 to 2006, of intense research on the Gnostic texts. Here in Belgium, near to Brussels, where I live sometimes, there is a university called the Catholic University of Leuven, or Louvain.
Sure.
Yeah, it's one of the oldest universities in Europe. It was a humanistic center. It's connected with Erasmus, the famous philosopher. And it so happens that at the University of Louvain, although it's very Catholic, there is a whole team of Gnostic scholars, experts on Gnosticism and the Coptic language, and also, it so happens, experts on the Dead Sea Scrolls. So I spent a good deal of time doing my research there, I wrote about 5 drafts of Not in His Image before the one that is printed now. So I had 10 years of intense study, and then before that, I really have been involved with Gnosticism since my mid-20s, so it's really been a lifetime effort.
I understand. Yeah, definitely fascinating. You know, I would like to get into and talk a little more about the book here. And I guess we could begin with the title itself, Not in His Image. Now, you know, is that intended to scare the Christians away or to make them pick up the book?
Well, it's definitely a challenge. They may choose to run away from it, or they may choose to pick up the book and to consider why someone would say that we are not made in God's image, which is what I'm saying. I'm saying that the story we're told, which comes from the Bible, Christian Bible, and the belief that we are in the Western Christian world, the belief that is given to us that humanity is somehow made in the image of the Creator, which is a male deity, Jehovah, is not so. It is not true, and what I do in my book is I expose that belief as a false belief, and I use Gnosticism because the Gnostic texts contain many points which argue against patriarchy, against Christian religion, and precisely against that concept that we are made in the image of a Father God.
Now, when we talk about the Gnostic text, is this the bulk of this? Is this that was found in Qumran, the Nag Hammadi library, or is there any other sources, excuse me, from outside there?
Well, the sources are of two kinds, Henrik. There are the Coptic texts written in the Coptic language that were found not at Qumran, that's where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found.
Okay.
The Coptic texts were found at Nag Hammadi in Egypt in the first week of December 1945, which happens to be exactly when I was born. And they are practically the only surviving originals that we have. I don't really think they even are originals, but they are close to originals. So we rely very strongly on those, and there are about 53 documents in there, but only about 30 of them are of any value. The others are very fragmentary and so forth. Additional to that, there are 3 other Coptic documents that were discovered before Nag Hammadi, such as the Bruce Codex, the Askew Codex, and so forth. And then there are a number of Greek language works which contain Gnostic teachings. But all in all, I have to tell you, it's a pretty pitiful handful of material. The reason why, and I want to emphasize this to all the listeners, the reason why we have so little of the original Gnostic material is not by accident, and it is not because of the damage of time and having these manuscripts and texts and scrolls being just rotting away. It is because they were systematically destroyed over in a campaign that lasted hundreds of years. So there's very little that remains. But the Nag Hammadi documents that were discovered in Egypt are really the principal focus right now of Gnostic studies.
Understand. So have they all been fully translated? And if so, who has done the translation on these things?
Shortly after the Nag Hammadi documents were found in 1945, their importance was recognized, and sometime later, as I explain in my book, a team of scholars from a theological college in California, Claremont College, undertook to do the translations. And this team was led by a man named James Robertson. And so what they produced, I think it was around 1976, was the so-called Nag Hammadi Library in English. And this is the principal book that your readers would go out, or anyone would go out and buy in a bookstore to read the Coptic literature. There have also been other translations by other scholars, but that's the primary translation. There's only one in English. There's only one in French. I don't know if it's been translated into Swedish. I'm sure it has been into German and other languages. I must warn, however, that these translations are atrocious.
Really?
They're very bad. To some extent, if you go into a bookstore, I would advise you to look through the Nag Hammadi library in English before you buy it,
Okay.
because a great deal of it is incomprehensible. It's gibberish.
Mhm.
It doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't really hang together at all. So that is a difficult thing for those people who want to approach Gnosticism. I must warn you that it's not an easy subject.
And how did you kind of, manage to differ between the versions, and what one do you consider to be a good one for people to go into?
I don't consider any of them to be really good. I mean, there's another translation by a scholar called Leighton, which is not particularly good either. I'll tell you what the problem is, Henrik. There are two problems, basically. One is that these Coptic texts that we're relying on to know about Gnosticism were written in Coptic, which is not really a true language. It's a language that was invented around 100 BC in order to translate hieroglyphics into a kind of shorthand. In other words, at that time in Egypt, the whole civilization and religious culture of Egypt had declined, and there were fewer and fewer priests who could read hieroglyphics. And so it became necessary to convert hieroglyphics into another language, and Coptic was invented for that purpose. It's not a genuine language. It's very awkward. It does not express profound philosophical ideas. The constructions are very complicated, and even the scholars who are translating these Coptic texts point out that they're full of grammatical errors. They are difficult to understand. The grammar is complex and confusing. So that's the first part of the problem. We have these Gnostic texts written in a language that is not ideal for transmitting profound or mystical ideas.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
The second problem is one that I address in the preface of my book, Not in His Image. I point out in there that the prominent Gnostic scholars today, such as this woman Elaine Pagels, listeners may have heard of her because she wrote the Gnostic Gospels, are religious scholars. They have positions in universities. They're deeply respected. They've studied the Coptic language. They've probably been to Egypt and all that. But there is one thing that they are not. They are not practicing mystics. So I would ask you, how can someone who is not a practicing mystic translate mystical literature?
Well, obviously it's going to be very difficult to understand and do the translation correctly,
It is. They're just going to be guessing.
Sure.
You would expect if someone writes a book about golf, you would expect that they play golf.
Sure.
And that they know the game. If someone writes a book about Antarctica, the least that you expect is that they went to Antarctica.
Or at least
they spent some time there. But when you read the books, and there are many, many of them now, as you know, because Gnosticism has become widely discussed.
Sure.
To some extent because of the Da Vinci Code,
Yeah.
When you read these books by these experts, I have to tell you, they may be expert scholars, but they are handling mystical and esoteric material, and they have no experience of that field. And so it's very, very difficult for them to translate correctly what they're seeing.
Can you read the language yourself? Have you done your own translation? How did you been able to kind of root out the information from these texts?
Well, I studied the Nag Hammadi library and all the related literature that is in, as I said, that's not in Coptic, for about 25 years before I started to tackle the Coptic. And fortunately, no, I am not proficient in Coptic. I am not a Coptic scholar. I cannot read Coptic fluently. However, I did spend a lot of time at the University of Leuven. I did consult there with experts in the Coptic language. I used the Coptic dictionaries, which are available there, and I am able, in a way, to kind of crawl through it, if you know what I mean.
Sure, sure.
I can crawl through it. Also, I should point out that Coptic, which is an invented language, borrows its words from Greek. And so about 1 in every 4 words in the Coptic language is actually just a Greek word. So, and I know Greek fairly well. So I am able to piece together, and what I have done is I have taken the translations that are available from the experts and the recognized scholars, and in some cases I have reworked them. But I cannot translate. If you give me a paragraph of Coptic, I can't translate it right out. I can't do that. But I have looked at the language carefully, and I've examined the words and the structure. And in doing that, I've taken the liberty to modify some of the translations that are available.
Right. So, I mean, you said that there weren't too many of these documents, so to speak, around. And I guess that you've been going through all or most of them then. And if so, is there any kind of easy way to encapsulate what the main idea or basic message of these texts are?
Yes, that's what I've very much tried to do. I've tried to sort of distill the message and to get to, say, the essential points of the message. And as you know, Metahistory.org contains many articles which are dedicated to that very aim.
Yeah.
In fact, there's, for instance, if you go to the site guide where you have all the things I've written in alphabetical order, there's an essay called Approaching Gnosticism, in which which I try to introduce people to it and explain what are the central ideas of Gnosticism. And there are about 3 or 4 central themes in the essential Gnostic wisdom.
Interesting. And, one thing I want to kind of dive into a little bit is to talk about let's talk about the 3 mainstream religions, so to speak, from the Abrahamic tradition: Christianity, Islam, and Judaism.
Right.
Do you think that your book is very, or is it very threatening to these structures, these religions?
Well, in some respects, I would consider it might be a death blow to those religions. Some people have actually told me, I've gotten some responses to my book, people have written to me on the site, some people have actually told me that it completely wiped out the last bit of trust and faith they had in those Abrahamic religions, and allowed them to completely liberate themselves from those belief systems. I'll give you an example of what I mean, Henrik. It can be there are several aspects to that, but let me give you one example.
Sure.
All 3 of the Abrahamic religions, of course, as people know today, I think most people understand, are called Abrahamic because they come from the same root. The Bible tells us about the patriarch Abraham.
Yeah.
And of course, the Jews recognize Abraham, the Christians and the Muslims all recognize him as kind of the father of their belief systems.
Right.
Now, even though these 3 belief systems have various differences, when you get to the core of them, there are fundamental points which are identical. And all of these 3 religions are what I call Redeemer religions. That is to say, they all teach that humanity needs a Redeemer. It needs a Savior. And that Savior is not a human being, but is more or less of a superhuman kind of being who comes to earth and performs some act to save humanity. To the Hebrews, that Savior is called the Messiah. To the Christians, that Savior is the unique person, as you know, Jesus Christ.
Sure.
And to the Muslims, that Savior is various imams and various figures male figures that they, or Muhammad the Prophet, male figures that they hold as messengers of God.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So all of that stuff, which we are taught in a Christian upbringing, belongs to what I call the Redeemer complex. We are told that our lives, spiritually, depend upon this Redeemer who comes and saves us and changes the human condition. what I show in my book is that that Redeemer complex is a false belief system, and that the original Gnostics, who were pagans, actually opposed and fought against that belief system, and that's one of the reasons why they were eliminated by the Christians.
So what you're saying here also is that this, because of the nature of how these three mainstream, so to speak, religions are structured around this concept, that this is also, could we say that this is also the root cause for why things today are the way they are, so bad, so to speak, that this basic philosophy or idea that someone else from outside is always going to come and save us, that we ourselves can't do it. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I trace in my book the development of this belief system, and I point out where this belief system has brought us today. The fact that a great part of humanity, how many people embrace these three religions, billions, right?
Yeah.
The fact that a great part of humanity make themselves dependent on this external savior figure, or the greater part of humanity believe that the world is ruled and judged by what I call an off-planet Father God, has brought humanity, it has ruined our own moral capacities. It has destroyed our imagination, and it has undermined our capacity to be responsible for our own evolution. That's basically, as you know, the argument in my book.
So would you say that this is because of manipulation, or is this because of something more psychological in nature, or even some kind of actually manipulation on a deeper level, either biological or psychological level on humanity or on humans?
Well, it's a combination of a couple of things, Henrik. I think there is a big factor of manipulation in there. I'll give you an example, which I think is fairly obvious. Everyone knows that the United States was supposed to have been founded on a division of church and state, on a division of government and religion. As a matter of fact, the founding fathers of America had a difficult time doing that. They wanted to separate religion and government, but the word God is, of course, mentioned in the Constitution and so forth. But generally speaking, presidents of the United States have been religious men. They've been Christians, but they haven't necessarily made a big point of that. However, look at George Bush, and look at the way that he has used religion and Christianity as part of his political agenda.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
So that's a very clear example of how this belief system can be used to manipulate people, to make them afraid, and to say, well, you're afraid, but let your government take care of you, and don't forget, God is on our side. It sounds terribly simplistic, but it works for a lot of people. So there is a factor of manipulation, and not just on a superficial level. I think it goes into some very weird things. On the other hand, though, I would add that I think part of the problem comes from human nature. We are a vulnerable species because we have language and imagination, and we're very gullible. Children will generally believe the stories that adults tell them. Why? Because children haven't yet developed critical thinking, but they have very powerful imaginations. That's the nature of being a child, isn't it?
Sure.
And so the part of the problem is that in our species, with its imaginative faculties and its gift for language and its need for stories, is very vulnerable to accept the stories that are told to it until it reaches the point where it gains critical thinking. And what I see today, and which is very encouraging to me, is that in the younger generation and in people like you and those who are doing websites like yours, I see critical thinking. I see them saying, well, wait a minute, are we going to buy this story? Are we going to go along with this belief? And so we're involved sort of in a battle here, You know,
Yeah.
the battle is to get back to the truth, and back to the truth of humanity and who we are and what the earth is. And in order to do that, we have to strip off a lot of the beliefs and stories that have been laid on us. So it's a problem that's intrinsic to human nature, I think.
Mm.
I hope I'm making myself clear on that.
Definitely, yeah. I'm sure I'm following you there, right? You know, the question also is that arises: how come that this particular, I guess, religion or version of the creation or however we want to term it have become so successful? What I'm getting at is that there seems to be, you know, a lot of different creation stories out there. Of course, we should not forget that, you know, Hinduism and Buddhism, of course, is, you know, again, huge religions that also,
That's right.
you know, plays into this, of course. But if we just focus right now on Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, is there anything in your kind of work that hints towards why these have become so successful, so to speak?
Absolutely, absolutely. That's a difficult question you raise. It's a question that comes up in our minds. We can't avoid it. And I certainly can't answer it adequately in this interview, but I will say that my entire book is focused on answering that question.
Mm.
And basically, what I say is that in large measure, the Redeemer religion of the Abrahamic faith has succeeded because it has been imposed. It has been imposed, and it still is imposed. It has been imposed by violence. It has been imposed by brainwashing. It has been imposed by threats. And we tend to forget today because we don't necessarily go to church and hear a preacher telling us that we're going to be thrown into the fires of hell and burned and tortured if we don't obey the Ten Commandments. We think that's a bit ridiculous maybe today, but as a matter of fact, that has been enforced on people all around the world for very many centuries. So one of the reasons why that belief system has succeeded is because it has been accompanied by, it has been implanted by violence.
Mm.
And so, and there are other reasons as well, but to get into them is a little more complicated. It has to do with this matter that I call the victim-perpetrator syndrome, the victim-perpetrator bond, which is described at length in my book as well.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. One thing that comes to mind also that you mentioned, brainwashing, and the question is if there's kind of, how should I put it, something within the text itself, beyond the fact that, of course, the Bible is a very, if we just talk about the Bible now, the Christian faith, it's a very long book. There's so much information in there, and obviously, it's impossible to keep track on it all, so to speak, and that's why still, almost, 700 years later, we're still, scholars are picking it apart and trying to understand it and so forth. So there's a lot of text in there, obviously, but do you think there could be something within the language itself that actually makes people, should I put it, actually, become more, or manipulated, I should say, by the text itself in some way? Do you think that's the case?
That's an excellent question, and my answer would be yes. And I can tell you exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Two things. First of all, consider the beginning of it, because the power of the story in the Bible begins with the myth of creation, and it gets into the human mind right at the beginning, because the story of the myth of creation and Genesis is a story about sin and guilt. Because we see the parent Adam and Eve, who represent the human race, and we see them sinning and doing something, disobeying God, and then we see them punished. Now, that story of sin and punishment and guilt lodges immediately in the human psyche. One of the things about human beings, and you don't have to be a psychologist to understand this, is that we are very susceptible to guilt. You see this every day in the manipulations of family relations, in the manipulations of politicians.
Sure.
If you want someone to do what you want, you make them feel guilty. And then you can get them to do it. so insofar as the founding myth of the Bible presents a story of guilt, it implants itself already into our psyche as a brainwashing tool. The second thing is that the main character of the Old Testament, and to a certain extent even the New Testament, the main character is not a human being, but a deity.
Sure.
Jehovah, Yahweh, the Father God. That is actually the main character of the Bible. And in the New Testament, a second character is added, which is Jesus Christ, who is the son of that deity and in certain respects identified with him as well.
Sure.
Now, the way that Jehovah behaves in the Bible is classically the behavior of a schizophrenic. That is to say, Jehovah promises his chosen people, the Jews, to treat them better than anyone else in the world, to favor them, and to reward them. And at the same time, he torments and tortures them. This is very clear in the events that happen in the Old Testament. And so there you have the second factor, Henrik. The second factor is known to psychologists who study cults and cult literature. One of the secrets of a cult leader, a cult guru, is that he will put his followers in a schizophrenic state. He will tell them that they are special. He will give them special treatment, and then he will turn around and debase and humiliate them. This is a well-known psychological technique that occurs in cults.
Right.
Well, you find that very same technique operating in the text of the Bible. So those are two reasons. Guilt and schizophrenic behavior are two very powerful tools for controlling the human mind, and they're inherent to the way the Bible works.
And those who study mind control knows that trauma is a huge, technique, so to speak, in order to even shatter the mind or the personality of an individual.
Indeed, it is. Indeed, it is. Trauma shatters the mind. We know that there are evil people on the planet who study these things. There's MK Ultra. There's all the mind control experiments that have been going on for the last 50 years that are continuing now. And we're learning a little bit about them with the Freedom of Information Act that has released certain documents. We understand now that by subjecting someone to trauma and scaring them, then you can then break up their personality and you can control the fragments of their personality much more easily than you can control the whole person.
And I guess one could say that the events that take place in our world today with we have minor traumas here and there all the time, either if we turn on the news or whatever, but if we really think about that, we could basically say that what is going on in effect is a form of mind control, but not the kind of mind control where you go into a dark room and get subjected to electroshocks or whatnot, but a very kind of subtle psychological mind control.
Exactly. I believe that is so today, and I believe that the most ancient and long-term example we have of this mind control is the Bible. The Bible is a tool for social and spiritual control and manipulation. It is not a revelation of spirituality. I defy you to find in the Christian Bible, in the Old or New Testament, one single teaching about the nature of consciousness. There's nothing about the nature of consciousness in the Bible. If you would agree with me, or if you would go along with me, that a true spiritual teaching, a true spiritual philosophy, tells us something about consciousness, what consciousness is, and how it works, which is what Buddhism does, right? Then you would have to go and turn to the Bible and say, there's nothing spiritual in the Bible. It doesn't teach you about how the mind works. It doesn't teach about love. It presents a few platitudes about love. But it doesn't really teach anything. It's actually a very powerful behavioral control tool. And it's the oldest tool, and it's still being used today.
What do you think about the idea that has been laid forth, recently with the Zeitgeist movie and others? This goes way back, of course, to Acharia S. and Jordan Maxwell and others have been studying this idea that the Christian version, so to speak, with Jesus and all this actually is based on a much older religion, meaning that we can tie it back even all the way back to Egypt, and maybe further than that, the sun god and all of this. There's many correlations between ancient religions and the more modern one. What do you think about an idea like that?
Well, I'm a comparative mythologist. That's kind of been my role in life. So I've studied all the myths of different cultures and compared them. And I agree with the general view of the Zeitgeist film. I think there are some inaccuracies in there, but I agree with the general view that there's hardly anything original in Christianity, and that the whole figure of Jesus Christ and the Savior born of a virgin on the winter solstice and so forth was stolen outright from previously existing pagan beliefs and pagan religions, from the polytheistic religions of nature. I totally agree on that, but I add a point that the Zeitgeist movie doesn't make, and that is that even though Christianity and the figure of Jesus Christ was constructed from these pagan materials, it was constructed into something that has no equivalent in paganism. There is no sacrificed redeemer in paganism. There is no such figure.
Isn't there?
If you look at it. The idea of the sacrificed redeemer, and we started talking about this at the beginning of the talk, who is, whom we depend on for our salvation, is a unique element in the Christian belief system.
What about
the Abrahamic belief system?
Sure. What about all the crucified saviors, so to speak? I think there are people who have counted them and match up to like 13 or 16 or something like that, and traces it back to older religions. I don't know. You're saying that that's not the case, or?
Well, there may be crucified saviors. There may be images of crucified saviors in the pagan religions, but the pagan religions did not teach that the crucified saviors, be it Dionysus or Osiris or whatever, were actually performing a deed that was going to save or rescue the human race. That is not stated in those belief systems. That's the difference, you see. There's a similarity of the myths, and you have to be very careful about that, because mythical material is very tricky stuff.
Right.
There's a similarity of the myths, but the message is entirely different. I know of no pagan, Egyptian, Scandinavian, Polynesian, Aztec belief in a crucified Savior who dies for the love of the world in order to do something that helps humanity rescue itself from sin. That idea is completely unique to the Abrahamic religions and is not found in the pagan religions, even though there are mythical parallels.
You mentioned something there that I find very interesting, and I cannot wrap my head around that idea. But in many cases, I hear many Christians say that, in order for basically, save humanity, God demands a sacrifice, basically. And he demands that someone must be sacrificed, or else, all the humanity will be sacrificed. But now Jesus has stepped in, and he has taken the place of all, all of that. And now all we have to do is just believe in Jesus Christ, and then he will, have taken on the role, so to speak, of being that sacrifice. But, why? Again, if we go back to the idea that you expressed, that this is a schizophrenic God, so to speak, Yahweh.
That's right.
I mean, why does a God demand a sacrifice? Is there a clear message about that in the Bible or anywhere else that you've been able to find?
No, Hendrik. This is the difficult thing, and this is where a scholar like me has to, wear his brains out over years to try to get to the core of this. Because the core of it, really, my friend, is insanity. It's really insane to believe that a God of love would demand sacrifice of any kind whatsoever. And so I delved in my book into why is this belief so powerful? Why do so many people accept this belief? As you say, you can't get your head around it. It's very difficult to get your head around it, my friend, believe me.
Yeah.
But I think that in my book, I believe, and it has to be judged by the people that read it, I believe that I have actually gotten to the dirty secret at the bottom of that whole belief system.
Interesting.
And that is about the glorification of the victim.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. Much to ponder upon, definitely.
Christ is the divine victim. And we can all be victims, can't we?
Sure.
We can all be victims. Life is not safe. Life is scary. Society can be dangerous. It can be uncertain. We can be victims. Women can be raped. Men can be raped. Children can be molested. We can be robbed. We can be victims. And so we humans are faced with this question on a human level. How do I deal with victimhood? If it happens to me or if it happens to somebody else, how do I deal with it? And my point is, we need to come to the solution to that question out of our own humanity. But that's not what's been done. What's been done is we've been given a false solution to that question.
Right.
We've been given a solution that says, oh, wait, there is a divine victim. And he was sent by God in order to save all of you from victimization. Well, first of all, that's a lie. Nobody can save you from victimization. There is no guarantee that you will not be the victim of somebody or something. You could be murdered,
Sure.
Any of us. And so it is in the human failure, I would put it this way, to sum it up. The human failure to come to terms with victimhood and suffering has caused a pathology. And that pathology glorifies the victim and glorifies suffering. And that is the sick pathology of the Abrahamic religions.
And we consequently also then identify with that victim, so to speak, and we see maybe even a part of ourselves in him, meaning that we can see our own suffering, that this is almost a divine thing, or this is something that is, it's almost, as you say, it's a virtue in that, right?
Well, the virtue in that is that it looks like a very good thing at first, because you could say, well, this divine victim, the figure of the divine victim who dies for our sins, allows us to handle our own suffering, right? It might look like a good thing, but when you look at it more closely, it's not a good thing at all. Because what it means is that we accept victimization. We allow it. We accept it. We accept the belief that suffering has a redemptive value. Do you understand that sentence?
Sure.
Suffering has a redemptive value. Now, you asked me before a very good question, and everyone who's ever looked into this subject and investigated it has encountered this fact that comes up in the Zeitgeist movie. Well, wait a minute. Jesus was a crucified Savior, but there were many crucified God, but there were many other crucified gods. So Jesus was taken from those other crucified gods. That's true. But what is not true is that in the pagan myths of the crucified gods, they do not claim that suffering has a redemptive value. But Christianity claims that, so it means to say, your suffering probably has a divine purpose. And that opens the door for some very, very evil manipulation.
Well, it does. It opens the door for basically what I consider at this point to be secret societies within, wrapped within the religious structure, basically to, slowly take control of the planet itself, basically, and now, all of humanity is stuck between these different belief systems that even, fight among themselves now in order to, gain more ground, so to speak.
I can't wait until your film is done. I've seen the trailer. I want to see the whole thing because I think there are quite a few parallels, strong parallels, between the scenario, your investigation, and my analysis in my book. I agree with you that if you can, look at it this way, if you can affect people and manipulate them in their perception of suffering, then you can manipulate them totally. If you can take away from them the responsibility to deal with their suffering, then you make them powerless.
Yeah.
And these are the two things that these hidden controllers are attempting to do. And they work through these religions. That's their cover. They use these religions as cover.
Mm. Yeah, exactly. And I should point out, you mentioned the movie there that Architects of Control is featured. Michael Tsarin is featured in that, and then it's his brilliant scholarship that is that we focus upon in the movie. But anyway, that's how it is. I want to. In the last few minutes here that we have left in the first segment, and then we're going to dive in a little bit deeper and talk more about the archons and the basically ET connection, so to speak, to all the things that we have spoken about, and that is going to be fascinating. But I do want to talk a little bit about just the last few minutes here about sacred ecology. This is one of the
You have a stadium full of black people chanting that they want to kill the white farmer.
Shoot to kill! Come on, sir!
Today, we're going to be talking about the white refugees that are flooding our country after President Trump granted refugee visas to 50,000 South African refugees. As you can expect, the liberals are not reacting well to this news. The Episcopal Church has announced it will end its decades-old partnership with the government to resettle refugees, citing moral opposition to resettling white Afrikaners from South Africa who have been classified as refugees. Church, let me remind you of how the Episcopal Church behaved just a few months ago when Trump was being inaugurated.
Let me make one final plea, Mr. President. In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. They may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals.
You mean persecution, like when the whole government can go into a stadium and chant that they want to kill you?
Alliance. Shoot to kill. Come on, sir. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa, pa, brr, pa.
Stadium full of black people who outnumber you, by the way. The population of the Bantu has exploded in South Africa, in part because the white farmers made it such an abundant land that could support such a population. But here they are chanting that they want to kill the white farmer, which is amazing because about 50% of the inhabitants of South Africa, all black, are on welfare, paid for by the whites. So here they are chanting blatantly that they want to kill the white farmer. They very specifically said that. The Boer is the white Afrikaner farmer. And that is not enough for the Episcopal Church. That's not enough because if you haven't caught on to it by now, the Episcopal Church is Satan. They cannot resettle the white Afrikaners because of moral opposition. Oh, here we go. There we go. There's the statistics. Here is a black who clearly has got some European admixture in there. It's probably why he can read. Said, we need to unite as black people. There are less than 5 million white in South Africa versus 45 million of us. That's good. That's good. Good for you understanding larger and bigger numbers. We can kill all this white within 2 weeks. We have the army and the police. If those who are killing farmers can do it, what are you waiting for? Shoot the Boer, kill the family. Kill the farmer, excuse me. There you go. They're telling you right there. But the Episcopal Church cannot support this. No. Black power. No, we cannot support the racist Afrikaner who doesn't want to die as penance for his ancestors' supposed and imagined sins. They are being targeted. They're specifically being targeted because they're white. They tell you right here, here he goes, he clearly says it. If those who are killing farmers can do it, what are you waiting for? So there's all this pretense. If you read like mainstream news here in the West, they're going to tell you it's not happening. They're not being hunted down. Yet, when we get direct videos and footage, these people are openly and admittedly telling you this is exactly what's happening. Aside from the fact that you have one of their chief politicians in a stadium full of black people chanting, can you guys imagine A stadium full of white people? Even just saying, we deserve a white country. Here it is. They tell you it isn't a genocide, yet these images are everywhere. All you have to do is search, and you're not going to be able to find them on Google. Stop typing at Grok. Is this true? Is it true? You guys sound so retarded.
Grok, is this true? Is it true, Grok Daddy? Tell me if it's true. I can't think for myself and do any research by myself. I want to ask this AI that's been programmed by Jews and Indians if something that they don't want me to know about is true. Tell me, Grok. Tell me. I'm going to start the revolution, but first I got to ask Grok, is this true? Is it true?
Stop, all right? There's plenty of sources where you can actually get the real information. What you should do is follow accounts on here that tell you the truth, who have a good account to follow. There's a couple of other really great accounts. I'll be pulling them up. But you're going to have to get this information for yourself. I like when they do this passive aggressive thing, as if they weren't being supported by a military industrial complex that's been totally usurped from the people who built it, as if they would even have running water. They speak so arrogantly, like, do you understand that if all bets were off, this quote unquote race war would be over in 2 weeks? And I'm sorry, but you wouldn't be winning. Okay? You wouldn't be winning. Europeans have been fighting a race war since the beginning, and they were winning until we grew soft and gay. And we're like, let's let Jews create our foreign policy. That's a good idea. Let in the brown Democrats. What are you, racist?
Who are going to be entering the United States. This is just a public service announcement. I just wanted to make you aware that the Black people who were students during apartheid, we're grandmas and grandpas now, and we have the era of Gen Z. One more thing.
Most of y'all aborted your kids, so you're not grandmas and grandpas, but that's right.
I also want to let you know that our president, he has Secret Service, and you will not.
Right. But guess what they'll have here? The 2A. And I know you guys all have guns because it's illegal and you deal drugs, but these will be legal and they know how to use them. You know why? Because they don't watch rap videos and go, let me fire 17 clips this way and not hit anything. Passive aggressive. It's so great when you guys film these things from your camera and you're threatening people, but it's so safe where you are and you think everybody's got your back because the industrial media complex is totally overtaken by a parasitic race that wants the actual people who accomplish things here dead. And so you then start to think like you're just untouchable and like nothing's gonna ever harm you, and then you get yourself in trouble.
I also want to tell you that Black people over here are empowered.
Oh yeah, empowered. That's right. We empowered. We be empowered.
These are just public service announcements.
Yeah.
When you get here, sit your ass down and don't touch nothing.
Get in the back of the bus.
Because you don't have Secret Service.
Okay. Bro, that's not even a fisheye lens that's making her look like that. She just has the face of a fish. I mean, you can see the hate, man. I always see these faces, by the way. It's not just Black people. There's like plenty of white liberals who get this like real, you can see the rage right behind their eyes. There it is. There's the rage right there, right behind their eyes, and that grin that basically looks like a demon's mouth. When you start believing in stupid things like equality and everybody should vote and everybody gets a say in how we run our government, doesn't matter how dumb they are or how much they hate the people who built the country, this is what starts to happen, okay? We are living under Bolshevikism, okay? If you are new to this or you don't realize, you're like, we're in a capitalist country, you're retarded and you haven't been paying attention. Because if you say anything that goes against the Bolshevik agenda, what happens to you? Think about all the things you don't say because you know that there's a consequence. You don't even need somebody to tell you anymore. You just self-censored. Congratulations. This is the end point of Bolshevik communism before it becomes kinetic and actually starts rounding people up in camps and killing them the way they did in Russia. Honestly, to the white South Africans, I don't know what to tell you because it is your home. You built that country. There were no Black people permanently settled in South Africa when the Afrikaners got there. Okay, well, they were the Dutch at that point. They weren't Afrikaners. They created the country. They created the whole infrastructure. They created the running water. They created the farms, which grew the food, which could support the booming Bantu population. And the Bantus were violent African nomads who went through sub-Saharan Africa, killing and slaughtering the tribes they came into conflict with. And they are keeping up that same energy when they find the white farmers. This was the reason that apartheid was established. They never want to tell you. They just act like white people all of a sudden, for some reason,
Deep inside them, they are just racist and we can't understand it. No, don't look at the television and the crime statistics and the incessant black behavior. Don't pay attention to any of that, please. No, whites are racist because they're evil, that's it. Yes, they're just evil. It's not caused by anything black people are doing or have ever done. They're the gift to this earth. They've always been so wonderful.
Oh, look at the racism in this video. It's amazing. She just, and the fight, they don't stop. The shaboonery continues. I mean, drive her through a window. This was a dollar store. All right. The good news is everybody in that video was black. I don't know why that's good news, because then they can't claim racism, right? When the dollar store closes because they can't survive when their store is being destroyed, you can't claim racism because it's being run by black people and you drove into it and you're black. So this is what people are now waking up to, right? Because our generation was the generation that was brought up under the lie that white people had a deep, evil, original sin within them of racism that they couldn't resist without constant persecution from the media telling us how bad we are. And now, thanks to social media and police officer body cams, which the left called for, we are clearly seeing that any kind of quote-unquote racist systems were established to protect white people from people who can't seem to manage their emotions, build a functioning society, or at the very least, respect our boundaries and the things that we create. Well, everybody's bringing up how hot this white woman is who came over here. She's a very good looking lady, I will say. I'm not a lesbian, but I can recognize women. We have the ability to recognize when other women are beautiful. It's usually when we call them a slut. Okay? If this shaboon over here had posted her picture in a bathing suit on Instagram, there would be tons of women under her comments going, "You're beautiful, you're so brave. Oh my God, I wish I could wear this suit like you. You wear the shit out of that swimsuit. Ooh, girl." That's what you would see. And if this chick, who is actually hot, posted a picture of herself in a bikini, you'd be like, "You're a pick-me, you're a whore. Look at somebody starving for attention. Oh my God, gross. I don't even like her body. Those hips are weird." That's what you get. So for all the people that were saying the white South Africans didn't look like they were suffering, I mean, how many of the migrants that come through our country look like they're suffering? Would you look at that? Pretty well dressed, huh? And aside from these two women that I can see, it looks like a sea of military-aged men. Oh, dude, there are women in here, but you really can't tell you can't tell, man. God, man. What do you think they're bringing to your country, huh? These are the doctors, they told us, and the engineers. What do you think they're bringing? I could just see the streets of trash. But God forbid we let some white people into this country who are actually being killed for nothing that they did, by the way. By the way, there's 5 million Afrikaners living in South Africa, and we've only accepted 50,000. I would be for accepting all 5 million of them. I'm not even kidding. But the terms are, when you leave, you got to burn down that farm. Hey. You want the country? It's got magic soil? Here we go. Start over. And the truth of the matter is you can even leave the farms that are there and they're still going to be starving to death in about 5 years because they just can't do these things. I don't know why. Maybe they're cursed. Maybe it is what the Bible says. The curse of Cain, your hand will work the earth and nothing will come from it, because what else could it be? It's all projection. It's all a projection. The real racists are the people who are saying they're going to kill you because of the color of your skin. The people who are spazzing out of sheer envy and resentment because this woman possesses a beauty so casually, they could never, no matter how much skin bleaching and hair dyeing and hair extensions, they will never be able to replicate. And so because of that, they believe if they can destroy her, they can destroy this beauty that exists in the world, and then they will be the symbol of beauty. But beauty is not in the eye of the beholder, and it is not subjective. There are objective aesthetics. That's why we like certain architecture, and then we look at other stuff and go, this is soulless. That's why we like certain faces. We think it's beautiful. We want to see it. That's why we like certain music, or that's why we like certain poetry. Stop listening to the soulless demon communists who want to destroy everything and then tell you that it never existed in the first place. You must have been crazy. Talk about epic gaslighting. I mean, I don't even know what this is, to tell you the truth. I don't know what that is. The media is fantastic.
Trump has virtually halted refugee admission in America for people fleeing war and famine in places like Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo.
We don't, no. Nope. I don't care. Good. I don't need any more Sudanese and Democratic Republic of Congo because they don't know. They bring their war here. That's what they do. Go look at Canada where the Sikhs are fighting the Indians or fighting the Pakistanis. Okay? They basically what you did was you just imported India, Pakistani, Sikh, and now it's in Canada. Okay? Canada doesn't exist outside of the people who make it. India doesn't exist outside of the people who make it. It's not like once you go to India, something comes over you and you immediately just start shitting on the street and you can't help yourself. That's not how it goes. Okay? There are Indian people who need to shit on the street for some strange biological reason we can't understand. So it's not like once you take them over to Canada and you show them toilets, suddenly it changes to no, their genetic thing that just, I got this shit on the beach comes out. Enough.
Rick, Mark, and Eddie. Rick Stick.
Yes, it's so deeply and morally wrong-headed and repulsive. These are the descendants of the people who created the most diabolical system of white supremacy in human history.
Supremacy. I wonder who that is, dude. Who knows? They're just evil, dude. You can just hear the evil. They're the descendants of people who created. Okay, so are we doing collective guilt or are we not? Okay? Because when a black person commits a crime and it statistically keeps happening, we go, well, we can't treat all black people like that because not all black people are like that. But then when a white person shows up, they're guilty of not just what white people are doing now because they're not really doing anything, right? But everything white people supposedly have done throughout history.
They're not directly responsible for it, but it was a system that actually moved black people off of the arable land. So they inherited the land that the black people had to give up. It was called forced removal. It was something called a Bantustan.
Oh, there we go. There's the magic soil again, the arable land. What were they doing with the arable land before the white people got there? And what happened in Zimbabwe once the blacks took over the land? Oh, man. We can't answer that. Let's see who this Rick Stengel is here. Oh. New York City. No way. That can't be it. Enough.
Policy where they moved black people out of the cities and farmlands into these remote areas of the non-arable land. I mean, it was just one of the most worst processes ever. But what? Yeah, when all the whites moved into Orania, which is totally non-arable land, it was a desert. There was nothing. This is literally what the whites said. They're like, okay, all right. We've taken your land. We've taken the special magical soil, and that's the reason you guys can't figure out how to run a civilization. No problem. We're going to go into this land that has absolutely nothing, doesn't even have close access to water, no resources, and we're just going to live there. Just leave us alone, okay? And so far, they have been left alone because they haven't. The Bantu have enough of other resources available. But Orania is a flourishing society. Now, if you Google it, the New York Times is going to tell you how it's failed and it's suffering, okay? But none of those people were trying to come over here and be immigrants, okay? And they turned it into a flourishing society within a couple of generations. Yeah, it's the land. It's the magic soil. They take the soil. What has happened in this strange, bizarre world we're living in is that the Afrikaners have become the darling of these right-wing white supremacists.
Why could that be? Why could it be? Is it because you're threatening to kill them? Could that be it? Oh, no way. This can't be the reason. Can't be. Oh, no, they've become the darling for some reason. I don't understand it. We live in an upside-down world. I thought the Jews ran everything and the whites would never dare speak up.
This movements around the world that it's like the lost cause for them. It's like the old Confederacy. They're held up as these white Christians who are being...
you see how they try to tie it? You see, watch the Jewish mind games, huh? Tries to associate it with everything that we know to be evil. The old Confederacy. This right-wing extremism. Let's listen to that again.
The world that it's like the lost cause for them. It's like the old Confederacy. They're held up as these white Christians.
They're white Christians. The Confederacy. Notice how he turned to the black guy. Come on, I'm your friend. Remember, we did run the slave ships and we're the ones responsible and most of us are the ones who own slaves, but we're pro-black and you have rap albums now because of us. We're friends.
Who are being dispossessed of their land. It's like this is a modern replacement theory in a country.
I mean, it's completely inverted. That's the thing, all right? Everything he's saying is the exact opposite. It's the whites who are being dispossessed. It's the whites who created the land that are now having it taken from them. It's the whites who are being persecuted for the color of their skin. But he wants that to happen. He doesn't want them to have a refugee, right? Because, you know, some part of them are still mind-fucked. And the other part is that every country turned on the whites in South Africa when they started this whole ending apartheid bullshit, you know? And they didn't really have a hope in the world. They were hit with sanctions, and it really pretty much destroyed the country. That's why. It's not because the blacks were so smart and got so organized and overcame. Nope. They had the help of certain media-like figures, if you will.
Where, by the way, white people make up 7% of the population and own...
And apparently, according to the chat, they were 20% of the population.
78% of the farmland.
Right, because they made the farmland. I own 100% of my house.
So it's actually, there's no injustice here. As you mentioned, it's taking places away from refugees who are really being crushed by it.
There's nothing happening. Don't believe your eyes. Listen.
It's taking places away from refugees who are really being crushed by authoritarian governments and military governments. For these folks...
We're taking places that could be for some good black and brown people. We're giving it to the whites. No, I'm melting. My total evil Zionist evil plan that's been going on for hundreds of years, maybe thousands, is coming to an end. I'm ruined.
Farmland. So it's actually, there's no injustice here.
There's no injustice. Don't worry. What you see is not real. They're being attacked, slaughtered, murdered in the middle of the night. There is no injustice. There's another really good pro-South African account. There we go. He is a South Afrikaner, and he documents so much of this. Here we go. Very simple question. If the whites are the ones who are keeping the South African blacks from being able to farm, what is keeping all the other blacks in all the other countries where there are no white people, aka Liberia, from farming? All propaganda. This is all communist propaganda. This is all color revolution. It's the exact same shit that we are getting here. Being told that it was never ours, we took it from them, and if we hadn't done it, the magical black and brown people would have a flourishing Wakanda. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. This is the acting president of South Africa who's encouraging black people to go to privately owned Orania and illegally occupied land. They will tell you now, once they get what they want in South Africa, they will go to Orania. I don't know why these white people think it's not going to happen. Okay, and they'll claim it's theirs because all of Africa belongs to the blacks. But Europe doesn't belong to whites. No, that would be racist. Or the whole reason there's a lot of reasons I'm focused on South Africa, right? The major one being that there's a serious injustice going on here, and specifically targeting white people. But the other reason is because it's a glimpse into our future. This is exactly what they want here and in every European country. You're like, but Leonardo, how are they going to convince people that Ireland is theirs and that England is theirs? They make up. Haven't you seen their out of Africa theory? And then they show you, remember Cheddar Man, where they try to pretend he was brown, the original caveman was brown. So they will create a whole fake history to establish their claim to that land. All of this shit about the black people owning South Africa is one of their fabrications. It's not true. They weren't there. The South African climate is too cold for the Bantu to have settled in. They couldn't do it in the winter. Because have you seen what they built? Okay, and they didn't have running water. They didn't have any of this stuff. They did not come there and settle until white people built a place for them to settle in. And naturally, they wanted to protect it. So they created laws that said, hey, it's our country, we built it, we're the ones who get to decide what the future of it is. And then all it took was a few Bolsheviks to get down there, start up the race injustice bullshit, right? Create a whole fabrication, of course this is their land, and the whole thing was overturned. So everybody should care about what's going on in South Africa.
Yeah, got a show for y'all. Got a damn good show. Shiloh Hendricks, the white savior. Yeah, got a show for y'all. Got a damn good show. Shiloh Hendricks, the white savior, has finally spoken.
So right off the bat, they're calling her the white savior. These two, they call themselves black. And they look 50-50. They look about 50% or close to 50% white, They obviously have some European admixture in them. They're not 100% black, not even close. But they pretend to be black on YouTube, these two twins. They call themselves the conservative twins. I think they used to be called the Hodge twins or something. Hodge twins. There it is, Hodge twins. So I think they changed their channel name to Conservative Twins. Used to be the Hodge twins. Interesting. Conservative twins now. They're two frauds. A lot of conservatives like them and say they're so funny. They're not really funny. And they're about profit. They have almost 3 million subscribers. They would shift their opinion in a heartbeat if it meant making more money or not losing money and not being on the side where it isn't profitable to say something that isn't profitable. People can't see through these scammers. It's unfortunate that people can watch channels with almost 3 million subscribers and not be able to see through shit like Hodge twins. Look at this. Look at their hashtags. They've grown so big that in their description, they use hashtags for their channel. People can't see through this shit, unfortunately. So they called her a white savior, which is a degrading thing to say right off the bat, if not racist. But people will say, well, they're just kidding. They're laughing. They defend it away.
Yeah, got a show for y'all. Got a damn.
Very creepy beginning. Look at this. Listen to this.
Yeah, got a show for y'all. Got a damn good show. Shiloh Hendricks, the white savior, has finally spoken. I think last time I checked, she had raised like over 700,000. Yeah, she's up.
The white savior, and they start laughing. Well, what do you guys make in a month or in a year from this channel with millions of subscribers? You're multimillionaires, aren't you? So you're watching her wallet. What have you've made money doing YouTube and spewing what? Mainstream shit for years? Propaganda? Nothing really helpful has come from your channel.
He's up there. And that's what I call white power. Hey, before we get to today's video.
There they are cracking jokes. Right off the bat, aimed at white people. Aimed at all white people. Aimed at her plus all white people. I'm going to replay that again so it really sinks in. So that some of you that might be fans of these shitheads start seeing through them for what they are. For what they actually are. Okay?
Yeah, got a show for y'all. Got a damn good show. Shiloh Hendricks, the white savior, has finally spoken. I think last time I checked, she had raised like over 700,000. Yeah, she's up there. And that's what I call white power. Hey, before we get to today's video, don't forget, got a new giveaway. Ram 2500 Turbo Diesel.
So they get to make jokes like that. Do white people get to make jokes like that with? No, of course not. Of course not. This whole giveaway truck shit, I mean, whether they actually give the truck away or not, they get money for it. It's just, the whole thing's a scam. All of this shit is. Their whole show is. And I remember years ago, people saying, oh, they watch this shit and they think they're funny. And it's stupid, man. It really is. It's actually shameful that white people are fans of shit like this. Any white person. This person said, a word is a word. Murder is murder. Say it with me, folks. Stealing is worse than name calling. I hope there comes a time when these propaganda shit shows run by these guys and these types, where they would never make this much money anywhere else. If YouTube didn't exist, if white people hadn't created the internet, they'd never have quote success the way they have with this shit. They're just scammers, okay? And they'll just say, well, black conservative, that's a good grift these days to be a black conservative. That's unique. We can make a lot of money off this. And that's what it is. It's a grift.
10 grand in cold, hard, white American cash. That money's worth something. That's that shallow money. To get in it, all you gotta do is go to fisherhawktwins.com. Anything you buy on my site.
So in the first 30 seconds, it's all jokes directed at her. That's that Shiloh money. I notice they don't do that, though, for others. Do I trust these two? Not at all. Do I think they're probably off camera as anti-white as many other blacks in America? Yeah, I would bet on it. And I can tell by the just by the way they handle things and the way they speak. They're anti-white. I know they deny it, but they come across that way. Everything they said here could be said by anti-whites, and people just laugh, saying, oh, they're just entertaining. They're just joking.
Like my damn good coffee or my Mifflin Blue that I'm sipping on to my t-shirt.
Selling shit. In the first 40 seconds, they're grifting and selling shit. See, the problem is people fall for this kind of shit. They watch shitheads like these two.
You automatically in it to win. All right, let's listen to this.
Hi everyone, I'm Shiloh Hendricks. I wanted to take a little time to talk to you all about what's been going on with my fundraiser and kind of the aftermath of the park situation. Also some concerns that have been brought to my attention. There are a lot of people who think that this has all been a scam, that I haven't been getting my money and that it's not going to me. I have gotten every dime of my money. It's all gone to me. Nobody has asked me for any money. So there's that. Rest assured, all the money has gone to me.
Well, that's good. That's good to know, and I'm glad. I hope she gets every penny of it. She's coming across as very well spoken. Big, beautiful eyes. I would defend any white woman like this that speaks the truth, and she spoke up and did more speaking up to that Somali pirate than most people do. So I don't call her a white savior like these demeaning pricks, these idiots, these low IQers over there in black. But she did something to raise the consciousness and say, I'm not taking this shit. And she doesn't deserve the threats and all the abuse that's come her way. So good for her, setting up the Go Send Me fund and protecting her family and standing up for herself and her son. I support that. And I won't back down from that. I don't care if people don't like the word that she used, nigger. I don't care about that. Too bad. Deal with it. Deal with it.
There's that. Rest assured, all the money has gone to me. When this first started, I had a handful of people helping me out. Anglo-Saxon Girl, Tom Hennessy, Paul Miller, and Ofsterbone, Avi. And they really just were kind of guiding me through this time and promoting my fundraiser and getting the word out there about everything that was going on. So I am forever grateful for all of them for that. And then the Avi thing happened where he got fired from his job and uploaded a video and started his own fundraiser. That had nothing to do.
She has that Minnesota accent. I dated a girl that was born and raised in Minnesota many years ago. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that here, but I've been to Minnesota. I've been to Minneapolis and St. Paul and even to the Mall of America and across the little border, the state line and into Wisconsin. I didn't spend much time in Wisconsin. But look at these idiots here. Look at this one laughing. I don't know how people take these Hodge twins seriously. I never quite understood why white people would watch the Hodge twins and think, well, they're good though. They're conservative. What's conservative about what they've said so far? What's conservative about them calling her white savior and mocking? What's conservative about that? And if that passes for conservatism these days, I sure as fuck wouldn't associate myself with it. If you're a white person, you should be rejecting that shit. It's anti-white. People hype them up as, oh, they're the Hodge twins. They now call themselves the conservative twins. Really, they're conservative. What are they conserving? They're fucking LARPing as conservatives with 1776 shirts just to sell merchandise. That's what it is. To sell you shit, to put money in their pockets.
With myself and the rest of the people that were involved. As soon as we found out the truth about all of that, I severed ties with him immediately. I am not married to him. I don't know him. I've never met any of these people. So I just want to shut that down right now. Yeah. When I first...
They looked at each other and smiled over what? Look at their reactions. I'm sorry that I have to pause so much, but I know that people, whether it's this time of the morning or what time, most people don't pay attention enough to get why I'm even sharing this. Watch the looks. They look at each other. And this is what women do. This is feminine behavior by these two dummies. They look at each other during this. Have you ever talked to women or their best friends and you'll ask one a question and they look at each other to give a look like, how do I answer this? This is feminine behavior. Real men don't do this. Masculine men don't behave the way these goofs are. That's what they are. These goofy Negroes that are very feminine. Very feminine.
When I
look at each other and smile. It's all a big joke to them.
First found out that the park video was going viral, it was terrifying.
Some of the biggest fools in our society are white women that marry Negroes. You'd have to be an idiot.
But not surprising, because obviously he was recording me. He was going to get out there at some point. I did not realize I was going to have so much support and have all of you people rally around me and have my back in this situation. And it was very overwhelming. And I am so grateful for you.
I honestly see her coming across as sincere and honest. That's what I see coming from her. And pardon me if I'm not that articulate after having been up all night and it's morning here. But I sense that she's coming across as genuine, sincere. The look in her eyes is real, okay? I'll zoom in a bit. I'm watching on a laptop. I have a 16-inch laptop screen. So I'm able to see quite a bit more than maybe somebody that's watching on their cell phone. I'm not putting you down. I'm just saying you can see a lot in the look of her eyes. She seems like a sincere person. This is someone that I would like to have someone like that as a neighbor. All right? I would trust them and say, "Oh, like if they said, "Oh, whatever," I'd say, "I got your back." And I would think that she'd be a reliable neighbor to watch out for you. Maybe if a package was left and I wasn't home, they'd bring it indoors into her place, and then I get home and they'd say, come over and say, "Oh, I picked this up for you." Things like that neighbors do for each other. I have neighbors like that, and I appreciate it. And I think that she would probably be like that. And I would be that way as well. But you can tell by the eyes and the behavior. So this is authentic and sincere, the blonde Shiloh on the left. And these Negroes are not. It's all a big joke to them. They'll shoot each other looks and laugh And what's so funny about this so far? I didn't see anything funny. All right? So it's a big joke to these dummy Negroes. They call themselves, once again, conservative twins. I'm fairly certain it used to be Hodge Twins as the title for their channel. Anyway, it's a big joke to them. Do they care about her life or white lives? No, they don't. Do they care that her life was threatened by many, many hateful Negroes? No, they don't. It's a big joke to them to mock her. And I'm trying to drive that point home to people so that at some point when you come across videos like this on YouTube, that you automatically do that yourself and say, I don't care if people say they're funny. They're mocking and they're being anti-white, and it's just it will become more and more obvious and transparent what channels like theirs are on YouTube. That's my hope. That you really start seeing through it. They don't give a shit about her life. If she was found by these psychos, they wouldn't care. They just want to make their money on fucking YouTube. That's it.
You all for that. And have my back in this situation. And recording me was going to get out there at some point. I did not realize I was going to have so much support and have all of you people rally around me and have my back in this situation. And
I'm surprised these Negroes, look at how they changed their expression. I'm surprised they didn't get upset when they heard the words you people. And she was referring to mostly white people that support her. But look at the way they react. When a white person's life is in danger, they don't give a shit. They just want to crack their jokes and make their money on YouTube. They're frauds. That's what they are. Conservative. What do they conserve? What do they conserve? And what have they built to conserve of their own? Oh, they just want the benefits of making money in America. That's about it. That's the truth.
it was very overwhelming, and I am so grateful for you all for that. When this first happened,
These two are such frauds, they would probably say that her life wasn't in danger. I bet it was. And her son, by the videos I've seen. These two lazy Negroes. I don't trust them whatsoever. And if that offends people on my channel, good. Good. It's not that I'm worried about offending anyone here. Not at all. Not at all.
and I went on X and I saw Anglo-Saxon Girl had posted my video. I messaged her and I was like, hey, that's me. Just kind of needing somebody like-minded to talk to. And of course, she didn't know it was me, so we went through the whole process of, you know, proving who I was.
So listen to them. He goes like-minded. And they're laughing about it. Insinuating that she's so racist. I've heard these two Negroes use the N-word, say nigger, on their show about trashy blacks. But they think it's okay for, just like many conservatives, white and blacks, think it's okay for blacks to use the word, but a white person uses that word. Oh, no, you can't say that. Well, why not? It's just a fucking word. Get over it. Grow up.
To talk to. And of course, she didn't know it was me, so we went through the whole process of, you know, proving who I was. And that's when we kind of got
Two Negroes chuckling because she said like-minded. So in their minds, like-minded, they must be racist white people. Like-minded. Because what's funny about like-minded? Nothing. This is the way Negroes think. They're obsessed with racism. They think everything's racist. They're obsessed with slavery and racism. That's their focus. Not on making countries better. Not on inventing things or improving things or... No. Show me the ones that are. There's a lot of them in the world.
got the whole fundraiser started and set up. And yeah, the rest of that is history. I also just want to say how proud I am.
Look at him sitting there nodding his head. They think this whole thing is funny because a white woman's life was endangered by hateful Negroes. And people think they're fucking conservative. Again, Americans think that they're fucking conservative. You must be out of your mind. Oh, I didn't know Rashawn joined as well. Hello, Rashawn. Hello, Rashawn, and hello, Wendy. And I said hi to the green man earlier, I believe. Yes. It's good to have you here. I don't trust these Hodge twins.
Of everybody. And yeah, the rest of that is history. I also just want to say how proud I am of everybody and just showing what can happen if we tribe up and if we stick together and if we keep fighting.
What can you know what? I love what she just said there. What can happen if we tribe up? Because other people are tribal. She's not a trained actress. She's not someone that's used to public speaking. She's speaking with sincerity. But I love what she just said.
And just showing what can happen if we tribe up and if we stick together and if we keep fighting back.
And look at him look over. Look at the Negro that calls himself conservative. Look over here. He's smiling away. See, they're starting to think, what happens if white people stop taking this shit? Even the ones that call themselves conservative Negroes. Okay? It's glorious to have you, Wendy. I'm happy to have you here always. If we tribe up as white people, whether it's in Great Britain, America, Canada, all over, all this shit's over then. It would be over if we support each other and tribe up spiritually. As you see on my channel, if you are mad, you are mine, part of my crazy tribe. And that's what I want. People that are good to stand together against evil. And look at the worried look on this Negro looking over at his brother or his twin. Look at this. That's the last thing they want because black people stick together. But oh no, white people can't do that, right? Well, yes, we can, and we will. You're going to see it happening more and more. You've pushed way too far decades ago, way over the line.
Our future, our existence depends on standing.
I don't think they'd be giggling if what I see as a possibility ends up occurring in the future. I don't think they'd be giggling away like Negroes like they're doing here. They can't take it seriously. And these are supposed to be grown men that people watch by the millions somehow. Because they dress the part of conservatives. They're wearing the 1776 shirt. They'll wear the American flag and damn good coffee with the American flag behind it and the American flag on the hat. They're just fake. You got to start seeing through this shit, these grifting Negroes.
And if we stick together, I am of everybody. And just showing what can happen if we tribe up and if we stick together and if we keep fighting back.
So they look over at each other. I'm going to rewind a bit for people that just joined, and then I'll go back to this part around 3 minutes 45.
Yeah, got a show for y'all. Got a damn good show. Shiloh Hendricks, the white savior, has finally spoken. I think last time I checked, she had raised like.
So you listen to their real voice, they put on the deep voice at the beginning. Yeah, we got a real show for y'all. And their voice isn't that deep. They're fake through and through, these two. Fake. Watch this.
Yeah, got a show for y'all. Got a damn good show. Shiloh. Those
are their fake deep voices. And now listen to their voice.
Shiloh Hendricks, the white savior, has finally spoken. I think last time I checked, she had raised like over 700,000. Yeah,
They sound goofy. They call her the white savior. Mocking her. For what reason? They're supposed to be conservative. They're not democrats, Negroes that hate white people, but they are. Okay, the mask falls off.
She's up there. And that's what I call white power.
Look at this. White power, really. The biggest fools are the ones that watch shows like this shit show with these two and think these Negroes are good and conservative. And, oh, they're conservative, just like white conservative men. No, you're delusional.
Promoting my fundraiser and getting the word out there about everything that was going on. So I am forever grateful for all of them for that. And then the Avi thing happened where he got fired from his job and uploaded a video and started his own fundraiser. That had nothing to do with myself and the rest of the people that were involved. As soon as we found out the truth about all of that, I severed ties with him immediately. I am not married to him. I don't know him. I've never met any of these people. But not surprising, because obviously he was recording me. It was going to get out there at some point. I did not realize I was going to have so much support and have all of you people rally around me and have my back in this situation. And it was very overwhelming. And I am so grateful for you all for that. When this first happened and I went on X and I saw Anglo-Saxon Girl had posted my video, I messaged her and I was like, hey, that's me. Just kind of needing somebody like-minded to talk to. And of course she didn't know it was me, so we went through the whole process of, proving who I was.
They look over and have a chuckle, like-minded. Oh, what's wrong with white people being like-minded? And then they put their stupid ad at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, they wouldn't be so smug standing in front of me. I would call them fake. And I know that their confidence is just surface deep. It's false. It's phony. False. That's what they are. They're phonies. Absolute phonies. I would tell them they're not conservative. They're just LARPing as that to make money. They're profiteers and scammers. That's what they are. They're fake as shit. And yeah, I would deport them. Absolutely. And for the ones tuned into my channel that might be lurking, that watch my channel, they hate watch my channel, they're not supporters, I would deport them. And some of your responses, the hate watchers, might be, well, Stephen, they're Americans. They were born in America. I don't care. I would deport the ones going back to the 1600s from the slave ships that can trace their ancestry back. They don't belong. They've never assimilated. They've never gotten along. They're always going to blame white people. Always. Forever. I don't care if they call themselves conservative. They're not conservative. What are they trying to conserve? What do conservatives conserve in America? It's all going to shit. They're letting it all be ruined and laughing about it and mocking people that stand up and say things that are true. Hello, Manny. Good to see you. So they're not real conservatives. They're not conserving anything that white people built. That's the truth. They're phony.
And that's when we kind of got the whole fundraiser started and set up. And yeah, the rest of that is history. I also just want to
look at him nodding his head. And they're judging her for what? Defending herself and her son and her belongings, which included food for her son, I think, and toys. It was her son's stuff in the diaper bag. She didn't want her son's favorite toys or whatever was in there, personal items, stolen by a kid that was not a 5-year-old. The kid looked to be somewhere between 10 and 12. They were twice the height of a 5-year-old. Give me a break. So there were lies said right from the beginning to make her look bad by your people, the Hodge twins, your black folk. If anybody, again, that's tuned in thinks these two are conservative, you're fucking delusional and mental. You should be on the Jack Talcott shit show, a fan of his, because they're not conservative whatsoever. Conservative men in the 1940s and 50s would have just looked at you like you belong in an asylum if you would have called these two conservatives. They'd look at you like you're fucking nuts.
Say how proud I am of everybody and just showing what can happen if we tribe up and if we stick together and if we keep fighting back. Our future.
And they think it's funny. It's all funny to them. Is this grown men behavior, or would you see a 10-year-old boys behaving this way? Look, shooting each other looks and laughing. It's more like 10-year-old boys or 10-year-old girls. It's really not grown man behavior. Watch this again.
Our future, our existence.
The laughter and chuckling. If you think that's the way grown men should behave, you really have work to do. Okay.
Back. Our future, our existence depends on showing what can happen if we tribe up and if we stick together and if we keep fighting back. Our future, our existence depends on standing up for ourselves and not backing down. And we just have to keep on going. There's no other option. I mean, what else are we going to do? You can't be afraid of words. Don't be afraid of the people who are so fragile to a word.
So fragile, like these two darkies here, these Negroes. Look at his eyes get big. Can you imagine how big their eyes will get when it's millions of white people saying, fuck you. We'll say whatever words we want. We'll say the word nigger if we want to. We'll say the word darky. All right? Can you imagine how big their eyes will get when they start realizing their little games, their oppression games aren't working anymore? This bullshit isn't working.
I am just so thankful for you all. We are in the process of looking for a home. We have looked at some, getting out of the state. And
I hope she gets a beautiful, comfortable, safe home with security cameras, an alarm system, and also some bang bangs to protect herself and her family. That's what I hope. Some letter openers and some bang bangs. With training, of course. Proper training. But the Negroes don't like this. It's interesting. They haven't had a lot to say for 4.5 minutes. These mouthy Negroes have been pretty quiet.
And starting a new life. And I want to have a quiet life. We have looked at some, getting out of the state. So thankful for you all. We are in the process of looking for a home. We have looked at some, getting out of the state and starting a new life. And I want to have a quiet life. I don't plan on, being an influencer. I don't plan on doing interviews. That's just not something that I would ever want to do. It's not on my agenda. So maybe someday, but I don't foresee it happening anytime soon. We're all doing okay. We've been moving around a lot. It's been an adventure. It's fun to see new places and, been kind of an outlaw. Again, I just want to say that I am so grateful for all of my supporters and all of my people who have been with me through all of this. And yeah, I haven't said anything on here. I haven't done any sort of videos or spoke to anybody really. So I felt like it was about time to clear the air and just kind of, keep you updated with what's going on. And yeah, so I just want to say thank you, everyone.
Just want to say thank you. How much has she raised? It's a bunch.
So they chime in, just wanted to say thank you. And then they focus again, how much has she raised? These Negroes just think about money. How much have you two Hodge twins scam people for The channel, almost 3 million subscribers. And here's how much have you sold, Hodge Twins, of this shit? You seem to be selling shit here. Supplements. This is the Hodge Twins shit. Black seed, superfood greens, all this shit. You're selling a lot of shit here. You're selling a lot of shit. Hodge Twins. You're selling a lot of shit. This is the Hodge Twins shit. Official HodgeTwins.com site. You're selling a lot of shit. How much money have you made from this stupid shit? $50 for this garbage. 60 for these hoodies here. $60 for this shit. How much merch do you have? How much shit are you selling just to make money? Don't snack on me. Look at this. America. It's all just marketing to people. Disobey, DEI, deport every illegal. Look at this. Okay? I'm showing you. They're just fucking grifters. That's all they are. God bless America, one nation under God. Look at this. Made in the USA. Do you get the picture? It's shirts, it's hats, it's hoodies. To understand? Man. Do you want a $35 US hat? And they're worried about how much money she's made. And they have millions of YouTube subscribers. And they've had that for years. What does it matter to you two, these two Hodge twins, how much money she's raised? She didn't start off trying to raise $1 million. She just kept getting money pouring in. And you two never say the reason, do you? Because of threats to her safety, her life, and her children, you fucking asshole deceivers.
And yeah, so I just want to say thank you, everyone.
Just want to say thank you. How much has she raised? It's a bunch. No, look it up real quick. Yeah. Here we go. So she's at 784. Her goal is 1 million. She's at 784. Okay. I guess white people ran out of money.
See their quote jokes? And people think they're conservative somehow. He said, I guess white people ran out of money. Look at them laughing. It's not even funny. It's stupid. And it's anti-white. All of their jokes are all of their quote jokes, are anti-white. And anybody that thinks these two fools, these two clowns are conservative, you're a fucking mental case. These two are not conservative at all. They're anti-white, and it's very clear. All of their quote jokes have been anti-white, directed at her and at white people. All of them. So if you think they're conservative, what are you smoking? Crack?
I guess white people ran out of money. Okay. I guess white people ran out of money. Okay. I guess white people ran out of money.
What's the difference between these so-called quote-unquote conservative twins and the average Negro that's anti-white and is in the hood? What's the difference? I want to know. I'm going to ask the chat, whoever's here right now, what's the difference between these two so-called conservative Negroid twins and the average What's the difference? I want to know for the people that support this shit, because all of their jokes have been anti-white. Where are their Negro jokes? Because I know some people defend them, saying, "Well, they're just entertaining, Stephen. It's not serious." They're still conservative because they sell hoodies with 1776 and the American flag on it, and they love America. Really, they love the money they can get. They don't want to live in Africa. Imagine their tune if someone like me was running America, saying, "You're going to be deported," and they'd say, "What do you mean? What do you mean? You're going to Africa. You hate white people. We don't want you around anymore. I don't care if you say you like America. You hate white people. You don't care about white people. You can't be trusted. You're going back. You're going back. You're going to have to found your own Popeyes chicken or start something there. You're not going to have that anymore."
I guess white people ran out of money. This is what happens when you've been.
What's their maturity level? Is it 40-something-year-old grown men? I think they're probably in their 40s, right? They're not 12 years old. You realize that. I don't care how many American flags they have stitched on. They just want to use America for money. They're anti-white.
Pushed and beat down for so long. White people. I mean, just seriously, just think about it. Like, hold on, let me get done talking. Like this whole Carmelo Anthony thing. Yeah. I mean, that pissed me off when I saw him raising money like that. Mm-hmm. And then all these black people saying, yeah, that white boy got what he deserved. Let's stick together. Yeah. And then it's like, white people's being oppressed.
What do you think their combined IQ is? Do you think they break 30? These two added together?
Oppressed. They've been discriminated against for, I would say, like, ever since Obama got in office. Right.
White people have been discriminated against decades before Obama. You two retards. Look at them. Like, they're not intelligent. If you can't see that, I think you're lost. You're on the wrong channel. You should go over to their channel. I'll post the link for you. The ones that might be lost on my channel that can't see that these two twins are fucking retards. Low IQ morons.
Maybe that's a bad use of words, but, you know, like DEI.
What about them seems like grown men? Because I haven't seen any grown men behavior from them yet, or an intelligent take on this whole situation. They have a show. They could say whatever they wanted for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20, half an hour. They're not going to do half an hour shows. It's too much work for these lazy Negroes. They couldn't even handle doing 11 minutes on this. And most of it was Shiloh talking. And then they chime in with their stupid shit. You got to start seeing through this stuff. And I know some of my channel do. My core audience do. But the ones that are lurking, that are lurking, and you just, how can I put it? I don't think you see very much about this realm.
And stuff like that. That stuff is more prevalent, and it's like white people are like treated.
White people like they're just, these two are supposed to be professionals. They've done so many shows, and the way they come across, it's just pathetic. Low IQ.
And stuff like that. That stuff is more prevalent, and it's like,
and stuff like that, and stuff like, you know, stuff like more prevalent. That stuff, you know, that stuff. Stuff like
white people are like treated horrible because of our past. And then you, as a white person, you see all this stuff happening, and black people can get away with everything. Right. And then those same black people come up with this phrase, white privilege. Right. When they're the ones that's privileged in this country, it's like this is just a, what do you call it, a backlash? Right. And white people are fed up to it. Yeah, if Carmelo doesn't do that fundraising, raise all that money.
What do you call it, a backlash? White people are fed up to it, fed up with it. Your grammar's off, Negro. This isn't Ebonics hour.
Seriously doubt she would have did this. This motivated her and say, hey, if a black guy who murdered someone in cold blood can raise $700,000, I'm going to put me out.
She did not do this for that reason, you piece of shit. I knew they were going to spin it like, oh, if a black... It had nothing to do with that.
Fundraise and raise all that money. I seriously... This privileged in this country. It's like this is just a, what you call it, a backlash? Right. And white people are fed up to it. Yeah, if Carmelo doesn't do that fundraise and raise all that money, I seriously doubt she would have did this. This motivated her and say, hey, if a black guy who murdered someone in cold blood can raise $700,000, I'm going to put me out. I'm going to put me a fundraiser together. But look, I love it when white people stand up for yourselves. Yeah. Push back. I mean, y'all all being discriminated against. Yeah. But I really think you do yourself a disservice when you call a black...
Oh, you're telling us how to push back now. Wisdom from the Negroes, advice from the Negroes. He's telling white people how to push back. We do ourselves a disservice.
Against, but I really think you do yourself a disservice. All being discriminated against.
Well, she was being robbed, and she was in a park full of Negroes. Your people, once again, the ones that do most of the robberies.
But I really think you do yourself a disservice when you call a black autistic child.
Oh, a black who's proven that the child is autistic? Really? We do ourselves a disservice. Well, you guys do yourself a disservice when you call a beautiful white woman a white savior, and you're mocking her and talking about how much money she's raised and letting on that she's doing something wrong for trying to raise money for herself and her family's protection. You're pieces of shit. I don't care about the word.
And discriminated against. Yeah. But I really think you do yourself a disservice when you call a black autistic...
Did you just learn the word disservice today?
Child for going through your bag. And that's the situation you use. Yeah.
Oh, for going through your bag. Yeah. And what do black people do if they catch somebody going through their bag? They just pull out a firearm and shoot, or they stab them. That's what you do. Maybe you black folks should not resort to violence over words. Maybe you black folks should learn something and stop behaving like you belong in a zoo.
Yeah. To galvanize each other. It should have been all these other things that's happening in this country, and, and y'all let this one that be the lightning rod for y'all. You know what? I had enough. This black autistic kid was going through my diaper bag. Right. So f you, nigga. We're standing up for ourselves. Yeah. You know? Yeah, that's not what y'all should be rallying around.
Oh, you should tell us what we should be rallying around. Well, I'm saying you shouldn't even be on YouTube, you two. I would deport you, all right? And there's people in America that believe that Trump or these politicians are too harsh. I mean, you're nuts, you people that think that. You're fucking nuts, man. I'm tired of it, too. What, we're supposed to let them get away with anything just because someone claims to be autistic? It's the same kind of thing where someone can claim, well, they're a woman. And they're obviously a man dressed in men's clothing, but, oh, they're a woman, right? Of course it would have been very different. Even conservatives, white conservatives in America realize that vote Republican. Of course it would have been different. But there's a problem that can't be fixed. And the people that think, well, don't let them divide us. We're more divided than some of you that are half asleep realize. You don't realize it. It can't be fixed. All right? It can't. That's not negative. It's the truth. So the people that have their gears going in their heads saying that's negative. No, it's the truth. This can't be fixed. Yes, they do. And he wasn't 5 years old. That's a lie. The kid looked like he was 10 or 12. All right? This wasn't 5. Complete bullshit. And this is what black people do. They always do this. With every case I've ever seen, they pull this shit.
Now, I do like, after the fact, when they...
Who cares what you like or don't like? You're not white. You don't have a say in what we do. How about that, Negro? You don't tell us what to do. We're not listening. There's a lot of us that just don't give a shit. We're tired of you pulling this shit.
Guy, challenged you to say it again. You said it. After the fact, when a guy, challenged you to say it again, you said it because he told you to, and you're not going to back down, but
you said it. Well, we're saying it a lot more. All right? You're not going to control us. We've fucking given you the best places to live. Go back to Africa.
I really think, I'm all for white people saying what says, but man, that's not the thing. I mean, you, Shiloh Hendrix, and Carmelo.
We'll say what we want. Don't tell white people what to do. We'll say whatever the fuck we want.
Anthony, y'all are the different sides of the same coin. Both those fundraisers, I think.
We're not different sides of the same coin. She's protecting her and her children's safety, not just one child. She has multiple. Her and her children's safety. They're not the same thing at all. Not at all, Negro.
It's grotesque. I think Carmelo's is far worse. He killed somebody. Right. She just used a word. I agree with you. It's just a word. It's just too.
Negroes can't tell it apart, though. It's all the same thing in their tiny little mind.
It just came to a point in this country, like the Chicago mayor. He just got in front of a microphone, cameras, and said, when he took over as mayor, he's hired a bunch of black people because we're the most generous of all races in this country. That is like racist. A white person couldn't say that. Right. And this is what's driving all of this. How many times have you seen a black politician, whether it's a mayor, governor, or in Congress, say something amazingly racist? Right. And they get praised and applauded for doing that. Right. But white people can't just say the N-word, they cancel them. So, that's how we got here. Like, I ain't got nothing against, I can have something wholeheartedly against Carmelo Anthony. That dude's a murderer. This lady, she might be a nice lady, made a mistake. I just hope she realizes that was wrong what she did.
Listen to this Negro saying, she might be a nice lady, just hope she realizes that was wrong what she did. Wow. Listen to this.
This lady.
What was wrong about you guys shooting each other looks and laughing?
She might be a nice lady.
Oh, she might be a nice lady. You called her a white savior and laughed and mocked her. She did nothing to you, but you were mocking towards her, Negroes.
Made a mistake. I just hope she realizes that was this lady. She might be a nice lady, made a mistake. I just hope she realizes that was wrong what she did.
No, it wasn't wrong. I don't think she made a mistake. Why was that wrong? What would you blacks call a white kid if they were stealing from you? Which probably wouldn't happen. White children tend not to do that.
I don't agree with people canceling you. Take your money, start a new life, be a better example for people. That's all I say.
He's laughing. They're laughing about it. It's all funny to them. But your days are numbered of telling white people what we can say and do. That's all going away. Things are changing. Things are changing, Negroes. You think it's funny now, but America's going to change one way or another. And so will Canada. So will England.
Be a better example for people. That's all I say. Well, just to think about autism. You don't really know it. A lot of people are ignorant to it. Right. And that kid looked like he was a big kid. And see, what people don't understand when you have autism.
He's a big 5-year-old, right? Looked like he was going into high school. You two are so full of shit.
Autism, and you're a kid. You're like 15, 16, 14 years old. That's a pretty big kid. But they have a lot of them have the mind of a 6-year-old, a 7-year-old. Right. And that's what made.
Right. Yeah, regular black kids, they don't need autism to steal. Most of you do steal.
Now, that's what made what she did kind of like grotesque. But she didn't know because she's probably ignorant to it. Now, if it was a 17, 18-year-old kid, start rapping, yeah, call him, get out my bag. I understand that. I totally get that. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, you don't have to use that word, though. But if you shoot.
What do you mean? You people use the word all the time. Constantly, all day long. Black people say nigga all the time. But you don't have to use that word, though. You don't tell white people what we can and can't say. That's over. That's done with.
Who fits? I get that. I totally get that. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, you don't have to use that word, though. But if the shoe fits, I get it. Right.
What's wrong with the word nigger?
Right. I don't want to compare Camilla Anthony with her. She just used.
I think you already did. You already did a minute ago. You said it was two sides of the same coin. You're contradicting yourself in your little 10-minute video.
Yeah. I mean, wholeheartedly. I mean, I hope she learns from this. And
learns from this. She has to learn from this, right? White people have to learn from black people.
It was a great life. I hope Camilla.
How about you learn how to build a civilization? How about you learn how to dig wells in Africa or do something?
Well, Anthony, I hope he rots in prison.
Monkey business. Monkey business.
The reason that I don't take the whole Shiloh Hendricks outrage shit seriously is because I see posts like this on Twitter all the time from black people. I'm gonna put the picture right here. You guys can see it for yourself. I'm gonna put it right here. I see posts like this all the time. I see people who look like me, we're the same skin color, some are lighter, some are darker, you know, always jokingly use that word with the ER. So like, the outrage to me, it's fake. It's fucking fake. And I'm over it. Like, good for her for making $1 million off of saying the N-word. Like, holy fucking shit goals. Like, I need that kind of luck.
She didn't make $1 million off saying that word. The way you people see it is fucking warped.
Fucking fake. And I'm over it. Like, good for her for making $1 million off of saying the N-word. Like, holy fucking shit goals. Like, I need that kind of luck in my life, for real. But I see this shit all the time. I see people jokingly say it all the time. People who look like me. Okay, and these are the pro-black activists who are Democrat. I see y'all say this all the time. Some of y'all. Okay, let me say some because obviously not all.
She calls them pro-black Democrat. They're anti-white. That's what they are.
But I see people joke about it all the time.
So say it again that they joke. Yeah, we know they joke about it all the time. Can you imagine? She's allowed to vote. She's allowed to. It's just incredible to me that this has even been allowed to happen.
So miss me with the fucking fake outrage.
They'd never be allowed to vote if I was running the country. Never.
Comes to the Shiloh Hendricks situation, I think it's safe to say that most of us have kind of moved on with our lives. I've been getting ready and prepared to dive into some different stories, but I went to take a peek in on what's going on with the Shiloh Hendricks madness, and these people are still going crazy over Shiloh. They're still sending threats. They're still harping on about Shiloh Hendricks as if there hasn't been all types of other worse things happening in the world, but to them, the white lady saying the N-word, it's like their 9/11. It's something they will never let go of. 200 years from now, 200 years from now, people will be talking about how their great-grandfather was alive when Shiloh Hendricks called a kid the N-word at the park. Best believe they will hold on to this for generations and generations.
It's what niggers do. It's what they do. What's this? Shit. Why is this black guy disappointed? This is your culture. He has a nose ring. Is he gay? He's got a nose ring. He's got the Lenny Kravitz nose ring. It might even be one made by Lenny Kravitz, one of his companies. Oh, I designed that nose ring. What man has a fucking nose ring? Why are ghetto people like this? Well, why are you calling them ghetto people? They're black people, aren't they? What do you mean, ghetto? You don't know where they live. They might live in middle-class homes. Ghetto people, they're black. Are you saying all ghetto people are black? You can't just take responsibility that they're part of your race. You got to say they're ghetto people. Why are black people that way? They had the flat-assed one filming the big butts.
Okay. Yeah, we're done here.
Why is this guy disappointed? Those are your people. I don't know what's wrong. Those are your people, aren't they? Those are your people.
Damn it, somebody's got to say it. This is nothing more than animalistic behavior. Simple as that. This is not a personal slight, a personal attack. This is not to do with race specifically, but that sort of behavior right there is nothing short of what the gorillas, the baboons, and the damn chimpanzees do. As a matter of fact, they may have a little more demure and decorum about themselves. They may have a little more sophistication than whatever the hell that is right there. Now, I don't know if it's just me, but I am sick and tired of all this twerking nonsense. What happened to not having to show your ass every 5 seconds? Ladies specifically right now, I got a question for you. Why was this not okay? Why was this not okay? Here.
Can you get a drink of water, Negro? I think you're a little bit dry. Do you have enough sense to have some water beside you so that your mouth doesn't get dry where it's making those sounds?
Why was taking pictures like this, videos like this, why was intellect not okay? Why was your character?
How is that intellect? I don't know if that's intellect. It might be more classy and stylish, but you said intellect. How's that intellect? How is any physical beauty or the way you dress and pose intellect? I think you're confused, Negro.
Videos like this, why was intellect not okay? Why was your character not enough? Why do we have to go from this to this? Why do we have to go from this? This is what even, okay, you want to show a little back? There's a little back for you. But now it's this. Now it's this. It's this. Now there's a little back for you. But now it's this. Now it's this.
They are showing back right there. Baby got back. That's her back. That's her backside. That's her ass. They are showing back. She's showing her ass, her backside. She's showing that booty. And as tight in that skirt as she can get it on those cheeks. And they're probably fake. Probably has the BBL. Probably got the stink butt. And you got the nose ring. That's real classy. You got your little gold chain out of your shirt, of course.
And the crazy part is, as these pictures pop up, you're not even thinking to yourself, oh my God, I've never seen anything like that before. No, you're thinking to yourself, yep, just a regular old day on social media. What happened to this? What happened to them?
What happened to them? They were trying to act white back then. They were trying to be white, and then it became, oh, you're trying to be white. And are you black? Black people would ask her, are you black? You're acting white. You're dressing white. What are you doing? You're from the hood with us. Are you black or not? You people did this to yourselves. What happened to this? Fucking hell, man. You're grown adults. You make your own choices. Do you realize that? You've got no one to blame but yourselves.
What happened to being okay with who you actually are? That's who she actually is. She ain't got enough makeup to bake a 7-layer cake. She ain't got the caterpillar eyelashes on. She blinks too hard, she might float off. Okay, she got the straightened hair. That was going on then. You had some sisters with the natural.
He says that was going on then. That was black women trying to look white. That's why they straighten their hair like white women. Whether it's a white woman that's brunette or blonde, they straighten their hair to be like white women. They were copycatting. Don't say that's what was going on back then. It's copycatting. You're imitating white women. Just tell the truth, Negro, for once. What does it take to get you people to tell the truth? What does it take?
Okay, she got the straightened hair. That was going on then.
She straightened her hair on purpose to look like white women. You Negroes are obsessed with hair. You're obsessed with it. Black women spend billions of dollars on hair weave and sheet. Billions a year. Billions. It's a huge business.
You had some sisters with the natural and some are bringing the natural back. But what happened to being who you were? What happened to your individuality? What happened to being human first as opposed to being a literal piece of meat? Because I hear this conversation of objectification of women, and I speak to men often about get yourself out of that hypersexualized mentality that is being programmed and conditioned into you. That right there, that's not helping you. It is destroying your life. A man who is given over to that is given over to his most base impulses. He is a weaker man. The masculinity that could be there is drained from him when he is given over to this hypersexual mentality. But ladies, we got to have this conversation. What the hell is going on? Why is it? And I know I'm not speaking to you, right? Because especially the ones who watch my channel, y'all are tired of this shit right here too. At least I believe that you are. Because if you're egging this on, it's one thing to see it and be like, yep, I'm used to seeing this type of foolishness. Oh, they're just having some fun? Is that what this is? This is just having some fun, right? That's what this is right here. Let me pull it back up. That's just some kids having fun. Let the kids have fun, they say. I did not know. You too serious, they say. You a sellout. Why are you talking about black people? Why are you talking about black women? Because generally speaking, we used to be a respectable people. You may be within yourself. And yes, it is best that we are judged at an individual basis. I wish that was the case. But we used to be a respectable collective of people. But now.
Wait a second. When? Not my lifetime. When was that? It was before my lifetime. It's been a while, hasn't it?
There are greater associations of people who look like this acting like that. And this is coming from a dude who I done ran my rounds. I done did my due dirty diligence. I was selling dope, smoking dope, doing this, doing that, running around, being a dog. I been there.
Oh, wow. You were a dog. You sold dope. Wow. Well, you're like the other Negroes. You're no different.
Ran my rounds. I done did my due dirty. And this is coming from a dude who I done ran my rounds. I done did my due dirty diligence. I was selling dope, smoking dope, doing this, doing that, running around, being a dog. I been there, done that. So I'm not speaking from a high-ass soapbox like I'm somebody who's never experienced it. I'm not somebody who was given over to the same degenerate way of living. But I feel that when you are a child, you do as a child does because you don't understand, because you lack comprehension.
Oh, he feels that when you're a child, that you run around selling dope. Really? Wow. He feels that. He feels it.
I really don't want to believe. I feel that when you are a child, you do as a child does because you don't understand, because you lack comprehension. I really don't want to believe that grown-ass adults are lacking the understanding, are childlike in their mentality, are regressive, have not actually matured to a place where they can think for themselves. I really hope that's not the case. But when I see this every single time, I have to think to myself, maybe these are just children in adult bodies. And even a child to do something like that is still something that gets checked, but yet it's been egged on. You know, I made a video some months back and it was called "We're Tired of the Twerking," and I think ratchetness is something of that nature. Maybe some dudes out there gonna think I'm crazy. They're gonna think, oh, well, he's probably, he's for the community or something like that, the alphabet community or whatever the hell. But I'm tired of the damn twerking. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the 304-dry of it all. There are dudes out there who will wife this up. There are dudes out there who are lusting and thirsting after this. And unfortunately, there's enough of them to have these chicks thinking that this is something that a man is looking for. But I got news for y'all. Just because a man is willing to pay you actual attention does not mean he gives a damn about you. It does not mean he cares for you. Attention does not equate to love. You can pay attention to a crackhead tweaking on the sidewalk, but that doesn't mean you love them. That just means it's a spectacle. You're a damn spectacle. Did you see the dude in the back who was filming them? Let me see if I can bring this up. There he is. There's a dude in the back who is filming them back there, right? White dude. You know what he's thinking himself? I mean, if he's a creepy gooner, then he's thinking some nasty things, but he is likely thinking, wow, look at this. The old Negro being a Negro. That's what he's likely thinking to himself. Look at these damn buffoons.
Oh, wow, this guy pretends to be able to read the white guy's mind. This guy's magical. Wow.
The old Negro being a Negro. That's what he's thinking some nasty things, but if he's a creepy gooner, then he's thinking some nasty things, but he is likely thinking, wow, look at this. The old Negro being a Negro. That's what he's likely thinking to himself. Look at these damn buffoons. What's the difference between the animals in this behavior, who all they do is flaunt their sexuality? What's the difference? Oh, they got some Lululemons on. That's the difference, right? They got Lulus on. Some of y'all may even say, oh, this is conservative. We've gotten so far, folks, that wearing skin-tight clothing has become conservative. It's become conservative. If you were to see a woman who was dressed like this in the street, let me bring this one back up, who was dressed like this, like these chicks in the 60s. If you were to see a chick like this, you would think, oh my goodness, is she a prude? Oh, Mother Teresa looking ass, right? Yet back in the day, this was kind of risque. Look at this. Oh my, risque. Now, that's modest. Well, at least she's dressed. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. And then if they're showing the front of their body, it's the continuous loop that they've caught themselves in, where they are always an object. And I'm sick and tired of hearing these excuses of it's the men doing it. I'm sick and tired of that because it's disingenuous. It's a lie. How many men went out there and said, hey, dear ladies, we would like for y'all to get the big old crazy looking BBLs, the eyelashes. We want y'all, or the fake eyelashes. We want you to put enough cake on your face to goddamn feed an entire 7-year-old's birthday party. We want you to have the fake weave, lace fronts, whatever the hell it is. We want you to we want you to pump your lips up full of filler. We want you to go out there looking ridiculous. We don't want to be able to tell the difference between you and a transformer. How many dudes went out there and said that, as opposed to women who egged each other on into this sort of behavior? I'm talking to you like a brother who loves you, like a father who hopefully was there in your life. This is a terrible look. And I promise you, the type of attention that you're attracting to yourself is the very opposite of the thing that you actually desire in your heart of hearts. I know you've been tricked, you've been bamboozled, you've been fooled, you've been conditioned, you've been programmed, you've been lied to. But at the core of who you are, that will never change. Your true nature, I'm not talking about the red pill nonsense and none of that. Your true nature of desiring to have this companionship, desiring to have connection, desiring to be loved, desiring to have a man in his masculine show up for you as you show up for him in your feminine. Your desire, your natural inclination for that is in direct opposition to what you're currently putting out into the world. The bait that you're throwing out into the ocean is the exact opposite of what you need. Look, it gets worse, folks. I haven't even seen the entirety of this video. But you know what? To hell with it. To hell with it. Y'all gonna see what it is because, again, who let this happen? Speaking of, there's my bae right there. Look, that's what they're selling. And then look, and so look at this. Look at this. Yes, I know it's one white woman. White women be doing it too. Hispanic women be doing it too. Blah blah blah. But guess what? Here we are in this image showing you what you got to see. Watch. Look, there's Becky that they love to make fun of and love to go off on. I'm sick and tired of the nick-noggery of it all. I really am. I want to get in the comment section of this video. I want to get a pulse of the people. I went through a few of them earlier, but let me go ahead and see where the folks is at, because I genuinely believe that I am truly not the only one who is this done. Like, to a point where y'all damn near about to have me start smoking cigarettes. Yeah. Rested on my forehead. My goodness. Lululemon song ain't that good to be carrying on like this. And we're supposed to boycott Lululemon, not buying from the racist brand. We got to do better. What the racist CEO had to say about black people buying Lululemons, he stepped down but still owns a percentage of it. They don't give a damn about none of that. They want to twerk it. They want to be seen. They love attention.
Yo. Remember to like and subscribe to this stream. Yo, this is Black Jesus. Yo, you gotta like these watermelons, bitch. My niggas, you feel me? My niggas, are you picking up when I'm throwing down? My niggas, look at my crown. This is Black Jesus asking you to remember to like and subscribe. Black Jesus, yo. I got the purple on. I'm wearing the purple. I got the Jerry curl. Got my watermelons. Oh, man. The niggers are going to be triggered by my live streams.
They think attention is love. They're confused.
All the excuses in the world. They always have excuses. Yo, what's up, my black bitches? What's up? It's Black Jesus. I be coming at you again the way that I do. Blinged out with my gold. Look at my fro. I be turning watermelons into wine. What you talking about, bitches? Look at my crown and my purple. I'm decked out in purple, and I'm bringing you the truth. Yo, what's... Yo, this be Black Jesus. I'm coming at you with a message here. I be turning watermelons into wine. I be performing miracles and shit. I be Black Jesus, the Redeemer. You should be following me. Yo, word. Yo, this be Black Jesus. So this is Murica, 2025. Look at her. Oh, damn, I'm sorry. I should have warned you with a jump scare. Fucking hell, what is this? My goodness.
I just love man. You don't hear me. I don't want you. Am I here?
How would you all like to be married to this? God damn. Lazy Daisy. It's called me racist. She likes to drink and get drunk and smoke and drive drunk, it looks like. And she called me racist. Lazy Daisy. Big fat lazy Daisy. She's got a big hand there that looks like a catcher's mitt. Look at the size of that hand. Uh-oh.
Oh my
Daisy.
goodness.
Looks like she's gonna cry.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't know who you are, but I love you and I wish I could give you a hug.
Did somebody give her a donation? Oh, Daisy. What'd they give you, $5?
Thank you so much.
Cry, baby Daisy. Big old Daisy. Tough. They should they should start a channel crying for dollars. Bitches in tears. So this is... Fuck you, Daisy. Daisy, you want to act like a man? You like to start shit? Well, some of it's going to come back at you, Daisy. You shouldn't start shit. You should watch your mouth. Daisy.
El Diablo Radio International. Diablo is Spanish for the devil. It's kind of a funny title there, but hello anyway. No.
So Tony Sayers was invited to come on here. During his live stream, I said, why don't you come on as a guest on my show? He's afraid. He's afraid of El Diablo. He's afraid.
Side trails, that's good.
Tony, don't be afraid.
Yeah, and I know. About the El Diablo, I'd need to look a little bit more on your channel. Just, like I said, that.
Why are you stuttering and stammering, Tony? You're nervous. You're nervous.
That's Spanish for the devil.
I know that. Don't be afraid.
I'm a cartoon character. I'm handsome, cheeky little devil. Cool, whatever floats your boat, mate. Whatever floats your boat.
Why don't you look at the screen? It shows my avatar. I am a handsome, cheeky little devil, cartoon character. Painted by King Stephen. Wake up, Tony. Wake up, dumbass. Wake up, dummy. Don't be a coward. Why don't you come on my show? He's afraid. They're all afraid to come on here. They're afraid. They're afraid. It's fear that they show. It's fear. They're afraid. They're afraid. They're only going to get more afraid as time goes on, because I'm not stopping.
The doership of the human body is
a series of compulsory behaviors that happen automatically, whether or not the spirit is involved at all. For example, you wake up with a raging heart on. We call that morning wood. Did spirit condone that?
Look at this idiot starting his creepy show, his degenerate creep show, talking about waking up with a quote raging heart on. I'm going to play that again just so people understand what a creep this weirdo angry Gingy is, that drinks all the time and smokes and lives in a little camper in his parents' backyard. He's a real creep. He's a real creep.
The doership of the human body is a series of compulsory behaviors that happen automatically, whether or not the spirit is involved at all. For example, you wake up with a raging heart on. We call that morning wood. Did spirit condone that? No, the body did it automatically. And then you shit, shower, and shave. Why? Because the body doesn't want to be a stinky, ungroomed, constipated bastard. That's why. And then you eat breakfast. Because the body needs substance. It wants the hunger pains to go away. The doership of the human body is involuntary from that moment forward. Still further. You go to your slave job, taking orders from people you don't like, working for a cause you don't believe in, with shit pay. Do you do it because it's the will of the spirit? No, you do it because the body needs to make money so it can have shelter. And all of the things that are necessary for survival. And then you go home and you're exhausted. And you say to yourself, well, what do we do now? Well, do we eat dinner? Is our body fatigued because we gave all our energy away in the work life? So
This creepy, degenerate Ginger used to show him his face during his videos, but now he makes blank screen videos because I think it was due to my influence, we'll call it influence, on laughing at this creature to the point where he can't show his face anymore. That's what I think it is. I think when he does these black screen videos, he's too ashamed, and he's thinking, well, if I put my face out there, King Stephen might just laugh his head off at me.
we kick our feet up and we crack a beer, do whatever we can to relax.
Oh, yeah, crack a beer.
You know, striving after dopamine. Is it the spirit? No.
Drink some beer, play some video games. Live in your parents' backyard for life.
The endocrine system that produces all of these feel-good hormones, it pertains to the body. So what I'm saying is that for the spirit to incarnate into a human body, it is going to be subjugated to all of the involuntary doerships that the body does automatically. See, I don't even think the spirit is necessary. Because if there was a body that was born without spiritual incarnational occupancy, I think the body running on pure instinct and running on pure input, output, mental conceptualizations would be able to survive just fine. If it's able-bodied, if it's able...
He's stupid. He doesn't understand. Have you been around someone when their spirit leaves the body? The body requires the spirit, dummy. You're a dumbass. You're stupid. You don't get why we're here. You don't get what's going on. You're a fucking dumbass, Gingy.
Able-minded. That means it doesn't have some sort of a fundamental disability, etc. It's going to be able to survive because it's an automaticity. It's a stimulus response. That's what the body does. It learns right from the beginning that I am this. Therefore, I must salvage this by going towards that. That's the equation. I am hungry, therefore I eat. I am horny, therefore I fuck. I get angry, therefore I act out on that emotion, etc., etc. But these instinctual behaviors pertain to the body to such a degree where, if we can say anything about the human organism, it is expert at one thing, and that is not genius, that is not compassion, that is not even decency. We know degenerates out there, personally, who are as dumb as a big black garbage bag filled with hammers, with a low IQ, and really nasty and toxic, and stupid all the while, but yet they are like a machine. They're like a wind-up little toy that runs around, performs the deeds that it must perform in order to survive, just to repeat the process all over again. A soul is not necessary for the survival of the body. In fact, I would even go as far as to say that perhaps it is an inversion that we are, quote, spiritual beings occupying a body. I feel it is rather we are spiritual beings, if anything, that is being occupied, or I should say preoccupied, by the body. And the spirit doesn't like that. The spirit's not controlling the body's controlling the spirit, and the spirit hates it. So what the spirit does is it disassociates from consciousness. Because if consciousness is experiencing something that it doesn't like, then you, as consciousness / spirit, become benumbed. In the same way, you don't want to sit down as a grown-ass adult and watch the Teletubbies. If you were to be forced to do so, you would be so annoyed by it that your mind would try to distract yourself as a diversion from that obnoxious stimuli. Because we don't want to watch things that we don't want to watch. Right? If I told you to eat a cabbage with no dressing, you just bite straight into a cabbage, you don't want to eat that. But if you were forced to eat it, I imagine because it's so disgusting and mind-numbing that your mind would disassociate. It's like trauma. A lot of times with people in their chronic pain disorders in particular, they wake up and they feel the chronic pain and they want to...
Eating raw cabbage is not that bad. You wouldn't be traumatized or you wouldn't have to disassociate. You're a freaking weirdo, Angry Gingy. Raw cabbage? Are you... Oh my goodness, this guy is fucking weird.
do anything to make it go away. So they take a painkiller and they try to distract themselves by whatever means necessary to divert their attention from the pain, right? Well, this is a metaphor insofar as what I said. We don't watch what we don't want to watch, but if we're forced to do so, even if we're watching it, we're going to disassociate. Because consciousness, spirit, disassociates from that which it doesn't like. Okay? That's exactly what the involuntary doerships of the human body comes into play in its relationship with spirit or consciousness. Consciousness hates it so much because ultimately, as far as I'm concerned, spirit is pure will for its desires to be fulfilled. But because this particular realm is anti-spiritual as all hell, and it's nerve-wracking to consciousness, what happens is you run on autopilot and the body is like a sleepwalker and it just performs the task automatically. And then you're living in a world in your own head with all of your internal monologues, with all of your visualizations, and the world in your own head, which, by the way, according to esotericists, that's the mental plane. That's actually a part of the astral realm. That's not in the third dimension. So, when spirit, consciousness, hates the third dimension so much, what it does is it often either retreats in the mental plane, in a world of imagination, where you're living a daydream life in your head, oftentimes to the point where it feels like you're losing consciousness. Have you ever went to work and you realized that you were performing your job well for hours on end, but you were in a state of oblivion all the while in your own head? And if you're in a state, spirit-wise, that is absolutely distressing because of the monotony, because of the toxic workplace environment, or this, that, or the other, oftentimes it even goes beyond just living in a world of imagination, in a daydream thought bubble. Sometimes it's so numb that spirit can't even muster up the strength to even escape that way. Sometimes your mind is completely numb with a kind of sleeping agent, the same kind that
also, this is my favorite.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you before I say it that it enraged me. There is a definite anti-white feeling in the country right now.
Oh, please.
Yeah, that's what he said. You know, sir.
No. Sir.
Yeah, sir. Nobody in your family was hung. Nobody in your family was chased because of the color of their skin. How dare you? There's no anti-white issue here. You are perpetrating anti-humanist issues here.
She's anti-white. She's a piece of shit. Shit.
I was seven and searching on Google how to be white. Well, I guess it didn't work. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. I'm white. Now, as a white person, I never really had to face any racism in my life. Usually because I was the one who caused it. Except now. Because today there's a very concerning trend happening on TikTok, where there's people posting anti-white TikToks, where they're basically saying that all of the bad things happening in the world today is because white people exist. I'm not kidding. And the worst part is, for some reason, most people who make those TikToks are white people themselves. So today we're gonna watch those TikToks and make fun of them. Let's go! Alright, let me see. I hate white people. I can't believe I'm searching for this. Let's roll. You can be racist to white people too. Jesus Christ. This tongue is whiter than the people she's making fun of. I swear to God.
People who are not black should not say the N-word.
Oh my God, bro. Here we have the most brave opinion of all time.
I genuinely don't understand this fascination or this obsession that certain non-black people have with saying the N-word.
It's a cool ass word, bro.
It's really not that hard to not say the N-word.
I don't know, bro. I struggle a lot with it, bro. Imagine.
The N-word isn't just a word. It has a lot of dark history to it. And I know so many people who are like, well, my black friend said it was okay for me to use it. Or, oh, it comes out in hip-hop, so therefore everybody should be able to use it. Are you dumb?
It's a nice argument, though. Vladimir, the reactor is gonna explode. Maybe we should get out of here.
Are you dumb? So if you are making excuses to try and weasel yourself out and say the N-word, you're a piece of shit.
Damn, so brave. I have never seen a more brave person. 463,000 white women like this post. White men made the N-word, shouldn't they keep it, bro?
I can be racist.
Oh my God, what the fuck is this, bro? What the fuck?
I have friends who are white. You're so exotic and pale. What are you?
Bro, what the hell is this video, man? Where is blood walking to?
White women crying when they receive any sort of criticism from women of color is fucking racist.
What?
Because white women will sit there and use their tears as weapons against women of color.
Tears as weapons, bro. Okay, Binding of Isaac. What the fuck? If you cry when a black woman is criticizing you, that's racist and you use it as a weapon. Okay, bro. White women tears are deadly. Bro, it's always the Hello Kitty girls, bro. It's always the Hello Kitty girls with the weirdest fucking opinion online, bro. Whenever you see a Hello Kitty profile picture, brother, run away. What is this?
I'm a racist white girl in blackface.
Bro, ain't no way the fucking smoke detector, bro.
I'm a racist white girl in blackface.
Ain't no fucking way, bro.
I'm a racist.
Why do so many white people get on podcasts, get on TikTok, and talk about...
Bro, it's what an amazing forehead, bro. KSI is crying somewhere in the corner, bro. I'm just saying. Beautiful.
White people have always been disgusting. Indigenous people...
Friendly fire, bro.
And I do think a lot of the reason why people of color in America are so clean, smell so good, because the standard for them is so much higher than it is for white people. Like, white women can just walk into Target with a messy bun and sweatpants. And it's like, oh, look at her. Like, she could be a multi-millionaire.
Multi-millionaire, bro. You see a messy white woman in Walmart. Oh my God, is that Jeff Bezos? Bro, their eyes already. Leftist politics, law school, and the fucking Palestinian symbol, bro. You already know, bro. Look at those eyes, brother! Death penalty.
the fuck? Bro, look at this fucking thumbnail, bro. I mean, she 100% chose that one. Death penalty. Slavery. Bro, what the fuck?
Ask you something? Yeah. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Which one of these baby dolls is your favorite? This one? I knew you were gonna say that. What's her name? Lilac? That's pretty.
What the fuck am I watching? Is this child being held at gunpoint, bro?
Lilac? That's pretty.
Lilac? That's pretty. Imagine that, bro. When I was little, I named my black doll Brownie, bro.
Okay, I gotta say, I don't like all white people. I find this guy extremely annoying, and of course he has over 2 million subscribers because he's retarded. But this is the generation of these days. His laugh sucks. It's not funny. And he has millions of people watching him. People like shit, people like retards.
As a white person,
People like Transformers.
as a white person, if you are not constantly talking to your family and friends and basically shaming them, you're not doing your fucking job as a white person.
And you're my boss? If you look at the Austin Metcalf story versus the white lady who said the N-word to a kid in a park, those two stories having GoFundMes raising hundreds of thousands of dollars each.
When it comes to the Carmelo Anthony case, all I'm gonna say is about damn time. And I know y'all probably wonder.
Wow.
To all of the people who are against Carmelo Anthony, white people, I'm telling you and I'm telling you now, you ever even think to approach me, I too will poke you as well. Straight to the heart.
I feel like a lot of people are trying to get in the paint of starting a race war right now. I have to be so real. If you look at the Austin Metcalf story versus the white lady who said the N-word to a kid in a park recently, those two stories having GoFundMes raising hundreds of thousands of dollars each for each prospective case, I'm like, oh, I see what y'all are trying to do. Racial tensions right now just suck. And first of all, this is an indictment on modern liberalism and modern race theory. But setting that aside, it's just so crazy also that humanity right now has this really weird desensitized, like, I feel like everyone's just like living in trauma right now. People are not even human, because the fact that hundreds of thousands of dollars could be raised for a kid who stabbed another kid in the heart, and it gets raised because the victim is white and because the perpetrator is black, for which that is just an objective truth. I don't care who's mad at it. You can go argue with your mother, go argue with your sister, go argue with your wall, because that is why that happened, right? Because there's been so many people whose videos we'll watch here in a second have defended the black kid who stabbed the white kid in the heart simply because of the race.
Hey, to all of the people who are against Carmelo Anthony, me as a black man in America, white people, I'm telling you and I'm telling you now, you ever even think to approach me, bully me, harass me, think you're gonna be with your twin brother or twin whatever, and do anything to me, I too will poke you as well. Straight to the heart.
Summer is coming up, and I know that you want to feel confident in your own skin and your body just like I do. So let's talk about something that is revolutionizing the weight loss industry, Hypnosio. This is not your typical diet app though. Hypnosio is a revolutionary self-hypnotherapy tool that tackles the subconscious reasons behind weight loss struggles. Unlike fad diets and grueling workouts, Hypnosio uses guided hypnotherapy tools to address stress cravings, emotional eating, poor habits, all the root causes to weight gain. The white kid in the heart, right? So either everybody gets to advocate on behalf of their race, everyone gets to be tribal and defend their group, or nobody does. So we're gonna drop all of it, or every group gets to engage. And for me, I just feel like if you didn't have anything to say about all that money being raised for, you know, the murderer who stabbed the white kid, and also, and the only reason I'm comparing it is because it was last week. It's like, it's not like this is something from the distant past. Like, people love to bring up old cases when talking about new shit. This is like 2 weeks apart. Like, the white boy's body isn't even cold yet.
When it comes to the Carmelo Anthony case, all I'm gonna say is about damn time.
I'm not saying that the behavior of this woman who called the little kid the N-word is good either. I think that's actually disgusting. I think that insulting children or like adults, you know, going at children like that. I've always disliked that. I thought that's always trashy. And I just feel like you can always get out of a conflicted situation with a child if you're an adult without doing something like that. However, if we're just comparing, there's a person who said something and there's a person who stabbed someone in the heart. So, and a week apart, and you're getting GoFundMe's for both. It's indicative of how divided we are and how much our modern views on race have failed us. Because this would not have happened when I was a kid. This would not have happened when I was a teenager, or even maybe like my early 20s. And people have amnesia. People act like there wasn't a time where racial relations were like much, much better than this. Like they have us in this false narrative that we're always progressing to get better over time. And it's like, no, it can slide back too. And this one-way conversation of like only racial minorities get to talk about why it's sliding back or try to come up with solutions, that white people have to be, you know, the recipients of some sort of education from them or on the receiving end of attacks over it, but can't participate in solving the issue or expressing their perspective on things at all. That clearly doesn't work. So opening channels of conversation to where white people don't have to be ashamed of being white. White people don't have to feel like they're in the corner, which, by the way, is just a statistical reality. Go ahead and look up what percentage white people are of the entire global population. It's like, I've seen some people say 7%. It goes up to like 13% maybe. So if we're talking about minorities, white people are objectively a minority.
Hey, to all of the people who are against Carmelo Anthony, me as a black man in America, white people, I'm telling you and I'm telling you now, you ever even think to approach me, bully me, harass me, think you're gonna be with your twin brother or twin whatever, and do anything to me, I too will poke you as well. Straight to the heart.
Wow, and you're not a fucking demon. Like, do you think that's like a good look on you? Or, you know, considering you're so comfortable addressing white people as, you know, a collective, do you think that you're invoking like anything good on your collective of black people that you feel so confident speaking for, which you don't, by the way, because there's plenty of black people that are fucking disgusted with the situation? You think it's a flex that you have such a lack of emotional control, bodily control, that it would take just someone coming up and saying something or bullying you or whatever, and you are so willing to not just stab them. First of all, not even just fight them. Even fighting them was one thing, but stab them, and specifically in the heart. Like, that's the level of justification that you think is normal to occur between two high school students. Okay, you're a normal person. You're a normal person.
As a white person, if you are not constantly talking to your family and friends and basically shaming them into caring about the issues, you're not doing your fucking job as a white person. You're just not.
And you're my boss? Bitch. You're my boss. She really thinks she's the CEO over here, talking about do your job, white people. First of all, I know you're very ashamed of it, but you look probably at least half white. So what are you doing? What are you doing? Second of all, white people have no inherent job, role, or obligations to anybody, other white people or other people of other races, simply by virtue of being white. I'm so sorry to say. They don't have to give a fuck about your problems. They don't have to give a fuck about solving your problems. They don't have to give a fuck about other white people's problems. We are all individuals on this planet. And that's, I think, the most disgusting thing about modern society is how heavily we're leaning into this collectivism where you feel comfortable and like it's not schizophrenic as hell to hold up a phone and you're addressing it to white people. That's a schizophrenic concept. You are out of your fucking mind to think that you can just magically address billions of people like that. You are crazy, bitch. I know it's so easy to blame all your problems on your skin tone in the least racist country in all of human history. In the least racist country in all of human history. Half of understanding life is understanding your deck of cards versus other people's deck of cards and playing the hand that you were dealt with. And so long as y'all spend your whole life blaming all the ways in which your life has fallen short of your expectations on your skin color. I mean, it's just pathetic.
When it comes to the Carmelo Anthony case, all I'm gonna say is about damn time. And I know y'all probably wonder why I'm going with this, so listen up. Y'all don't know the story, so Carmelo Anthony is a student who basically was being bullied by some twins, and he was on track, and they had a track meet, and basically the twins had already made it clear that when they seen him, like, it was gonna be problems, and y'all can say what y'all want to say in the comments about the story. Y'all can tell me if I'm wrong, because I know that's what y'all gonna do. But long story short, so he just knew he had to protect himself. Now, story was that he bought a knife, but we found out that it was like this little blade sharpener that you sharpen your cleats with, so it technically wasn't a knife. It was something that most of the track people would already have for their cleats. So one of the twins, rest his soul, basically told him that he was gonna put his hands on him. He said, if you put your hands on him, on me, I'm gonna basically show you what's up. Now, unfortunately, the situation ended the way it ended, and a life was lost, but the life typically was a white kid.
Tragically, a life was lost, but you know, it was a white kid. That actually, that blew my mind. Like, what reality am I in? We just timeline shifted. I feel like I just quantum leaped into a reality where someone can actually say that shit and like that confidently. Let's say he was being bullied. Guess what I was in school a lot? I was bullied. I didn't fucking stab anybody, bitch. I didn't stab anybody. Some of you hoes are lucky, but I didn't stab anybody. And if I had, I 100% would have deserved to go to prison at that age. They're like 17. So to act like, well, you know, he should have known. He told them that if he put his hands on him, that it was going to be a problem. Okay, maybe it's a mistranslation, but I think most normal people, if they hear that, the extent of what they think is like, oh, it's going to be a fist fight or it's going to be a physical altercation, not like you're going to stab someone in the heart. That's crazy. And maybe that's where your logic takes you. Like, you're able to be like, on such a different planet that should have made sense to the victim here. That like, hey, he told me it was going to be a problem. He probably thought it was going to be at worst a fight. If even that. Because people talk shit all day and don't do anything. So if it was going to be anything, it would have been that. And yet it was a knife in the heart. And you are the stuck on stupid ass bitch up here on TikTok talking about tragically life was lost. But you know, it was a white kid. You're pathetic. You're pathetic, and unironically, you probably need Jesus. I actually think any deity, like even like, I don't think Buddha would be cool with that. I don't think Allah would be on the same page with you, and Allah's on some pretty fucked up pages, but like, really, you stab someone because they asked you to stand up from a chair? That's it. So I don't really care what God you find, be it the one true creator or some sort of lesser deity. I'm guessing that's all better than you just being this fucking soulless. Which?
Dear white people.
Hi.
Y'all are your ancestors. Y'all really live by the guilty until proven innocent. This young man was defending himself, but y'all automatically just said he was guilty. He had $1 million bond over his head, and the judge felt need to let him free. I did a video last night before I went to bed, and do you know how many comments I had to delete?
$1 million bond, as is typically probably the case when you stab someone in the heart. I'm gonna guess that's probably the range, right? And the judge feeling like he needed to let him out really doesn't mean shit, because you could be blind and see. That really doesn't mean anything. And it's crazy how that's how I know that you guys who typically argue on feelings, like liberals and racial activists, they always argue on feelings, right? But they're not really doing that with this one. They're really trying to appeal to authority. Like, well, the judge said, and you know, it's like, that's how I know y'all in your hearts know it was wrong. No pun, very horrible pun. That's how I know that in your hearts, which are fortunately still beating, you know. And no biggie that it's $1 million bond, right? Because the parents are raising hundreds of thousands on GoFundMe. I'm sure it'll hit that pretty soon. So make sure you subscribe to this podcast channel as well as my main channel. Follow me on X, TikTok, and Instagram. Subscribe to this podcast on Spotify. And thank you so much to Hypnosia for sponsoring today's video. Go check them out, and I'll see you in the next episode of The.
This is Tattletale Tommy's favorite channel, Blair White, the Transformer. Transformers, more than meets the eye. Transformers, more than meets the eye. You know what? I've seen years of Dear White People articles on the internet, videos, all sorts of shit. I may make some Dear Black People shorts or live streams. Dear Black people, I have a few things to say to all of Black people, all the Black community, as they like to call themselves, which makes no sense.
All you need to die. All you do. We need to go for a global recessive genetic purge by any means necessary. Every last one of you white men, women, and child on this planet need to die.
Okay. Well, you didn't really, not much of an argument there. Just pure, unbridled hatred for a white man.
All you need to die. All you do. We need to go for a global recessive genetic purge by any means necessary. Every last one of you white men.
Look at the nose. Look at the eyes. Look at the nose. I would have an inferiority complex too if I were him, somebody wrote.
Men, women, and child.
This person said, I don't like being hated in my own country. Exactly. I don't like that in my own country either.
Okay. Well, you didn't really.
Having a bad day, a rough time, life dealt you a sucky set of cards, well, you can try blaming white people. Yes, apparently that's what we do today. From everything to racism, to colonialism, to white privilege, white people are probably to blame for all of life's misery. And today, in 2025, when people are blaming white people, they decide to make videos about it and post it on platforms like TikTok and Instagram. So today, we're gonna be reacting to anti-white videos. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Guys, before we get into today's video, please like and subscribe. Yes, today I am doing what I do best, and that is going through the internet and reacting to woke videos. In particular, today we're talking about anti-white woke videos, which we are no stranger to, and you can find plenty of anytime you go searching. We're gonna start off with number one, about the greed of the white colonizers.
Nothing will make you realize the greed of colonizers than when you're flying East Coast to West Coast. Like, did we really need all this land? Why is it taking me 6 hours to fly somewhere in the same country? Surely we didn't need all of this. Like, we could have stopped at Ohio, or we could have just not. And the colonizers come from small countries, so I'm like really wondering where they got the idea to just walk and walk and walk. God, this is so long.
I don't even know what the point is here. I feel like she's invalidating the point with the very nature of the video that she's making. She is flying cross country, which means that she has had some sort of drive to get from point A to point B in this 6-hour long plane ride, but she can't understand why colonizers might have wanted to explore the land and expand further and go to places that they had yet to even discover for themselves. It's not quite making sense to me exactly what she's saying. And yes, while one may be from a small country, that in no way dictates the extent to which they can explore another land when they get there, okay? We can brush up on Manifest Destiny, the Gold Rush, things like that, things that would have motivated individuals to explore further, to expand. And she understands it because for some reason, she is on a plane ride herself in the greedy nature of this 2025 modern woman going to another place in the United States from East to West Coast. So I just don't know, to be honest.
People, are we buying fruit from those fruit stands on the side of the road? I have a fruit stand guy on my, just like scared of getting sick or something. It doesn't seem very sanitary, but
So that was a screen recording of the video you just watched, because that creator has blocked me because I commented on her video saying that this is such a microaggression. That video genuinely blew mine because she goes on to ask whether or not like anyone buys like fruit from those fruit stands, and then she says that she thinks that it's unsanitary. Girl, you live in New York City. Do you take the subway? If you sit on the subway, do you not wash your ass? So you're telling me that if you go to Trader Joe's or a farmer's market, you eat your fruit and vegetables unwashed? You're talking about the fruit and veggies that are grown in the earth, in the dirt? And it is just so annoying because I promise you, like, if these fruit stands did not exist and it was just majority farmers market, we would not be having this conversation at all. I was born and raised in New York City, specifically in Chinatown, and I have been getting fruits from them since I don't even know when, since before I was born. Like, my family has been buying from those fruit stands since before I was born. And the reason why I'm so annoyed by this is because those fruit stands are predominantly run by people of color and immigrants. Do you not wash your fruit when you go home? Like, this is like blowing mine. And then what literally is a cherry on top is the fact that she was like, oh, like the locals are going to be mad at me for this or whatever. No, babe. It's not just locals mad at you. It's actually people of color too.
What? And that got 250,000 likes on it. Maybe I'm not filled in on something. I live in Los Angeles. When somebody's talking about a fruit stand for me, of course there are the fruit stands where you can actually buy like whole produce. We're talking like mangoes, whole watermelons, yada, yada, yada. But there's also fruit stands all over the place where they have cut fruit. You walk up and you ask the person for specific types of fruit. They cut the fruit right in front of you and they put it in a container and they hand it to you. Now, this fruit is sort of sitting out on some ice, but like in the sun, and maybe there's a little umbrella over the stand. That's what I pictured this young woman talking about, and asking whether or not it's sanitary to just walk up to somebody who's sitting outside with all this fruit, who chops it up on the same cutting board they chop up for everybody else, and they put it in a container and they hand it to you. Now, I personally purchase fruit from these fruit stands all the time, but if somebody had a question as to whether or not it's sanitary, I wouldn't really think twice about that. I think it's a pretty valid question to be asking if you're going to be grabbing produce that somebody is making for you and then you're meant to eat right then and there. It's very different from going to any store or any fruit stand, buying whole fruit with the skin on, and then going home, cleaning it and eating it. In no way, shape, or form did this come off as a microaggression. I don't think she was questioning whether or not the individual who is selling the fruit is sanitary. I quite literally think she was questioning whether or not the situation in itself is a sanitary one for somebody who's going to be consuming the fruit they buy right then and there. But go off, sis, I guess. Everything's a microaggression these days. Everything is racist. If this is your threshold for a racist microaggression, the world's gonna be really tough. The world is really racist indeed. The world is full of white supremacists if what she just said has anything to do with racism. Moving on, okay. Now, if you have your racism in public, like this girl did with her video about fruit stands, what about the racism that happens in private? That's what this next video is about.
Hi, my name's Kylie, and here are some things that white people say without realizing they're being racist. Moved a lot growing up. Sometimes I was in rural, homogenous white areas, and other times it was diverse urban areas. But regardless, here are some things that I've heard. Number one, coming in hot, we have when a white person is telling a story and they mention the race of the person for no reason. That waitress, and then mention how she was Hispanic as if that somehow has something to do with her character.
You're making it something to do with her character. What if you're just telling a story and you want somebody to be able to picture what the individual looks like? If I'm talking to an Indian woman and I go and retell the story, I'd say, yeah, the woman was Indian. Kind of helps fill in a few blanks there, right? Instead of just thinking of just this random being, maybe we could, put a bit of a face to the name. Okay.
Number two, telling a story about someone from a different race and then doing an accent too.
Ooh, y'all would hate to see me after I talk to anybody with an accent. Okay. When I went to London and I was talking to all these different Englishmen, English women, I was doing your accent every single time y'all left. When I go to the nail salon and I talk to somebody with a particular accent, I guess most typically Vietnamese accent, best believe I'm doing the accent. And it's not to mock or to make fun. It's just that this is a different accent than my own, and we take on these things. I think oftentimes people, when even speaking to somebody with a distinct accent, they're sort of taking their accent on in their mind. And, you know, a lot of people struggle with just shutting that off and speaking normally. Nothing racist about that. And is your life just no fun? My goodness. People are different, and those differences are cool, and we can celebrate them and use them in storytelling, and it actually helps like paint a picture. I love when somebody's speaking to me and they're telling me a story and they start taking on different accents and voices to fill in the different people that they're speaking about. Nothing racist about it. In fact, I find it quite endearing. But again, go off, sis. Number 3.
Saying the N-word in rap music or other songs because it's going too fast to skip it.
Bro, just don't put the N-word in your songs then, if you don't want people of all races to listen and to sing it. And I say this in particular, Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick, I love you as a rapper, but one time you brought a white girl up on stage to sing one of your songs, and she sang the N-word with you, and then you cut the music and told her she shouldn't do that.
Wait. You gotta bleep one single word though.
Now, I can understand to a certain extent why we've moved this way as a society, but my goodness, it's not like they're saying it to be derogatory. They're not calling you the N-word with the hard R. They're not trying to start some sort of dispute. They're admiring the music and singing the lyrics as you wrote them. And I know white people now do this thing where they're like lip singing a song or they're rapping it and they like cover their mouth when the N-word comes around, or they just hold it close, and you know, it's fine. Do what you will and not even do what.
No, that's stupid. Just say the N-word, nigga or nigger, with the hard R, hard R.
You will do what you have to do, or people are going to hate on you in the comments, but it's really not that deep. And oftentimes I find that people who are most offended by somebody
nigga,
using the N-word in a song in particular is people outside of the black race. So that's cool, I guess.
Number 4, thinking that their lack of skill when it comes to sports is because they're white and not because, in fact, they are unathletic. Yes, they have actually said this. I've had a white boy tell me he would have gone to the NBA if he was black.
Dude, this is like when your dad goes like, I would have been a D1 athlete if it wasn't for that, you know, PCL tear in 09 or whatever the hell they say, you know? It's like, okay, clearly you're being a little hyperbolic and you are probably never going to be a D1 athlete, but there are things that sort of give way to this statement that you're now making. If a white guy's like, yeah, I could have been in the NBA if I was black, okay, obviously he probably would not have been in the NBA if he was black, but there are differences, and that's why we can look at the NBA and see that it is overwhelmingly representative of people of color, males of color, because there are athletic differences between the different races. I mean, this seems like pretty cut and clear. We can move it to another sport. I don't know, like look at like running or long distance running. You know, black people, people of color overwhelmingly dominate those sports. So there is something to what is being said by that white individual. Now, do I believe they would be in the NBA if they were black? Probably not, but that doesn't mean that they're completely wrong.
Number 5, assuming that hearing people in public speaking a different language means they are talking badly about you. Specifically, nail techs or waitstaff, because white people think everything is about them.
Okay, I've certainly heard people who are not white have this exact same thought when they're in a room full of people who are speaking a different language. I don't think it has anything to do with being racist or any sort of microaggression. I think it has more to do with insecurity and also maybe an evolutionary response that we have to not understanding the situation around us. We are consistently trying to gauge threats and in places where we might need to be protective of ourselves. And while we live in this modern age where everything's cushy and normal and for the most part we're very safe, these things are still, awakened in us in certain scenarios. And when you walk into a room or any place where you cannot understand a single word that's being said, many of us will interpret that as some sort of threat to us or a possible threat to us. And that could be our insecurity speaking. It could also be our survival instincts speaking. Now, should we walk around assuming that people are speaking a different language because they want to speak about us? No, and that's not something that I do, but I know there are people who have those thoughts. It doesn't make them racist. At the very, worst, it makes them a little insecure and maybe a little self-centered. All right, that's okay. This next one is titled, This Made Me Rethink White Privilege.
Yesterday, my son was playing football at school with some white kids and some black kids, and one of the black kids missed a catch. And one of the white kids said out loud, well, I bet if it was a certain type of food, I'm not going to say it, you know what I mean. he would have caught it.
Okay, you know what? You know what I'm gonna call this guy out for? Just say the food, okay? Because now you're making me racist, okay? When you don't just say the thing that was said, now I have to fill in. What was it? Was it fried chicken? Was it watermelon? Was it, purple Kool-Aid? Now I'm the racist because I'm going through all the different things that this could have possibly been. Instead of you just telling me that it was fried chicken or watermelon. Let's just be honest. Tell the story as it happened.
And my son got in the car with my wife to go home and asked her what that meant. And it breaks my heart that we continue and will always have to continue to talk about these things with our kids. And
it breaks his heart? What?
So important that we do, but it's so sad. Racism, microaggressions, homophobia, humanity, how do we treat people? And this stuff is right in front of their face on the football field, in elementary school, good neighborhood. It doesn't matter. It's everywhere. And it made me think about white privilege. And it made me think about...
No such thing as white privilege. No such thing. Except in your liberal, pussified mind. All right? You're a cuck. That's what you are. You're a wimpy boy.
The fact that I think I've had it wrong. This whole time I've thought white privilege was about money, and it was about getting into college and getting jobs.
Getting into college? Who's favored in that process in America with affirmative action? A black person can score 300 to 400 points lower on SATs and take the spot of a white child in that college. You're fucked up, dummy. Do some research. Don't be lazy. Don't be lazy and stupid.
And it is those things.
No, it isn't.
But what I don't think I really understood was that white privilege was going through my entire life, never having to know what that kid felt like.
What?
No such thing as white privilege. There's all kinds of names levied at white people all the time. But you don't notice.
What are you talking about? Even in this specific scenario, I could do one of these scenarios for every single race and it would have nothing to do with white privilege. In fact, I will do it for you right now. For a black kid, if that would have been fried chicken, you'd have caught it. Boom, roasted. Mexican, if that would have been a taco, you'd have caught it. Boom, roasted. Asian, if that would have been a bowl of white rice, you'd have caught it. Boom, roasted. White person, if that had been an unseasoned chicken breast that's overcooked, you'd have caught it. Boom, roasted. So it has nothing to do with white privilege. We can track down certain stereotypes that we throw around to people, especially when we're kids, all the time. Now, is it particularly nice? No. Should we have a sit down and talk to with those kids about talking to other people in that way and making jokes like that, specifically when they're making people uncomfortable? Probably, yeah, we should have that conversation. But to make it a much deeper thing of like, they hate this black kid or they're exercising their white privilege over this black kid, you're doing a little bit too much. For we will all experience this to some extent or another. Now, this guy may have floated through life not experiencing a single thing that he just mentioned in that video, and good for him, but that does not mean it doesn't exist for white people, and that this is some sort of privilege that they exercise over this black child who got, let's be honest, a pretty minor joke about catching a ball out on the field. Again, if this is the worst that we're experiencing as far as microaggressions and racism, we are doing pretty well as a society. Now, this next video is actually made by a leftist who says this is why we lost, and this is in regard to the last election, so I'm very curious to see what pops up here.
This is why we lost. Part 2.
Trust black women, they lead the way. Trust black women, they lead the way. White women, stop abandoning your sisters. Trust black women, they lead the way. Oh, we're mad as hell. Oh, can't you tell? Oh, we're mad as hell. Can't you tell? We just
They're dumb as hell. They're disgusting. Is that what they're singing?
stand you f***ing bastards. Oh, we're mad as hell. Can't you tell?
Okay, we should have trusted a black woman with the rhythm of that song because, woo! We should have got a conductor and a black one at that one. I don't know what to say about this. They're doing the whole anti-white thing. At least they think they're the allies in this scenario, and that it's still their fault, but at least they're trying to trust black women. I don't know what this means, guys. Not all black women are to be trusted, okay? Not all white women are to be trusted or to be distrusted. We are all individuals capable of good and bad at any given moment on any given day, and we should trust the individuals that prove to us that they deserve to be trusted. And this whole subservience that I think a lot of white people have to black people needs to stop, because baked into this song that you're singing about wanting to trust me and wanting me to be able to lead the way is a certain amount of condescension that I find it very difficult to get over. It's like you're talking to a little child and pedestalizing them over you because you feel as though you need to. And it's very demoralizing, degrading to hear as a half black woman myself. You guys can chill and we can be normal. My race does not always.
You can't please them no matter what. There's no way you can do it.
Have to be talked about. I don't have to be inherently trusted because of my race. I don't need you to tell me to lead the way. In fact, I think I just want to be left alone and to lead my life, and I want you to do the same with yours. Could we do that? Could we do that? Okay, that was going to be our last video, but we have a little bit of a bonus round. This is not even an anti-white TikTok, it's just a woke TikTok. And this one got 1.1 million likes on it. So let's see what we have.
I 100% dare you to name one thing that you hope happens in 2025.
Okay, along the camera. What does that mean? Okay, that made me feel weird, but I'm gonna read the comments. There's 45,000 comments. Okay, the fact that everyone knows what he means is proof that America is done. Either I'm a mind reader or we're just all thinking it. Same, publicly, on camera. Bro, I'm not picky either. A plane, a train, a fillet of fish, a golf ball, Mario's brother, a car. I don't care how it happens, it just needs to happen. And the last one, humanity has evolved and we can now all speak using telepathy. Okay, in case you guys didn't get what that guy was saying with his eyes. He's saying he wants Donald Trump to be assassinated or murdered, you know, killed in any way, shape, or form. Could be an accident, who knows. That's what everybody is saying in the comments. And the fact that these comments have hundreds of thousands of likes collectively, you know, this video itself has 1.1 million likes on it and 46,000 comments should tell you everything you need to know about where we are as a country right now. And I've got to be honest, I'm looking around my life since this man was elected. Not all that much has changed. We're chilling for the most part. You know, some hiccups here and there, some wins here and there. Nothing in me wants to call for the assassination or murder of anybody, let alone the sitting president of the United States. And had I not won this election, I would also not be calling for the assassination, murder, death of the sitting president of the United States. You guys are weird, and I say that about all 1.1 million of you. What a tough time to be alive, guys. But hopefully, we're finding community and looking at these videos, reacting to them, and giving our response. There will be way more to come because, as I said, these never stop being made. And today we focused on anti-white TikToks, but there's going to be many other topics we could focus on. Drop some that you want us to tackle in the comments down below, and I will check them out. Guys, make sure to leave your thoughts on every single one of these videos in the comments down below. If you disagree with anything I've said in this video, duke it out, but do so respectfully. I encourage healthy debate on this channel. And if you like this video, like, subscribe, click the notification bell to be notified every single time I post a video for you guys, which is every day. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Let's go live. You guys want to go live? Let's go live. We shall go live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Get the show on the road. It's showtime.
Now all of a sudden this creep is saying it's showtime. This creepy creature that loves to spit Big Mac out of his mouth and French fries and speak with his mouth full and say disgusting things. This creepy, creepy, creepy little creature. That's what he is. He's a real creep, a real psycho. He knows I can see what he is. That's what bothers him. They don't like to be spotted. You're a psycho, Frank. You're a psycho. You're creepy.
All right, all right, all right. Y'all about ready to go live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, all right, all right. Ooh, that's interesting. Wonder what happened there. Have to double check and then check again. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Frank Monday coming at you live on a Tuesday. Y'all good looking, sexy people out in happy land. Hope you're doing all right tonight. Good looking out. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for checking out the video. Let's get the show started. Welcome back, Wayfarer. I hope you are doing well. Wizard, warrior, wanderer, and wild Cadillac, wherever you are, whoever you are, and whenever you may be receiving this transmission. I'm broadcasting to you from the central kingdom of the celestial dragon, Twilight Zone old Peking, far behind the bamboo firewall, coming at you once again like Finnegan. So if you've got a yen to expand your kin, let's get zen. Let's get into it. Let's get into some shoes. Get into some new shoes. Y'all ready to get into some new shoes tonight? I hope so. I got some prepared for you. Nothing like a pair of smooth new shoes. So let's check out some issues. Let's see what we got going on.
He yaps and says nothing. Nobody watches him, but he'll go live with one person watching. I'm your only viewer, Frank. I'm the only one watching your shit. Someone who doesn't like you is the only one watching your shit. You have 799 subs and nobody watches you. Nobody can stand you.
Top of the news cycle, share screen. Make sure this all looks good. Frank Monday, live jive archive. Record it, don't record it. Select window or screen, entire screen. I'll allow it. Before I do, though, oh, it just already did it, man. It just launches right into it. Let's check out this here. What do we got here? Design, design, design. Where's the buttons, man? I thought this thing had some interesting captions. There they are, captions. I would like to remind you all to hit the like button and subscribe. Hey, why did it do that? That's not what I want. What you doing over there? Cut that shit out. All right. Got me down in the corner now. See how we look on the side. Yeah, check me out on buymeacoffee.com/Frank Monday. Pull a something in the tip jar. I certainly would appreciate that. That puts the lead in my pencil, the pep in my step.
He's begging for donations. Is buy me a coffee. And now he's using Restream. Of course. I'm sure he saw Restream used by me, so he's got to use Restream. But he wants people to buy him a coffee. Here's his link to buy him a coffee. In other words, give him shekels. Jewish Frank Monday, begging for shekels. Well, I'll be damned. Who would have thought that he'd be begging for shekels?
Where is the chat on this thing? There it is. Everything's changed on the old restream, guys. There's the address, man. If you want to get in it to win it, I will post it here in a moment. Before we do, though, they're calling for an ambush, or they said it was an ambush. Recently, Memology 101 presented it said that Trump confronted South African president with false white genocide claims. Man, that seems pretty serious. Does that sound accurate to you? Does that sound like something that really went down? Because I don't know, man. That doesn't really sound that accurate to me. I think that from what anyone's gathered over the past recent years, that's exactly what's going on. I don't know though. I don't know. Who am I to speculate on what the news media is bringing you?
He's a retard. That's what Frank is. Just a retard, a fence-sitting moron. That's what he is.
Let me see if I can drop this. I don't even know how to drop it. It says I've got a couple of things in the ideas room. Okay, good. Appreciate that. Make sure you guys check me out on buymeacoffee.com/Frank Money. Consider a one-time donation to keep the lead in the old pencil, right? And if it's your first,
You just begged for shekels a minute ago. You're begging again? Twice in a minute? Wow. You really want people to buy you a coffee and send you money, don't you?
first time, don't let it be your last time. Make sure you like and subscribe. Do all that happy horse shit that makes YouTube's algorithms bark like Pavlov's dog. Let's see, what are they talking about here? What you talking about?
He says the same garbage all the time. Here's my response. Real men don't beg for shekels on YouTube. Real men don't beg for shekels on YouTube. Frank, you're not a real man. You're a shekels beggar.
Oh, okay. So what he shows is that every single news platform across the entire spectrum all called what he did an ambush. They said it's like when he ambushed the Z-Man. They're saying the T-Man ambushed the Z-Man. I wonder if I can stop that. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, excellent. In addition to that, Trump is talking about launching the Golden Dome, and I thought, wow, that's interesting. Maybe that has something to do with him finally coming out of the closet and admitting that he's been wearing a toupee this whole time, and he's going to reveal the Golden Dome in all its glory. And I thought maybe if it's covering his Golden Dome, then he should call it the orange rug, right? The yellow kitty. I'm not exactly sure what he's got on top of his head, but it's something entertaining to be sure. Also, I would like to welcome any new listeners to the show and say thank you for stopping by and checking out the program. As I said, you can check me out on Buy Me a Coffee and get a little up to date. And then, yeah, I want to start off with a little prayer, and I thought I would share with you guys out of video storage. Let me see if this is going to work. I think I just click on it. No? Does that work? Boo boo boo. I don't see it. I don't see it popping up. What happened? Why is it? Why am I there? Goes. So it's in pause mode. Is it playing or not playing? Give me a second, guys. Yeah. So I'd like to start the program like I do every time with a little prayer. And I thought maybe Israel Regardi could lead us in a moment of prayer. This is really taking some load time for this to get busy. Wow. Wait for it, I guess, huh?
Invocation of
Let me check my scenes to see if I'm still connected.
all lusty,
You never know with these platforms, man.
in the name of the mighty and terrible one,
Catch a feed
I
in
proclaim
times
that I
to
have
production.
banished the shells
Looks like we're good.
into their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom.
Looks like we may. In fact, make sure you guys hit that thumb up. You guys, I can see that on the
O
transmission.
thou
Just like
majesty
you
of the
guys
Godhead, wisdom
People are just
crowned
waking up
Tahuti, Lord of the
on the
gates
West
of the
Coast.
universe,
There it is.
thee I invoke. O thou of the iron head,
Okay, here we go. Has that been playing the whole time? Weird. What a okay. What a really dramatic delay on this thing. Hold it for a moment and exhale. Another deep breath. And command yourself to relax. All right, good. That video was actually playing on the stream, but it wasn't playing in my window. Like I couldn't hear anything, but it was playing. So I'm gonna go ahead and let Israel Regardi lead us through the invocation of Thoth. Yeah, just all kinds of delays on the loops here, guys. It's loop to looped in for a loop-de-loop. Yeah, I don't trust Restream at all. I can't wait to get back on. I got 20 free hours coming up on StreamYard, but it's going to be not until next week that I get those back. But this one allows me to invite guests. So if you are out there in Happy Land and you'd like to visit the stream, all right, if it's your first time, don't let it be your last time. Click the link. Come on over and say hello. And I will play this as an opening prayer 12 minutes in to the transmission. Oh, connection lost. Bummer.
invocation of Thoth. Quote, ye two divine
You're welcome, Wendy. Goodbye for now. I hope you have a delicious lunch. Have a great lunch, Wendy. It's always good to see you here. It's good to have you. Have a beautiful day. I'm going to post this up on the screen. This is my newest meme I was working on in the background. Hello. Do you find honesty refreshing? Do you prefer honest conversations about race, gender, society? That's an eye-catching meme, isn't it? George King, well, I think Frank Monday's a fan. But Frank Monday's a fan of all kinds of garbage. He really is.
I'm Lord Zion, and I am a racist. And what I love most about being a racist is the fact that people think I am afraid to confess to being a racist. So it makes me feel so good and strong and courageous to be able to walk proudly in my truth, not worrying about what may happen or the backlash that I may receive for being this way. And if you have white, red, pink, beige, or clear skin, there is absolutely nothing that you could ever do to make me like you. Black power forever. Why are all of these animals from Africa crawling into my comment section like roaches? You're swarming into my comment section. I don't even know what you're saying. Why are you even here? And why does it make you so angry that I'm telling you that we're not coming to Africa? Do y'all need us that bad? Y'all need what we have that bad that it makes you angry that I'm telling you that I want you to stay away from us? What is wrong with you people? So, we don't care if you don't come here. We don't need you. Oh, yes, you do need us. And you know why I know you need us? Because you people beg and borrow and bum your way to America just to come here and latch onto us like ticks. You latch onto us and steal our culture, trying to act like us and dress like us and talk like us because you don't have an identity. You need us. That's why you're so mad about me saying we're not coming to Africa. Instead of you just moving on and keep scrolling, you're coming in my comment section trying to force your way in. What is wrong with you animalistic beast?
Hey guys, my name is Madi and you are welcome to Madi Speaks. Now, I will always tell you guys that Africans are different from Black people. Okay, I know that is a bit confusing, but let me explain it to you guys. Now, by Africans, I mean people who live in the continent of Africa or who might be living outside of Africa as immigrants in foreign countries but recently migrated out of Africa. This includes the children they give birth to in these foreign countries. They are all Africans. Now, Black people are those who claim to be foundational this and that, okay, who were descendants of slaves, okay, who can trace back their fourth generation to America and places like that. Now, these two groups of people are vastly different in so many regards, and I'm not gonna start listing out their differences so that maybe some people might not feel triggered and insulted. But let me just give you one example, okay? Now, Africans have their fathers in the homes. I, for one, in all my 23 years of living on this earth, I do not know a single person in my circle who is African and whose father abandoned them, okay? All my friends have their mom and dad raising them. Everybody I know have their father in the family, unless their father is late. Their father is dead, unless. Now, some of you might be like, oh, are you trying to tell me that there's no single African whose father is not in the home? There might be, but these are rare cases, okay? These are very rare cases. And in my circle of friends, like the people I know around me, their fathers, their mothers are in the home, right? They are being raised in a two-parent household. Now, you know the story when it comes to Black Americans. The reverse is the case, okay? Now, it was even a huge culture shock for me. And I don't mean this as an insult. I'm just telling you the facts, okay? Also, you see the way she mimicked Africans, saying that they speak hookah puchi, da buka buka, whatever, okay? Those verbal insults would never ever trigger an African person. In fact, it will make us laugh and nothing more, okay? We will find it funny, okay? Now, but I cannot say the same thing for Black people, who have proven time and time again that a single word can be used to shatter their entire existence and send them crying like little girls. Anyway, let's try to make sense of her ridiculous outburst, okay? Let's try to understand what she's talking about and what set her off so bad. So I went to her page and discovered that all she does is make hateful videos against white people. If she's not insulting them and blaming them for one thing or the other, then she's telling them to worship her. Yes, you heard me. Telling them to worship her as God. As ridiculous as that sounds, that is what she's saying. Now, Africans in her comment section are not having her uncouth behavior, and they started calling her out for her horrible actions. But instead of reflecting on her behavior, she decided to insult them and call them names.
And you immigrants, especially the ones from Africa, y'all love coming here telling us that we do not have a culture. Y'all always do that. You come here claiming that Black Americans don't have a culture, all while you are imitating and cosplaying our culture. You literally come here to our country trying to be us, trying to act just like we act, trying to speak just like we speak, using our lingo, trying to dress just how we dress. You do everything that we do, trying to eat how we eat. That is our culture, our food, our music, our clothing, our style. That is our culture that we have created that you are imitating. You have never in your life seen Black Americans trying to act and dress and speak like an African. You're supposed to be the source. You're supposed to be the root, but we don't act like you, and it's the other way around. Make it make sense. Have you ever in your life seen a Black person in America trying to act and speak like someone from Africa? You have never, and you will never. Like Kai Cenat, who stood up on his platform telling Black Americans, oh, y'all don't have no culture, while he's sitting up there acting like a Black American. He's not talking like a Nigerian. He ain't dressing like a Nigerian. He's dressing and speaking like us, like our culture, while telling us we don't have one. It makes no sense. This is why we know that we are not African. We have no connection to you. We know in our soul lets us know that we are superior to you. You look up to us. You idolize us. You want to beat us. So how can we come from you when you're trying to beat us? Make it make sense. You know who you are. Get on the floor. It's Black power forever.
All I'm going to say is that these people need a serious psychiatric intervention, okay? Individuals like her are just crazy. And that is also why the reasonable members of the society are plagued with Black fatigue. People are tired of this horror. Her page is filled with videos upon videos of her being racist and extremely hateful to white people, saying all sort of horrible things about them, calling them pink people, pasty people, sun dodgers. I mean, names that would send people like her into a rioting and looting mode if a white person were to say the same thing about them. Now, because we are calling her out on her own hypocrisy, on her own racism, she decided to turn her craziness on Africans. As she kept on claiming that Africans are trying to be like them, you know, Black people, trying to practice their culture and all those other white claims, I kept saying to myself, God forbid, I reject, God forbid, I reject. I mean, what culture are you talking about? The culture of fatherless homes? In fact, I won't even use my words, okay? Let me use the words of fellow Africans in the comment section. This person said, ha 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 ha, I don't want to have 2, 3, 4 baby daddies. My father was always home. Nobody ever wanted to be like y'all. We are actually taught to be far from y'all. But I'm so-called Christ. Yeah, in case you are wondering, in case you're lost, that is her username. Mrs. Christ, okay? So, but I'm so-called Christ. Give us your own language, because we Africans, we have our own language apart from English. What is your culture? Is she calling Jordans and Timberland her culture? God forbid we ever become society's rejects like you. No one across the world wants anything to do with you. You know it, and that is why you are so full of rage. Remember, guys, these are not my words, okay? These are the words of the Africans in her comment section, but they are not lies, okay? The new global music trend is Afrobeats and Amapiano. People aren't checking for you like that. Your dress style and manners is not my thing. I prefer elegance. All right, so it is just so tiring. It is just so exhausting. And this is why I feel the pains of other non-Black people. Now, I'm talking about white people, Asians, Hispanics, okay? People who have to go through this kind of headache and noise making every single day of their lives in the United States of America. It must be so tiring. It must be hell for you guys. Getting this type of degeneracy from the same people, from the same group of people. It must be super exhausting. So yeah, I understand why Black fatigue is a thing. Now, my intention for making this video is not to start a clash between Africans and Black Americans. No, that is not the reason for making this video. Rather, my intention for making this video is to further clarify to you guys that these ninjas, YouTube, I said ninjas, okay? Now, these ninjas are truly doing too much. They are utterly tiring everyone out. everyone, including African people. It is not just white people or people from other races. It is also even Africans. They claim to have invented everything. They claim everyone is appropriating their culture. They insult everyone. They use racist slurs on everyone. They disrupt public peace. They generate nuisance everywhere they go. They always show themselves. But the icing on the cake is that they turn around and pretend to be the victim. Now, I'm not going to waste any more time on this individual, but what I'm going to say is this. These are the individuals smearing the reputation of the Black community and giving Africans and people like me more reason to differentiate ourselves from them. Now, I am truly begging the owners of these people to please put them on a leash, or better still, book a psychiatric therapy session for them so that they can be on their way to recovery. Because looking at them, I know that they have a lot of baggage and a lot of phantom trauma. But as always, guys, these are my thoughts, these are my opinions, but feel free to share yours in the comment section below, but do so respectfully. Also, if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, honestly, I don't know what you're waiting for.
I just want to say that every black person, every person that's black in America need to right now stand up for Rodney Hinton. We need to make that man a GoFundMe. If that white girl can get on GoFundMe and disrespect the little black girl by calling her the N-word, calling her the N-word repeatedly and being recorded by calling her the word, then we need to get on here and we need to make a GoFundMe for Rodney, because we need him protected, man, because that's a black love. The police came to that man's house, told them that they unjustly gunned his son down. That man didn't wait, because we already know what waiting and got us. We don't get no justice in court, so wait for what? That man reacted right then. That's black love. He shows you what we willing to do for our people. If y'all gonna go out there and let that white girl get a damn near $300,000 for calling that black person start a GoFundMe for Rodney Hinton.
Anyone talking freedom without blood is delusional. You living in a whole phase. I'm gonna tell you why. Ain't no such thing as getting no freedom. History done taught me that. Ain't gonna be no amount of protesting. Ain't gonna be no amount of begging. Ain't gonna be no amount of petitioning. Nothing is gonna get you your freedom until you go out there and you put blood on the floor. That's the only thing they respect. I think I said this before. It's two things that these devils and this white America respect. And that's when you mess with their money, and that's when you start spilling blood. All that protesting and we shall overcome shit. That's why I be telling people, don't hit my phone until you ready to go do what you got to do. But a lot of us ain't going to do that. You want to know why? Because they don't want to burn the relationships that they have with white people. Until you got their kids out there crying, bleeding in the streets, like people got to die. Blood got to be spilled, man. It ain't going to be no easy way. Y'all talking about easy. Who gonna protest? Who protesting? You gotta something, man. Put that blood on the floor. When you ready to do that, then hit my phone. Until then, don't hit me with that. Asking me what we gonna do. Are we gonna start a petition? Are we gonna, man, y'all some suckers. You a cold sucker, man. Them boys ain't starting no petitions, man. Them Proud Boys ain't down there starting no petitions until we can go in them white boys' neighborhoods and start causing turmoil and start raising mayhem, start making all that mayhem over there. Make them bleed. It's the only way. Other than that, y'all gonna be slaves. Forever. Deuces.
Hey guys, my name is Modi and you are welcome to Modi Speaks. So let's talk about this horrible individual who appeared to be a tough guy when he was threatening people from a particular race, but has now turned into a weak crying who is now soliciting for money on his Give Send Go after he was fired from his job for his hate speech and online threats. The fundraising part is so hilarious. But anyway, let's start from the beginning. So you guys remember this man by the name of Rodney Hinton Jr., who was arrested for deliberately ramming his car into a sheriff's deputy by the name of Larry Henderson while he was on duty. killing him, okay? And by the way, this officer has been with the sheriff's office for 33 years. So the crux of the matter is that the murderer, Rodney Hinton Jr., was, according to people, grieving for his 18-year-old son who was fatally shot the day before by a group of police officers. This was because his son, Ryan Hinton, was involved in a car robbery, okay? He stole a car and was attempting to flee with the car. He was armed and fleeing from arrest when a police officer shot him. Now, this too boils down to the black fatigue syndrome, which the entire society is fed up with, okay? I mean, what business is an 18-year-old supposed to have with car robberies and, carrying firearms while fleeing from the police? If you valued your life, I don't think you would put yourself in a position where you are stealing people's cars, carrying firearms, and trying to run away from the police to avoid arrest. I mean, that is just insane. So yeah, this man, Rodney Hinton Jr., decided to retaliate, okay? So he went out the next day in his car and drove straight into this sheriff's deputy, killing him. He thought he was avenging his son, a son he clearly did a poor job raising. Now, he was consequently arrested and charged with aggravated murder. And if you ask me, I think he will be going away for a very long time, okay? What he did was evil. What he did was horrible, and he should pay the price in full. His son should have himself to blame, okay? He practically brought his death on himself. If he didn't go out robbing people, robbing them of their cars and running away with it, and also trying to get away from the police to, kind of evade arrest, this wouldn't have happened to him. That is just pure facts. Now, that is the main story. So this idiot here decided to grift off this man's unfortunate story. He started hailing Rodney Hinton Jr. as a hero, saying that he respects him for taking the life of a police officer who is white. Now, when I came across this video, I was taken aback by the sheer stupidity I witnessed oozing out of him, okay? So I decided to dig a little deeper and to get to know him better. So visiting his TikTok page, I immediately realized that he is an instigator. A very foolish one at that, though. He is farming for attention and virality on the internet, and he is doing everything possible to get noticed. He keeps jumping from one viral black crime to the other, claiming that those black criminals are not criminals, but rather they are heroes and great men. His page is filled with posts upon posts claiming that Carmelo Anthony is a hero, okay? He even made a video with his son, a very little kid, claiming that he is raising his child to be a Carmelo Anthony. Now, you should understand what he's hinting on, okay? But even though he's being openly racist as possible, just to get a reaction out of people, his videos are still performing extremely horribly, okay? That is very evident looking at his page. And I think that was why he decided to go full ballistic on his hate speech. Here he said, Robert Hinton Jr. knew hesitation is not an option. If more of us did like Rodney Hinton Jr., who with us? That is a poor English, but you get what he's trying to say. So he's calling for black people to go on a rampage, killing white police officers. Wow, what a genius. Going on the internet and calling for a particular group of people to be attacked, and even claiming that he is not scared because he has nothing to lose.
Oh, now you claim you don't understand this because how Rodney Hinton went. Now we aggressors, huh? Because we want to protect our seeds. Because what Rodney Hinton did was he told you that if my son don't come home, it ain't no home. So now you looking back and you like, oh man, why a black father get to do that, huh? That's that black strength. And yeah, he might go to prison. And yeah, y'all might give him life. But we stop caring no more, man. You see, you already say we the majority up in there. But as long as you start continuing to take our life out here, we gonna make y'all the minority of getting hunted down. You can't keep doing that to us. We ain't going. Rodney gonna be straight wherever he going. He understand, like every black man understands at a certain point that sacrifices must be made. Sacrifice must be made. Can't keep holding our hands. We can't keep being in the background scared no more. Nobody. None of us. Me included. If you black, if you look like me, this what they doing to you. They hunting you down every day. Hunting you down every day. Hunting you down. Hunting down you, hunting down your people, hunting down us. They want us out of there. And then when you react, oh man, you a criminal. Man, listen, bro. If y'all killing us anyway, what we got to lose? Nothing. We ain't got shit to.
This guy is a moron, okay? A noisy one, by the way. He said they are going to make white people the minority again. Again. I mean, he is in the United States of America and he's talking about making white people the minority again. When we are white people ever the minority in America? Anyway, he went on to make a host of other threat videos, which you can find still available on his TikTok page, okay? Now, his job got wind of his dangerous conduct and they had to do what any reasonable company would do. That is, destroy any link that would associate them with him. In other words, they fired him. And almost immediately, this tough gangster became a fragile, crying sissy. Started a give send go and started demanding for help and donations.
You know, I got fired today from my job for posting about Rodney Hinton Jr. And I made a post about this earlier. Somebody was like, "Is he gonna cry? Is he feeling sad?" I mean, in a way, I am. You wanna know why? Because I gave these people 5 good years, and because I chose to make a post that was personal to myself about Rodney Hinton, him standing up and doing what he did, and them actually going on my social media and seeing that and making that the reason to fire me is just crazy. Yeah, I want to cry. I got bills to be paid. I got two daughters. I'm a single father, so you know, yeah, I'm worried. That was my avenue. Though we pay health insurance, lights, water bills, and a lot of people when I made my first post was like, "Go work for yourself. Go work for yourself." We're doing what? I got you know how you work from face to face. So I'm asking if you see this to make this go viral. I post my Cash App on here. If you can send $1, just $1, I know 1,000 people gonna watch this video. If I could just get $1, then I can help pay my rent. And I'm a worker. I post every day until I get another job. But I know it's gonna be some time. And I was getting paid like $35 an hour down there, man. But to people that's out here posting and you feel like you got the freedom of speech, you don't. You need to watch what you're saying on these online platforms, because in states like Tennessee and I don't know, like Florida, I think so too, it's a work at will state. What that means is they can literally fire you for anything. They can say, they don't even have to tell you. They can call you in HR and just let you go. So unless you have the funds to work for yourself, then watch what you say, because freedom of speech is not free. Look at me.
You were threatening white people and white police officers. You were congratulating Rodney Hinton Jr. for killing a white police officer. And you have the guts to complain that freedom of speech is not free. What sort of an idiot are you? Like my dad always say, people might have freedom of speech, but not necessarily freedom after speech. So that means that if you're just, airing your opinions, then there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're calling for chaos and encouraging people to attack others, then that is hate speech. That is a crime, and you will face certain consequences. Now, I find it very appalling that we now live in a society where people believe that they should be rewarded for being absolute degenerates. And I'm talking about this man's give send go. Imagine this. This is his photo on his give send go, okay? And he captioned it, "Fired for speaking truth about Rodney Hinton Jr." He set his goal at $30,000, but so far, he has only made $60. Now he says, "My name is Gary LeBron Clay. For 5 years, I worked hard at Volkswagen, doing everything right, showing up, putting in long hours, helping my team. But when I spoke out about a serious injustice involving a young brother, Rodney Hinton Jr., they didn't want the truth. They wanted silence. And when I spoke out about it, they fired me. That's the painful reality too many of us know. Freedom of speech doesn't always apply to us. Not when we speak truth to power. Not when we are black. Not when the system feels threatened. I lost my job for speaking up, but I didn't lose my voice. And I didn't lose my purpose. Instead, I'm choosing to rise. I'm asking you, my community, my people, to stand with me as I launch a new beginning." What a scammer. What a grifter. Okay. I'm choosing to rise. I'm asking you, okay, what does stop? My people to stand with me as I launch a new beginning. I'm raising $30,000 to start my own black-owned truck service company. I don't want to just survive. I want to build something that will help me thrive, provide for my daughter, and create a legacy. I want to own something they can't take away from me. This isn't just about trucks. It's about freedom. It's about showing our sons and daughters that even when the system shut doors, we can build our own. It's about creating opportunity, real, tangible, black-owned opportunity in a world that often denies it to us, okay? I'm not asking for your handout. I'm asking for your hand up. Ooh! If you've ever been overlooked, silenced, or shut out, then this campaign is for you too. Are you gonna give me some money if I have been shut out, or overlooked? No, you're a scammer. Okay? I'm walking this road for all of us, and I hope you walk with me. And I hope you walk it with me. Thank you for believing in my fight. Thank you for believing in Black freedom. Let's build something they can't tear down. With love and gratitude, Gary LeBron Clay, aka Scammer of the Year. Now listen to the most interesting part. Let's see how he got that media $60, okay? This profile bears the name White Man, and he said, just so you know, a white man was the first to donate justice for Officer Larry Henderson. Yeah. And he donated $5, okay? This one said, cry harder, another $5. And this person gave $50, okay, from her name. I'm guessing she's a clueless, brainwashed black woman. Now, all those black people who were cheering him on, okay, and clapping for him when he was ruining his career with his hate speech, they did not even bother to support his fundraiser.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. I ain't have to say it. It's being said all right there. All you was just cheering me on last week. I ain't even have to say it. This man is just white. The YT. Just check the page and just see not one dime. Not one dime, you hear me? Yeah, I lost my job standing for that. But yeah, fool me one time, shame on you. Not again.
This guy is a fraud, okay? And I think that he should be investigated. And if found guilty, sent behind bars. He even went as far as creating a fake Give and Go account for Rodney Hinton Jr., pretending that that was Rodney Hinton Jr.'s fundraiser and asking people to donate. If you look right here, it says, campaign created by Gary Clay. And he is Gary Clay. That is him. I mean, this guy needs to be reported and arrested for fraud.
Man, you asked me to post a link for the GoFundMe for Rodney Hinton. It's right there on the screen. If you want to support Rodney Hinton, it's right there. That white girl got $600,000. They're going to try to make this man bun crazy. So if you're trying to support, share it is.
He doesn't care about Rodney Hinton. He's just an opportunistic slime who's trying to capitalize on this unfortunate event and make money for himself. He put up his Cash App. No one donated. He put up a fake Rodney Hinton Jr. fundraiser. No one fell for it. And now he has started his own fundraiser. He is really hustling for this money. He would have been successful though and might have even kickstarted another racist campaign, but he just doesn't have the charisma to pull off this race grifting stunt successfully. He behaves like a thug. He lacks the charisma. Now, this is why I don't pay too much attention to those individuals shouting free Carmelo Anthony or justice for Rodney Hinton, knowing fully well that these people are just criminals. They don't care about these people. In most cases, they don't even, know what actually happened. They are only making noise. They are noisemakers. They only make noise and magnify the situation just to start a racial conflict so that they can gain something in one way or the other. They might be looking for followers or to create a racial tension or to make money out of the situation. I'm happy that this guy was let go from Volkswagen, okay? But I think he deserves more punishment. He should be investigated for fraud and hate speech.